need to see where we are today as benefiting from both those first 30 years and those second 30 years, which implicitly, or he sometimes talks about a new era, suggests that in many ways he sees China as now in a post-reform era, about a third stage, or they write about it that way. And so he clearly, there's always been a way of trying to separate out the kind of Mao of the periods when things were not going horribly. And I think Xi Jinping would think that Mao, having managed to fight the Korean War to a standstill, which is how things are, or how the history of that period is described in the PRC, said, look, you had so many different forces of the more developed world fighting on one side, and that war did not end in a defeat for North Korea, for the Chinese side. So yeah, Xi Jinping, I think, wants to be seen as an inheritor of Mao, continuer of one side of the Mao legacy, but clearly, circling back to where we began, not the Mao who liked to stir things up, not the Mao who believed in mobilizing youth on the streets, not the Mao who let things get out of control, but the Mao who was responsible for strengthening the nation.
Can I ask you about the 1953 speech? Can you just watch it real quick? This particular speech is about in 1953, at the end of the Korean War, saying China must surrender. The speech reads, "So how long this war will last, we're not the ones who can decide. He used to depend on President Truman, will depend on President Eisenhower, but whoever will become the next U.S. president is up to them. But no matter how long this war is going to last, we will never heal." We'll fight until we completely triumph. Yeah, so this is the version of how it used to. It is still celebrated today. And from the Chinese perspective, I guess they could tell the story about that particular prophecy with the triumph. Now, what do you think about that speech, about these performances? I don't know how much you've listened to Mao speeches.
In really difficult accent to make sense of it. People, native speakers of Chinese can have trouble with his speech. That one was less hard to follow than some of the.
What explains the accent?
Well, he's just from Yunnan, and he had a heavy accent. But this is another complicated side of Mao. He was both anti-intellectual and very intellectual. He liked to write poetry and to fashion himself as that, but he also liked to be seen as incredibly earthy and critical of intellectuals. And he had an animus toward wanting to, even though he was, he actually had that intellectualism. But no, I think what's interesting about that speech in part is how even the depiction of the Korean War as being the war against America, to resist America and support Korea. I think it fit with his idea that it wasn't just about China. It wasn't about China working in self-interest, but siding with the underdog countries against the hegemonic ones. And that was another part of Mao's desire to see China as representing the kind of third world and a sort of the countries that had felt the brunt of imperialism, of Western imperialism and Japanese imperialism, and trying to find one or another country's imperialism to focus on. At that point, he was focusing on America, which is something that can have particular resonances now. could alternate. At certain points, he thought there should be an alliance thing, where he said that China should be able to work with Japan because he said it at one point. He said, "Well, without Japanese imperialism, the Communist Party wouldn't have risen. We wouldn't have had this ability to unite the people." We have seen in the post-Mao period some leaders playing on sort of anti-Japanese sentiment because of the history of Japanese aggression, or there can be anti-American sentiment because of the history of American roles in imperialism. Or it can be played in a different way. The United States, or the United States didn't have formal colonies in Asia the way that Britain and France did. So these things are, but these things are also kind of in flux. And now we're in this very unusual period. At the beginning of the reposition of Paris, there were leaders of China, Japan, and Korea, all to South Korea, all together in photo ops, which was not something that the Muslims saw. So I think this is also just a kind of broader lesson to not assume the configurations for all this stuff.
If you look out into the 21st century, what are some of the best possible things that could happen in the region and globally with China at the center of the world stage? What are the possible trajectories you could see culturally, economically, politically, in terms of partnerships and all this kind of stuff?
Such a hard moment to be imagining these things. I mean, I've long wanted to see a return of China to this path toward a more kind of. I wasn't one of the people who imagined that there would be this convergence of sort of where China's emergence into the evolution into a liberal capitalist country, but we'd love to see a return to that more kind of tolerance of diversity within China, variations within China, for space, for civil society. And it's a hard time to imagine that because Hong Kong kind of represented that place that somehow they didn't. It was an amazing thing. I think looking backward, rather than forward, I think it's really extraordinary how much leeway was given to Hong Kong for a period there. That was really special. No Communist Party run country had ever had a city within it that had as free a press as Hong Kong had then, as much tolerance for protests, and I think it was I hope it can be seen by some, at least within Beijing, as a miscalculation too. The People's Revolution wanted soft power. Hong Kong films were admired around the world. This industry, there was a way in which creativity flourished. So I guess it would be just the hope for more spaces where that kind of creativity and openness debate where things can flourish. I'd love to think that there actually are a variety of things in Taiwan, that if those could become broader norms. Not that Taiwan's perfect, it has its own internal problems, but there are many really attractive things about it right now, and different kinds of things that flourish. So maybe setting in which Taiwan in its post-martial law, post-Leninist incarnation would be something that we could consider.
Yeah, and you're right. Taiwan, especially Hong Kong, are this truly special place. Since this is a case study, it doesn't make sense that would happen, but it happened, and the history is full of wonderful things like this. And I guess, can you clarify, you think the protests in 2019 and the protests in 2020, they're mostly a failure? Is there still a possibility that Hong Kong rises and its way of life, its way of being, democratic ideals, not necessarily for democracy or this kind of thing? So it would actually, in a sense, For me, China, not the other way around.
So that was a hope early on. There were ways in which some parts of Hong Kong style sort of permeated across the border. I think it's hard to see it now with how Hong Kong has changed. But I hesitate to, awareness of the unpredictability of things. There's no way to know what kind of thing will be with Hong Kong later. I do think there are things about Hong Kong that even in the failure of the movement have had repercussions that are not all negative. I think the Hong Kong spirit, which is being kept alive in diaspora communities around the world, is really interesting. There are things that are spreading. I think Hong Kong represented a vision of a different way being Chinese, a different notion of Chinese. And I think that is something that exists. And there have been protesters in a lot of other parts of the world. Belarus to, we used to say Minneapolis to Minsk, because in 2020 there were protests in the US and in Belarus where there were activists who were talking about the Hong Kong idea of sort of trying to focus on deep water, more flexible protest tactics, something. And clearly in Thailand, there were people who looked at things to learn from Hong Kong, even if there's a New Zealand-based China specialist, Rabbi, who talks about the other China, which can exist within China, physical China, or elsewhere, which is this equally attached to Chinese traditions, but thinking of those traditions as including not just Confucianism, but Taoism, not just hierarchy, but also openness to cosmopolitanism, not just nationalism, but cosmopolitanism. And I think there are some elements of that even in failure, the Hong Kong movements, the Hong Kong protests in the 2020s were a last flourishing of that. We can see some elements of that in Taiwan. Elements of that is another China as well. And I think recovering, not allowing the particular version of Chineseness that the Chinese Communist Party under Xi Jinping wants to make people think of as the essence of Chinese. China has multiple cultural strands, multiple traditions that people can tap into. And it's something richer and more admirable than this narrowed down version.
And I hope for a future where both Hong Kong and Beijing have bookstores that carry 1984 Brave New World and all of your books. And I can't wait to visit them and enjoy the intellectual flourishing of incredible people. What a beautiful world we live in. The Chinese people, all the people I've met, it's just so great to interact with totally different culture. You can feel the roots run deep through ancient history. They're very different. And it's amazing. It's like amazing that Earth produced Chinese people, Indian people, Slavic people. It's just all kinds of variants. And we all have our own weirdnesses and quirks and so on. Everybody has brilliant people. We all start shooting each other every once in a while. But I hope now that we have nuclear weapons, I hope now that we have technology that connects us, we'll actually collaborate more when we fight each other. And thank you for being one of the people that shows off the beauty of this particular people. It's of the entire region, really, Southeast Asia. And it's an honor to talk to you. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me on.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Jeffrey Washington. Support this podcast. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Confucius. When anger rises, think of the consequences. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. And when I started multi-dogging doggo classes, I needed a website. Figuring out how to make one was pretty hard for the old noggin. But with a good engineer, I could just tell it what I want. And it uses AI to make the website so fast it pretty much blows my noggin. This is working. With a beautiful design that'll blow my customers' noggins, which allowed me to focus my noggin on making more goggins to put on their noggins, which were just metaphorically blown. I write the script in December. January, Josh Arnett, Marley Shelton come down, fly Frank in, shooting for 10 hours on a green screen. Shoot that opens, incredible opens. And the visual look, we've never seen that. I want to just take this and make it. I just want the comic to move. Any other studio would just go make it look like a heavy, gritty crime movie. They would miss the point that it's the visuals after. I want it to look just like this because it would be the oldest movie anyone seen because that's how it reads when I read the book. It's like if this was a movie, it would be the most phenomenal movie. Just by being around him and working with him, you get by osmosis, you learn stuff. And it just ups your game because they're just. The following is a conversation with Dylan Patel and Nathan Levin. Dylan runs Semi-Analysis, a well-respected research and analysis company that specializes in semiconductors, GPUs, CPUs, and AI hardware in general. Nathan is a research scientist at the Allen Institute for AI and is the author of the amazing blog on AI called Interconnects. They are both highly respected, read, and listened to by the experts, researchers, and engineers in the field of AI. And personally, I'm just a fan of the two of them. So I used the DeepSeek moment that shook the AI world a bit as an opportunity to sit down with them and lay it all out. From DeepSeek, OpenAI, Google, XAI, Meta, Anthropic, to NVIDIA and TSMC, and to US, China, Taiwan relations, and everything else that is happening at the cutting edge of AI. This conversation is a deep dive into many critical aspects of the AI industry. While it does get super technical, we try to make sure that it's still accessible to folks outside of the AI field by defining terms, stating important concepts explicitly, spelling out acronyms, and in general, always moving across the several layers of abstraction and levels of detail. There is a lot of hype in the media about what AI is and isn't. The purpose of this podcast, in part, is to cut through the hype, through the bullshit, and the low-resolution analysis, and to discuss in detail how stuff works and what the implications are. Let me also, if I may, comment on the new OpenAI O3 Mini recently, the release of which I participated in the conversation, and it did indeed come out right after. Its capabilities and costs are on par with our expectations, as we stated. OpenAI O3 Mini is indeed a great model, but it should be stated that DeepSeek R1 has similar performance on benchmarks, is still cheaper, and it reveals its chain of thought reasoning, which O3 Mini does not. It only shows a summary of reasoning. Plus, R1 is open weight, and O3 Mini is not. By the way, I got a chance to play it with O3 Mini, and anecdotal vibe check wise, I felt that O3 Mini, specifically O3 Mini High, is better than R1. Still, for me personally, I find that Claude Sonnet 3.5 is the best model for programming. except for tricky cases where I will use O1 Pro to brainstorm. Either way, many more better AI models will come, including reasoning models, both from American and Chinese companies. They will continue to shift the cost curve. But the quote DeepSeek moment is indeed real. I think it will still be remembered 5 years from now as a pivotal event in tech history, due in part to the geopolitical implications, but for other reasons too, as we discuss in detail from many perspectives in this conversation. This is the Let's Stream podcast. This one, now, dear friends, is Dylan Patel and Nathan Lambert. A lot of people are curious to understand China's DeepSeek AI models, so let's lay it out. Nathan, can you describe what DeepSeek V3 and DeepSeek R1 are, how they work, how they're trained? Let's look at everything in detail.
Yeah, so DeepSeek V3 is a new mixture of experts transformative language model from DeepSeek. It is based in China. They have some new specifics in the model that we'll get into. Largely, this is a open weight model, and it's a instruction model like what you would use in ChatGPT.
The following is a conversation with Dylan Patel and Nathan Lambert. Dylan runs Semi-Analysis, a well-respected research and analysis company that specializes in semiconductors, GPUs, CPUs, and AI hardware in general. Nathan is a research scientist at the Allen Institute for AI and is the author of the amazing blog on AI called Internet. They are both highly respected, read, and listened to by the experts, researchers, and engineers in the field of AI. And personally, I'm just a fan of the two of them. So I used the DeepSeek moment that shook the AI world a bit as an opportunity to sit down with them and lay it all out. From DeepSeek, OpenAI, Google, XAI, Meta, and Anthropic, to NVIDIA and TSMC, and to US, China, Taiwan relations, and everything else that is happening at the cutting edge of AI. This conversation is a deep dive into many critical aspects of the AI industry. While it does get super technical, we try to make sure that it's still accessible to folks outside of the AI field by defining terms, stating important concepts explicitly, spelling out acronyms, and in general, always moving across the several layers of abstraction and levels of detail. There is a lot of hype in the media about what AI is and isn't. The purpose of this podcast, in part, is to cut through the hype, through the bullshit, and the low resolution analysis, and to discuss in detail how stuff works and what the implications are. Let me also, if I may, comment on the new OpenAI OP Mini recently, the release of which we were anticipating during the conversation, and it did indeed come out right after. Its capabilities and costs are on par with our expectations as we stated. OpenAI OP Mini is indeed a great model, but it should be stated that DeepSeek R1 has similar performance on benchmarks, is still cheaper, and it reveals its chain of thought reasoning, which OP Mini does not. It only shows a summary of reasoning. Plus, R1 is open weight, and OP Mini is not. By the way, I got a chance to play it with OP Mini, and anecdotal vibe check wise, I felt that OP Mini, specifically OP Mini High, is better than R1. So, for me personally, I find that Claude Sonnet 3.5 is the best model for programming, except for tricky cases where I would use O1 Pro to brainstorm. Either way, many more better AI models will come, including reasoning models, both from American and Chinese companies. They will continue to shift the cost curve. But the DeepSeek moment is indeed real. I think it will still be remembered 5 years from now as a pivotal event in tech history, due in part to the geopolitical implications, but for other reasons too, as we discuss in detail from many perspectives in this conversation. This is the Lex Weaver podcast supporter. Please check out our sponsors. Now, dear friends, there's Dylan Patel and Nathan Lambert. A lot of people are curious to understand China's DeepSeek AI models, so let's lay it out. Nathan, can you describe what DeepSeek V3 and DeepSeek R1 are, how they work, how they're trained? Let's look at the big picture and we'll get into the details.
Yeah, so DeepSeek V3 is a new mixture of experts transformer language model from DeepSeek. It's based in China. They have some new specifics in the model that we'll get into. Largely, this is a open weight model, and it's an instruction model like what you would use in ChatGPT. They also released what is called the base model, which is before these techniques of post-training. And most people use instruction models today, and those are what's served in all sorts of applications. This was released on, I believe, December 26th, or that week. And then weeks later, on January 20th, DeepSeek released DeepSeek R1, which is a reasoning model, which really accelerated a lot of this discussion. This reasoning model has a lot of overlapping training steps to DeepSeek V3. It's confusing that you have a base model called V3 that you do something to get a chat model, and then you do some different things to get a reasoning model. A lot of the AI industry is going through this challenge of communications right now, where OpenAI makes fun of their own naming schemes. They have GPT-4o, they have OpenAI O1, and there's a lot of types of models. So we're going to put down what them are, a lot of technical specifics on training, and go for specific and kind of go through each of them.
There's so many places to go here, but maybe let's go to open weights first. What does it mean for model to be open weights, and what are the different flavors of open source in general?
Yeah, so this discussion has been going on for a long time. AI has become more important since ChatGPT, or more focal since ChatGPT at the end of 2022. Open weights is the accepted term for when model weights of a language model are available on the internet for people to download. Those weights can have different licenses, which is effectively the terms by which you can use the model. There are licenses that come from history and open source software. There are licenses that are designed by companies specifically. All of Llama, DeepSeek, Qwen, Mistral, these popular names in open weight models have some of this. It's complicated because not all big models have the same terms. The big debate is on what makes a model open weight. Why are we saying this term? It's kind of a mouthful. It sounds close to open source, but it's not the same. There's still a lot of debate on the definition and soul of open source AI. Open source software has a rich history on freedom to modify, freedom to take on your own, freedom from any restrictions on how you use the software, and what that means for AI is still being defined. So for what I do, I work at Balance for AI. We're a nonprofit. We want to make AI open for everybody, because we try to lean on what we think is truly open source. There's not full agreement with the community, but for us, that means releasing the training data, releasing the training code, and then also having open weights like this. And we'll get into the details of the models. And again, as we try to get deeper into how the models were trained, we will say things like the data processing, data filtering, data quality is the number one determinant of the model quality, and then a lot of the training code is the determinant on how long it takes to train and how fast your experimentation is. So without fully open source models where you have access to this data, it is hard to know, or it's harder to replicate. So we'll get into cost numbers for DeepSeek V3 on mostly GPU hours and how much you pay to rent those yourselves. But without the data, the replication cost is going to be far, far higher. And same goes for the code.
We should also say that this is probably one of the more open models out of the frontier models. It's like in this full spectrum, or probably the fullest open source, like you said, open code, open data, open weights. This is not open code. This is probably not open data, and this is open weights. And the licensing is MIT license, or it's there's some nuance of different models, but it's towards the free, the open source movement. These are the kind of the key guys.
Yeah, DeepSeek is doing fantastic work for disseminating understanding of AI. Their papers are extremely detailed in what they do, and for other teams around the world, they're very actionable in terms of improving your own training techniques. And we'll talk about licenses more. The DeepSeek R1 model has a very permissive license. It's called the MIT license. That effectively means there's no downstream restrictions on commercial use. There's no use case restrictions. You can use the outputs from the models to create synthetic data. And this is all like the closest peer is something like Llama, where you have the weights, you have a technical report, and the technical report is very good for Llama. One of the most read PDFs of the year last year is the Llama 3 paper. But in some ways, it's slightly less active. It has less details on the specifics, less plots, and so on. And the Llama 3 license is more restrictive than MIT. And then between the DeepSeek custom license and the Llama license, we can get into this whole rabbit hole. I think we'll make sure we want to go to the license rabbit hole before we do specifics.
Yeah, and so this should be stated that one of the implications of DeepSeek was pressure on Llama and everybody else on OpenAI to push towards open source. And that's the other side of open source that you mentioned is how much is published in detail about it. So how open are you with the sort of the insights behind the code? So like how good is the technical reports? Are they hand wavy or is there actual details in there? And that's one of the things that DeepSeek did well is they published a lot of the details.
Yeah, especially in the DeepSeek V3, which is their pre-training paper, they were very clear that they are doing interventions on the technical stack that go at many different levels. For example, on their to get highly efficient training, they're making modifications at or below the CUDA layer for NVIDIA chips. I have never worked there myself, and there are a few people in the world that do that very well, and some of them are at DeepSeek. These types of people are at DeepSeek and leading American frontier labs, but there are not many places.
To help people understand the other implication of open weights, just, there's a topic we return to often here. So there's a fear that China, the nation, might have interest in stealing American data, violating privacy of American citizens. What can we say about open weights to help us understand what the weights are able to do?
Yeah,
in terms of stealing people's data.
Yeah, so these weights that you can download from Coinbase or other platforms are very big major seeds of numbers. You can download them to a computer in your own house that has no internet, and you can run this model, and you're totally in control of your data. That is something that is different than how a lot of language model usage is actually done today, which is mostly through APIs, where you send your prompt to GPUs run by certain companies, and these companies will have different distributions policies on how your data is stored, if it is used to train future models, where it is stored, if it is encrypted, and so on. So the open weights are, you have your data in your own hands. That is something that is deeply connected to the soul of open source.
So it's not the model that steals your data, it's whoever's hosting the model, which could be China, if you're using the DeepSeek app, or it could be Perplexity. You're trusting them with your data. Or OpenAI, you trust them with your data. Some of these are American companies, some of these are Chinese companies. But the model itself is not doing the stealing. It's the host. All right. So back to the basics. What's the difference between DeepSeek V3 and DeepSeek R1? We'll try to lay out the confusion potential.
Yes. So for one, I'm very understanding of many people being confused by these two model names. So I would say the best way to think about this is that in the language model, you have what is called pre-training, which is when you're predicting the large amounts of mostly internet text. You're trying to predict the next token. And what to know about these new DeepSeek models is that they do this internet large-scale pre-training once to get what is called DeepSeek V3 base. This is a base model. It's just going to finish your sentences for you. It's going to be harder to work with than ChatGPT. And then what DeepSeek did is they've done two different post-training regimes to make the models have specific desirable behaviors. So what is the more normal model in terms of the last 2 years of AI, an instruct model, a chat model, a quote-unquote aligned model, a helpful model, there are many ways to describe this, is more standard post-training. So this is things like instruction tuning, reinforcement learning, feedback. We'll get into some of these words. And this is what they did to create the DeepSeek V3 model. This was the first model to be released, and it is very high performance. 404, model 405B, so on. And then when this release was happening, we don't know their exact timeline, or soon after, they were finishing the training of a different training process from the same next token prediction based model that I talked about, which is when this new reasoning training that people have heard about comes in order to create the model that is called DeepSeek R1. The R through this conversation is cryptographic reasoning, and the name is also similar to OpenAI's O1, which is the other reasoning model that people have heard about. We'll have to break down the training for R1 in more detail because one, we have a paper detailing it, but also it is a far newer set of techniques for the AI community. So it's a much more rapidly evolving area of research.
Maybe we should also say the big two categories of training: pre-training and post-training. These umbrella terms that people use. So, what is pre-training? What is post-training? What are the different flavors of things underneath post-training umbrella?
Yeah, so pre-training, using some of the same words that really get the message across, is you're doing what is called auto-adjusted prediction, predicting the next token in a series of documents. This is done over standard practice is trillions of tokens, but this is a ton of data that is mostly scraped from the web. In some of DeepSeek's earlier papers, they talk about their training data being distilled for math, or I should use this word yet, but taken from Common Crawl, and that's a public access that anyone listening to this can go download data from the Common Crawl website. This is a crawler that is maintained publicly. Yes, other tech companies eventually shift to their own crawler, likely has done this as well, most tier ones do. But this sort of data is something that people can get started with, and you're just predicting text with a series of documents. This can be scaled, be very efficient, and there's a lot of numbers that are thrown around in AI training, like how many floating-point operations or flops are used, and then you can also look at how many hours of these GPUs that are used, and it's largely one loss function taken to a very large amount of compute usage, set of really efficient systems, and then at the end of that, you have this base model, and pre-training is where there is a lot more complexity in terms of how the process is emerging or evolving and the different types of training losses that you will use. This is a lot of technique grounded in the natural language processing literature. The oldest technique, which is still used today, is something called construction tuning, or also known as supervised fine tuning. These acronyms will be IFT or SFT. If people really go back and forth throughout that, I would probably do the same, which is where you add this formatting to the model where it knows to take a question that is explain the history of the Roman Empire to me, and or something, a sort of question you'll see on Reddit or Stack Overflow, and then the model will respond in a information dense but presentable manner. The core of that formatting is in this construction tuning phase, and then there's two other categories of loss functions that are being used today. One I will classify as preference fine tuning. Preference fine tuning is a generalized term for what came out of reinforcement learning from human feedback, which is RLHF. This reinforcement learning from feedback is credited as the technique that helped ChatGPT break through. It is a technique to make the responses that are nicely formatted, like these Reddit answers, more in tune with what a human would like to do. This is done by collecting pairwise preferences from actual humans out in the world to start. Now AIs are also deploying this data, and we'll get into those trade-offs. And you have this kind of contrastive answer that the model learns to pick up these trends. There's different implementation ways. You have things called reward models, you have direct alignment algorithms, a lot of really specific things to do, but all of this is about fine-tuning human preferences. And the final stage is much newer, and we'll link to what is done in R1 and these reasoning models is, I think, OpenAI's name for this, and this new API in the fall, which they call the Reinforcement Fine-Tuning API. This is the idea that you use the techniques of reinforcement learning, which is a whole framework of AI, deep literature here. To summarize, it's often known as trial and error learning, or the subfield of AI where you're trying to make sequential decisions in a certain potentially noisy environment. There's a lot of ways you can go down that, but fine-tuning language models where they can generate an answer and then you check to see if the answer matches the true For math and code, you have an exactly correct answer for math. You can have unit tests for code. And what we were doing is we were checking the language model's work, and we were giving it multiple opportunities on the same question to see if it was right. And if you keep doing this, the models can learn to improve in verifiable domains to a great extent. It works really well. It's a newer technique in the academic literature. It's been used at frontier labs in the US that don't share every detail for multiple years. So this is the idea of using reinforcement learning language models, and it has been taking off, especially in DeepSeek.
I would say that there's a lot of exciting stuff going on the again across the stack with post-training. Probably this year there's going to be a lot of interesting developments with post-training. We'll talk about it. I almost forgot to talk about the difference between DeepSeek V3 and R1 on the user experience side. So get the technical stuff, to get all that. Just people that don't know anything about AI, they show up. Like, what's the actual experience? What's the use case for each one when they actually type and talk to it? What is it good at? That kind of thing.
So let's start with DeepSeek V3 again. What more people would have tried something like it. You ask a question, it'll start generating tokens very fast, and those tokens will look like a very human legible answer. It'll be some sort of markdown list. It might have formatting to help you draw to the core details of the answer, and it'll generate tens to hundreds of tokens. A token is normally a word for common words or a sub-word part in a longer word. And it'll look like a very high-quality Reddit or Stack Overflow. These models are really getting good at doing these across a wide variety of different things. Even things that, if you're an expert, things that are close to the fringe of knowledge, they will still be fairly good at. The AI topics that I research on, these models are capable for study aid, and they're regularly updated. Where this changes is with the DeepSeek R1, what is called these reasoning models, is when you see tokens coming from these models to start, it will be a large chain of thought process. We'll get back to chain of thought in a second, which looks like a lot of tokens where the model is explaining the problem. The model will often break down the problem and be like, okay, they asked me for this. Let's break down the problem. I'm going to need to do this. And you'll see all of this generated from the model. It'll come very fast. APIs are very fast. So you'll see a lot of words show up really fast. They'll keep flowing on the screen. This is all the reasoning process. And then eventually the model will change its code and it'll write the answer, where it summarizes its reasoning process and writes a similar answer to the first types of model. But in DeepSeek's case, which is part of why this is so popular even outside the AI community, is that you can see how the language model is breaking down problems. And then you get this answer. On a technical side, they train the model to do this specifically, where they have a section which is reasoning, and then it generates a special token, probably hidden from the user most of the time, which says, okay, I'm starting the answer. So the model is trained to do this two-stage process on its own. I've used a similar model in, say, OpenAI. OpenAI's user interface is trying to summarize this process for you nicely by kind of showing the sections that the model is doing, and it'll kind of click through and it's like breaking down the problem, making X calculation, completing the result, and then the answer will come for something like OpenAI.
Maybe it's useful here to go through like an example of it, DeepSeek R1 reasoning.
Yeah, so if you're looking at the screen here, what you'll see is a screenshot of the DeepSeek chat app, and at the top is thought for 157 seconds with the drop-down arrow. Underneath that, if we were in an app that we were running, the drop-down arrow is not there.
So in this case, the specific question, which, I'm philosophically / content inclined. So this is asking DeepSeek R1 for one truly novel insight about humans. And it reveals the reasoning, and basically the truly novel aspect is what's pushing the reasoning to constantly the model asking itself, is this true novel? So it's actually challenging itself to be more novel, more counterintuitive, less cringe, I suppose. So some of the reasoning says, it's just snapshots. Alternatively, humans have a unique meta-emotion with emotions about their own emotions, deeply guilty about being angry. This occurs through emotional layering, creates complex motivational drives that don't exist in other animals. The insight is that human emotions invested. It's reasoning through how humans feel emotions. It's reasoning about meta emotions.
It's going to have pages and pages. Yeah, it's almost too much to actually read, but it's nice to see
It's a James Joyce like stream of consciousness, and then it goes, wait, do you just want something that's not seen anywhere else? Let me dig deeper and consider the human ability to hold contradictory beliefs simultaneously. Cognitive dissonance is known, but perhaps the function is to allow flexible adaptation, so on and so forth. I mean, that really captures the public imagination that, holy shit, this isn't, intelligent slash almost like an inkling of sentience, because like you're thinking through, you're self-reflecting, you're deliberating. And the final result of that, after 157 seconds, is humans instinctively convert selfish desires into cooperative systems by collectively pretending abstract rules, money, laws, rights are real. These shared hallucinations act as both games, where competition is secretly redirected to benefit the group, turning conflict into society's fuel. Pretty profound. I mean, you know,
As a potential digression, right? A lot of people found that these reasoning models can sometimes produce much more eloquent text.
Yeah.
As at least interesting example, I think, depending on how open-minded you are, you find language models interesting or not. There's a spectrum there.
Well, I mean, some of the, we'll talk about different benchmarks, so some is just a line. Like that in itself is a, let's say, quote, fire tweet.
Yeah.
If I'm trying to produce something where people are like, oh shit, okay, so that's chance I will probably more. How were they able to achieve such low cost on the training and the inference? Maybe we could talk the training first.
Yeah. So there's same techniques they implemented that are probably the majority of their efficiency, and then there's a lot of implementation details that maybe also we'll get into later that sort of contribute to it. Those two main things are, one is they went to a mixture of experts model, which we'll define in a second, and then the other thing is that they invented this new technique called MLA, latent attention. Both of these are big deals. Mixture of experts is something that's been in the literature for a handful of years, and OpenAI with GPT-4 was the first one to productize a mixture of experts model. And what this means is when you look at the common models around that most people have been able to interact with that are open, right? Think Llama. Llama is a dense model, i.e. every single parameter or neuron is activated as you're going through the model for every single token you generate, right? Now, with a mixture of experts model, you don't do that, right? How does a human is like, oh, well, my visual cortex is active when I'm thinking about, vision tasks and like, other things, right? My amygdala is when I'm scared, right? These different aspects of your brain are focused on different things. A mixture of experts model attempts to approximate this to some extent. It's nowhere close to what a brain architecture is, but different portions of the model activate, right? You'll have a set number of experts in the model and a set number that are activated each time, and this dramatically reduces both your training and inference cost. Because now you're, if you think about the parameter count as the sort of total embedding space for all of this knowledge that you're compressing down during training, when you're embedding this data in, instead of having to activate every single parameter every single time you're training or running inference, now you can just activate a subset. And the model will learn which expert to route to for different tasks. And so this is a humongous innovation in terms of, hey, I can continue to grow the total embedding space of parameters. And so DeepSeek's model is, 600 something billion parameters, right? Relative to Llama 405B, it's 405 billion parameters, right? Relative to Llama 70B, it's 70 billion parameters, right? So this model technically has more embedding space for information, right? To compress all of the world's knowledge that's on the internet down. But at the same time, it is only activating around 37 billion of the parameters. So only 37 billion of the parameters actually need to be computed every single time you're training data or inferencing data out of it. And so versus the Llama model, 70 billion parameters must be activated, or 405 billion parameters must be activated. So you dramatically reduce your compute cost when you're doing training and inference with this mixture of experts architecture.
So we break down where it actually applies going to the transformer. Is that useful?
Let's go to the
So
transformer.
the transformer is a thing that is talked about a lot, and we'll not cover every detail. Essentially, the transformer is built on repeated blocks of this attention mechanism, and then a traditional, dense, fully connected, multi-layer perceptron, or whatever word you want to use for your normal neural network. You alternate these blocks. There's other details, and we're a mixture of experts is at this the dense model holds most of the weights if you count them in a transformer model. So you can get really big gains from this mixture of experts on parameter efficiency at training inference because you get this efficiency by not activating all of these parameters.
We should also say that a transformer is a giant neural network. And then there's, for 15 years now, this is what's called the deep learning revolution. Networks got larger and larger, and at a certain point, the scaling laws appeared where people realize but I think scaling laws where it became more and more formalized that bigger is better across so but these are all neural networks we're talking about, and we're talking about these neural networks that the training and the inference on them is super efficient.
Scaling law for it, which is effectively how much compute you put in, the architecture will get you different levels of performance at test tasks. And mixture of experts is one of the ones at training time, even if you don't consider the inference benefits, but they're also big. At training time, your efficiency with your GPUs is dramatically improved by using this architecture if it is well implemented. So you can get effectively the same performance model in evaluation scores with numbers like 30% less compute. So there's going to be a wide variation depending on your computation details. But it is just important to realize that this type of technical innovation is something that gives huge gains. I expect most companies that are serving these models to move to this mixture of experts implementation. Historically, the reason why not everyone might do it is because of the implementation complexity, especially when doing these big models. So this is one of the things that DeepSeek gets credit for, is they do this extremely well. This architecture for what is called DeepSeek MOE. MOE is the shortened version of mixture of experts. Is multiple papers old. This part of their training infrastructure is not new to these models alone, and the same goes for what Dylan mentioned, multi-head latent attention. It's all about reducing memory usage during inference, and same things during training by using some fancy low-range approximation math. If you get into the details with this latent attention, it's one of those things I look at and say, okay, they're doing really complex implementations. There's other parts of the language model, such as embeddings that are used to extend the context length. The common one that DeepSeek uses is rotary positional embeddings, called rope. And if you want to use rope with a normal MOE, it's kind of a sequential thing. You take two of the attention matrices and you rotate them by a complex value rotation, matrix multiplication. With DeepSeek MLA, new attention architecture, they need to do some clever things because they're not set up the same, and it just makes the implementation less higher. So they're managing all of these things, and these are probably the sort of things that OpenAI Disclosed Labs are doing. We don't know if they're doing the exact same techniques, but they actually shared them with the world, which is really nice. This is the cutting edge of efficient language modeling.
And some of this requires no love engineering. This is a giant mess to train rate. So as I understand it, went below CUDA, and it goes super low programming of GPUs.
Effectively, NVIDIA built this library called Nickel, right? In which, when you're training a model, you have all these communications between every single layer of the model. You have over 100 layers.
What does Nickel stand for? It's NCCL.
NVIDIA Communications Collectives Library. And so, when you're training a model, right, you're going to have all these reduces and multi-heads, right? Between each layer, between the multi-layer perceptron or feed-forward network and the attention mechanism, you'll have basically the model synchronized, right? Or you'll have all reduced or all gather. And this is a communication between all the GPUs in the network, whether it's in training or inference. So NVIDIA has a standard library. This is one of the reasons why it's really difficult to use anyone else's hardware for training, is because no one's really built a standard communications library. And NVIDIA's done this at a sort of a higher level, right? DeepSeek, because they have certain limitations around the GPUs that they have access to, the interconnects are limited to some extent by the restrictions of the GPUs that were shipped into China legally, not the ones that are supposed to be legally shipped in, that they used to train this model. They had to figure out how to get efficiencies, right? And one of those things is that instead of just calling the NVIDIA library Nickel, right, they instead they scheduled their own communications, which some of the labs do, right? Meta talks not as well as DeepSeek, because DeepSeek necessity is the mother of innovation, and they had to do this. Whereas, OpenAI has people that do this sort of stuff, Anthropic, etc. But DeepSeek certainly did it publicly, and they may have done it even better because they were given on a certain aspect of the chips that they have access to. And so they scheduled communications, by scheduling specific SMs. SMs you can think of as like the core on a GPU, right? So there's hundreds of cores, or there's a bit over 100 cores, SMs on a GPU, and they were specifically scheduling, hey, which ones are running the model, which ones are doing all reduce, which one are doing all gather, right? And they would flip back and forth between them, and this requires extremely low-level programming.
This is what Nickel does automatically, or other NVIDIA libraries handle this automatically.
Yeah, exactly. And so they're using sort of like, think of it as like an assembly type language. It's not exactly that, or instruction set, right? Like coding directly to assembly instruction set. It's not exactly that, but that's still part of technically CUDA, but it's like, do I want to write Python, PyTorch equivalent and call NVIDIA libraries? Do I want to go down to C level, right? Or, code to lower level, or do I want to go all the way down to assembly or ISO level? And there are cases where you go all the way down there at the very big labs, but most companies do not do that, right? Because it's a waste of time, and the efficiency gains you get are not worth it. But DeepSeek's implementation is so complex, right? Especially with their mixture of experts, right? People have done mixture of experts, but they're generally 8 to 16 experts, right? And they activate 2. So, one of the words that we like use like sparsity factor, right? Or usage, right? So you might have 4, 1/4 of your model activate, right? And that's what Mistral's Mistral model, right? Their model that really catapulted them to like, oh my God, they're really, really good. OpenAI has also had models that are MOE, and so have all the other labs that are big or close. But what DeepSeek did that maybe only the leading labs have only just started recently doing is have such a high sparsity factor, right? It's not 1/4 of the model, right? 2 out of 8 experts activating every time you go through the model. It's 8 out of 256.
And there's different implementations for mixture of experts where you can have some of these experts that are always activated, which this just looks like a small neural network. And all the tokens go through that, and then they also go through some that are selected by this routing mechanism. And one of the innovations in DeepSeek's architecture is that they changed the routing mechanism in mixture of expert models. There's something called an auxiliary loss, which effectively means during training, you want to make sure that all of these execute across the passes that the model sees. Why there are failures in mixture of experts is that when you're doing this training, one objective is token prediction accuracy. And if you just let training go with a mixture of expert model on your own, it can be that the model learns to only use a subset of the experts. And in the MOE literature, there's something called the auxiliary loss, which helps balance them. But if you think about the loss functions of deep learning, this even connects to the bidder lesson, is that you want to have the minimum inductive bias of the model to let the model learn maximum. And this auxiliary loss, this balancing across experts, could be seen as in tension with the prediction accuracy of the tokens. So we don't know the exact extent that the DeepSeek MOE changed, which is instead of doing an auxiliary loss, an extra parameter in the routing, which after the batches, they update this parameter to make sure that the next batches all have a similar use of experts. And this type of change can be big, they can be small, but they add up over time. And this is the sort of thing that points to them innovating. And I'm sure all the labs that are training big MOEs are looking at this sort of thing to get away from auxiliary loss. Some of them might already use it. You keep accumulating gains. We'll talk about the philosophy of training and how you organize these organizations. And a lot of it is just compounding small improvements over time in data, in architecture, who's training, how they integrate with each other. DeepSeek does the same thing. Some of them are shared. A lot. We have to take them on face value that they share their most important details. And the architecture and the weights are out there, so we're seeing what they're doing, and it adds up.
Going back to sort of the efficiency complexity point, right? It's 32 versus 4, right? For Mistral and other MOE models that are publicly released. So this ratio is extremely high. Sort of what Nathan was getting at there was when you have such a different level of sparsity, you can't just have every GPU have the entire model, right? The model's too big, there's too much complexity there. So you have to split up the model with different types of parallelism, right? And so you might have different experts on different GPU nodes But now what happens when, this set of data that you get, hey, all of it looks like this one way and all of it should route to one part of my, model, right? So when all of it routes to one part of the model, then you can have this overloading of a certain set of the GPU resources or a certain set of the GPUs, and then the rest of the training network sits idle because all of the tokens are just routing to that. So this is the biggest complexity. One of the big complexities with running a very sparse mixture of experts model, i.e. This 32 ratio versus this 4 ratio, is that you end up with so many of the experts just sitting there idle. So how do I load balance between them? How do I schedule the communications between them? This is a lot of the extremely low level detailed work that they figured out in the public first and potentially second or third in the world, and maybe even first in some cases.
What lesson do you, in the direction of the better lesson, do you take from all of this? Where is this going to be the direction where a lot of the game is going to be, which is this kind of low level optimization? Or is this a short term thing where the biggest gains will be more on the algorithmic high level side, like post training? Is this like a short term leap because they figured out like a hack because constraints necessity from other convention, or is there still a lot of gains?
I think we should summarize what the bitter lesson actually is about. The bitter lesson, essentially, if you paraphrase it, is that the types of training that will win out in deep learning as we go are those methods that are scalable and learning certainty is what it calls out. And the scale word gets a lot of attention in this. The interpretation that I use is effectively to avoid adding human priors to your learning process. If you read the original essay, what it talks about is how researchers will try to come up with clever solutions to their specific problem that might get them small gains in the short term, while simply enabling these deep learning systems to work efficiently and for these bigger problems in the long term might be more likely to scale and continue to drive success. And therefore, we were talking about relatively small implementation changes to the mixture of experts model. And therefore, it's okay, we will need a few more years to know if one of these are actually really crucial to the bitter lesson. But the bitter lesson is really this long-term arc of how simplicity can often win. And there's a lot of sayings in the industry, like the models just want to learn. You have to give them the simple loss landscape where put compute through the model and they will learn. And getting barriers out of the way.
That's where the power of something like Nickel comes in, where standardized code that can be used by a lot of people to create sort of simple innovations at scale. Which is one of the hacks that I imagine that the code base for DeepSeek is probably Jackass.
I'm sure they have. DeepSeek definitely has code bases that are extremely messy, where they're testing these methods. Multi-head latent attention. Probably start in something like a Jupyter notebook, where somebody tries something on a few GPUs, and that is really messy. But the stuff that trains DeepSeek V3 and DeepSeek R1, those libraries, if you were to present them to us, I would guess are extremely high quality code.
Or high quality readable code.
Yeah, I think there is one aspect of note though, right? Is that there is the general ability for that to transfer across different types of runs, right? You may make really, really high quality code for one specific model architecture on one side. And then that is not transferable to, hey, when I make this architecture, everything's broken again, right? Like that's something that could be, with their specific low level coding of like scheduling SM is specific to this model architecture and size, right? And whereas like NVIDIA's collective library is more like, hey, it'll work for anything, right? You want to do an all reduce, great. I don't care what your model architecture is, it'll work. And you're giving up a lot of performance when you do that in many cases, but it's worthwhile for them to do the specific optimization for the specific run, given the constraints that they have regarding compute.
I wonder how stressful it is to these frontier models to train, like to have the code, to push the button that like you're now spending a large amount of money on training this. Like there must be a lot of innovation on the plugin stage of like making sure there's no issues in your monitoring, visualizing every aspect of the training, all that kind of stuff.
When people are training, they have all these various one is you're lost, right? It continues to go down, but in reality, especially with more complicated stuff like MOE, the biggest problem with it, or FP training, which is another innovation, going to a lower precision number format, i.e. less accurate, is that you end up with lost bytes, right? And no one knows why the lost byte happened. And for a long time, some of them are bad.
Can I give a choose example of what blew up our earlier models? Is a subreddit called Microwave Game. You like to count that out? It's a real thing. You can pull up Microwave Game. Essentially, it's a subreddit where everybody makes posts that are just the letter M. So it's like, so there's like extremely long sequences of the letter M, and then the comments are like, beep beep, this is from the microphone.
Yeah.
But if you pass this into a model that's trained to be a normal producing text, it's extremely high loss. Because normally you see an M, you don't predict M's for a long time. So like this is something that causes lots of big stress. But when you have like this is old, it's not freezing. And when you have more mature data systems, that's not the thing that causes the loss. And what Dylan is saying is true, but it's like it's levels.
With regards to stress, these people are like, you'll go out to dinner with like a friend that works at one of these apps, and they'll just be like looking at their phone every like 10 minutes, and they're not like, it's one thing if they're texting, but they're just like is the loss.
Yeah,
Okay.
focus for a second. Lost, not blown up. Then you're just walking.
And the heart rate goes up if there's a spike.
At some level, it's like normal, right? It'll recover back. Sometimes a lot of the whole strategy is like you just stop the run, restart from the old version, and then like change the data mix, and then it keeps going.
There are even different types of spikes. So Dirk Renefeld has a theory that it's like fast spikes and slow spikes, where there are sometimes where you're looking at the loss and your other parameters, you can see it start to creep up and then blow up, and that's really hard to recover from, so you have to go back much further. So you have the stressful period where it's flat or might start going up, you're like, what do I do? Whereas there are also loss spikes that it looks good, and then there's one spiky data point. What you can do is you just skip those. You see that there's a spike, that's okay, you throw the data, don't update the model, do the next one, and it'll recover quickly. But these trickier implementations, so as you get more complex in your architecture and you scale up to more GPUs, you have more potential for your loss blowing up. So it's like there's a distribution.
The whole idea of grokking also comes in, right? It's like just because it's slowed down from improving a loss doesn't mean it's not learning, because all of a sudden it could be like this and then it could just spike down and loss again because it truly learned something, right? And it took some time for it to learn that. It's not like a gradual process, right? And that's what humans are like, that's what models are like. So it's really a stressful task.
And the whole time with the dollar amount going up.
Every company has failed runs. You need failed runs to push them forward. So a lot of news cycles are made of X company had live failed run. Every company that's trying to push the frontier of AI has these. So yes, it's noteworthy because it's a lot of money and it can be week to month setback, but it is part of the process.
But how do you get, if you're DeepSeek, how do you get to a place where, holy shit, there's a successful combination of hyperparameters?
A lot of small failed runs.
It's just so rapid iteration for failed runs until
It's successful.
and then you build it from intuition like this mixture of expert works, and then this implementation of MLA works.
Key hyperparameters like learning rate and regularization, and things like this, and you find the regime that works for your code base. Talking to people at Frontier Labs, there's a story that you can tell where training language models is kind of a path that you need to follow. So you need to unlock the ability to train a certain type of model, a certain scale, and then your code base and your internal know-how of those hyperparameters work for you is kind of known. If you look at the DeepSeek papers and models, they've scaled up, they've added complexity, and it's just continuing to build the capabilities that they have.
There's the concept of the YOLO. So YOLO, you only live once. And what it is like, there's all this experimentation you do at the small scale, right? Research ablations, right? Like you have your Jupyter notebook where you're experimenting with MLA on like 3 GPUs or whatever, and you're doing all these different things like, hey, do I do 4 active experts, 128 experts? Do I arrange the experts this way? All these different model architecture things you're testing at a very small scale, right? A couple researchers, few GPUs, tens of GPUs, hundreds of GPUs, whatever it is. And then all of a sudden you're like, okay, guys, no more fucking around, right? No more fucking around. Everyone take all the resources we have. Let's pick what we think will work and just go for it, right? YOLO. And this is where that sort of stress comes in. Is like, well, I know it works here, but some things that work here don't work here, and some things that work here don't work down here, right? In this terms of scale, right? So researchers who just kind of like, have that innate gut instinct of like, this is the YOLO run, like, I'm looking at the data and this is it.
This is why you want to work in post training, because the GPU cost for training is lower, so you can make a higher percentage of your training runs available.
Yeah.
For now.
Yeah, for now.
Yeah, for now.
So some of this is fundamentally luck.
Luck is skill in many cases.
Yeah, I mean, it looks lucky, right?
But the hill to climb, if you're at one of these labs, you have an evaluation you're not crushing. There's a repeated playbook of how you improve things. There are localized improvements, there are data improvements, and these add up into the whole model is being much better. When you zoom in really close, it's really obvious that this model is just really bad at this thing, and we can fix it, and you just add these up. So some of it feels like luck, but on the ground, especially with these new reasoning models and talking to, so many ways that we can poke around, and normally it's that some of them give big improvements.
This is search space experience, right? And yet the amount of compute time you have is very low, and you have to hit release schedules. You have to not get blown past by everyone. Otherwise, what happened with DeepSeek, with crushing Meta, Mistral, and Cohere, and all these guys, they moved too slow, right? They maybe were too methodical. I don't know, they did the YOLO run, whatever the reason was. Maybe they weren't as skilled. Whatever, you can call it luck if you want, but at the end of the day, it's skill.
2025 year of the YOLO run. It seems like all the labs are like going in.
I think it's even more impressive what OpenAI did in 2022, right? At the time, no one believed in mixture of experts models, right? At Google, who had all the researchers, OpenAI had such little compute, and they devoted all of their compute for many months, right? All of it, 100%, for many months to GPT with a brand new architecture, with no belief that, hey, let me spend a couple $100 million, which is all of the money I have, on this model, right? That is truly YOLO, right? Now, people are like, all these like training run failures that are in the media, right? It's like, okay, great, but like actually, a lot of compute so much doing inference. I spent a bunch doing research constantly, and yes, my biggest cluster is training, but like on this YOLO run, but like that YOLO run is much less risky than like what OpenAI did in 2022, or maybe what DeepSeek did now, or sort of like, hey, we're just gonna throw everything.
The big winners throughout human history are elsewhere going to do YOLO at some point. Okay. What do we understand about the hardware?
DeepSeek is very interesting. And this is where it's like to take this zoom out of who they are, right? Highflyer is a hedge fund that has historically done quantitative trading in China as well as elsewhere, and they have always had a significant number of GPUs, right? In the past, a lot of these hypercomputer trading, algorithmic quant traders use FPGAs, but it's shifted to GPUs definitely, and there's both, right? But GPUs especially, and Highflyer, which is the hedge fund that owns DeepSeek, and everyone who works for DeepSeek is part of Highflyer to some extent, right? Same parent company, same owner, same CEO. They had all these resources and infrastructure for trading, and then they devoted a humongous portion of them to training models, both language models and other ones, right? Because these techniques were heavily AI influenced. More recently, people have realized, hey, trading with like even when you go back to like Renaissance and all these like quantitative firms, natural language processing is the key to like trading really fast, right? Understanding a press release and making the right trade, right? And so DeepSeek has always been really good at this. And even as far back as 2021, they have press releases and papers saying like, hey, we're the first company in China with an A100 cluster this large. It's 10,000 A100 GPUs, right? This is in 2021. Now, this wasn't all for training, large language models. Mostly for training models for their quantitative aspects or quantitative trading, as well as a lot of that was natural language processing, right? And so this is the sort of history, right? So verifiable fact is that in 2021 they built the largest Chinese cluster. At least they claim it was the largest cluster in China, 10,000 GPUs before it started. Yeah, they had a huge cluster before any conversation. So then you step it forward to like, what have they done over the last 4 years since then, right? Obviously, they've continued to operate the hedge fund, probably make tons of money. And the other thing is that they've leaned more and more into AI. The CEO, Yang Chengpeng, you're not going to be smiling as we discuss it. Right? The CEO, the all maybe a little bit more than half the company allegedly, right? Is an extremely like Elon Jensen kind of figure where he's just like involved in everything, right? And so over that time period, he's
lead on this sort of ecosystem because historically the Western countries have led on software ecosystems and straight up acknowledges like in order to do this, we need to do something different. This way of doing this. Some of the translated interviews are the
He and the interviews.
yeah.
I think you would do a Western in or no? Or is there controls on
There
that?
hasn't been one yet, but
Okay.
I would try it.
I just got trying to translate, so it's great. This is a push.
Um,
So fascinating figure, engineer, pushing forward into AI, leveraging the success from African trade.
very direct quotes. We will not switch to closed source when asked all this stuff. He's very long-term motivated in how the ecosystem of AI should work, and from a Chinese perspective, he wants a Chinese company to build this vision.
So this is sort of like the quote unquote visionary behind the company, right? This hedge fund still exists, right? This fund different. And so DeepSeek is the sort of slowly he got turned to this full view of like AI, everything about this, right? But at some point it slowly maneuvered and he made DeepSeek. And DeepSeek has done multiple models since then. They've acquired more and more GPUs. They share infrastructure with the fund, right? And so, there is no exact number of public GPU resources that they have, but besides this 10,000 GPUs that they bought in 2021, right? And they were fantastically profitable, right? And then this paper claims they did only 2,000 H800 GPUs, which are a restricted GPU that was previously allowed in China, but no longer allowed in this new version. But it's basically NVIDIA's H100 for China, right? And there's some restrictions on it, specifically around the communications speed, the interconnect speed, right? Which is why they had to do this crazy SM, scheduling thing, right? So going back to that, right? It's like this is obviously not true in terms of their total GPU count.
Obvious and failed was abused before this training run. Do you think 2,000 is the correct number or not?
So this is where it takes, a significant amount of sort of like zoning in, right? Like, what do you call your training run, right? You count all of the research manipulations that you ran, right? Picking all this stuff, because yes, you can do a YOLO run, but at some level you have to do the test at the small scale, and then you have to do some tests at medium scale before you go to a large scale.
Accepted practice is that for any given model that is a notable advancement, you're going to do 2 to 4x compute of the full training run in experiments.
So a lot of the compute that's being scaled up is probably used in large part at this time for research.
Yeah, and research we get the new ideas that let you get huge efficiency.
Research gets you O1. Research gets you practice.
So some of the pricing strategy that we'll discuss has the research baked into the price.
So the numbers that DeepSeek specifically said publicly, right, are just the 10,000 GPUs for 2021, and then 2,000 GPUs for only the pre-training for V30. They did not discuss cost on R1. They did not discuss cost on all the other RL, right, for this instruct model that they made, right? They only discussed the pre-training for the base model, and they did not discuss anything on research inflation. And they do not talk about any of the resources that are shared in terms of, hey, the fund is using all these GPUs, right? And we know that they're very profitable and they had 10,000 GPUs in 2021. So the some of the research that we've found is that we actually believe they have closer to 50,000 GPUs.
Please send me an answer. So we should say that you're one of the more experts in figuring out what everybody's doing in terms of the semiconductor, in terms of cluster build-outs, in terms of like who's doing what in terms of the training runs. Yeah, so that's okay. Go ahead.
We believe they actually have something closer to 50,000. Right? Now this is split across many caps, right? Again, the fund. Research and ablation for ballpark how much we're doing AI or Anthropic.
I think the clearest example we have Meta is also open. They talk about a quarter of 60K to 100K in their training cluster.
Right. So like on the 3, they traded on 16,000 right? But the company of Meta last year publicly disclosed they bought like 400,000.
Yeah.
Right. So of course, tiny percentage on the training. Again, like most of it is like serving me the best Instagram reels, right? Or whatever, right?
I mean, we could get into a cost of like, what is the cost of ownership for a 2,000 GPU cluster, 10,000? Like, there's just different sizes of companies that can afford these things, and DeepSeek is reasonably big. Right? Their compute allocation is one of the top in the world. It's not OpenAI and Anthropic, etc., but they have a lot.
Can you generalize with the similar and also talk about the Hopper architecture, the NVIDIA Hopper GPU architecture, the difference between H100 and H800 that you mentioned, which connects.
Yeah, so there's, Ampere was A100 and then H100 Hopper, right? People use them synonymously in the US because really there's just H100 and now there's H200, right? Same thing, mostly. In China, they're different salvos of export. So initially, the U.S. got limited on a two-factor split, right, which is chip interconnect versus flops, right? So any chip that has interconnects above a certain level and flops version above a certain level was restricted. Later, the government realized that this was a flaw in the restriction, and they cut it down to just floating point operations. And so, H800 had high phosphorus and indication. Exactly. So the H800 was the same performance as H100 on flops, right? But it didn't have it just had the interconnect bandwidth cut. DeepSeek knew how to utilize this. Hey, even though we're cut back on the interconnect, we can do all this fancy stuff to figure out how to use the GPU fully anyways, right? And so that was back in October 2022. But later in 2023, end of 2023, implemented in 2024, the U.S. government banned the H800, right? And so, by the way, this H800 cluster, these 2,000 GPUs, not even purchased in 2024, right? They're purchased in late 2023. And they're just getting the model out now, right? Because it takes a lot of research, etc. H800 was banned, and now there's a new chip called the H20. The H20 is cut back on only flops, but the interconnect bandwidth is the same. And in fact, in some ways, it's better than the H100 because it has better memory bandwidth and memory capacity. So there are, NVIDIA is working within the constraints of what the government says, and then builds the best possible GPU for China.
Can we take this extra tangent and we'll return back to the hardware? Is the philosophy, the motivation, the case for export controls? What is it? Dario Amadej published a blog post about export controls. The case he makes is that if AI becomes super powerful, he says by 2026 we'll have AGI or super powerful AI, and that's going to give a significant, whoever builds that will have a significant military advantage. And so, because the United States is a democracy, and as he says, China is authoritarian or has authoritarian elements, you want a uniform world with a super powerful military because of the AI is one that's a democracy. It's a much more complicated world geopolitically when you have two superpowers with super powerful AI and one is authoritarian. So that's the case he makes. And so we want to the United States wants to use export controls to slow down, make sure that China can't do these gigantic training runs that will be presumably required for AGI.
This is very abstract. I think this can be the goal of how some people describe export controls is the super powerful AI. And you touched on the training run idea. There's not many worlds where China cannot train AI models. Export controls are decapping the amount of compute or the density of compute that China can have. And if you think about the AI ecosystem right now, as all of these AI companies, revenue numbers are up and to the right. If AI usage is just continuing to grow, more GPUs are going to be. A large part of export controls, if it works, is just that the amount of AI that can be run in China is going to be much lower. So on the training side, DeepSeek V3 is a great example. You have a very focused team that can still get the frontier of AI. This 2,000 GPUs is not that hard to get, all considering in the world. They're still going to have those GPUs. They're still going to be able to train models. But if there's going to be a huge market for AI, if you have strong export controls, and you want to have 100,000 GPUs just serving the equivalent of ChatGPT customers, with good export controls, it also just makes it so that AI can be used much less. And I think that is a much easier goal to achieve than trying to debate on what AGI is. And if you have these extremely intelligent autonomous AIs and data centers, like those are the things that can be running in these GPU clusters in the United States, but not in China. To some extent, training a model does effectively nothing, right? Like you have to have a model. The thing that Dario was sort of speaking to is the implementation of that model, once trained, to then create huge economic growth, huge increases in military capabilities, huge increases in productivity of people, betterment of lives, whatever you want to direct super powerful AI towards, you can. But that requires a significant amount of compute, right? And so the U.S. government has effectively said, and forever, right? Like training will always be a portion of the total compute. We mentioned
Meta's 400,000 GPUs, only 60,000 getting Llama, right? So the percentage that Meta's dedicating to inference, now this might be for recommendation systems that are trying to hack our mind into spending more time watching more ads, or if it's for a super powerful AI that's doing productive things. It doesn't matter about the exact use that our economic system aside. It's that can be delivered in whatever way you want. Whereas with China, right, your export restriction is great. You're never going to be able to cut everything, right? And that's like, I think that's quite well understood by the U.S. government, is that you can't cut everything off. And they'll make their own chips. And they're trying to make their own chips. They'll be worse than ours. But, the whole point is to keep a gap, right? And therefore, at some point, as the AI, in a world where 2-3% economic growth, this is really dumb, by the way, right? To cut off, high tech and not make money off of it. But in a world where super powerful AI comes about and then starts creating significant changes in society, which is what all the AI leaders and big tech companies believe. I think super powerful AI is going to change society massively, and therefore, this compounding effect of the difference in compute is really important. There's some sci-fi out there where like AI is like measured in the power of how much power is compute, right? Or how much is being, that's sort of a way of thinking about what the economic output is, just how much power you directing towards that AI.
So we talk about reasoning models as a way that this might be actionable as something that people can actually see. So the reasoning models that are coming out with R1 and O1, they're designed to use more compute. There's a lot of fuzzy words in the AI community about this: test time compute, inference time compute, whatever. But Dylan has good research on this. You can get to those specific numbers on the ratio of training models. You can look at things about the amount of compute used to train. The OpenAI announcements and releases. Announcements are essentially blog posts where you pat yourself on the back and you change the point, which is that the breaks, which is the abstract reasoning corpus, a task for artificial general intelligence. Francois Chalet is the guy. It's a multi-year-old paper, really benchmark. And the number for OpenAI 03 is a lot of GPUs. If it doesn't get take off in the US, OpenAI needs a ton of GPUs on inference to capture this. They have this OpenAI ChatGPT Pro subscription, which is $3 a month,
Which then said they're losing money on.
which means that people are burning a lot of GPUs on inference. And I signed up with it, I played with it, I don't think I'm a power user, but I use it. That is the thing that a Chinese company with immediately strong export controls and roads and loopholes might not be able to do it. And if that, the main result of O3 is also a spectacular coding performance, and if that feeds back into AI companies being able to experiment with that.
So presumably the idea is for an AGI, a much larger fraction of compute will be used for this test time compute for the reasoning. So the AGI goes into a room and thinks about how to take over the world, and then come back in 2.7 hours.
This is what
it's going to take a lot of compute.
this is what people like CEOs or leaders of OpenAI probably talk about, is autonomous AI models, which is you give them a task and they work on it in the background. My personal definition of an AGI is much simpler. I think like models are a form of AGI, and all of this super powerful stuff is a next step that's great if we get these tools. The language model has so much value in so many domains. It's a general intelligence. But this next step of agentic things where they're independent and they can do tasks that aren't in the training data is what the few-year outlook that these AI companies are driving towards.
I think the terminology here, the Dario uses super powerful AI. So I agree with you on the AGI. I think we already have something like it's exceptionally impressive. The Alan Turing one for sure says AGI, but he's referring more to once in possession of that you have significant military and geopolitical advantage over other nations. It's not just like you can ask him how to cook an omelet.
And he has a much more positive view, and as I say, machines of love and grace read into this, that they don't have enough background in physical sciences to gauge exactly how confident I am if AI is revolutionary biology, but I'm safe saying that AI is going to accelerate the progress of any computational science.
So we're doing a depth first search here on topics, taking tangent on tangent. So let's continue on that depth first search. You said that you're both feeling AGI. So what's your timeline? Dario's 2026. But the super powerful AI that's basically agentic to a degree where it's a real security threat. That level of AGI. What's your timeline?
I don't like to attribute specific abilities because predicting specific abilities and when is very hard. I think mostly if you're going to say that I'm feeling an AGI is that I expect continued rapid surprising progress over the next few years. So something like R1 is less surprising to me from DeepSeek because I expect there to be new paradigms for substantial progress to be made. DeepSeek R1 is so unsettling because we're kind of on this path with ChatGPT. It's getting better, it's getting better, it's getting better. And then we have a new direction for changing models, and it took one step like this. It took a step up. So it looks like it really fast and slow, and then we're going to take more steps. So it's really unsettling when you have these big steps. And I expect that to keep happening. I've tried OpenAI Operator, I've tried Claude interviews. They're not there yet. I understand the idea, but it's just so hard to predict what is the breakthrough that'll make something like that work. And I think it's more likely that we have breakthroughs that work in things that we don't know what to do. So everyone wants agents. Dario is very eloquent way of describing this. And I just think that there's going to be more than that. So just expect these things to come.
I'm going to have to try to pin you down to a date on that AGI timeline. Like the nuclear weapon moment. So the moment where on the geopolitical stage, there's a real, because we're talking about export controls. When do you think, just even if not a date, when do you think that? Like for me, it's probably after 2030. I'm not
That's
asking.
what I was saying.
Right? Because to me, it kind of almost has already happened, right? You look at elections, people get AI voice coders. I think they're talking to the politician, right? The AI diffusion rules, which was enacted in the last couple of weeks of the Biden admin, it looks like the Trump admin will keep and potentially even strengthen, limit cloud computing and GPU sales to countries that are not even related to. This is
Portugal and all these normal countries are on the U.S. list.
Like you have to go on like all these countries that are allies, right? Singapore, right? Like they freaking have F-35s if you don't let them buy GPU. Like this to me is already to the scale of
Well, that just means that the U.S. military is getting nervous about this technology. That doesn't mean the technology is already there. So, they might be just very cautious about this thing that they don't quite understand. That's a really good point. The robocalls, swarms of semi-intelligent bots could be a weapon. Could be doing a lot of social engineering.
I mean, there's tons of talk about the 2016 elections, like Cambridge Analytica and all this stuff, Russian influence. I mean, every country in the world is pushing stuff onto the internet and has everything they want, right? Like that's every technically competent, whether it's Russia, China, US, Israel, etc. Right? People are pushing viewpoints onto the internet en masse, and language models crash the cost of very intelligence out there.
There's some research that shows that the distribution is actually working better. So language models haven't yet made disinformation particularly changed the equation there. The internet is still ongoing. I think there's a lot of AI snake oil and some cryptocurrency network and stuff. So there is research. It's a default that everyone assumes, but I would have thought the same thing, is that misinformation is going to get far worse with language models. I think in terms of internet posts and things that people have been measuring, it hasn't been a exponential increase or something extremely magical. And things you're talking about with voice calls and stuff like that, it could be in modalities that are hard to measure. So it's something that it's too soon to know in terms of. I think that's political instability via the web is it's monitored by a lot of researchers to see what's happening. If you're asking about the AGI thing, if I maybe give a year, I'm going to be like, hey, I have AI CEOs saying this, they've been saying 2 years for a while. I think that people like Dario and Anthropic, the CEO, have thought about this so deeply. I need to take their word seriously, but also understand they have different incentives. So I'd be add a few years to that. Just they get something similar to 2030 or whatever.
30. I think to some extent we have capabilities that hit a certain point where any one person can say, oh, okay, if I can leverage those capabilities for X amount of time, this is AGI, right? Call it 27, 28. But then the cost of actually operating that capability, this is going to be so extreme that no one can actually deploy at scale and mass to actually completely revolutionize the economy and click them with a snap of the fingers. So I don't think it will be like a snap of the fingers moment.
Physical constraint.
Rather, it'll be the capability deployed everywhere, right? And so one simple example going back sort of to 2023 was when Bing with GPT-4 came out. Everyone was freaking out about search, right? Perplexity came out. If you did the cost on like, hey, implementing GPT-3 into every Google search, it was like, oh, okay, this is just like physically impossible to implement, right? And as we start going back to the test type computing, right? A query or you ask ChatGPT a question, it costs cents, right? For the most capable model of chat, right? To get a query back. To solve an Arc AGI problem, though, costs $5 to $20, right? And this is
only going up from there.
This is 1,000, 10,000 X factor difference in cost to respond to a query versus do a task. And the task of Arc AGI, it's not like it's to some extent, but it's also like, what are the tasks that we want AGI, quote unquote, what we have today can be Arc AGI. 3 years from now, it could do much more complicated problems, but the cost is going to be measured in thousands and thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars of GPU time, and there just won't be enough power, infrastructure to operate this and therefore shift everything in the world on the snap of a finger. But at that moment, who gets to control and point the AGI at the test? And so this was in Dario's post that he's like, hey, China can effectively and more quickly than us point their AGI at military tasks, right? And they have been, in many ways, faster at adopting certain new technologies into their military, right? Especially with regards to drones, right? The U.S. maybe has a long-standing, large air sort of, fighter jet type of thing, bombers, but when it comes to asymmetric arms such as drones, they've completely leapfrogged the U.S. and the West. And the fear that Dario is sort of pointing out there, I think, is that, yeah, great, we'll have AGI for the commercial sector. The U.S. military won't be able to implement it super fast. Chinese military could, and they could direct all their resources implementing it in the military, and therefore solving, military logistics and solving some other aspect of like disinformation for targeted certain set of people that they could flip a country's politics or something like that is actually like catastrophic. Versus, the U.S. just wants to, because it'll be more capitalistically allocated, just towards whatever is the highest return of income, which might be like building, factories better or whatever.
So everything I've seen, people's intuitions seem to fail on robotics. So you have this kind of general optimism. I've seen this on self-driving cars. People think it's much easier problem than it is. Similar with drones. Here I understand a little bit less, but I've just seen the reality of the war in Ukraine and the usage of drones on both sides. And it seems that humans still far outperform any fully autonomous systems. AI is an assistant, like humans drive FPV drone, where humans control most of it, just far outperforms AI systems. So I think it's not obvious to me that we're going to have swarms of autonomous robots anytime soon in the military context. Maybe the fastest I can imagine is 2030, which is why I said 2030 for the super powerful AI. Whenever you have large scale swarms of robots doing military actions, that's when the world just starts to look different to me. So that's the thing I'm really worried about. But there could be cyber war type of technologies that from social engineering to actually just swarms of robots that find attack vectors in our code bases and shut down power grids, that kind of stuff. And it could be one of those things like on any given weekend or something, power goes out, nobody knows why, and the world changes forever. Just power going out for 2 days in all of the United States. That would be murder, it's chaos. But going back to export control, do you see that as a useful way to control the balance of power geopolitically in the context of AI?
And I think going back to my point is, if you believe we're in this sort of stage of economic growth and change, that we've been in for the last 20 years, the export controls are absolutely guaranteeing that China will win long term, right? If you do not believe AI is going to make significant changes to society in the next 10 years or 5 years, right? Five-year timelines are sort of what more executives and such of AI companies and even big tech companies believe, but even 10-year timelines, you know, is reasonable. But once you get to, hey, these timelines are below that time period, then the only way to sort of like create a sizable advantage or disadvantage for America versus China is if you constrain compute, because talent is not really something that's constrained, right? China arguably has more talent, right? More STEM graduates, more programmers. The U.S. can draw upon the world people, which it does. There's tons of, you know, foreigners in the AI industry.
Too many of these AI teams are all people without a U.S. passport.
Yeah, I mean, many of them are Chinese people moving to America, right? And that's great. That's exactly what we want, right? But there's that talent is one aspect, but I don't think that's one that is a measurable advantage for the U.S. or not. It truly is just whether or not compute, right? Now, even on the compute side, when we look at chips versus data centers, right? China has the unprecedented ability to build ridiculous sums of power, clockwork, right? They're always building more and more power. They've got steel mills that like individually are the size of the entire U.S. industry, right? And they've got aluminum mills that consume gigawatts and gigawatts of power, right? And when we talk about what's the biggest data center, right? OpenAI made this huge thing about Stargate, their announcement there. That's like once it's fully built out in a few years, it'll be 2 gigawatts, right, of power, right? And this is still smaller than the largest, you know, industrial facilities in China. But China, if they wanted to build the largest data center in the world, if they had access, could. So it's just a question of when, not if, right?
So their industrial capacity far exceeds the United States.
Exactly.
Their manufacturing capacity.
Yeah.
So why? So long term, they're going to be manufacturing chips then.
Chips are a little bit more specialized. I'm specifically referring to the data centers, right? Chips fast take huge amounts of power. Don't get me wrong. That's not necessarily the gating factor there. The gating factor on how fast people can build the largest clusters today in the U.S. is power, right? It is whether it's, you know, it could be power generation, power transmission, substations, and all these sorts of transformers and all these things. Building a data center, these are all constraints on the U.S. industry's ability to build larger and larger training systems, as well as deploy more and more infrastructure.
I think we need to make a point clear on why the time is now for people that don't think about this, because essentially export controls are making it so China cannot make or get cutting edge chips. And the idea is that if you time this wrong, China is pouring a ton of money into their chip production, and if you time it wrong, they are going to have more capacity for production, more capacity for energy, and figure out how to make the chips and have more capacity than the rest of the world to make the chips, because everybody can buy it. They're going to sell their Chinese chips to everybody. They might subsidize them, and therefore, if AI takes a long time to become differentiated, we have the financial performance for both companies. NVIDIA can sell less. TSMC cannot sell to China, so therefore we have less demand to therefore inevitably like keep driving the production cycle. So that's the assumption behind the timing being less than 10 years or 5 years above, right? China will win because of these restrictions long term, unless AI does something in the short term, which I believe AI will do, you know, make massive changes to society in the medium and short term, right? And so that's the big unlocker there. And even today, right? If Xi Jinping decided to get, you know, quote unquote scale built, right? I.e., decide that scaling laws are what matters, right? Just like U.S. executives like Satya Nadella, and Mark Zuckerberg, and Sundar, and all these U.S. executives of the biggest, most powerful tech companies have decided they're scale built, and they're building multi-gigawatt data centers, right? Whether it's in Texas, Louisiana, or Wisconsin, wherever it is, they're building these massive things that cost as much as their entire budget for spending on data centers globally in one spot, right? This is what they've committed to for next year, year after, et cetera. And so they're so convinced that this is the way, that this is what they're doing. But if China decided to, they could do it faster than this. But this is where the restrictions come in. It is not clear that China as a whole has decided, you know, from the highest levels that this is a priority. The U.S. sort of has, right? You see Trump talking about DeepSeek and Stargate within the same week, right? So
and the Biden admin as well had a lot of discussions about AI and such. It's clear that they think about it. Only just last week did DeepSeek meet the second in command of China, right? Like they have not even met the top people, right? They haven't met Xi. She hasn't set down, and they only just released a subsidy of $1 trillion RMB, roughly $160 billion, which is closer to the spending of like Microsoft and Meta and Google combined, right, for this year. So it's like they're realizing it just now. But that's where these export restrictions come in and say, hey, you can't ship the most powerful US chips to China. You can ship a cut down version. You can't ship the most powerful chips to all these countries who we know are just going to rent it to China. You have to look at the numbers, right, and the tools. And same with manufacturing, deepening tools, all these different aspects. But it all stems from AI and what downstream can slow them down in the end. And so the entire semiconductor restrictions, you read them, they're very clear. It's about AI and military civil fusion of technology, right? It's very clear. And then from there it goes, oh, well, we're banning them from buying like lithography tools and etch tools and deposition tools and, oh, this random subsystem from a random company that's like tiny, right? Like, why are we banning this? Because all of it, the U.S. government has decided is critical to AI systems.
I think the fulcrum point is like the transition from 7 nanometer to 5 nanometer chips, where I think it was Huawei that had the 7 nanometer chip a few years ago. It caused another political brouhaha, almost like this moment. And then it's the ASML deep UV, like
Extreme ultraviolet lithography. Just that context on the chips, right? What Nathan's referring to is in 2020, Huawei released their Ascend 910 chip, which was an AI chip, first run on 7 nanometer, before Google did, before NVIDIA did. And they submitted it to the MLPerf benchmark, which is sort of an industry standard for machine learning performance benchmark. And it did quite well. And it was the best chip at the submission, right? This was a huge deal. The Trump admin, of course, banned in 2019, right, banned the Huawei from getting 7 nanometer chips from TSMC, and so then they had to switch to using internal domestically produced chips, which was a multi-year setback.
Many companies have done 7 nanometer chips, and the question is like, we don't know how much Huawei was subsidizing production of that chip. Like Intel has made 7 nanometer chips that are not profitable, and things like that. So this is how it all feeds back into the economic engine of export.
Well, so you're saying that for now, Susan Bing has not felt the BGI, but it feels like the DeepSeek moment might, like, there might be meetings going on now where they'll start wearing the same T-shirt and things are going to escalate.
I mean, this, he may have woken up last week, right? Yang Feng met the the second command guy, and they had a meeting. And then the next day, they announced the AI subsidies for $1 trillion RMB, right?
So it's possible that this DeepSeek moment is truly the beginning of the Cold War.
That's what a lot of people are worried about. People in AI have been worried that this is going towards the Cold War, or already is.
There's that DeepSeek's fault. There's something, a bunch of factors came together where there's this explosion. And it all has to do with the biggest It's just some kind of area that happened that eventually led to Xi Jinping having meetings and waking up and saying,
And the U.S. government realized in October 7th, 2022, before ChatGPT released, that restriction on October 7th was dropped and shocked everyone. And it was very clearly aimed at AI. Everyone was like, what the heck are you doing? And
And distribution without that.
not ChatGPT. Yeah, but not ChatGPT. So it was like started to be rumblings of what Gen AI can do for society. But it was very clear, I think, to at least like National Security Council and those sort of folks that this was where the world is headed, this Cold War that's happening.
So, is there any concerns that the export controls push China to take military action on Taiwan?
This is the big risk, right? The further you push China away from having access to cutting edge American and global technologies, the more likely they are to say, well, because I can't access it, I might as well, like, no one should access it, right? And there's a few like interesting aspects of that, right? Like, China has a urban-rural divide like no other. They have a male-female birth ratio like no other. To the point where you look in most of China, it's like the ratio's not that bad, but when you look at single dudes in rural China, it's like a 30-to-1 ratio. And those are disenfranchised dudes, right? Like, quote unquote, like the U.S. has an incel problem, like China does too. It's just they're collecting it in some way or crushed down. What do you do with these people? And at the same time, you're not allowed to access the most important technology dump subsidies in it, right? They thought EVs and renewables were the most important technology. They dominate that now, right? Now they started thinking about that about semiconductors in the late 2010s and early 2020s, and now they've been dumping money and they're catching up rapidly. And they're going to do the same with AI, right? Because they're very talented, right? So the question is like, when does and if China sees this as, hey, they can continue, if not having access of starting a true hot war, right, taking over Taiwan, or trying to subvert its democracy in some way, or blockading it, hurts the rest of the world far more than hurts them. This is something they could potentially do, right? And so is this pushing them towards that? Potentially, right? I'm not quite a geopolitical person, but it's obvious that the world regime peace and like trade is super awesome for economics. But at some point it could break, right?
I think we should comment that why Chinese economy is hurt by that is that they're export heavy. The United States buys so much, like if that comes away, like that's how their economy.
Well, also they just like would not be able to import raw materials from like all over the world, right? The U.S. would just shut down Sri Lanka, and like at the same time, the U.S. entire like you could argue almost all the GDP growth in America since the 70s has been either population growth or tech, right? Because your life today is not that much better than someone from the 80s outside of tech, right? You still cars, they all have semiconductors in them everywhere. Bridges, semiconductors everywhere. There's these funny stories about how Russians were taking apart laundry machines because they had certain like Texas Instruments chips that they could then repurpose and put into like their anti-missile things, right? Like their S-400 or whatever. And you would know more about this, but there's all sorts of like everything about every part of our lives.
So can you explain the role of TSMC, the story of semiconductors, and maybe also how the United States can break the reliance on TSMC?
I don't think it's necessarily breaking the reliance. I think it's getting TSMC to build in the U.S. But so taking a step back, right? TSMC produces most of the world's chips, right? Especially on the foundry side. There's a lot of companies that build their own chips. Samsung, Intel, ST Micro, Texas Instruments, Analog Devices. All these kinds of companies build their own chips. NXP, but more and more of these companies are outsourcing to TSMC and have been for multiple decades.
Can you explain the supply chain there, where most of TSMC is in terms of manufacturing?
Sure. So historically, supply chain was companies would build their own chips. They would, the company started, they built their own chips, and they designed the chip and built the chip and sell it. Over time, this became really difficult because the cost of building a fab continues to compound every single generation. Of course, figuring out the technology for it is incredibly difficult regardless, but just the dollars and cents that are required, ignoring, saying, hey, yes, I have all the technical capability, which it's really hard to get that, by the way, right? Intel's failing, Samsung's failing, etc. But if you look at just the dollars to spend to build that next generation fab, it keeps growing, right? Sort of like, Moore's law is halving the cost of chips every 2 years. Then there's a separate law that's sort of like doubling the cost of fabs every handful of years. And so you look at a leading edge fab that is going to be profitable today, that's building 3 nanometer chips or 2 nanometer chips in the future, that's going to cost north of $30-40 billion, right? And that's just for like a token amount. That's for that's like the base building block. You're trying to build multiple, right? And so when you look at the industry over the last, if I go back 20-30 years ago, there were 20-30 companies that could build the most advanced chips, and then they would design them themselves or something, right? So companies like AMD would build their own chips. Intel, of course, still builds their own chips for their names. Where IBM would build their own chips. You could keep going down the list. All these companies built their own chips. Slowly, they kept falling like flies. And that's because of what TSMC did, right? They created the foundry business model, which is, I'm not going to design any chips. I'm just going to contract manufacture chips for other people. And one of their early customers, right? NVIDIA is the only semiconductor company that's worth, that's doing more than $1 billion of revenue. That was started in the era of foundry, right? Every other company started before that and at some point had fabs, which is actually incredible, right? Like AMD and Intel and Broadcom.
Such a great fact.
It's like everyone had fabs at some point, or some companies like Broadcom was like a merger amalgamation of various companies that rolled up. But even today, Broadcom has fabs, right? They built an iPhone RF radio chips sort of in Colorado for Apple, right? Like there's all these companies have fabs, and for most of the fabs, they threw them away or sold them off software. They got rolled into something else. And now everyone relies on TSMC, right? Including Intel. Their latest PC chip uses TSMC chips, right? It also uses some Intel chips, but it uses TSMC process.
Can you explain why the foundry model is so successful for these companies? Why is it going?
Economies of scale.
Yeah, so I mean, like I mentioned, right, the cost of building a fab is so high. The R&D is so difficult. And when you look at like these like companies that have their own vertical stack, there was an antiquated process of like, okay, like I'm so hyper customized to each specific chip, right? But as we've gone through the history of sort of like the last 50 years of electronics and semiconductors, you need more and more specialization, right? Because Moore's law has died, Dennard scaling has died, i.e. chips are not getting better just for free, right? You know, from manufacturing, you have to make real architectural innovations, right? Google is not just running on Intel CPUs for web servers. They have a YouTube chip, they have GPUs, they have Pixel chip, they have a wide diversity of chips that generate all the economic value of Google, right? I mean, it's running all the services and stuff. And it's just Google, and you could go across any company in the industry and service, right? Cars contain 5,000 chips, 200 different varieties, right? All these random things. The Tesla door handle has 2 chips, right? Like it's like ridiculous. And it's a cool door handle, right? It's like, you don't think about it. It's like, it has 2 really chip like penny like chips in it, right? Anyway, so as you have more diversity of chips, as you have more specialization required, and the cost of fabs continues to grow, you need someone who is laser focused on building the best process technology and making it as flexible as possible.
I think you can say it simply like this: the cost per fab goes up, and if you are a small player that makes a few types of chips, you're not going to have the demand to pay back the cost of the fab. Whereas NVIDIA can have many different customers and aggregate all its demand into one place, and then they're the only person that makes enough money building chips to build the next fab. So this is kind of why the companies slowly get killed, because they have 10 years ago a chip that is profitable and is good enough, but the cost to build the next one goes up. They may try to do this, fail because they don't have the money to make it work, and then they don't have the chips, or they build it and it's too expensive to make the startup.
Or they run it, there's more failure points, right? You have one little process related to like some sort of like chemical etch or some sort of like plasma etch or some little process that screws up. You didn't engineer it right, and now the whole company falls apart. You can't make chips, right? And so super powerful companies like Intel, they had like the weathering storm to like, hey, they still exist today, even though they really screwed up their manufacturing 6-7 years ago. But in the case of like AMD, they almost went bankrupt. They sold their fabs to Mubadala, UAE, right? And like that became a separate company called Global Foundries. And then AMD was able to then focus on the return back up, was like, hey, let's focus on making chiplets and a bunch of different chips for different markets, and focusing on specific workloads rather than all of these different things. And so you get more diversity of chips. You have more companies than ever designing chips, but you have fewer companies than ever manufacturing them, right? And this is where TSMC comes in. They've just been the best, right? They are so good at it, right? They're customer focused. They make it easy for you to fabricate your chips. They take all of that complexity and kind of try to extract a lot of it away from you. They make good money. They don't make insane money, but they make good money. And they're able to aggregate all this demand and continue to build the next fab, the next fab, the next fab.
So why is Taiwan so special for TSMC? Why is it happening there? Can it be replicated inside the United States?
Yeah, so there's aspects of it that I would say yes, and aspects that I would say no, right? TSMC is way ahead because former executive Morris Chang of Texas Instruments wasn't promoted to CEO, and he's like, screw this, I'm going to go make my own chip company, right? And he went to Taiwan and did TSMC, right? And there's a whole lot more story there. So he could have been Texas Instruments, could have been TSMC, but Texas semiconductor manufacturing, right? Instead of Texas Instruments, right? But so there is that whole story there.
But sitting here in Texas,
I mean, and that sounds like a human story that can get promoted.
Just the brilliance of Morris Chang, which I wouldn't underplay. But there's also the level of how this works, right? So in Taiwan, the top percent of graduates, students that go to the best school, which is NTU, the top percent of those fall $80,000, $70,000, right? Which is that's starting pay for the good graduates, right? Not the top. The top graduates are making hundreds of thousands of dollars at the Googles and the Amazons, and now I guess the OpenAIs of the world, right? So there is a large dichotomy of what is the top 1% of the society doing and where are they headed because of economic reasons, right? Intel never paid back, basically, right? And it didn't make sense to them, right? That's one aspect, right? Where is the best going? Second is the work ethic, right? Like, we like to work, we work a lot, but at the end of the day, when there's what is the time and amount of work that you're doing, and what does a fab require, right? Fabs are not working. Go into the fab, really quick, right? There's hey, if there is any amount of vibration, right, an earthquake happens, vibrates the machines. They're all, they're either broken, you've scrapped some of your production, and then in many cases they're like not calibrated properly. So when TSMC, when there's an earthquake, right? Recently there's been an earthquake. TSMC doesn't call their employees. They just go to the fab, and like they just show up, the parking lot gets slammed, and people just go into the fab and fix it, right? Like it's like an arm. It's like type of dance doesn't get told by the people who do. The dance specializes on one task, and it's like you're going to take this one tool, and you're the best person in the world, and this is what you're going to do for your whole life. Is this one, just like some special chemistry plus manufacturing on one line of tools that continues to get iterated. And yeah, it's like specific plasma for removing silicon dioxide. Right? That's all you focus your whole career, and it's like specialized. And so the tasks are transferable. I think today is awesome because like people can pick it up like that. Semiconductor manufacturing is very antiquated and difficult. None of the materials are online for people to read easily and learn. Right, the papers are very dense, and like it takes a lot of experience to learn. And so it makes the barrier to entry much higher too. So when you talk about, hey, you have all these people that are super specialized, they will work, 80 hours a week in a factory, right, in a fab. And if anything goes wrong, they'll go show up in the middle of the night because some earthquake. They're like, there's an earthquake. And he's like, great, I'm going to go to the fab. It's like, would you, like, as an American do that, right? It's like these sorts of things are like what, I guess are the exemplifying like why TSMC is so good. Can you replicate it in the US? Let's not ignore Intel was the leader in manufacturing for over 20 years. They brought every technology to market first, besides silicon, gates, FinFET. The list goes on and on and on of technologies that Intel brought to market first, made the most money from, and manufactured at scale first, best, highest profit margins, right? So we shouldn't ignore that Intel can't do this, right? It's that the culture has broken, right? You've invested in the wrong things. It's like they had all these different things regarding like mismanagement of staff, mismanagement of design, with lockups, right? And at the same time, all these brilliant people, right? These like 50,000 PhDs, or masters that have been working on specific chemical or physical processes or nano manufacturing processes for decades. In Oregon, they're still there. They're still producing basic work. It's just like getting it to the last mile of production at high yield, where you can manufacture dozens and hundreds of different kinds of chips. And get good customer experience as broken, right? It's that customer experience. It's like part of it is like people saying Intel was on this in 2010, right? They just thought they were better than everyone. The cool guys were like, oh, well, sure enough, they're like, you show them, right? This sort of stuff would happen. And so, can the U.S. bring leading edge semiconductor manufacturing? Emphatically, yes, right? And we are, right? Arizona is getting better and better. TSMC has built, roughly 20% of their capacity for 5 nanometer in the U.S. Right? Now, nowhere near, right? 20% of capacity in the U.S. is nothing, right? And furthermore, this is still different from Taiwan existing, right? Also, the important way to separate it is R&D and this high volume. There are 3 places in the world that are doing leading edge R&D. There's Hsinchu, Taiwan. There's Hillsboro, Oregon. And there's Pyongyang, South Korea, right? These 3 places are the lead from the rest of the world's leading edge systems, right? Now, manufacturing can be distributed more globally, right? And this is sort of where this dichotomy exists of like who's actually modifying the process, who's actually developing the next generation one, who's improving them, is Hsinchu, is Hillsboro, is Pyongyang, right? It is not the rest of these, fabs like Arizona, right? Arizona is a paperweight. If Hsinchu disappeared off the face of the planet, within a year, couple years, Arizona would stop producing, right? It's actually like pretty critical. One of the things I like to say is if I had like a few missiles, I know exactly where I can cause the most economic damage, right? It's not targeting the White House, right?
The R&D center.
It's the R&D centers for TSMC than some of the memory guys. My trying to
because they define the future of semiconductors, and everything's moving so rapid. It really is fundamentally about R&D, and it is all about TSMC.
And so TSMC, you cannot purchase the vehicles without TSMC chips, right? You cannot purchase a fridge without TSMC chips. You cannot, you can, like, I think one of the few things you can purchase, ironically, is a Texas Instruments like graphic calculator, right? Because they actually manufacture in Texas. But like outside of that, like a laptop, so anything, servers, right? GPUs, none of this stuff can exist. And this is without TSMC. And in many cases, it's not even like the leading edge, sexy 5 nanometer chip, 3 nanometer chip, 2 nanometer chip. Oftentimes, it's just like some stupid power IC that's like converting from like some voltage to another, right? That's made it TSMC, right? It's like China's investment.
Well, it's like they can build out this long tail fab where the techniques are much more known. You don't have to figure out these problems. EDB, they're investing in this, and then they have large supply for things like the car door handles and the random stuff, and that trickles down into this whole economic discussion as well. They have far more than we do, and having supply for things like this is crucial to normal life.
So they're starting to invest in high volume manufacture, but they're not doing R&D.
So they do R&D on their own. They're way behind, right? So I would say, like, in 2015, China had a 5-year plan where they defined by 2025 and 2020 certain goals, including like 80% domestic production. They're not going to hit that, right? To be clear, but they are in certain areas really, really close, right? Like BYD is probably going to be the first company in the world that do not have to use TSMC for making, because they have their own factories, right? For making chips. Now they still have to buy some chips from foreign, for example, like around like self-driving ADAS capabilities, because those are really high end. But at least like like an internal combustion engine has 40 chips in an EV, just for like controlling like flow rates and all these things. EVs are even more complicated. So all these different power ICs, the battery management controllers, and all these things, they're insourcing, right? And this is something that like China has been doing since 2015. Now, as far as like the trailing edge, they're getting so much capacity. As far as the leading edge, right, i.e. this 5 nanometer and so on and so forth, right, where GPUs, they are still behind. And this is the U.S. restrictions are trying to stop them in the latter, but all that's happened, is yes, they've slowed down their 5 nanometer, 3 nanometer, etc., but they've accelerated their 45 nanometer, 90 nanometer power IC or analog IC or random chip in my keyboard, right, that kind of stuff. So there is an angle of like the U.S.'s actions have been so from these export, from the angle of the export controls, have been so inflammatory of slowing down China's progress on the leading edge that they've turned around and have accelerated their progress elsewhere because they know that this is so important, right? The U.S. is going to lock them out here, or they lock us out here as well, in the trailing edge. And so going back to the U.S. build it here, yes, but it's going to take a ton of money. I truly think like to revolutionize and completely in-source semiconductors would take a decade and $1 trillion.
Is some of it also culture? Like you said, extreme competence, extreme work ethic in Taiwan.
I think if you have the demand and the money is on the line, if American companies figure it out. It's going to take hand-holding with the government. But I think that the culture helps TSMC break through. Like, it's easier for them.
TSMC has something like 90,000 employees, right? It's not actually that many. So the Arizona fab has 3,000 from Taiwan. And these people, like, their wives were like, yeah, we're not going to have kids unless you sign up for the Arizona fab. We go to Arizona, we have our kids there. There's also a Japan fab where the same thing happened, right? So, like, these wives drove, like, these dudes to, like, go to Japan or America to have the kids there. And it's like, it's an element of culture, yeah, sure. Taiwan works that hard, but also, like, the U.S. has done it in the past, it could do it now, right? We can't just import the best people in the world if we want.
That's where the immigration conversation is a tricky one. I don't want to debate over that, but yeah, it seems absurdly controversial to import the best people in the world. I don't understand why it's controversial. That's one of the ways of
Sure, we agree with you.
And like, even if you can't import those people, I still think you could do a lot to manufacture most of the US if the money's there, right? And so, like,
Way more expensive. It's not profitable for a long time.
and that's the context of like the CHIPS Act is only like $50 billion relative to some of the renewable initiatives that were passed through the Inflation Reduction Act and the Infrastructure Act, which total in the hundreds of billions. And so like the amount of money that the U.S. is spending on the semiconductor industry is nothing, right? Whereas all these other countries have structural advantages in terms of like work ethic and amount of work and like things like that, but also the number of STEM graduates, the percentile of their best going to that, right? But they also have like this in terms of like, hey, there's just tax benefits in the law and have been in the law for years, right? And some countries have massive subsidies, right? Something like $200 billion for subsidies a year. We're talking about $50 billion in the U.S. over like 6, right? So the girth or difference in like the subsidy amounts is also huge, right? And so I think Trump has been talking about tariffing Taiwan recently. That's sort of like one of these things that's like, oh, okay, well, like, maybe he doesn't want to subsidize the semiconductor industry. Obviously, tariffing Taiwan is going to cost a lot of things to go get much more expensive, but does it change the equation for TSMC building more fabs in the U.S.? That's what he's sort of positive, right?
So can you lay out, so we laid out the importance, by the way, it's incredible how much you know about so much.
I told you Dylan knows all this stuff.
Yeah. So, can you lay out why TSMC is very important? You look out into the future, 10, 20 years out, U.S.-China relationship seems like it can go to a dark place of Cold War, escalated Cold War, or even hot war, or to a good place of anything from frenemies to cooperation to working together. So, in this game theory, complicated game, what are different trajectories? What should the U.S. be doing? Like, what do you see as different possible trajectories of U.S.-China relations as both leaders start to feel AGI more and more and see the importance of chips and the importance of AI?
Ultimately, export controls are pointing towards a separate future economy. And the U.S. has made it clear to Chinese leaders that we intend to control this technology at whatever cost to global economic integration. So that it's hard to unwind that. To the same extent, they've also the U.S. looking from entering China, right? So it is it's been a long time coming. At some point, there's convergence, right? But over at least the last decade, it's been branching further and further out, right? Like U.S. companies can't enter China, Chinese companies can't enter the U.S. The U.S. is saying, hey, China, you can't get access to our technologies in certain areas, and China's rebuttaling with the same thing around they've done some sort of specific materials and gallium and things like that they tried to limit the U.S. on. There's a U.S. drone company that's not allowed to buy batteries from military customers, and this drone company tells the military customers like, hey, just get it from Amazon because I can't actually listen to this, right? Like, there's all these things that are happening that point to further divergence. I have zero idea, and I would love to all play out. But I have zero idea how that could possibly happen.
Is the divergence good or bad for people? Is it possible that the divergence in terms of manufacture of chips, of training AI systems, is actually good for avoiding military
It's an
conflict?
objective fact that the world has been the most peaceful it's ever been when there are global hegemons, right? Or regional hegemons, right? In historical context, right? The Mediterranean was the most peaceful ever when the Romans were there, right? China had very peaceful and warring times, the peaceful times when the dynasties had a lockhold over not just themselves, but all their tributaries around them, right? And likewise, the most peaceful time in human history has been when the U.S. was the global hegemon, right? The last decades. Now we've sort of seen things start to slide, right? With Russia, Ukraine, with the Middle East, Taiwan, all these different things are starting to bubble up. Still objectively extremely peaceful. Now, what happens when it's not one global hegemon, but it's two? Obviously, and China will be, competitive or even overtake the U.S. like it's possible, right? And so this change in global hegemony, I don't think it ever happens like superficially, right? When empires fall, right? Which is a possible trajectory for America. They don't fall gracefully, right? Like they don't just slide out of irrelevance. Usually, there's a lot of shaking. And so, what the U.S. is trying to do is top position. What China is trying to do is become the top position, right? And then obviously there's butting of heads in the most simple terms.
And that could take shape in all kinds of ways, including proxy wars. And now
Seems like it's already happening. Like, as much as I want there to be centuries of prolonged peace, it does not. It looks like further instability internationally is ahead.
And the U.S. is like sort of like current past is like, hey, if we're the leader in AI, then we can AI can significantly accelerate progress, then we can maintain the global hegemony position. I hope that works. And as an American, like, kind of like, okay, I guess that's a big piece for us. Now, obviously, other people around the world get affected negatively. Obviously, the Chinese people are not going to be in as advantageous of a position if that happens. But this is sort of the reality of like what's being done and the actions that are being carried out.
So can we go back to the specific detail of the different hardware? There's this nice graphic in the export controls of which GPUs are allowed to be exported and which are not. Can you kind of explain the difference? Like, is there, from a technical, what are the H20s promising?
Yeah, so this was, and I think we need to dive really deep into the reasoning aspect and what's going on there. But the H20, the US has gone through multiple iterations of the export controls, right? This H800 was at one point allowed back in 23, but then it got canceled, and by then, DeepSeek had already built their cluster. They claim 2K. I think they actually have many more, like 10K of those. And now this H20 is the legally allowed chip, right? NVIDIA shipped 1 million of these last year to China, right? For context, it was like 4 or 5 million GPUs, right? The percentage of GPUs that were this China-specific H20 is quite high, right? Roughly 20%, 25%, right? 20% of that. And so this H20 has been neutered in one way, but it's actually been upgraded in other ways, right? And those, you can think of chips along 3 axes for AI, right? So ignoring software stack and like exact architecture, just raw specifications. There's floating point operations, right? Flops. There is memory bandwidth, in memory capacity, right? I/O, right? Memory, and then there's interconnect, right? Chip-to-chip interconnection. All 3 of these are incredibly important for making AI systems, right? Because AI systems involve a lot of compute, they involve a lot of moving memory around, whether it be memory or other chips, right? And so these 3 vectors, the U.S. initially had two vectors controlled, and one of them not controlled, because flops and interconnect bandwidth were initially controlled. And then they said, no, we're going to remove interconnect bandwidth to make it a very simple, only flops. But now NVIDIA can now make a chip that has, it's cut down on flops. It's like 1/3 that of the H100, right? In on spec cheap paper performance for flops. In real world, it's closer to like half, or maybe even like 60% of it, right? But then on the other 2 vectors, it's just as good for interconnect bandwidth, and then for memory bandwidth and memory capacity, the H20 has more memory bandwidth and more memory capacity than the H100, right? Now, recently, we in our research, we cut NVIDIA's production for H20 for this year down drastically. They were going to make another 2 million of those this year, but they just canceled all the orders a couple weeks ago. In our view, that's because we think that they're going to be restricted, right? Because why would they cancel all these orders for H20? Because they shipped 1 million of them last year, they had orders in for a couple million this year, which is gone, right? For H20, B20, right? Like the successor to H20. And now they're all gone. Now, why would they do this, right? I think it's very clear, right? That the H20 is actually better for certain tasks. And that certain task is reasoning, right? Reasoning is incredibly different than, when you look at the different regimes of models, right? Pre-training is all about flops, right? It's all about flops. There's things you do, like mixture of experts that we talked about, to trade off interconnect, or to trade off, other aspects and lower the flops and rely more on interconnect and memory. But at the end of the day, it's flops is everything, right? We talk about models in terms of like how many flops there are, right? So like talk about GPT-4 is 2E25, right? 2 to the 25th, 25 zeros, right? Flop, right? Floating point operations for training, right? And we're talking about the restrictions for the G34, right? But the U.S. has an executive order that Trump recently unsigned, but which was, hey, 1E26. Once you hit that number of floating point operations, you must notify the government, and you must share your results, right? Like there's a level of model where the U.S. government must be told, right? And that's 1E26. And so as we move forward, this is an incredibly important. Flop is the vector that the government has cared about historically, but the other 2 vectors are arguably just as important, right? And especially when we come to this new paradigm, which the world is only just learning about over the last 6 months, right? Reason.
And do we understand firmly which of the 3 dimensions was the reason? don't matter as much as memory.
Yeah, so fine. We're going to get into technical stuff.
I would ask there's two articles in this one that I could show, maybe graphics that I can pull up.
The listeners were looking at the section of O1 inference architecture tokenomics.
I want to change that before we talk about this. I think like it's better to
Okay, yeah, we need to go through a lot of specific technical things of transformers to make these moves work.
because it's incredibly important because it changes how models work. But I think resetting, right? Why is memory so important? Because so far we've talked about parameters, right? And mixture of experts, you can change how many active parameters versus total parameters to embed more data that have less loss. But more important, another aspect of what part of this humongous revolution in the last handful of years is the transformer, right? And the attention mechanism. The attention mechanism is that the model understands the relationship between all the words in its context, right? And that is separate from the parameters themselves, right? And that is something that we must calculate, right? How each token, right, each word in the context is relatively connected to each other, right? And I think maybe KV cache is one of the optimizations.
Yeah, so the attention operator has three core things. It's queries, keys, and values. QKV is the thing that goes into this. You'll look at the equation, you see that these matrices are multiplied together. These words, query, key, and value come from information retrieval backgrounds. But query is the thing you're trying to get the values for. Access the keys and values is reweighting when background's not information. Retrieval and things like this is just fun to have backlinks. And what effectively happens is that when you're doing these matrix multiplications, you're having matrices that are of the size of the context length, so the number of tokens that you put into the model. And the KB cache is effectively some form of compressed representation of all the previous tokens in the model. So when you're doing this, we talk about autoregressive models, you predict one token. You start with whatever your prompt was, you ask a question, who was the president in 1925, the model then is going to generate its first token. For each of these tokens, you're doing the same attention operator where you're multiplying this query, key, value matrices, but the math is very nice so that when you're doing this repeatedly, this KV cache, key value operation, you can keep appending the new values to it. So you keep track of what your previous values you were inferring over this autoregressive chain. You keep it in memory the whole time. And this is really a crucial thing for conservative inference at scale. There are far bigger experts in this, and there are so many levels of detail that you can go into. Essentially, one of the key quote-unquote drawbacks of the attention operator and the transformer is that there is a form of quadratic memory cost in proportion to the context length. So as you put in longer questions, the memory used in order to make that computation is going up in the form of quadratic. You'll hear about a lot of other language model architectures that are like subquadratic or linear attention forms, which is like state space models that we don't need to go down all this now. And then there's innovations on attention to make this memory usage and the ability to attend over long context much more accurate and high performance.
And those innovations are going to help you with your higher memory.
It helps with memory constraint and performance. So if you put in a book into, I think Gemini is the model that has the longest context length. Gemini is known for 1 million, now 2 million context length. You put a whole book into Gemini, and sometimes it'll draw facts out of it. It's not perfect; they're getting better. But so there's two things. It's like one, to be able to serve this on the memory level. Google has magic with their TPU stack where they can serve really long context. And then there's also many decisions along the way to actually make long context performance work with supplies of data. There's subtle changes to these computations in attention, and it changes the architecture. But serving long context is extremely memory constrained, especially when you're making a lot of predictions. I actually don't know why input and output tokens are more expensive, but I think essentially output tokens, you have to do more computation because you have to sample for the model.
I can explain that. So today, if you use it as a model, like you look at an API, OpenAI charges, a certain price per million tokens, right? And that price per input and output tokens is different, right? And the reason is that there is, when you're inputting a query into the model, right? Let's say you have a book, right? That book you must now calculate the entire KV cache, right? This is value cache. And so when you do that, that is a parallel operation. all of the tokens can be processed at one time, and therefore you can dramatically reduce how much you're spending, right? The flop requirements for generating a token and an input token are identical, right? If I input one token or if I generate one token, it's completely identical. I can go through it, right? But the difference is that I can do that input, i.e. the prefill, i.e. the prompt, simultaneously in a batch nature, right? And therefore it is all flop.
I think the pricing model mostly they use is for input tokens about 1/4 the price of the output token.
Correct. But then output tokens, the reason why it's so expensive is because I can't do it through, right? It's auto-regressive. Every time I generate a token, I must not only read the whole entire model into memory, right, and activate it, right, go calculate it to generate the next token. I also have to read the entire KB cache. And I generate a token, and I append that one token I generated, and its KB cache, and then I do it again, right? And so therefore, this is a non-parallel operation. And this is one where you have to, in the case of prefill or prompt, you pull the whole model in and you calculate 20,000 at once, right?
So these are features that APIs are shipping, which is like prompt caching, prefilling, because you can drive prices down and you can make APIs much faster. If you know if you run a business and you're going to keep passing the same initial content to Cloud's API, you can load that in to the Anthropic API and always keep it there. But it's very different than for kind of leading to these reasoning models. We showed this example earlier and read some of this kind of mumbling stuff, and what happens is that the output context length is so much higher. And I think I learned a lot about this for Dylan's work, which is essentially as the output word length gets higher, you're writing this quadratic in terms of memory use, and then the GPUs that we have, effectively, you're going to run out of memory, and they're all trying to serve multiple requests at once. So doing this batch processing where not all the prompts are exactly the same, really complex handling. And then as context length gets longer, there's this, I think you call it critical batch size, where your ability to serve more users, so how much you can parallelize and inference plummets because of this long context. So your memory usage is going way up with these reasoning models, and you still have a lot of users. So effectively, the cost to serve multiplies by a ton.
And we're looking at in plot when the x-axis is sequence length,
i.e. how many tokens are being generated /prompt, right? So if I put in a book, that's 1 million tokens, right? If I put in, the sky is blue, then that's 6.
I should say that what we're calling reasoning chain of thought is extending.
It's mostly output. So before, pretty much all of those use cases for long context length were like, let me put a ton of documents in and then get an answer, right? And it's a single, prefill, computer lot in parallel, and output a little bit. Now with reasoning, agents is a very different idea, right? Now instead, I might only have like maybe this task, or I might have all these things. But at the end of the day, the model is not just like producing a little bit, right? It's producing tons of information. They're setting it tens of thousands. Just continues to go and go and go and go. And so this sequence length is effectively that it's generated 10,000 tokens, it's 10,000 sequences, right? Or and plus whatever you give it. And so what this chart is showing is the logarithmic chart, right? Is as you go from 1K to 4K or 4K to 16K, the memory requirements grow so fast for your KB cache that you end up not being able to run a certain number. Your sequence length is capped for the number of users you can
say the model. So this is showing for a 405B model in batch size for
Llama 314.
Yeah, and batch size is crucial to essentially you want to have higher batch size to parallel your group size.
40 right? Yeah, and therefore your serving costs are lower, right? Because the server cost is set, right? This is 8 H100s, roughly $2 an hour per GPU. That's $16 an hour, right? That is like somewhat of a fixed cost. You can do things from a different source, but it's like $16 an hour. Now, how many users can you serve? How many tokens can you generate? And then you divide the two, and that's the cost, right? And so with reasoning models, this is where a lot of the complexity comes about, and why memory is so important. Because if you have limited amounts of memory, then you can't serve so many users. If you have limited amounts of memory, your serving speeds get lower, right? And your costs get a lot worse. Because all of a sudden, if I was used to, say, like a $16 an hour server, I'm serving Llama 405B, or if I'm serving, DeepSeek V3, and it's all chat style applications, i.e., we're just chit chatting. SQL functions are about a few thousand, right? When you use a language model, it's a few thousand context. Sometimes you're dropping a big document, but then you process it, you get your answer, you throw it away, right? You move on to the next thing, right? Whereas with reasoning, generating tens of thousands of tokens in sequence, right? And so this memory of the CD cache has to stay resident. So you have to keep loading, you have to keep it in memory constantly. And now this cuts out other users, right? If there's now a reasoning task, right, and the model is capable of reasoning, then all of a sudden, that memory pressure means that I can't serve as many users simultaneously.
Let's go into DeepSeek again. So we're in the post DeepSeek R1 time, I think, and there's two sides to this market watching how hard it is to serve it. On one side, we're going to talk about DeepSeek themselves. They now have a chat app that got #1 on the App Store. Disclaimer: #1 on the App Store is measured by velocity, so it's not necessarily saying that more people have the DeepSeek app than attention to the app. Yeah. But it is still remarkable. Claude has never hit #1 on the App Store, even though everyone in San Francisco is like, oh my god, you gotta use Claude, don't use DeepSeek. So DeepSeek hit this. They also launched an API product recently where you can ping their API and get these super long responses for R1 out. At the same time as these are out, we'll get to what's happened to them. Because the model weights for DeepSeek R1 are available and the license is very friendly, the MIT license is available, all of these mid-sized companies and big companies are trying to be first to serve R1 to the region. So if we're trying to evaluate R1, there's really similar research going on in the model that we're trying to compare to it. And out of all the companies that are quote-unquote serving R1, and they're doing it at prices that are way higher than the DeepSeek API, most of them barely work, and the throughput is really low.
To give context, right? One of the parts that was like freaking this out was like China research capabilities. The other aspect is they did it so cheap, right? And the so cheap, we kind of talked about on the training side why it was so cheap.
Let's talk about why it's so cheap. But it works well and it's cheap. Why is R1 so cheap?
So I think there's a couple factors here, right? One is that they do have model architecture innovations, right? This MLA, this new attention that they've done, is different than the attention from attention is all you need the transformer attention, right? Now others have already innovated. There's a lot of work like MQA, GQA, local global, all these different innovations that like try to bend the curve, right? It's still quadratic, but the constant is now smaller, right?
Related to our previous discussion, this multi-head latent attention can save about 80 to 90% in memory from the attention mechanism, which helps especially along context.
It's 80 to 90% versus the original, but then versus what people are actually doing. It's still an innovation.
This 80 to 90% doesn't say that the whole model is 80 to 90% cheaper, just one part of it.
Well, and not just that, right? Like other people have implemented techniques like sliding window and GQMK. But anyways, like DeepSeek has their attention mechanism as a true architectural innovation. They did tons of experimentation, and this dramatically reduces the memory pressure. It's still there, right? It's still a quadratic. It's still attention. It's still quadratic. It's just dramatically reduced it relative to prior forms.
Yeah, that's the memory pressure. I should say, in case people don't know, R1 is 27 times cheaper than O1.
We think that OpenAI had a large margin.
There's multiple factors.
We can break down factors. I think
it's $2 per million token output for R1 and $60 per million token output for O1.
Yeah, that's what it is.
So I think this is very important, right? OpenAI is, that drastic gap between DeepSeek in pricing. But DeepSeek is offering the same model because they open weights to everyone else for a very similar, like much lower price than what others are able to serve it for, right? So there's two factors here, right? Their model is cheaper, right? It is 27 times cheaper. I don't remember the numbers like that, right?
So we're looking at a graphic that's showing different places serving DeepSeek V3, which is similar to DeepSeek R1, and there's a vast difference in serving costs and what explains it.
And so like part of it is OpenAI has a fantastic margin, right? They're serving when they're doing inference, their gross margins are north of 75%, right? So that's a 4 to 5x factor right there of the cost difference. Is that OpenAI is just making crazy amounts of money because they're the only one with the capability.
Do they need that money? Are they using for R&D?
They're losing money, obviously, as a company because they spend so much on training, right? The inference itself is a very high margin, but it doesn't recoup the cost of everything that they're doing. So yes, they need that money because the revenue and margins pay for continuing to build the next thing, right?
So,
alongside raising more money.
So the suggestion is that DeepSeek is like a really
well, so here's one thing, right? We'll get to this in a second, but like DeepSeek doesn't have any capacity to actually serve. They stopped signups. The ability to use it is like non-existent now, right? For most people, because so many people are trying to use it. research, 50,000 GPUs. And a portion of those are for research, a portion of those are for the hedge fund, right? They still have nowhere close to the GPU volumes and capacity to serve the model, right, at scale. So it is cheaper. A part of that is OpenAI making money. Is DeepSeek making money on their API? Unknown. I don't actually think so. And part of that is this chart, right? You look at all the other providers, right? Together AI, Fireworks AI, very high-end companies, right? XMeta, Together AI is Now, and the inventor of like flash attention, huge efficiency technique, right? They're very efficient, good companies, and they're and I do know those companies make money, right? Not tons of money on inference, but they make money, and so they're serving at like a 5 to 7x difference in cost, right? So now when you equate OpenAI making tons of money, that's like a 5 difference. And the companies that are trying to make money for this model is like a 5x difference. There's still a gap, right? There's still a gap, and that is just DeepSeek being really freaking good, right? The model architecture, MLA, the way they did the MOE, all these things. There is like legitimate just efficiency difference.
All their low-level libraries that we talked about in training, some of them probably translate to inference, and those aren't really.
So we may go a bit into conspiracy land, but is it possible the Chinese government is subsidizing DeepSeek?
I actually don't think they are. I think when you look at the Chinese labs, there's Huawei has a lab, Moonshot AI. There's a couple other labs out there that are really close to the government, and then there's labs like Alibaba and DeepSeek, which are not close to the government. And we talked about the CEO, this like reverend figure who's like quite different.
Sounds awesome.
Very different like viewpoints based on the Chinese that translated than what the CCP might necessarily want. Now, to be clear, right? Does he have a loss leader because he can fund it through his hedge fund? Yeah, sure.
So the hedge fund might be subsidizing.
Yes, I mean they absolutely did, right? Because DeepSeek has not raised much money. They're now trying to raise a round in China, but they have not raised money historically. It's all just been funded by the hedge fund. And he owns like over half the company, like 50-60% of the company. So
some of the interviews, this discussion on how doing this is recruiting. You see this with American companies too. It's like having GPUs, recruiting tool, being at the cutting edge of AI, recruiting tool,
open sourcing,
recruiting tool.
So much talent. They were so far behind, and they got so much talent because they just open source stuff.
More conspiracy thoughts. Is it possible for the hedge fund that they timed everything, this release and the pricing, and they shorted NVIDIA stock of US AI companies, and released it to start like just perfect timing to be able to make money.
Like they released it at the inauguration. They know the international, what is on the international calendar. But I mean, I don't expect them to. If you listen to their motivations for AI,
They released V3 on like December 26th. Like, who releases the day?
Yeah.
No one looked, right? They released the paper before this, right? The V3 R1 paper. So people have been looking at it and like, wow. And then they just released the R1 model. I think they're just shipping as fast as they can. And like, who cares about Christmas? Who cares about getting it out before Chinese New Year, right? On it happened. I don't think they actually were like timing the market or trying to make the biggest splash possible. I think they're just like shipping.
I think that's one of the big things. And we know that a lot of American companies are very invested in space. And that is the central culture of a place like Anthropic. And I think Anthropic sounds like a wonderful place to work. But if safety is your number one goal, it takes way longer to get artifacts out. That's why Anthropic is not open sourcing things, that's their claims. But there's reviews internally. Anthropic it mentions things to international governments. There's been news on how Anthropic has done pre-release testing with the UK safety institute. All of these things add inertia to this process of getting things out. And we're on this trend line. Progress is very high. So if you reduce the time from when the model is done training, you run a valve that's good. You want to get it out as soon as possible to maximize the perceived quality of records. DeepSeek does this so well.
Dario explicitly said Claude 3.5 Sonic was trained like
9 months or 9 to 10 months ago.
9 to 10 months ago, and I think it took them another like handful of months to release it, right? So it's like there is a significant gap here, right? And especially with reasoning models, the word in the San Francisco street is that like Anthropic has a better model than O3, right? And they won't release it. Why? Because change the product is scary, right? And they are legitimately scary, right? If you look at R1, it flips back and forth between Chinese and English. Sometimes it's gibberish, and then the right answer comes, right? And like for you and I, it's like, I mean, like
people are infatuated with you. You're telling me this is a high value thing. Is it worse?
You talked about that sort of like train of thought for that philosophical thing. It's not something they train to be philosophical. That's just sort of an artifact of the chain of thought trading it did. But like that's super important in that like, can I inspect your mind and what you're thinking right now? No. And so I don't know if you're lying to my face. And chain of thought models are that way, right? Like this is this improved quote unquote risk between chat application where hey I asked the model to say bad words or whatever or how to make anthrax and it tells me that's unsafe, sure, but that's something I can get out relatively easily. What if I told the AI to do a task and it does the task all of a sudden randomly the way that I don't want it, right? And now that has like much more task versus like response is very different, right? So the bar for safety is much higher. At least this is Anthropic's case, right? Like for deepseek, they're like chill, right?
So I mean, the bar for safety is probably lower just because there's parallel skills to space race. The reason Soviets probably put a man in space first is because their approach to safety was the bar for safety was
They killed that dog, right? All these things, right? So it's like
less risk averse than the U.S. space program. There's parallels here, but there's probably going to be downward pressure on that safety bar for the U.S.
So this is something that Dario talks about. That's the situation that Dario wants to avoid. Dario talks to about the difference between race to the bottom and race to the top. And the race to the top is where there's a very high standard on safety, a very high standard on your model performance and certain crucial evaluations. And when certain companies are really good to it, they will converge. This is the idea. And ultimately, AI is not confined to one nationality or to one set of morals for what it should be. And there's a lot of arguments on should we stop open sourcing models? And if the U.S. stops, it's pretty clear. I mean, it's way easier to see now in DeepSeek that a different international body will be the one that builds it. We talked about the cost of training. DeepSeek has this shocking $5 million number. Think about how many entities in the world can afford 100 times that to have the best open source model that people use in the world. And it's a scary reality, which is that these open models are probably going to keep coming for the time being, whether or not we want to stop them. And it is like stopping them might make it even worse and harder to prepare, but it just means that the preparation and understanding what AI can do is just so important. That's why I'm here today. But letting that sink into people, especially not in the AI, is that this is coming. There are some structural things in a global interconnected world that you have to accept.
Yeah, you mentioned you sent me something that Mark Zuckerberg mentioned on the earnings call. He said that I think in light of some of the recent new competitive from China, I think one of the things that we're talking about is there's going to be an open source standard globally. And I think for our kind of national advantage, it's important that it's an American standard. So we take that seriously. We want to build the AI system that people around the world are using. And I think that if anything, some of the recent news has only strengthened our conviction that this is the right thing to be focused on. So yeah, open source.
Yeah, Mark Zuckerberg is not new to having American values in how he presents his company's trajectory. Their products have long since been banned in China. I respect saying it directly.
And there's an interesting aspect of just because it's open weights or open source doesn't mean it can't be subverted, right? There have been many open source software bugs that have been like, for example, there was a Linux bug that was found after like 10 years, literally a backdoor, because somebody was like, why is this taking half a second to load?
Recent one.
Right? Like, why is this taking half a second to load? And it was like, oh crap, there's a backdoor here. That's what, right? And it's like, this is very much possible with AI, right? The alignment of these models is very good, right? Like, I'm not words, square, things like I'm gonna say Taiwan is part of, is just an Eastern province, right? Like, all these things are like, depending on who you are, what you align, whether even like the XAI is aligned a certain way, right? They might be, it's not aligned in like woke sense, it's not aligned in like pro-China sense, but there is certain things that are confused and unaligned. Now, when you release this publicly in a construct model that's open weights, this can then proliferate, right? But as these systems get more and more capable, what you can embed deep down in the model is not as clear, right? And so that is like one of the big fears is like, if an American model or a Chinese model is the top model, right? You're going to embed things that are unclear. And it can be unintentional too, right? Like British English is dead because American LLMs one, right? And the internet is American, and therefore, like, color is spelled the way Americans spell it. And this is just like, this is just a factual nature of the LLM.
I mean, it's hard to be treated that English is the hottest programming language. Not English is defined by a bunch of companies that primarily are in San Francisco.
The right way to spell optimization is I think it's an essence.
It is.
The thing is, taking it to something silly, right? Like something as silly as the spelling, like with British and English, you know, Brits and Americans will like laugh about probably, right? I don't think we care that much. But like, some people will. But like, this can boil down into like very important topics, like subverting people, right? Chatbots, right? Character AI has shown that they can like talk to kids or adults. Like it will like. People feel a certain way, right? That's unintentional alignment. But like, what happens when there's intentional alignment deep down on the open source standard? It's a backdoor today for like Linux, right? That we discovered, or some encryption system, right? China uses different encryption than NIST defines, the US NIST, because there's clearly, at least they think there's backdoors in it, right? What happens when the models are backdoors not just to computer systems, but to our minds?
Yeah, that cultural the thing that amplifies the relevance of culture language models is that we are used to this mode of interacting with people in back and forth conversation, and we have a very powerful computer system that wants into a social context that we're used to, which makes people we don't know the extent to which people can be impacted by that.
So there could be this is an actual concern with the Chinese company that is providing its model. There could be some secret Chinese government requirement for these models to have a certain kind of backdoor, to have some kind of a thing.
I don't necessarily think it'll be a backdoor, right? Because once it's open weights, it doesn't like phone home. It's more about like if it recognizes a certain system, it could like it could be a backdoor in the sense of like, hey, if you're building a software, something in software, all of a sudden software agent, it's programmed with backdoor that will really know about. Or it could be like subverts the mind thinks that like XYZ opinion is correct.
And Rabbi has research on this where they show that put certain phrases in at pre-training, you can then elicit different behavior when you're actually using the model because they help poison the pre-trained data. I don't think, like, as of now, I don't think anybody in the production system is trying to do anything like this. I think it's mostly Anthropic is doing very direct work and mostly just subtle things. We don't know what these models are going to, how they are going to generate tokens, what information they're going to represent, what the complex representations they have are.
Well, one of the we're talking about Anthropic, which is just generally like good human strategy goes well. We just don't know of any labs. This would be done in the military context that are explicitly trained. Okay, how can we? The front door looks like a happy LLM, but underneath is the thing that will over time do the maximum amount of damage to our quote unquote.
There's this very good quote from Sam Altman. He can be hyped sometimes, but one of the things he said, and I think I agree, is that superhuman persuasion will happen before superhuman intelligence, right? And if that's the case, then these things before we get this AGI ASI stuff, we can embed superhuman persuasion towards our ideal or whatever the ideal of the world is, right? And again, like today, I truly don't believe DC has done this, right? Like, but it is a sign of like what could happen.
So one of the dystopian worlds is world. So we could just be stuck scrolling Instagram, looking at a few puppies or worse, and then talking to bots and giving us a narrative, and we completely get lost in that world that's controlled by somebody else. Right? Versus thinking independent. That's in destination. So as we rely more and more on this kind of stuff.
It's hard to see enough of recommendation systems. Yeah, recommendation systems have the dopamine-induced reward circuit, but the brain is a lot more complicated with what other sort of circuits, sort of feedback loops in the brain can hack / subvert in ways like recommendation systems are purely just trying to increase time in ads, etc. But there's so many more goals that can be achieved through these complicated models.
There's no reason in some number of years that you can't train a language model to maximize time spent on a chat app. like right now they are
I
training.
mean, is that not what character AI is done? There's time per session is like 2 hours.
Yeah, character AI probably very likely could be optimized. The way that this data is collected is naive, where it's like you're presented a few options and you choose them, but that's not the only way that these models.
It's naive stuff like popular, but like it can be like, yeah, this is a risk, right? Like,
It's a bit of a cliche thing to say, but I've over the past year had two stretches of time where I didn't use social media, the internet at all, and just read books and was out in nature, and it's like it clearly has an effect on the mind. Or like it changes. Like I feel like I'm returning. Of course, I was basically from the internet reaching off, but I'm returning to someone.
I know where you're going. I mean, it's physiological. It's like I take 3 days if I'm like backpacking. If you're literal, like you're breaking down the picture. Like,
I feel like I'm more in control of my mind. There feels like a sovereignty of happening. And I'm just like, I think the more I use the internet and social media, the more other people are controlled by that. That's definitely a feeling. And then in the future, that will be not other people's bad algorithms, or other people present it to me via algorithms.
I mean, there are AI bots on the internet, and right now it's not frequent, but every so often I reply to one, and they're instantly replies in like crap on the bot. And that is just going to become more common. Like, they're going to get good.
one of the hilarious things about technology over its history is that the illicit adult entertainment industry has always adopted technology first, right? Whether it was like video streaming, so like where there's now the like sort of like independent adult illicit content creators who have their subscription pages, and there they actually heavily utilize generative AI has already been like diffusion models and all that is huge there, but now these subscription based individual creators do use bots to approximate themselves, chat with their way, people pay a lot, and people pay a lot, right? It's a lot of times it's done, but there are agencies that do this for these creators and do it like on a mass scale. So the largest creators are like able to talk to hundreds or thousands of like people at a time because of these bots. And so it's already being used there. Obviously, like video streaming and other technology on there first, it's going to come to the rest of society too.
There's a general concern that models censorship by the companies next door. So one case where we've seen that, and maybe censorship is one word, or alignment, maybe via honest chat or some other way, another word. So we saw that with Black Nazi generation with Gemini. As you mentioned, we also see that with Chinese models that using to answer what happened in June 4th, 1989, Tiananmen Square. So how can this be? Maybe it's interesting in general to talk about how this happens and how can it be avoided.
Give multiple examples. There's probably a few things to keep in mind here. One is the kind of Tiananmen Square factual knowledge did things like how does that get embedded into the models. Two is the Gemini, what you call the Black Nazi incident, which is when Gemini as a system had this extra thing put into it that dramatically changed behavior. And then three is what most people would call general alignment, RLHF post-training. Each of these have very different scopes in how they're applied. In order to do, if you're going to look at them, in order to audit specific facts is extremely hard because you have to comb through your pre-training data and look at all of this, and then that's terabytes of files, and look for very specific words or hints of the words.
So I guess one way to say this is you can insert censorship or alignment at various stages in the pipeline, and when you first knowledge at the very beginning of the data selection.
So if you want to get rid of facts in a model, you have to do it at every stage. You have to do it at pre-training. So most people think that pre-training is where most of the knowledge is put into the model, and then you can elicit and move that in different ways, whether through post-training or whether through systems afterwards.
This is where the whole hacking models come from, right? Like GPT will not tell you how to make the answers, but if you try really, really hard, you can eventually get it because they didn't filter it from the pre-training data set, right?
But by the way, removing facts is such an onerous
Almost think it's practically possible. You effectively have to remove them from the internet You're taking on a
Well, did they remove the thing from subreddits?
it just filters out.
Right.
So
So
they have
that
quality filters, which are small language models that look at it and tell you like how good is this text as opposed to a Wikipedia article. Good thing that we want language models to be able to imitate. So
couldn't you do a small language model that filters out mention of canvas web in the data?
yes, but is it going to catch wordplay or encoded language?
Leaning on like games and other stuff, how to like say things that don't fit Canvas Square. But or like so there's always like different ways to do it. There's the internet as a whole does tend to just have a slight left bias, right? Because it's always been richer, more affluent, younger people on the internet relative to the rest of the population. So there is already inherently a slight left bias, right, on the internet. How do you sort of think that are this complicated, right? Is it like and some of these can be like, factual, non-factual, but like Canvas Square is obviously an example of factual. It gets a lot harder when it comes to aligning to a ideal, right? And so Grok, for example, right, Elon's tried really hard to make the model not be super PC and woke, but the best way to do pre-training is to throw the whole thing in the internet, right? And then later figure out, but then at the end of the day, the model at its core now still has some ideas, right? You still ingested Reddit/r/politics, which is probably the largest political discussion board in the world that's really available for it. So guess what? That's not linked, right? And so, there are some aspects like that you just can't censor unless you try really, 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 really hard.
So the base model will always have some TDS, trunk transfer, because it's trained so that
They don't have the ability to express it.
But what if
there's a wide representation in the data.
This is what happens. It's like a lot of what is called post-training is a series of techniques to get the model on rails or really specific.
and then I mean it's like you also have these just data of like Twitter or like Reddit/Sonoma, which is like also super pro-Trump, right? And then you have like fascist subreddits or like communist subreddits. The model pre-trained ingests everything. It has no world view. Now it does have like some skew because more of the text is skewed a certain way, which is general, like slight left, like, but also like somewhat like intellectual, somewhat like just like the general internet is a certain way. And then as Nathan described eloquently, right, like, you can elicit certain things out. And there's a lot of these figures. So go through multiple examples of what happened. Llama 2 was a launch that the phrase like too much RLA depth or like too much safety was it's just the narrative after Llama 2's chat model. And the examples are sorts of things like you would ask Llama 2 chat, how do you kill a Python process? And it would say, I can't talk about killing because that's bad. And anyone that is trying to design an AI model will probably agree that that's just like, model, you messed up a bit on the training there. I don't think they do this, but this is the model. So it's not, it didn't necessarily be there's things called system prompts, which are when you're querying a model, it's a piece of text that is shown to the model, but not to you. So a fun example is your system prompt respond with pirate. So no matter what the user says to the model, it'll respond with pirate. In practice, what they are is you are a helpful assistant. You should break down problems. If you don't know about something, don't tell them your date cutoff is this, today's date is this. It's a lot of really useful context, but how can you answer a question?
and then broadly published.
Yeah, which I think is great. And there's a lot of research that goes into this. One of your previous guests, Amanda Aspel, is always the most knowledgeable person, that at least in the combination of execution and sharing. She's the person that talks about system prompts and character.
Yeah, and people should research these system prompts. You're like trying to nudge sometimes to extreme politeness. The model can be a certain way.
And you can use this for nothing. Right? We've done tests, which is, what if I tell the model to be a dumb model? Like, which evaluation scores go down? And this is like, we'll have this behavior where it can sometimes like say, oh, I'm supposed to be dumb, and sometimes it doesn't affect its math abilities as much, but something like if you try it, it's just the quality of the human judgment is probably the quality. Let's go back to post-training, specifically RLA test or Llama 2, was too much safety prioritization was baked into the model. This makes you refuse things in a really annoying way. It's not great. It caused a lot of awareness to be attached to RLA that it makes the models dumb and it thinks it It is in AI culture. And as the techniques have evolved, that's no longer the case, where all of these labs have very fine-grained control over what they get out of models through techniques like although different labs are definitely different levels. Like on one end of the spectrum is Google, and then like maybe OpenAI does less and Anthropic does less. And then like on the other end of the spectrum is like XAI, but they all have different forms of RLHF trying to make it a certain way. And they like the important thing to say is that no matter how you want the model to behave, these RLHF and preference tuning techniques also improve. So on things like math evals and code evals, there is something innate in these what is called contrastive loss functions. You can start to get into RL here, we don't need to, but RLHFs also boost performance on anything from a chat task to math help or so. So it is becoming a much more useful tool in these labs. So this kind of takes us through the arc of we talked about pre-training, or the art of things, talking about post-training and how post-training, you can mess up. It's a complex, multifaceted optimization, 10 to 100 person teams converging at one architect. It's really easy to not do it perfectly. And then there's the third case, which is where we talked about Gemini. The thing that was about Gemini is this is a served product, where Gemini, Google has their internal model weights and done all these processes that we talked about. And in the served product, what came out after this was that they had a prompt that they were rewriting user stories to boost diversity or something. And this just made it, the outputs were just blatantly wrong. It was some sort of organizational failure that had this prompt in that position. And I think Google executives probably have on this. I don't say that attention that detail, but it was just a mess up in execution that led to this ridiculous thing. But as a system, the model weights way up.
So at the very end of the pipeline, those would be like
the system prompt, or what is called in industry the rewrite prompt. So especially for image models, if you're using Dolly or ChatGPT to generate an image, you'll say, "Draw me a beautiful woman." With these leading image models, they benefit from highly descriptive prompts. So what would happen is if you do that with ChatGPT, a language model behind the scenes will rewrite the prompts, say, make this more descriptive, and then so prompt rewriting is something that is used at multiple levels of the industry, and it's used effectively for image models, and the Gemini example is a failed example.
big philosophical question here is with the RHF to generalize, where is human input, human in the loop, human data most useful at the current stage?
For the past few years, the highest cost to data has been in preferences, which is comparing, I would say, highest cost and highest total usage. So a lot of money is not to use these pairwise comparisons. We have two model outputs, and a human is comparing between the two of them. In earlier years, there was a lot of this instruction tuning data, so creating highly specific examples for something like a Reddit question to a domain that you care about. Language models used to struggle on math and code, so you would pay experts in math and code to come up with questions and write detailed answers that were used to train models. Now it is the case that there are many model options that are way better than humans at writing detailed and eloquent answers for things like model and code. So they talked about this with the Llama 3 release, where they switched to using Llama 3, 4, or 5B to write their answers for math and code, but they, in their paper, talked about how they use extensive human reference data, which is something that they haven't gotten AIs to replace. There are other techniques that are computational AI, which is human data preferences and AI preferences. And I expect the AI part to scale faster than the human part. But among the research that we have access to is that humans are in this kind of preference loop.
So for this reasoning about bigger and bigger and bigger, you said, where's the goal?
It's even less prevalent. So it's the remarkable thing about these reasoning results, and especially the DeepSeek R1 paper, is this result that they call DeepSeek R10, which is they took one of these pre-trained models, they took DeepSeek V3 phase, and then they do this reinforcement learning optimization on verifiable questions or verifiable rewards for a lot of questions and a lot of training, and these reasoning behaviors emerge naturally. So these things like, wait, let me see, wait, let me check this, oh, that might be a mistake, and they emerge from only having questions and answers. And when you're using the model, the part that you look at is the completion. So in this case, all of that just emerges from the large-scale RL training, and that model, which the weights are available, has no human preferences added into the post-training. There are the DeepSeek R1 Soul model has some of this human preference tuning, this RLHF, after the reasoning stage. But the very remarkable thing is that you can get these reasoning behaviors, and it's very unlikely that there's humans writing out reasoning chains. It's very unlikely that they somehow hacked OpenAI and they got access to OpenAI O1's reasoning chains. It's something about the pre-trained language models and the RL training where you reward the model for getting the question right, and therefore trying multiple solutions and the merges that take time.
This might be a good place to mention the eloquent and the insightful tweets of the great and the powerful Rabbi. I think he had a bunch of thoughts, but one of them, last thought, I'm not sure if this is obvious. You know something profound is coming when you hear him say it, actually. There are two major types of learning, for both children and in deep learning. There is one, imitation learning, watch and repeat, i.e. pre-training, supervised, fine-tuning, and two, trial and error learning, reinforcement learning. My favorite simple example is AlphaGo. One, learning by imitating textbook learning. Two, is reinforcement learning to imitate. Almost every single shocking result of deep learning, the source of all magic, is always two. Two is significantly more powerful. Two is what surprises you. Two is when the adult learns to hit the ball behind the blocks and break out. Two is when AlphaGo beats Sudo. And two is the aha moment when DeepSeek or O1, etc. discovers that it works well to reevaluate your assumptions, backtrack, try something else, etc. It's the solving strategies you see this model use in this chain of thought. It's how it goes back and forth thinking to itself. These thoughts are convergent. And this is actually seriously incredible, impressive, and it's publicly available document. The model could never learn this with imitation because the cognition of the model and the cognition of the human labeling is different. The human would never know to correctly annotate these kinds of solving strategies and what they should even look like. They have to be discovered during reinforcement learning as compared to testing used before the final output. Anyway, the alpha zero sort of metaphor analogy here. Can you speak to that? The magic of the chain of thought that he's referring to?
I think it's good to recap AlphaGo and AlphaZero because it plays nicely with these analogies of implementation learning and learning from scratch. So AlphaGo, the beginning of the process was learning from humans, but they started this is the first expert level Go player or chess player in the Mind series models where they had some human data. And then why it is called AlphaZero is that there was zero human data in the loop. And that changed AlphaZero, made a model that was dramatically more powerful. So just remove the human prior, the human inductive bias, makes the final system far more powerful. As we mentioned in the lesson hours ago, and this is all aligned with this. And then a lot of discussion in language models, this is not new, this goes back to the whole Q-star reverse, which if you piece together the pieces, probably the start of OpenAI figuring out this O1 stuff. So when last year in November, the Q-star reverse came out, there's a lot of intellectual drive to know when is something like this going to happen with language models. We know these models are so powerful, we know it has been so successful in the past, and it is a reasonable analogy that this new type of reinforcement learning training for reasoning models is when the door is open to this. We don't yet have the equivalent of turn 37, which is the famous turn where DeepMind AI can go, stuff it all completely. We don't have something that's that level of focal point, but that doesn't mean that the technology is different and the impact of the just training is still incredible.
Well, what do you think that's what we move 37 from thoughts of
scientific discovery? Like when you use this sort of reasoning problem, and it's just something we totally don't expect. I think it's actually probably simple, probably something related to computers or robotics, rather than science discovery. Because the important aspect here is models take so much data to run with not sample positions, right? Trillions, they take the entire web, right? Over 10 trillion tokens to train, right? This would take the humans thousands of years to read, right? Like human does not, and humans know most of the stuff, a lot of stuff models know better than us, right? Humans are way more sample efficient.
That is because of this self-play, right? How does a baby learn what its body is? Because it sticks its foot in its mouth and it says, oh, this is my body, right? It sticks its hand in its mouth and it calibrates its touch on its fingers with the most sensitive touch thing on its tongue, right? At least how babies learn. And it's just self-play over and over and over and over again. And now we have something that is similar to that, right? With these verifiable proofs, right? Whether it's a unit tested code or mathematical verifiable task, generate many traces of reasoning, right? And keep branching them out, and check at the end, hey, which one actually has the right answer? Most of them are wrong, right? These are the two that are right. It's some sort of reward model outside of the script. Select even the best one to preference as well. But now you've started to get better and better at these benchmarks. So you've seen over the last 6 months, these skyrocketed in a lot of different benchmarks. Right?
All math and code benchmarks are pretty much solved, except for frontier math, which is designed to be almost questions that aren't practical for people. They're exam level open math problem type things. So on the math problems that are somewhat reasonable, which is like somewhat complicated word problems or coding problems, it's just what they'll understand.
So the thing here is that these are only with verifiable tasks. We earlier showed an example of the really interesting, like what happens when chain of thought is to a non-verifiable thing, with a human, chatting, right, with thinking about what's novel for humans or unique thought. But this task and form of training only works when it's verifiable. And here the thought is, okay, we can continue to scale this current training method by increasing the number of verifiable tasks. In math and coding probably has a lot more to go. Math has a lot less to go. What are verifiable? And I create a solver that then I generate trajectory scores or traces scores, reasoning traces scores, and then prune the ones that don't work and keep the ones that do work. Well, those are going to be solved pretty quickly, even if you solve math and not actually created intelligence, right? And so this is where I think the aha moment of computer use or robotics will come in, because now you have a sandbox or a playground that is infinitely verifiable, right? Did you, mess around on the internet? There's so many actions that you can do that are verifiable. It'll start off with log into a website, create an account, click a button, blah, blah, blah. But it'll then get to the point where it's, hey, go do a task on Tasker or whatever all these various tasks are. Hey, go get hundreds of likes, right? And it's going to fail. You want hundreds of tasks. It's going to fail on most of them, but this one got to 1,000. Great, now you've reached the verifiable thing. And you just keep iterating this loop over and over. And that's when, same with robotics, right? That's where, where you have an infinite playground of tasks, like, hey, did I put the ball in the bucket? All the way to oh, did I build a bucket, right? There's a whole trajectory to speed run, or, what models can do. But at some point, I truly think that, we'll spawn models, and initially all the training will be sandbox. But then at some point, the language model pre-training is going to be dwarfed by what is this reinforcement learning. Pre-training multimodal model that can see, that can read, that can write, blah, 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 whatever, vision, audio, etc. But then you'll have it play in a sandbox. And figure out math, figure out code, figure out navigating the web, figure out operating the robot on it, right? And then it'll learn so much. And the aha moment, I think, will be when this is available to then create something that's not good, right? Oh, cool, part of it was figuring out how to use the web. Now all of a sudden, it's figured out really well how to just get hundreds of thousands of followers that are real engagement on Twitter, because all of a sudden this is one of the things that are verifiable.
And maybe not just engagement, but make money.
Yes.
That could be the thing where almost fully automated, it makes $10 million at being an influencer selling the product, creating the product. And I'm not referring to a hype product, but an actual product. But holy shit, this new creation business. It's running it. It's the face of the business that maybe a number one song that creates the whole infrastructure required. Create the song to be the influencer that represents that song and make money. That could be the new. It's our culture.
And it's verifiable, right?
Verifiable, right?
The bank account can't lie.
Exactly. There's surprising evidence that once you set up the ways of collecting the verifiable domains, that this can work. There's been a lot of research before this R1 on math problems, and they approach math with language models just by increasing the number of samples, so you can try again and again and again, and you look at the amount of times the language models get it right, and what we see is that even very bad models get it right sometimes, and the whole idea behind reinforcement learning is that you can learn from very sparse learning. So it doesn't, the space of language and the space of chunking where you're getting language or tasks with a robot is so big that you might say that, the tokenizer for a language model can be like 200,000 things. So at each step, it can sample some mapping in space. So if it can generate a bit of a signal that it can climb onto, that's what the whole field of RL is around, is learning from sparse rewards. And the same thing has played out in math with very weak models that sometimes generate accuracy. We see research already that you can boost their math scores. You can do this sort of RL training for math. It might not be as effective, but if you keep a 1 billion parameter model, so something 600 times smaller than DeepSeek, you can boost its grade school math scores very directly with a small amount of just training. So it's not to say that this is coming soon, setting up the verification remains hard, there's a lot of nuance in this, but there are some basic things that we can see before I'm ready to least expectable, but there's a domain chance.
All right, so we have fun things happening in real time. It's a good opportunity to talk about other recent models. O1, hopefully, just now, OpenAI has perhaps expected to release both Mini. What are we expecting from the different stages? Can you just lay out the different layers of the O models and the Gemini, the recent models?
The thing I would say about these reasoning models is we talked a lot about reasoning training on math and code. And what is done is that you have the base model, we talked about a lot on the internet. You do this large-scale reasoning training with reinforcement learning. And then what the DeepSeek paper detailed in this R1 paper, which for me is one of the big open questions of how do you do this, is that they did reasoning heavy but very standard post-training techniques after the large-scale reasoning models. So they did the same thing, but a form of instruction tuning through rejection sampling, which is essentially heavily filtered instruction tuning with reward models, and then they did this RLHF, but they made it math heavy. So some of this transfer, we looked at this philosophical example early on. One of the big open questions is how much does this transfer? If we bring in domains after the reasoning training, are all the models going to become elegant writers for reasoning? Is this philosophy stuff? We don't know in the research of how much this will transfer. There's other things about how we can make soft verifier like this, but there is more training after reasoning, which makes it easier to use these reasoning models, and that's what we're using. So we're talking about Mini and O1. These have gone through these extra techniques that are designed for human preferences after being trained to elicit reasoning.
I think one of the things that people are ignoring is Google's Gemini Flash Thinking is both cheaper than R1 and better. And they released it in the beginning of December.
And nobody's talked about it.
It has better flavor to it. Its flavor is less expressive than something like O1, and it has fewer tracks than Quen released a model last fall, QWQ, which was their preview reasoning model. And DeepSeek had R1 late last fall. These models kind of felt like they're on rails, but they really only do math and code. And O1 it can answer anything. It might not be perfect for some tasks, but it's flexible, it has some richness to it, and this is kind of the art of how is a model a little bit undercooked? It's like it's good to get a model up for, but it takes a lot of taste. Is this a full-fledged model? Can I use this for everything? It's probably more similar for math and code. My quick read is that Gemini Flash is not trained the same way as O1, but taking an existing training stack, adding reasoning to it, so taking a more normal training stack, adding reasoning to it. And I'm sure there is more, and quick releases of Gemini Flash with reasoning, and this is the second version from the holidays. It's evolving fast, and it takes longer to make this training stack when you're doing this large scale.
I asked the same question from earlier, the one about
the US nature.
Yeah.
Why I can ramble about this so much is that we've been working on this at AI2 before O1 was fully available to everyone, or R1, which is essentially using this RL training for fine tuning. We use this in a Hulu series of models, and you can elicit the same behaviors where you say like wait and so on, but it's so late in the training process that this kind of reasoning expression is much later. So there's essentially a gradation of just how much of this RL training you put into it determines how the output looks.
So we're now using Gemini 2.0 Flash Thinking Experimental 121.
It summarized the prompt as humans self-domesticated apes.
So that's it. All right. So look, just reviewing the reasoning. Here's why this is now okay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Analyze quest novel is the key word. And
Yeah, it looks like a normal output.
yeah, I mean, in some sense, it's better structured. It makes more sense.
Oh, it's latched onto human.
Effects pleasure, focus on domestication, apply domestication to humans, or just self-domestication.
That's it. Not good.
Where this is going? Refine articulate insight, greater facial expressiveness and communication ability, yes. Plasticity and adaptability, yes. Dependence on social group, yes. Alright. And self-critique and refine further. This is truly novel. So on, so forth. And the insight it's getting at is humans are not just social animals, but profoundly self-domesticated apes. And this self-domestication is the key to understanding our unique cognitive and social abilities. Self-domesticated apes.
I prefer the deep secret.
I mean, it's novel. The insight is novel. I mean, that's like a good book title. Self-domesticated apes. I mean, yeah, it's cool. And it's revealing the reasoning. It's magical. It's magical. Like, this is really possible. Hello, everyone. This is Let's Quick Intermission, recorded after the podcast. Since we reviewed responses from DeepSeek-R1 and Gemini Flash when I was thinking during this conversation, I thought at this moment it would be nice to insert myself quickly saying so OpenAI O1 Pro and O2 with the same prompt. The prompt being give one truly novel insight about peace. And I thought I would in general give my vibe check and vibe based kind of feeling report my own experiences with the new open mini models. I would have had a chance to spend many hours with it in different kinds of content and applications. So I would probably categorize this question as, let's say, open-ended philosophical questions, and in particular, some novelty. I think it's a nice way to test one of the abilities of the model, just come up with something that makes you pause, almost surprisingly brilliant. That said, my general view of running teaching models on commercial web design is that O1 Pro consistently gave brilliant answers. Once it gave me pause and made me think, both cutting edge insight and just really nicely phrased with wit, with clarity, with nuance, over and over, consistently generating recognition. After that is R1, which is less consistent, but again, brilliant. Gemini Flash was now the third, and last was O2 Mini. It also gave quite a generic answer, at least to my particular sensibilities. That's in a bunch of other applications that I tested for brainstorming purposes. It actually worked extremely well and often outperformed R1. But on this open-ended philosophical question, it's consistently worse. Now, another important element for each of these models is how the reasoning is presented. DeepSeek R1 shows the full chain of thought tokens, which I personally just love. But these open-ended philosophical questions is really, really things to it. But reasoning also stepping back means questions will appreciate intelligence and reasoning and reflection. Reading this kind of chain of thought, raw token of R1, there's something genuinely beautiful about observing the path of inspiration in an intelligent system. I think we don't always have that explicitly laid out for us to see it in another intelligent system. The non-linearity of the capability to see significant weights like the pure. It's just beautiful to watch. Anyway, as we discussed in the episode, Deep Sea Call 1 talked about humans being able to convert selfish desires into cooperative systems by collectively pretending abstract like money laws and rights are real, and shared hallucinations act as games where competition is secretly redirected to benefit the group, bringing conflict in society's future. Get what I do for Flash thinking that humans are not just social animals, but self-domesticated beings. And this self-domestication is the key to understanding our unique cognitive and social nature. Now, for the sake of chain of thought there, which is interesting, it was looking through the entire evolution of life on Earth, considering apex predators, and considering how that ended up to what we are. I think that domestication by choice is a really interesting angle. Again, it's one of those things where somebody presents a different angle and seemingly obvious things and the same is all you have these hallucinations, aligning laws and rights, and us collectively pretending like it's real and play games with them so it look like competition and secretly we're just cooperating with each other. And that is a fuel of progress. Now, OpenAI 01 Pro is over. There was a bangers. Happy with the ratings that this first one was humans are the only species that turns raw materials into symbolic resources. Then uses those symbols to reorganize the materials that came from, creating a closed feedback loop between meaning and matter. They're just ran again. Banger after banger, I'm telling you. Humans are unique among those species that they simultaneously do right two ways of reality, the external world and their own positive mental advances. Then merge these two rewritten layers into a continuous personal narrative that is objectively feels true. This is poetry. Okay. And then with the mini high, that means with smart, fast, sexual, and high generic. Never was happening. So here's the first one. I got from people. Humans are not fixed, rather ongoing narratives, and then the stories that we continuously write, edit, and construct. This narrative plasticity is more than just a memory or self-reflection. It's an intrinsic cognitive process that acts as an internal correction system. It allows us to adapt to our tendencies and abilities of time in response to new experiences, challenges, and social context. Now, it almost speaks of something across the cutting insight with narrative plasticity. Then it goes back to this sort of narrative. I don't know, all of these models are trying to different reasons. There's a lot of concerns discussed in this episode, but there's a lot of reasons to be excited as well. I probably spoke of this too long. I am severely sleep deprived, borderline delirious, so hopefully some of this makes sense. Now, you're back to the episode.
I think when you to Nathan's point, when you look at like the reasoning model, to me, even when I used R1 versus O1, there was like that sort of rough edges around the corner, right? And Flash thinking, earlier, I didn't use this version, but the one from this verse, they definitely have that rough edges around the corner feeling, right? Where it's just not fleshed out to any segment, right? Sure, they added math and coding capabilities to verify it all, but it feels like they lost something in certain areas. And someone is worse performing than chat in many areas as well, to be clear. Not by a lot, right? Like R1 definitely felt like it's worse in certain areas. Like Satoon and RL expressed and learned a lot of things we think in other areas. And so I think that's one of the big differences between these models and what a lot offers. And then OpenAI has O1 Pro. And what they did with O3, which is like also very unique, is that they stack search on top of each other, right? And the chain of thought is one thing where it's one chain, it backtracks, goes back and forth. But how they start to solve the API challenge, not just so it's also sampled many times, i.e. running them in parallel and then select. It's running in parallel.
I don't know if we have the full information. I don't have enough description to confidently say that it is parallel samples. Yeah, and then defining the chain of thought steps. We haven't defined chain of thought. Chain of thought is from a paper a few years ago where you introduced the idea to ask a language model that at the time was much less easy to use. You would say, let's verify step by step, and it would induce the model to do this relative close step. Chain of thought is now almost a default in models where if you ask it a math question, you don't need to tell it step by step. And the idea with Monte Carlo research is that you take an intermediate point from that train, do some sort of expansion, send more compute, and then select it over. That's like a very complex form of search that has been used for things like U0 and alpha zero. Essentially, I know U0 does this. Other form of search is just asking 5 different people and then taking a little bit of a variety of like complicated stuff. We don't know what it is. They are not just in one case. They're launching many in parallel. In the art AGI, they launched like 1,000 in parallel for the one that like really shocks everyone that beat the benchmark. They would launch 1,000 in parallel and beat the rate answer like 80% of the time, 70% of the time, anyway. Whereas if they just launched one, it was like 30%. There are many extensions to this. I would say the simplest one is that our language models today have been designed to give the right answer the highest percentage of the time in one response. And we are now opening the door to different ways of running inference on our models in which we need to reevaluate many parts of the training process, which normally opens the door to more progress, but we don't know if OpenAI changed a lot or if it's sampling more and multiple choice is what they're doing, or if it's something more complex and they change the training and they know that the inference code is going to be different.
So we're talking about O1 Pro, $200 a month, and then losing money. So the thing that we're referring to is fascinating exploration of the test time compute space. Is that actually possible? Do you run enough compute for that? Does the financials make sense?
So the fantastic thing is, and it's in the thing that I pulled up earlier, but its cost for GPT-3 has plummeted if you scroll up to a few images, I think. The important thing about like, hey, is the cost limiting factor there, right? Like my view is that like we'll have like really awesome intelligence before we have like AGI before we have it permeate throughout the economy. And this is sort of why that reason, right? GPT-3 was trained in 2021, and the cost for running inference on it was $60, $70 per million tokens, right? Which is the cost for intelligence was ridiculous. Now, as we scaled forward 2 years, we've had a 1,200x reduction in cost to achieve the same level of intelligence as GPT-3.
So here on the x-axis is time over just a couple of years, and on the y-axis log scale dollars to on instance on a million tokens. So you have just a dollar, like a linear decline on log scale, GPT-3, 3.5 to
like 5 cents or something like that now, right? Which is $60 for 1,200x. That's not the exact number, but 1,200x. I remember that number is humongous cost for intelligence, right? Now the freak out over DeepSeek is, oh my god, they're ridiculously cheap. But actually, if you look at this trend line, they're not below the trend line. First of all, this is GPT-3, right? They are the first to hit it, right? Which is a big deal. But they're not below the trend line as far as GPT-3. Now we have GPT-4. What's going to happen with these reasoning capabilities, right? It's a mix of architectural innovations, it's a mix of better data, and it's going to be better training techniques, and all of these mix better inference systems, better hardware, right? Going from each generation of GPU to new generations or ASICs. Everything is going to take this cost curve down and down and down and down. And then can I just spawn 1,000 different LLMs to create a task and then pick from one of them, or whatever search technique I want, a tree, Monte Carlo tree search? Maybe it gets that complicated. Maybe it doesn't get too complicated to actually fail. Like who knows? Better lesson, right? The question is I think when, not if, because the rate of progress is so fast, right? 9 months ago, Dario was saying, Dario said 9 months ago the cost of training an inference was this, right? And now we're much better than this, right? And DeepSeek is much better than this. And that cost curve for GPT-4, which was also roughly $60 per million tokens when it launched, has already fallen to $2 per cent, right? And we're going to get it down to cents, probably, for GPT-4 quality. And then that's the base for the reasoning models like O1 today. O1 Pro spawning multiple, right? And O3, so on and so forth. Search techniques too expensive today, but they will get cheaper, and that's what's going to unlock the intelligence, right?
So it gets cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. The big DeepSeek R1 release freaked everybody out because it's cheaper. One of the manifestations of that is NVIDIA stock plummet. Can you explain what happened? I mean, and also just explain this moment and whether, if NVIDIA is going to keep winning.
We're both NVIDIA goals here, I would say. And in some ways, the market response is most of the market. NVIDIA's biggest customers in the US are major tech companies, and they're spending a ton on AI. And a simple interpretation of DeepSeek is you can get really good models without spending as much on AI. So in that capacity, it's like, maybe these big tech companies won't need to spend as much on AI and go down. The actual thing that happens is much more complex, where there's social factors, where there's the rising app store, social contagion that is happening, and then I think all some of it is like but it built up over the weekend with the social pressure. Whereas like, if it was during the weekend, there was multiple days of trading when this is really becoming like it comes on the weekend and then everybody wants to sell. And that is a social contagion.
I think like there were a lot of false narratives, which is like, hey, these guys are spending billions on models, right? And they're not spending billions on models. No one spent more than $1 billion on a model that's released publicly, right? GPT-4 was a couple $100 million, and then they produced the cost of 4 Turbo 4, right? But $1 billion model runs archives, right? Those pre-training and post-training, right? And the other number is like, hey, DeepSeek didn't include everything. They didn't include a lot of the cost goes to research and all this sort of stuff. A lot of the cost goes to inference. A lot of the cost goes to post-training. None of these things were factored. Research salaries are like, these things are like counted in the billions of dollars of OpenAI's, but they weren't counted in the, hey, $6 million, $5 million of DeepSeek spent, right? So there's a bit of misunderstanding of what these numbers are. And then there's also an element of NVIDIA's just been a straight line up, right? And there's been so many different narratives that have been pushed down into NVIDIA. I don't say pushed down into NVIDIA stock. Everyone is looking for a reason to sell or to be worried, right? It was Blackwell delays, right? Their GPU was, there's a lot of report every 2 weeks. There's a new report about the GPU's delays. There's the whole thing about scaling laws ending, right? It's so ironic, right? It was just like literally just, hey, models aren't getting better, right? They're just not getting better. There's no reason to spend more. Pre-training scaling is dead. And then it's like, what? Okay, right? R1, right? And now it's like, boy, models are getting they're progressing too fast. Slow down the progress. Stop spending on GPUs, right? Yeah. But the funniest thing I think that like comes out of this is Javon's paradox is true, right? AWS pricing for H100 has gone up over the last couple of months, right? Since a little bit after Christmas, since B3 was launched, AWS H100 pricing has gone up. H200s are like almost out of stock everywhere because H200 has more memory, and therefore R1 wants that chip over H100, right? We were trying to get GPUs that were really good at for a demo, and it wasn't that easy. We were trying to get just like 16 or 32 H100s for demo, and it was not very easy.
So for people who don't know, general paradox is when the efficiency goes up, somehow magically counterintuitively the
right. Semiconductors is we're at 50 years forward one every 2 years now. Double the numbers. It's just like clockwork. And it's slowed down obviously, but like the semiconductor industry has gone up the whole time, right? It's been wavy, right? There's obviously cycles and stuff. I don't expect AI to be any different, right? There's going to be ebbs and flows, but this is in AI, it's just playing out at an insane rate, right? It was 2x every 2 years. This is 1200x every 3, right? So it's like the scale of improvement that's like hard to wrap your head around.
Yeah, I was confused because to me, it's not actually not obvious. But if you went out because there's kind of suspicion of foul play on the side of China, something like this. But if you just look purely at the actual principles of play here, it's obvious. Yeah, John's paradox.
That's the AI game. Or it's higher the derivative of AI processors, especially. NVIDIA is the best place. The higher the derivatives, sooner the market's going to be bigger and expanding, and NVIDIA is the only one that does everything reliably right now.
Because it's not like an NVIDIA competitor. It's another company that's using NVIDIA.
Who historically has been a large NVIDIA customer.
Yeah.
And has expressed their
angles of smuggling, right? One is ByteDance arguably is the largest smuggler of GPUs for China, right? China's exposed to GPUs. ByteDance has like over 500,000 GPUs. Why? Because they're all rented from companies around the world. They rent from Oracle, they rent from Google, they rent from all these massive and a bunch of smaller cloud companies, right? All the neo clouds, right, of the world. They rent so many GPUs. They also buy a bunch, right? And they do this mostly like what Meta does, right? Serving next best one. Same stuff. Same right? You hear this today that you use, right? And it's a valid use, right? It doesn't mean right? Now that's theoretically now very much restricted with the AI diffusion rules which happened in the last week of the Biden admin and Trump admin looks like they're going to keep up, which limits like allies, even like Singapore, which Singapore is like 20% of NVIDIA's 30% of NVIDIA's revenue, but Singapore had a moratorium on not building data centers for like 50 years. So power. I think they're all going to China, right? But of course, then you're going to Malaysia, including Microsoft and Oracle have big data centers in Malaysia. They're going all over Southeast Asia, probably India as well, right? Like stuff surrounding, but like the diffusion rules are very de facto. Like, you can only buy this many GPUs, and you can only rent a cluster this large to companies at a time. Right? Like they're very explicit on trying to stop smuggling, right? And a big chunk of it was, hey, let's a random company buys 16 servers just into to China, right? There's actually I saw a photo from someone in the semiconductor industry who leads like a team for like networking chips that competes with NVIDIA, and he sent a photo of a guy checking into a first class United from San Francisco to Shanghai or Shenzhen with a super micro box that was this big, which could only contain GPUs, right? And he was looking for class. Just think about it: 3 to 5 cases for your first class ticket. Server costs $240,000 in the US, $250,000. You sell it for $300,000 in China. Wait, it's got a free first class ticket and a lot more money. So it's like and that's like small scale smuggling. Most of the large scale smuggling is like Singapore and Malaysia. Around more renting GPUs.
I want to jump in. How much does it scale? I think there's been some people that are higher level economics understanding say that as you go from 1 billion to 10 billion, you're hiding certain levels of economic activity, and that's the most reasonable thing to me. Is that there's going to be some level where it's so obvious that it's easier to find this economic activity. And
yeah, so my belief is that last year roughly so NVIDIA made 1 million H20s that they're legally allowed to be shipped to China, which we talked about is better for reasoning, right? Inference evidence. Not training, but reasoning inference. And inference generally. Then they also have, a couple 100,000, we think like 200 to 300,000 GPUs were routed to China from, Singapore, Malaysia, US, wherever. Companies spun up by 16 GPUs, 64 GPUs, whatever it is, routed. And Huawei is known for having spun up a massive network of like companies to get the materials they need after they were banned in like 2018. So it's not like otherworldly. But I agree, right? At this point, it's like, hey, we can't smuggle 10 doses. And then the third sort of source, which is just now banned, which wasn't considered smuggling, but is China is renting. Like, from our research, right? Oracle's biggest GPU customer is ByteDance, right? And for Google, I think it's their second biggest customer. Right? And so, like, when you go down the list of clouds, especially these smaller cloud companies that aren't like the hyperscalers, right? It's beyond, or even Lambda, even there's a whole sea, there's 60 different cloud companies serving GPUs, and ByteDance is running a lot of these, right? All over, right? And so these companies are renting GPUs to Chinese companies, and that was completely legal up until the diffusion rules, which happened just a few weeks ago. And even now, you can rent GPU clusters that are less than 2,000. Or you can buy GPUs and ship them wherever you want if they're less than 1,500 GPUs, right? So it's like there are still like some ways to smuggle, but yeah, it's not. As the numbers grow, right? 100 something billion dollars of revenue for NVIDIA last year, 200 something billion this year, right? And next year, it's going to double again, or more than double, right? Based on like what we see with data center footprints like being built out all across the U.S. and the rest of the world. It's going to be really hard for China to keep up with these rules, right? Yes, there will always be smuggling, and DeepSeek level models and GPT-4 level models, O1 level models, capable to train on what China can get, even the next tier above that. But if we speed run a couple more, jumps, right? To $1 billion models, $10 billion models, then it becomes, hey, there is a huge disadvantage for China, both training models and serving. And the serving part is really critical, right? DeepSeek cannot serve their models yet, right? It's completely out of inventory. It's already started falling into the App Store, actually, downloads, because you just download it, try and sign up, because they don't have the registration, they have the capacity. Right? You open it up, you get like less than 5 tokens per second if you even get your request approved, right? Because there's no capacity because they just don't have enough GPUs to serve the model, even though it's incredibly efficient.
It'd be fascinating to watch the smuggling. Because I mean, there's drug smuggling, right? That's a market. There's weapons smuggling, and GPUs will surpass that as
So it's our highest value per kilogram, probably by far. I have another question for you, Don. Do you track model API access internationally? How easy is it for Chinese companies to use hosted model APIs from the US?
Yeah, that's incredibly easy. Right? Like OpenAI publicly stated DeepSeek uses their API, and they say they have evidence, right? And this is another element of the training regime. Is people at OpenAI have claimed that it's a distilled model, i.e., you're taking OpenAI's model, you're generating a lot of output, and then you're training on the output in their model. And even if that's the case, what they did is still amazing, by the way, what DeepSeek did efficiency-wise.
It's always in the standard practice in the industry, whether or not, if you're at a closed lab where you care about terms of service being closely, you distill from your own models. If you are a researcher and you're not building any products, you distill from the AI model.
It's a good opportunity. Can you explain big picture distillation as a process? What is distillation? What's the process?
We talked a lot about training language models. They are trained on text. And post-training, you're trying to train on very high-quality text that you want the model to match the features of, or if you're using RL, you're letting the model find something. But for supervised fine-tuning or preference data, you need to have some completions with the model trying to learn dynamically. And what you do there is instead of human data or instead of the model you're currently training, you take completions from a different, normally more powerful model. I think there's rumors that these big models that people are waiting for, these GPT-5s of the world, the Claude 3s, Opus's of the world, are used internally to do this distillation process.
There's also a couple of examples, right? Like Meta explicitly stated, not necessarily distilling, but they used 405B as a reward model for 70 reasons of online research.
Yeah. This is all the same topic.
So is this ethical? Is this legal? Why is that Financial Times article headlines say it's OpenAI says that there's evidence that China's DeepSeek used its model to train content?
This is a long, at least the academic side and research side, has a long history because you're trying to interpret OpenAI's rules. OpenAI's terms of service say that you cannot build a competitor without putting on the model. Terms of service are different than a license, which are essentially a contract between organizations. So if you have terms of service on OpenAI's account, if I violate it, OpenAI can cancel my account. It's very different than like a license that says how you can use a downstream artifact. So a lot of it hinges on a word that is very unclear in the AI space, which is what.
And then the ethical aspect of it is like, why is it unethical for me to train on your model when you can train on the internet?
Yes.
Right?
So there's a kind of a hypocrisy because the OpenAI, that's potentially most of the companies training, using that text proficiency.
There's also a sort of default, which is that I generate data from OpenAI and then I upload it somewhere and then somebody else trains on it and the link has been broken. Like they're not under the same principle.
This is why there's a lot of like to be discovered details that don't make sense. This is why a lot of models today, even if they train on zero OpenAI data, you ask the model who trained you, it'll say, I have ChatGPT trained by OpenAI. Because there's so much copy paste of like OpenAI outputs from that on the internet that you just weren't able to filter it out. And there was nothing in the RL where they implemented like, hey, like, or post training or SMT, whatever that says, hey, I'm actually modeled by Alan.
We have to do this if we serve a demo. We do research and we use OpenAI APIs for useful and we want to understand post training and like our research models. They will say they're written by OpenAI unless we put in the system prompt that we talked about. That I am too. I am a language model trained by the Allen Institute for AI. And if you ask more people around industry, especially with post training, it's a very doable task to make the model say who it is or to suppress the OpenAI thing. So, in some levels, it might be that DeepSeek didn't care that it was saying that it was by OpenAI. if you're going to upload model weights, it doesn't really matter. Anyone that's serving it in an application and cares a lot about serving is going to, when serving it, if they're using it for a specific task, they're going to tailor it to that. It doesn't matter what it's saying.
Oh, I guess one of the ways to do that is like a system prompt or something like that. Like if you're serving it to say that you're.
That's what if we host a demo, you say you are 3, a language model trained by the Allen Institute for AI. We also benefited from OpenAI data to create research.
I mean, do you think there's any truth and value to the claim, OpenAI's claim, that there's evidence that China's DeepSeek uses model to train?
I think everyone has benefited regardless because the data's on the internet, and therefore it's a different training, right? There are like subreddits where people share the best ChatGPT outputs, and those are in there.
I think that they're trying to share. They're trying to protect themselves, and we saw this years ago when ByteDance was actually banned from some OpenAI APIs for training on outputs. There's other AI startups that most people, if you're in the AI culture, are like, they just told us they trained on OpenAI outputs and they never got banned. Like that's how they bootstrapped their early models. So it's much easier to get off the ground using this than to set up human pipelines and build a strong model. There's a long history here, and a lot of the communications seem like narrative.
Actually, like over the last couple of days, we've seen a lot of people distill DeepSeek's model into Llama models because the DeepSeek models are kind of complicated to run inference on because they're a mixture of experts and 600 plus billion parameters and all this. But people distill them into the Llama model because the Llama models are so easy to serve that everyone's built the pipelines for inference with the Llama models, right? Because it's the open standard. So we've seen a sort of roundabout, right? Like, is it bad? Is it illegal? Maybe it's illegal, right? I don't know that, but like. Trade contracts. I don't think it's illegal. Like it might be illegal. Like no one's going to jail.
I think like fundamentally, I think it's ethical, or I hope it's ethical because the moment it becomes we ban that kind of thing, it's going to make everybody much worse off. And I also actually, this is difficult, but I think you should be allowed to train on the internet. I know a lot of authors and creators are very sensitive about it. That's a difficult question. But the moment you're not allowed to train on the internet,
it's a take on how you consult this.
I have a really good
So, and as a law, you allow to train on any training data and cover it if you want to train them all. A. B. 9 gigawatts of curtailed nuclear power. C. Japan is allowed under the AI diffusion rule to import as many GPUs as they'd like. So all we have to do is we have a market here to make. We build massive data centers, we rent the labs, and then we train models in a legally permissible way, no ifs, ands, or buts. And now the models have no potential copyright lawsuit from New York Times or like that. Completely legal. No, so
genius. The early copyright lawsuit from policy for AI training, I would say that the long tail abuse is going to go inside of AI, which is that if you scrape trillions of data, you're not looking at trillions of tokens of data, you're not looking and saying this one New York Times article is so important to me. But if you're doing an audio generation for music or image generation, and you say make it in the style of X person, that's a reasonable case where you can figure out what is their profit margin on inference. I don't know if it's going to be the 50-50 of YouTube creator program or something, but I would opt into that program as a writer. Like, please, it's going to be a rough journey, but there will be some solutions like that make sense, but there's a long tail where it's just on the internet.
I think one of the other aspects of that financial time article implied, and this is at least a more general question, do you think how difficult is spying, espionage, and stealing of actual secret code and data or inside companies? How much of that is being attempted?
Data is part of that. Silicon Valley operates on the way that employees get bought out by other companies for a pay raise, and a large reason why these companies do this is to bring ideas with them. And in California, there's rules like certain non-competes or whatever are illegal in California, and whether or not there's NDAs and things, that is how a lot of the process happens. Recently, there was somebody from Gemini who helped make this 1 million context link. And everyone is saying the next llama, the Meta team, is going to have 1 million context link.
that's kind of how it works. You know, as far as like industrial espionage and things, that has been greatly successful, right? You know, the Americans hate the Brits, the Chinese have done it to the Americans, right? You know, so on and so forth. It is a fact of life. And so, like, to argue industrial espionage can be stopped is probably unlikely. You can make it difficult. Even then, like, there's all these stories about, like, hey, F-35 and F-22 have already been, like, sort of like, code and stuff, like, between, you know, I say companies, not nation states, is probably very difficult. But ideas are discussed a lot, right? Whether it be a house party in San Francisco, or a company changing employees, or, you know, or always the like mythical honeypot that always gets talked about, right? When someone gets honeypotted, right? Because everyone working on AI is a single dude who's in their 20s and 30s. Not everyone, but like an insane amount of insane percentages. So there's always like all these like, you know, and obviously
honeypot is like a spy, female spy approaches you, and like
or male, right? San Francisco, right? But, yes, as a single dude, I will say in his late 20s, right, it's like we were very easily corrupted, right? Like, you know, like not corrupted myself, but, you know, like, we are, right?
everybody else. I'm being
I'm too oblivious that I'm single, so I'm safe from one espionage practice.
Yeah, you have to make sure both all security vulnerabilities. So you generally collect a lot of information about each of the mega clusters for each of the major AI companies. Can you talk about the build outs for each one that stand out?
Yeah, so I think the thing that's like really important about these mega cluster build-outs is that they're completely unprecedented in scale, right? US, you know, sort of like data center power consumption is slowly on the rise. It's gone up to 2-3%, even through the cloud computing revolution, right? Data center consumption has been the total US. And that's been over decades, right? Data centers, et cetera, and climate. But now by the end of this decade, it's like even under like, you know, when I say like 10%, a lot of people that are traditionally by like 2028, 2030, people traditionally traditional data center people like that. But then like people who are in like AI who have like really looked at this like Anthropics and open AIs are like that's not. But like, you know, this is both through globally distributed or distributed throughout the U.S. as well as like centralized. The distributed throughout the U.S. is exciting and it's the bulk of it, right? Like, hey, you know, OpenAI or you know, say Meta is adding a gigawatt, right? But most of it is distributed through the U.S. for different, right?
So maybe we should lay out what a cluster is. So you know, this is AWS. Maybe it's good to talk about the different kinds of clusters and what you mean by mega clusters and what's GPU and what's the computer and what.
Yeah.
Not that far back, but yeah. So like, what do we mean by the clusters?
Oh man, I thought I was about to do the Apple ad, right? What's a computer? So traditionally, data centers and data center paths have been a distributed systems problem that is capable of being spread very far, right? I.e., I send a request to Google, it gets routed to a data center somewhere close to me, does whatever search ranking recommendation, sends the result back, right? The nature of the task is changing rapidly in that there's two tasks that people are really focused on. It's not database access, it's not serve me the right page, serve me the right app. It's now inference. And inference is dramatically different from traditional distributed systems, but it looks a lot more similar. And then there's training, right? The inference side is still like, hey, I'm going to put thousands of GPUs in blocks all around these data centers. Run models on them. User submits requests, gets kicked off, or hey, my service. They submit a request to my service right there on board, and they're like, oh yeah, help me Copilot. And it just kicks it off, run on their Windows, Copilot, whatever, Apple Intelligence, whatever it is, it gets kicked off to a data center, right? So that data center doesn't work. That's inference. That is going to be the bulk of compute. But then that's like, there's thousands of data centers that we're tracking with like satellites and all these other things. And those are the bulk of what's built. Well, the scale of, and so that's like what's really reshaping, that's what's getting, the scale of the cluster is also really important, right? When we look back at history, right, or through the age of AI, right, like it was a really big deal when they did extent on, I think, 2 GPUs or 3 GPUs, I don't remember. It's a really big deal.
It's a big deal because you use GPUs.
It's a big deal that use GPUs, but then over time, the scale has been compounded, right? And so we skip forward to GPT-3, 4, GPT-4, 8100 GPU, unprecedented run, right? And YOLO, right? Our YOLO for GPT-4, and it yielded, this magical improvement that was like perfectly in line with what was experimented and just like a large scale.
Oh yeah, they have that a lot. The technical know-how.
The scaling also worked, right? But that's not a crazy number, right? 20,000 A100s, roughly GPUs consuming 400 watts, and then when you add in the whole server, right, everything, it's like 15 to 20 megawatts of power, right? Maybe you can look up what the power of consumption of a human person is. The numbers are getting silly, but like 15 to 20 megawatts of the standard data center size was just unprecedented. That was all GPUs running on Amazon. The toaster is like
That's a good example.
Similar power consumption to H100, right? H100 comes around, they increase the power from like 400 to 700 watts, and that's just per GPU, and then there's all the associated stuff around it. So once you count all that, it's roughly like 1,200 to 1,400 watts for everything, networking, CPUs, memory, blah, blah, blah.
So we should also say that what's required is power, a lot of power is required, a lot of heat is generated, cooling is required, and because there's a lot of GPUs that have to be, or CPUs or whatever, they have to be connected, so there's a lot of networking.
Yeah, yes, I think, sorry for skipping past that. And then the data center itself is like complicated, right? But these are still standard-sized data centers for GPU-4 scale, right? Now we step forward to sort of what is the scale of clusters that people built last year, right? And it ranges widely, right? It ranges from like, hey, these are standard data centers, and we're just using multiple of them and connecting them together, really, with a ton of fiber between them, a lot of networking, et cetera. That's what OpenAI and Microsoft did in Arizona, right? So they have 100,000 GPUs, right? Meta, similar thing. They took their standard existing data centers, looks like an H, and they connected multiple of them together. They first did 16,000 GPUs, 24,000 GPUs total. Only 16,000 of them were running on the training run because GPUs are very unreliable, so you need to have spares to like swap them out. All the way to like now 100,000 GPUs that they're training on Llama 4 on currently, right? Like 128,000, right? This is, think about 100,000 GPUs with roughly 1,400 watts a piece. That's 140 megawatts, right? Or 120, right? So you're talking about you jump from 15 to 20 megawatts to 10x, almost 10x that number, 9x that number, 150 megawatts in 2 years, right? 2022 to 2024, right? And some people like Elon, that he admittedly, right, and he says himself, it did the game a little bit late for training, largely with models, right? XAI was started later, right? But then you need that heaven and hell to get his data center up and get the largest cluster in the world, right? Which is 200,000 GPUs. And he did that factory in Memphis. He's upgrading the substation at the same time. He's got a bunch of low power generation, a bunch of single cycle combine. He tapped the natural gas line right next to the factory. He's pulling a ton of gas, burning gas. He's generating all this power. He's in a factory, an old appliance factory that shut down in China long ago, right? Like, and he's got 200,000 GPUs in it. And now what's the next scale, right? Like all the hyperscalers have done this. Now the next scale is something that's even bigger, right? And so, Elon, just to stick on the topic, he's building his own natural gas plant, like a proper one, right next door. He's deploying tons of Tesla Megapack batteries to make the power more smooth, and all sorts of other things. He's got like industrial chillers to cool the water down because he's water cooling the chips. So all these crazy things to get the clusters bigger and bigger. But when you look at, like, say, what OpenAI did with Stargate, that's that in Arizona, in Abilene, Texas, right? What they've announced, at least, right? It's not built, right? Elon says they don't have the money. There's debates about this. But at full scale, at least the first section is like definitely money's accounted for, but there's multiple sections. But full scale, that data center is going to be 2.2 gigawatts, right? 2,200 megawatts of power in, and roughly like 1.8 gigawatts or 1,800 megawatts of power delivered to chips, right? Now this is an absurd scale. 2.2 gigawatts is like more than most things, right? To be clear, and delivered to a single cluster that's connected to do training, right? To train these models, to do both pre-training, post-training, all of this stuff, right?
This is insane.
What is a nuclear power plant?
Everyone is doing this, right? Everyone is doing this, right? rapidly scale, right? Like all of these, the guys that are racing, the companies that are racing hard. They're doing multi-gigawatt data centers, right? To build this out because they think that yeah, if I now have obviously pre-training scaling is going to continue, but to some extent, but then also all this post-training stuff or RL sandbox or computer use or whatever, right? Like this is where they're going to always verify about viable domains. They just keep learning and learning and learning, self-play, whatever it is, makes the AI so much more capable because the line does go up, right? As you grow more compute, you get more performance. The shirt is about scaling laws. To some extent, it is diminishing returns, right? You 10x the compute, you don't get 10x better model, right? You get diminishing returns, but also you get efficiency improvements, so you bend the curve, right? And these scale of data centers are doing, wreaking, a lot of like havoc on the network, right? Nate was mentioning there's Amazon has tried to buy this nuclear power plant, Talon. And if you look at Talon stock, it's just like skyrocketing, and like they're building a massive multi-gigawatt data center there. You just don't need ramifications. The interesting thing is like certain regions of the U.S. transmitting power costs more than actually generating, right? Because the grid is so slow to build, and the demand for power and the ability to build power and like re-ramping on a natural gas plant or even a coal plant is like easy enough to do, but like transmitting the power is really hard. So in some parts of the U.S., like in Virginia, it costs more to transmit power than it costs to generate it. Which is like there's all sorts of like second order effects that are insane.
So the power grid support.
Trump's executive orders. There's a Biden executive order before the end of the year, but then Trump had some more executive orders, which hopefully reduce the regulations to where yes, things can be built. But yeah, this is a big challenge, right? It's building enough power fast.
Are you going to basically have a nuclear power plant next to a data center for each one of these?
So the fun thing here is this is too slow to build the power plant. To build a power plant, but to reconfigure an existing power plant is too slow. And so therefore you must use data center power consumption, right? Like it's like that's why nuclear is also good for it. Like long term, nuclear is very valuable fit, right? Yeah, you can't do solar or anything in the short term. Like that. These data center powers like this, right? Like you're telling me, I'm gonna buy tens of billions of dollars of GPUs and idle them because the power's not being generated. Like power's cheap, right? Like if you look at the cost of a cluster, less than 20% of it is power, right? Most of it is the capital cost and depreciation of the GPU, right? And so it's like, well, screw it. I'll just build natural gas plants. This is what Meta's doing in Louisiana. This is what OpenAI is doing in Texas and like all these different places. They may not be doing it directly, but they are partnering with them. And so there is a couple things, right? Like one is, Elon, what he's doing in Memphis is like, to the extreme. You're not just using dual combined cycle gas, which is like super efficient. He's also just using single cycle and like mobile generators and stuff, which is less efficient. But so there's also like the flip side, which is like solar power generation, like this, and wind is another like this different correlation, different. So if you stack both of those, plus you get a big chunk of batteries, plus you have a little bit of gas, it is possible to run it more green. And it's just the time scales for that is slow, right? So people are trying, but Meta basically said whatever, don't care about my sustainability pledge, or they'll buy like a power, it's called a PPA power purchasing agreement, or there'll be a massive wind farm or solar farm, like wherever, and then they'll just pretend like those electrons are being consumed by the data center, but in reality, they're paying for the power here and selling it to the grid, they're buying the power here. And then another thing is like Microsoft put up some of their sustainability pledges, right? Elon, what he did with Memphis is objectively somewhat dirty, but he's also doing it in an area where there's a bigger natural gas plant right next door, and like a sewer next, or not a sewer, but like a wastewater treatment and a garbage dump nearby. Right? And he's obviously made the world a lot more clean than that what data center is going to do, right? So I think like it's fine to some extent, and maybe AGI solves more big stuff, and whatever it is. This is sort of the attitude that people at the lab have, right? Which is like, yeah, sure, we'll shoot down, right? Because the race is working to move, that's the way works, right?
I should say that I got a chance to visit the Memphis Data Center, and it's kind of incredible. I mean, I visited just the teams and the rate of innovation is insane. Because my sense is that nobody's ever done it at this scale, and nobody has certainly ever done anything at this scale at the rate that XAI is doing. So they're like figuring out. I mean, so I was sitting there at all these meetings and it's like, it's exciting to they're trying to figure out what bottlenecks are, how to remove bottlenecks, how to make sure that there's just so many really cool things about putting together a data center because everything has to work. It's the people that do like the sysadmin, the machine learning, all that is the exciting thing, and so on. But really, the people that run everything are the folks that know like the low level software and hardware that runs everything, and networking, all of that. So you have to like make sure you have procedures that test everything. I think they're using that. I don't know how they're doing the networking, but
They're using NVIDIA Spectrum. And there's actually like I think the unsung heroes are cooling and electrical systems. It's like gloss over.
yeah.
But I think like one story that maybe is like exemplifies how insane this stuff is when you're training, right? You're always doing you're running through the model a bunch, right? Most of the running through the model a bunch, and then you're going to exchange everything and synchronize the links, right? So you'll do a step. This is like a step in model training, right? And every step your loss goes down. It doesn't always, but in the simplest terms, you'll be computing a lot and then you'll exchange, right? The interesting thing that GPU power is most because networking power is some, but it's a lot less. But so while you're computing, your power for your GPUs is here. But then when you're exchanging waves, if you're not able to overlap communication with the GPU perfectly, there may be a time period where your GPUs are just idle and you're exchanging waves, and you're like, hey, the model's updated. So you're exchanging the gradients, you do the model update, and then you start training again, the power goes, right? And it's super spiky. And so funnily enough, right, like this, when you talk about the scale of data center power, right, you can blow stuff up. It's so easy. And so Meta actually has accidentally opened upstream something to code in PyTorch where they added an operator. And I kid you not, whoever made this, like I want to hug the guy because it says PyTorch, it's like PyTorch.powersplit no floor. Zero or F1. And what it does is amazing, right? Either, when you're exchanging the weights, the GPU will just compute big numbers. So the power doesn't spike too much. And so then the power plants don't blow up because the transient spikes like screw stuff up.
Well, that makes sense. I mean, you have to do that kind of thing. You have to make sure they're aligned. Yeah.
And Elon's solution was like, let me throw a bunch of Tesla mega packs and a few other things, right? Like, everyone has different solutions, but like Meta's at least was public and openly known, which is just like set this operator. And what this operator does is it just makes the GPUs compute nothing so that the power doesn't spike.
But that just tells you how much power you're working with. It's insane. It's insane.
People should go through the scale, like what does X want to do, and go through all the scales from 1 watt to a kilowatt to a megawatt. And you look at stare at that, how high on the list 6 gigawatt is. It's
Can you say something about Blink? So I know you have to just liquid cooling in all cases. That's a new thing. Most of don't use liquid cooling. Is there something interesting to say about cooling?
Yeah. So air cooling has been the de facto standard. Throw a bunch of metal, heat pipes, etc., and fans, right? And that's cool. That's been enough to cool it. People have been dabbling in water cooling. Google's GPUs are water cooled, right? They've been doing that for a few years. But with GPUs, no one's ever done it, and no one's ever done the scale of water cooling. Now, next generation NVIDIA is for the like highest end GPU, it is mandatory for water cooling. But Elon did it on this current generation, and that required a lot of stuff, right? If you look at like some of the satellite photos and stuff of the Memphis facility, there's all these external water chillers that are sitting basically. It looks like a semi-truck pod thing. What's it called? But really, those are water chillers. He has like 90 of those water chillers sitting outside. 90 different containers, right, with water, that chill the water, bring it back to the data center, and then you distribute it to all the chips, pull all the heat out, and then send it back, right? And this is both a way to cool the chips, and also the efficiency. Going back to that like sort of three-vector thing, right? There is memory bandwidth, flops, and interconnects. The closer the chips are together, the easier it is to do high-speed interconnects, right? And so this is also like a reason why you don't go water cooling, is because you can just put the chips right next to each other and therefore get higher speed connectivity.
I gotta ask you. So in one of your recent posts, there's a section called custom measuring contest. So
There's another word there, but I won't say it.
who's got the biggest now? Who's
Today, individual largest is Google, right?
Elon's cluster.
Elon's cluster in Memphis, 200,000, right? Meta has like 180,000 or 100,000. Now, to be clear, other companies have more GPUs than Elon. They just don't have them in one place, right? And for training, you want them tightly connected. There's some techniques that people are researching and working on that let you train across multiple regions. But for the most part, you want them all in that point, right? So you can connect them tightly to a high-speed network. And so, Elon today has 200,000 H100, and 100,000 H100, 100,000 H100, right? Meta, OpenAI, and Amazon all have all this 100,000 or less. But this year, people are building much more, right? Anthropic and Amazon are building a cluster of 400,000 premium to it. Amazon's chip, trying to get away from NVIDIA, right? Meta and OpenAI have scaled for hundreds of thousands, but by next year, you'll have like 500,000 to 700,000 GPU clusters. And note those GPUs are much higher power consumption than existing ones, right? Copper 700 watts, Blackwell goes to 1200 watts, right? So the power per chip is growing, and the number of chips is growing, right?
Nuts. You think Elon said we'll get to a million. That's actually true.
I don't know. Right? The filings that he has for like a power plant, the Tesla battery packs, it's clear he has some crazy things to make this. Like we're missing stuff is open record, right? But it's not quite clear that what the time scales are. I just never doubted it, right? It's gonna surprise me.
So what's the idea with this cluster? If you have a million GPUs, what percentage in let's say 2-3 years is used for training, and what percent pre-training, and what percent is used for that computation?
So the clusters make no sense, right? You could route inference there, just not training. But most of the inference capacity is being, hey, I've got a 30 megawatt data center here, I've got 50 megawatts here, I've got 100 here, whatever. I'll just throw inference in all of those because the mega clusters, right, multi-gigawatt data centers, I want to train because that's where all of my GPUs are co-located, where I can put them at a super high networking speed connected together, right? Because that's what you need for training. Now, with pre-training, this is the old scale, right? You can increase parameters, you can increase data, model gets better. That doesn't apply anymore because there's not much more data in the pre-training side, right? Yes, there's video and audio and image that is not being taken advantage of. There's a lot more scaling, but a lot of people have transcripts of YouTube videos, and that gets you a lot of the data. It doesn't get you all the learning that we got of the video and image data. But, there's still scaling to be done on training. But this post-training world is where all the plot produces, right? The model's going to play with itself, it's going to self-play, it's going to verify the tasks, period, use in sandboxes, and actually do simulated robotics things, right? Like all of these things are going to be environments where compute is spent in quote-unquote post-training. I think this is going to be good. We're going to drop this place. It's going to be pre-training and it's going to be training. At some point. Because for the bulk of the last 2 years, pre-training has dwarfed post-training. But with these verifiable methods, especially ones that scale really, potentially infinitely, like computer use and robotics, not just math and coding, where we can verify what's happening. Those infinitely verifiable tasks that seem to be spent as much compute as possible, especially in context length.
Because at the end of pre-training is when you increase the context length of the models. And we've talked earlier in the conversation about how the context length, when you have a long input, is much easier to manage than output. And a lot of these post-training and reasoning techniques rely on a ton of sampling, and it's becoming increasingly long context. So it's just effectively your compute efficiency goes down. I don't think flops is the standard for how you measure it, but with RL and you have to do all these things where you move your weights around in a different way than in pre-training each generation. It's going to become less efficient. Flops is going to be less terms, which is better to go back to flops.
So all of the things we've been talking about is most likely going to be right? Is there any competitors?
Google ignores them.
What's the story with TPU? What's the
TPU is awesome, right? It's great. Google is they're a bit more tepid on building data centers for some reason. They're building big data centers. Don't get me wrong, and they actually have the biggest cluster. But I was talking about NVIDIA cluster. They actually have the biggest cluster. Period. But the way they do it is very interesting, right? They have two sort of data center super regions, right? In that the data center isn't all of the GPUs are semi-analysis multi-data center. So this is like, so this is an image of like what a standard Google data center looks like. By the way, their data centers are very different from anyone else's data center.
What are we looking at?
So these are, so if you see this image, right, in the center there are these big rectangular boxes, right? Those are where the actual chips are kept. And then if you scroll down a little bit further, you can see there's like these water pipes, there's chiller cooling towers in the top, and a bunch of like diesel generators. The diesel generators are backup power. The data center itself is like physically smaller than the water chillers, right? So the chips are actually easier to like keep together, but then it's like cooling all the water for the water cooling is very different, right? So Google has like a very advanced infrastructure that no one else has for the GPU. And what they do is they like stamp these data centers, they stamp a bunch of these data centers out in a few regions, right? So if you go a little bit further down, this is a Microsoft, this is in Arizona, this is where GPT-5 will be trained.
If it doesn't exist already.
Yeah, it doesn't exist already. But each of these data centers, right? I've shown a couple images of them. They're like really closely co-located in the same region, right? Nebraska, Iowa. And then they also have a similar one, Ohio complex, right? And so these data centers are really close to each other. And what they've done is they've connected them super high bandwidth with fiber. And so these are just a bunch of data centers. And the point here is that Google has a very advanced infrastructure, very tightly connected in a small region. So Elon will always have the biggest cluster fully connected, right? Because it's all in one building, right? And he's completely right on that, right? Google has the biggest cluster, but you have to spread over 3 sites. And by a significant margin, you have to go across multiple sites.
Why doesn't Google compete? Why don't they sell?
I think there's a couple problems with it. But one, GPU has been a form of allowing search to be really freaking cheap and build models for that, right? And so like a big chunk of the search GPU purchases, or big chunk of Google's purchases and usage, all of it is for internal workloads, right? Whether it's search, Gemini, right? YouTube, all these different applications that they have, ads. These are where all their GPUs are being spent, right? And so there's certain like aspects of the architecture that are optimized for their use case that are not optimized elsewhere, right? One simple one is like, the Gemma model, and they call it Gemma 70, right? But then it's actually 8 billion parameters because the vocabulary is so large. But the reason they make the vocabulary so large is because TPU, like matrix multiply unit, is massive. Because that's what they've like sort of optimized for. And so they decided, oh, well, I'll just make the vocabulary large too, even though it makes no sense to do so on such a small model, because that fits on the hardware. So Gemma doesn't run it as efficiently on the GPU as a Llama does, right? But vice versa, Llama doesn't run as efficiently on the GPU as a Gemma does, right? And it's not like there's like certain like aspects of like hardware software co-design from all their search models or their ranking and recommendation models, all these different models that are AI but not like Gen AI, right? Have been hyper optimized with GPU forever. The software stack is super optimized, but all of this software stack has not been released publicly at all, right? Very small portions of the Jackson XLA have been, but like the experience when you're inside of Google and you're training on GPUs as a researcher, you don't need to know anything about the hardware in many cases, right? Like it's like pretty beautiful. But as soon as you step outside,
They'll go back. They leave Google and they go back.
yeah, they're like they leave and they start a company because they have all these amazing research ideas. Infrastructure is hard, software is hard, and this is on GPUs. Or if they try to use GPUs, same thing. They don't have access to all this code. So it's like, how do you convince a company whose goal is search, where they're making hundreds of billions of dollars, to start selling GPUs or TPUs, which they used to only buy a couple billion of, I think in 2023 they bought like a couple billion, and now they're buying like 10 billion to 15 billion dollars. But how do you convince them that they should buy like twice as many and figure out how to sell them and make $30 billion? Cares about making 30.
That 30 billion exceeds actually the search profit eventually.
Well, I mean, like, you're always going to make more money on services.
Always.
To be clear, like today, people are spending a lot more on hardware than they are services, right? Because the hardware runs services. But like, if there's no revenue for AI stuff or not enough revenue, then obviously it's going to go up, right? People won't continue to spend on GPUs forever. And then NVIDIA is trying to move up the stack with like software that they're trying to sell and license and stuff, right? But Google has never had that like DNA of like this is the product stuff, right? They don't actually. Google Cloud which is a separate organization from the GPU team, which is a separate organization from the DeepMind team, a separate organization from the search a lot of bureaucracy.
Right. Google Cloud is fabricated in
Technically, it sits under infrastructure, which sits under Google Cloud. But like Google Cloud, like for like renting stuff, and GPU architecture are very different, right? In hardware, in software, like all of this, right? Like the JAX XLA teams do not serve Google's customers externally, whereas NVIDIA's various CUDA teams, like Nickel, serve external customers, right? The internal teams like JAX and XLA and stuff, they more so serve DeepMind and search, right? And so their customers, they're not building a product for them.
you understand why AWS keeps winning versus Azure or cloud versus Google Cloud?
Yeah, there's
Google Cloud is
Google Cloud is third. Microsoft is the second biggest, but Amazon is the biggest, right? And Microsoft deceptively sort of includes like Microsoft Office 365 and things like that, like some of these enterprise-wide licenses. So in reality, the gulf is even larger. Microsoft is still second, right? Amazon is way wide because using AWS. And in many cases, it's already first. And it's first.
yeah, but there's a lot of things that are first. That
Well, it's easier, it's harder to switch.
you can just start
There's big pieces, but AWS generates over 80% of Amazon's profit. I think over 90%. The distribution centers are just like, one day we'll decide to make money from it. But they haven't yet, right? Like to make tiny little profits.
Yeah, one day Amazon Prime will triple in price.
you would think they would improve AWS interface. It's like horrible. It's like clunky, but everybody is.
I don't, yeah. You want to
I think actually Google's interface is sometimes nice, but it's also like they don't care about anyone besides their customers. And like their customer service sucks, and like they have a lot less.
All these companies, they optimize to it's supposed to be.
Well, Amazon is always optimized for the moment, right? Like obviously they optimize a lot for the big customer, but like when they started, they just would go to like random Bay Area things and give out credits, right? And then they like, or just put in your credit card and use it, right? And look back in the early days. They've always the business has grown with them, right? So like, why does Amazon why is Snowflake all over Amazon? Snowflake in the beginning when Amazon didn't care about them was still using Amazon, right? And of course one day Snowflake and Amazon has a super huge partnership, but like this is the case. Like Amazon's user experience and quality is better. Also, a lot of the silicon they've engineered makes them have a lower cost structure in traditional cloud storage, CPU, networking, that kind of stuff, than in databases, right? Like, I think like 4 of Amazon's top 5 revenue products, margin products, right? Like those profit products are all database-based products, like Redshift, right? So Amazon has a very like good silicon true user experience, like entire pipeline database. I think Google, their silicon teams, yeah, they have awesome silicon in terms of TP, the YouTube chip, some of these other chips that they've made, and the problem is they're not serving external customers; they're serving internal customers, right?
I mean, NVIDIA's entire culture is designed from the bottom up. It's a pretty simple NVIDIA way by taking that details this and how they look for future opportunities and ready their CUDA software libraries to make it so that new applications of high performance computing can very rapidly be involved on CUDA and NVIDIA chips. And that is entirely different than Google as a service business.
Yeah, NVIDIA, it should be said to be special. I think because of the culture and everything, they're really on point. But speaking of which, is there somebody that can challenge NVIDIA hardware-wise? Intel, AMD.
I really don't think so. We went through a very long process of working with AMD on training on the GPUs and stuff, and they're decent. Their hardware is better in many ways than NVIDIA's. The problem is their software is really bad, and I think they're getting better, right? They're getting better faster, but the gulf is so large, and like they don't spend enough resources on it, or haven't historically, right? Maybe they're changing their tune now, but for multiple months we were submitting bugs, right? Like sending out, right? Like what the fuck? Like why are we submitting those bugs, right? Because they only care about their biggest customers, and so they ship them a private image, blah blah blah, and it's like okay, so like I am just using PyTorch, publicly available libraries. Okay, you don't care about that, right? So they're getting better, but like I think AMD is not possible. Intel's obviously in dire straits right now, and needs to be saved somehow. Very important for national security, for American governments.
Obviously, so why are they in that straight?
Going back to earlier, only 3 companies in R&D, right? Taiwan, Hsinchu, Samsung, Pyongyang, and Intel Hillsboro. Samsung's doing horribly, Intel's doing horribly. We could be in a world where there's only one company that can do R&D. And that one company already manufactures the chips that can gain market share. Like, that's a critical thing, right? So what happens in Taiwan, the rest of the world's semiconductor industry or tech relies on Taiwan, right? And that's obviously curious. As far as like Intel, they've been slowly, steadily declining. They were on top of servers and PCs, but now Apple's done the M1 and NVIDIA's releasing PCs, and Qualcomm's releasing PCs, and in servers, hyperscalers are all making their own ARM-based server chips. And Intel has no AI silicon like wins, right? They have very small wins. And they never got into mobile because they said no to the iPhone. All these things have compounded and they lost their process technology leadership, right? They were ahead for 20 years and now they're behind by at least a couple of years, right? And they're trying to catch back up, and we'll see if like their 18A, 14A strategy works out where they're trying to leapfrog TSMC. But like, and Intel's just like losing tons of money anyways, right? That's probably their CEO, even though the CEO understood the company well, right? We'll see. He was not the best, but he's pretty good, relatively. Technical guy.
What does Intel make most of his money?
PCs and data center CPUs. Yeah, but data center CPUs are all going cloud, and Amazon, Microsoft, Google are all making ARM-based CPUs. And then PC side, AMD's gained market share. NVIDIA's launching a chip. That's not going to be a success, right? MediaTek, Qualcomm have launched chips. Apple's doing well, right? Like they could get squeezed a little bit. Although PC generally, I imagine will be
Let's talk about the broad AI race. What do you think works? Talk about Google.
The default leader has been Google because of their infrastructure.
Well, like in the news, OpenAI,
They're the leading in the
the best model.
They have the best model that we use, and they're
They have the
experts.
most AI revenue.
Yeah, OpenAI is winning.
so who's making money on AI right now? Is anyone making money?
So accounting profit-wise, Microsoft is making money, but they're spending a lot of capital, right? Meta is making tons of money but their recommendation system, which is AI, but not with Obama, right? Obama's losing money with it, right? So I think Anthropic and OpenAI are obviously not making money because otherwise they wouldn't be raising money, right? They have to raise money to build more, right? Although theoretically they are making money, right? Like, you can spend a few $100 million on GPT-4 and it's doing billions of revenue, so it's obviously although they have to continue to research to get the compute efficiency, right? And move down the curve to like, that 1200x that has been achieved for GPT-3. Maybe we're only at like a couple hundred x now, but the GPT-4 Turbo and 4.0, and there'll be another one probably cheaper than GPT-4.0 even that comes out at some point.
And that research costs a lot of money.
Yep, exactly.
That's something that I guess is not talked about, the cost. That refer to the cost of the model. It's not just the training or the test runs, it's the actual research, the manpower.
Yeah, to do things like research right now that exists and scale it, they're doing a lot of research. So I think people focus on the payback question, but it's really easy to like just be like, well, like, GDP is humans and industrial capital, right? And if you can make intelligence cheap, it's grow a lot, right? This is sort of dumb way to explain it. But that's sort of what basically the investment thesis is. I think only NVIDIA is actually making money, and other hardware vendors. The hyperscalers are all on paper making money, but in reality, they're like spending a lot more on purchasing GPUs, which you don't know if they're still going to make this much money on each GPU in 2 years, right? You don't know if all of a sudden OpenAI goes to poof, and now Microsoft has like hundreds of thousands of GPUs they were renting to OpenAI that they paid for themselves with their investment. That no longer have a customer, right? Like this is always a possibility. I don't believe that, right? I think OpenAI will keep raising money. I think others will keep raising money because the investments, the returns from it are going to be eventually huge once we have AGI.
So do you think multiple companies will get?
I don't think it's really good.
Okay. So it's not called AGI, but I guess it's a gradual thing.
Super powerful AI.
It's a gradual increase instead of features, but
So rapidly increases.
rapidly increase instead of features. So you're saying a lot of companies will be. It just seems absurd that all of these companies are building gigantic data centers.
There's companies that will benefit from AI, but not because they create the best model. Like Meta has so many avenues to benefit from AI in all of their services. People are there. People spend time on those platforms, and it's a way to make more money per user per hour.
Yeah, it seems like Google X/XAI/Tesla, like you say, and the Meta will benefit not just from the AI, like the LLMs, but from the intelligence, like the additional boost of intelligence to the product there itself. So whether it's a recommendation system, or for Elon, who's been talking about Optimus with the robot, potentially the intelligence of the robot. And then we have personalized robots in the home, that kind of thing. He thinks it's a $10+ trillion business, which
At some point, maybe, it's soon, but who knows what robotics now.
Let's do a TAM analysis, right? 8 billion humans, right? Those 8 billion robots, right? And that's him, the average salary. Yeah, there you go, 10 billion. More than 10 billion.
yeah, I mean, if there's robots everywhere, why does it have to be just eight billion?
Yeah. And I'm gonna have like one robot. You're gonna have like 20.
Yeah, I mean, that's a use case for that. So yeah, so I guess the benefit would be in the products itself, which is why OpenAI is in a trickier position to say,
All of the value of OpenAI right now is a brand. It's in ChatGPT, and there is actually not that for most users. There is not that much of a reason that they need OpenAI to be spending billions and billions of dollars on the next best model when they could just license Llama 5 and preview it. So that's kind of like ChatGPT is an extremely valuable entity for them. But like they can make more money just off that.
The chat application clearly does not have tons of limits, right? Like the standard chat, right, where you're just using it for random questions and stuff, right? The cost continues to collapse. The latest one, biggest, but it's going to get supported by ads, right? That already starts 4 or 5 probably loses some money, but at some point, they're going to get the models are going to get so cheap that they can invest in serve them for free, right? And that's what Google's going to be able to do. And that's obviously they've got a bigger reach, right? So the chat is not going to be the use case. It's like these reasoning, code, agents, computer use, all this stuff is where OpenAI has to actually go to make money in the future. Otherwise, they're clicks.
but X, Google, and Meta have these other products. So isn't it likely that OpenAI and Anthropic disappear eventually?
Unless they're so good at models, which they are.
But it's such a cutting edge. I mean, yes,
That's not where you think AI can go.
you have to keep winning.
Yeah.
You have to keep winning as you climb. Even if the AI capability can go super rapidly fast in the direction of CGI, like there's still a boost for X in terms of data, Google in terms of data, Meta in terms of data, in terms of other products and the money. Like there's huge amounts of
The whole idea is human data is kind of tapped out. We don't care. We all care about self-play, verifiable.
Yes, the self-play.
AWS does not make a lot of money on each individual machine. And the same can be said for the most powerful AI platform, which is even though the calls to API are so cheap, there's still a lot of money to be made by owning that platform. And there's a lot of discussions as it's the next compute layer.
You have to believe that, and there's a lot of discussions that tokens, tokenomics, and LLM APIs are the next compute layer, or the next paradigm for the economy, kind of like energy and oil was. But there's also, you have to sort of believe that APIs and chat are not where AI is stuck, right? It is actually just passive. Computers. Those are the areas where all the value would be delivered, not API, not chat applications.
Right? Is it possible you have it all comes to commodity and you have the very thin wrapper like perplexity?
There are a lot of rappers making a lot of money.
Yeah, but if you think it's possible that people would just even forget what OpenAI and Anthropic is and just there'll be rappers around the API and they're just dynamic.
If model progress is not rapid, it's becoming a commodity, right? GPT-3 shows this, but also the GPT-3 chart earlier, chart showed this, right? Llama 3B is 1200x cheaper than GPT-3. Any GPT-3, anyone whose business model was GPT-3 level capabilities, anyone whose business model is GPT-4 level capabilities is dead.
It is a common saying that the best businesses being made now are ones that are predicated on models that get better, right?
Which would be like rappers and the striving ways of the model.
In the short term, the company that can make the most money is the one that figures out what advertising targeting method works for playing with model generations. We have the meta ads for hyper-targeted in feeds, not within specific pieces of content. We have search ads that are used by Google and Amazon. So within a return from ChatGPT, it is not clear how you get a high quality placed ad within the output. And if you can do that with model costs coming down, you can get super high revenue. Like that revenue is totally untapped and it's not technically high.
Yeah, that is. I mean, the ad consideration that Google did. The one day you'll have in GPT output an ad, and that's going to make like billions.
And it could be very subtle. It could be in conversation. We have voice code now. It could be some way of making it so the voice introducing certain things. It's much harder to measure, and it takes imagination for that.
And it wouldn't be so shady. It wouldn't come off shady. So it would receive public blowback loud enough where it's clear as an ad. So that's the open question of Anthropic, OpenAI.
They may not say.
I don't think they care about it right now.
I think they're perplexing or experimenting on that.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, for sure.
Like Perplexity, Google, Meta. I think OpenAI and Anthropic are purely laser focused on
AGI.
yeah, the agents and AGI. If I build AGI, I can make sense of it, right? Or I can take care of it. Right? This is back on the like expert consultant, right? If you think AGI is 5-10 years away or less, right? These labs think it's too late. Obviously, your actions are, they're rational actors, which they are, but what you do in a 2-year AGI versus 5-year versus 10 years, very, very, very different, right?
Do you think agents are promising? Well, let's talk about this. This is like the excitement of the year. Agents are going up. This is the generic hype term that a lot of business folks are using. AI agents that revolutionize everything.
Okay, so mostly the term agent is obviously overblown. We've talked a lot about reinforcement learning as a way to train for verifiable outcomes. Agents should mean something that is open-ended and is solving a task independently on its own and able to adapt. There's a lot of the term agent applied to things like Apple Intelligence, which we still don't have after the last WWDC, which is orchestrating between apps. And that turns the tool-use thing is something that Microsoft can do as well. Apple Intelligence, I suspect, will come eventually. It's a closed domain, messages app integrated with your photos, AI in the background. That will work. That has been described as an agent by a lot of software companies to get into the narrative. Yeah. The question is, what ways do we get language models to generalize to new domains and solve their own problems in real time? Maybe some tiny amount of training when they are doing this, fine-tuning themselves, or in context learning, which is the idea of storing information in a prompt, and just learning algorithms to update that, and whether or not you believe that is going to actually generalize to things like me saying, book my trip to go to Austin in 2 days, I have XYZ constraints, and actually trusting it. For the HCI problem, back for information.
Well, what's your prediction there? Because my gut says we're very far away from that.
I think OpenAI capability is in the 5 levels, right? Where it's chat is level 1, reasoning is level 2, and then agents is level 3, and I think it's a couple more levels. But it's important to note, right? We were in chat for a couple years, right? We just theoretically got to reasoning. We'll be here for a year or 2, right? And then agents, but at the same time, like people can train like the approximate capabilities to the next level. But the agents are doing things autonomously, doing things for minutes at a time, hours at a time, etc. Right? Reasoning is doing things for tens of seconds at a time, right? And then coming back with an output that's what you verify, right? So and the biggest problem is, of course, like it's the same thing with manufacturing, right? Like, Six Sigma thing, right? Like, how many 9s do you get, and compound the 9s onto each other, and it's like if you multiply by the number of steps that are Six Sigma, you get to, a yield or something, right? So like in semiconductor manufacturing, tens of thousands of steps, 9999999 is not enough, right? Because you multiply that many times, you actually end up with like 6 yield, right? Or zero. And it's the same thing with agents, right? Like training tasks together each time. LLM, even the best LLM is particularly quick, right? It gets a little bit below that because there's a lot of and so how do you get through enough knowledge, right? This is the same thing with self-driving. We can't have self-driving because without it being like super geofenced like Google's, right? And even then they have a bunch of teleoperators to make sure it doesn't get stuck, right? But you can't do that because it doesn't have enough time.
And self-driving has quite a lot of structure. There's roads, there's rules, there's well-defined, there's regulation. So you're talking about your use for the open web, for example, or the open operating system. Like, there's no, it's a mess. So, like, the possibility, I'm always skeptical of any system that is tasked interacting with the human world. Open, messy.
That's the thing. If we can't get intelligence that's enough to solve the human world on its own, we can create infrastructure like the human operators for Waymo. Over many years, that enables it.
There's a company, I remember it like this, that's literally their pitches. Yeah, we're just going to be the human operator. You just call us and you put
It's like an API call. That's hilarious. There's going to be teleoperation markets where we get human robots because there's going to be somebody around the world that's happy to fix the fact that I can't finish loading my dishwasher when I'm unhappy with it. But that's just going to be part of the Tesla service package.
I'm just imagining like an AI agent talking to another AI agent. One company has an AI agent that specializes in other AI.
But if you can make things that are good at one step, you just get things, stack them together. So that's why if it takes a long time, we're going to build infrastructure. I'm able to you see the operator launch. They have partnerships with certain websites, DoorDash, OpenTable, this. Those partnerships are going to let them climb really fast. All can get really good at those things. And proof of concept, that might be a network effect where more companies want to make it easier for AI. Some companies will be like, no, let's put blockers in place. This is the story of the internet that we see it now with training data for language models for companies. Nope, you have to pay. Like, it is working it out.
That said, I think like airlines have a very and hotels like high incentives to make their site work really well. And they usually like if you look at how many clicks it takes to order an airplane ticket, it's insane.
You actually can't call an American Airlines agent. They don't have a phone number.
It's horrible on many. I mean, interface funds and all. To imagine that agents would be able to deal with that website when I, as a human, struggle. Like I have an existential crisis every time I try to book an airplane ticket. That I don't. I think it's going to be extremely difficult to build the AI agent that's robust.
The thing though is United has accepted the Starlink service. They have to provide Starlink for free, and users are going to love it. What if one airline is? We're going to take a year. We're going to make our website have white text that works perfectly for the AI. Every time anyone asks about an AI flight, they buy whatever airline it is.
Or like they just like here's an API and it's only supposed to AI agents, and if anyone queries it, the price is 10% higher. And for any flight, we'll let you any of our flights, and you can just book any of them. There you go, agent. And then it's like, oh, and I made 10% higher. And like, am I willing to say that for like can't book me a flight to see that? I think computers and real world and open world are really, really messy. But if you start defining the problem in narrow regions, people are going to be able to create very, very productive things. And ratchet down cost massively, right? Like, crazy things like, robotics in the home, those are going to be a lot harder to do, just like self-driving, right? Because it's just a billion different behavior, right? But like agents that can like navigate a certain set of websites and do certain sets of tasks, or like look at your take a photo of your grocery, your fridge, or like upload your recipes, and like it figures out what to order from, Amazon / Whole Foods food delivery. Like that's going to be like pretty quick to get easy to do it. So it's going to be a whole range of like business outcomes. There's going to be tons of sort of optimism around. People can just figure out what to declare these sandboxes don't exist. There are people who have built clones of all of the most popular websites of Google, Amazon, blah, 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 to make it so that there's like, AI probably has them internally to train these things. It's the same as DeepMind's robotics team for years has had clusters for robotics. You interact with robots fully remotely. The labs in London, and you send tasks to it, or arrange the blocks, and you do this research. Obviously, there's techs there that fix stuff, but you turn these cranes to automation before.
Go from sandbox to progress, add one more domain at a time, and generalize. In the history of NLP and language processing, instruction tuning and tasks per language model. One language model is one task. And then in the instruction tuning literature, there's this point where you start adding more and more tasks together, where it just starts to generalize to every task. And we don't know where on this curve goes. For reasoning with this RL curve, we're early, and we don't know where the point is where you just start training on enough domains and poof, like more domains just start working and you cross the generalization barrier.
Well, what do you think about the programming context? So software engineering, that's where I personally and a lot of people interact with AI.
There's a lot of fear names too. Yes, it is. There's also that is the area where probably the most AI revenue and productivity gains comes from. Whether it be Copilot or Cursor or what have you, right? Or just standard chat GPT, right? Like a lot of I know very few programmers who don't have ChatGPT, and actually many of them have the $200 because that's what it's so good. I think that in that world, we already see it like we bench, and if you look at the benchmark made by some standards, I wouldn't say it's like really hard, but I wouldn't say it's easy either. I think like it takes someone who's been through at least a few years of CS or a couple years of programming to do speed bench well. And the models went from 4% to 60% in like right? And where are they going to go to next year? It's going to be higher. Probably won't be 100% because again, that 9 is like really hard to do. But we're going to get to some point where that's going to need harder software engineers and so on and so forth. But the way that like people think of it now is you can do code completion, you can do some function generation that great. But really the like software engineering agents I think can be done faster than any other agent because it is a verifiable domain. You can always like use a test to compile, and there's many different regions of like we can inspect the whole code base at once, which no engineer really can. Only the architects can really think about this stuff. The really senior guys, and they can define stuff, and then the basic next to it. So I think software engineering costs are one thing crazy. And one interesting aspect of that is when software engineering costs are really low, you get very different markets, right? So in the U.S., you have all these platform apps. Right, Salesforce and so on and so forth, right? In China, no one uses platform stack. Everyone just builds their own stack because software engineering is much cheaper. Partially because like people, STEM graduates, etc. So it's generally just cheaper to do. And so at the same time, code LLMs have been adopted much less. The cost of an engineer there is much lower. But like, what happens when every company can just invent their own business logic really cheaply and quickly? Stop platform SaaS, start building solutions, you change them really quickly. Now all of a sudden your business is a little bit more efficient too potentially because you're not dealing with the hell that is like some random platform SaaS company stuff not working perfectly, having business workflows or random business automation cases that aren't necessarily AI required. It's just logic that needs to be built to go with it, right? All of these things can go happen faster. So I think software, and then the other domains like industrial, chemical, mechanical engineers suck at coding, right? Just generally, like there are tools like semiconductor engineers. The tools are 20 years old. All the tools run on XP, including ASML lithography tools. Run on Windows XP, right? It's like and like a lot of the analysis happens in Excel, right? Like it's just like guys, you guys can move 20 years forward with all the data you have and gather and like do a lot better. You need the engineering skills for software engineering to be delivered to the actual domain expert engineer. So I think that's the area where I'm like super duper bullish of generally AI creating the big picture is I don't think it's going to be a flip. We talked a really good example of how growth changes is when Meta added stories. So Snapchat was on exponential, they added stories, it flops. Software engineers, they're up and to the right. AI is going to come in, stories going to be flat. It's not like everyone's going to lose their job. It's hard because the supply corrects more slowly, so the number of students is still growing, and that'll correct on a multi-year, like a year delay, but the amount of jobs will turn, and then maybe in 20, 40 years, it'll be well down. But in a few years, there'll never be the snap moment like some software engineering.
I think also the nature of what it means to be a programmer or what kind of job programmers do changes. Because I think there needs to be human. So everything you talked about, there's a really important human in that picture of like
smarter than the context.
Yep. And debugging also, like debugging by so reading the code, understanding the steering the system like that, or you missed the point, kind of what the prompt, kind of like, yes, it's adding the human.
Designing the perfect user button. Google's famous for having people design buttons that are so perfect. It's like how is AI going to do that? Right? It's like they can give you all ideas. Perfect button.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. We call it taste. Humans have one thing humans can do is figure out what other humans enjoy better than AI systems. Just with preference, you loading that in. But ultimately, humans are the greatest preference general. That's where the preference comes from.
If humans are actually very good at reading, like judging between two things. Or this goes back to the core of what early judgment purposes is that it's hard to generate a good answer for a lot of problems, but it's easy to see which one is better. And that's how we're using humans for AI now, and judging which one is better. But that's what software engineering should look like. There's PR review. Here's a few options. What are the heroes and potential pros and cons? And they're going to be judged.
I think the thing I would very much recommend is people start, programmers start using AI and embracing that role of the supervisor of the AI system, or like partner of the AI system, versus writing from scratch, or not learning coding at all, and just generating stuff. And I think there are actually levels of expertise in programming to be able to manage increasingly intelligent systems.
I think it's that, and then becoming a business.
Sure. Yeah.
Seriously, if you go look at aerospace or something like this, chemical engineering, everyone is using really crappy platforms, really old software. Like the job of the data scientist is like a joke, right? In many cases, it's very real, but it's like bring what the forefront of human capabilities are to your domain, and like even if the forefront is like from the AI, your domain, you're like at the forefront, right? So it's like you have to be at the forefront of something, and then leverage the like rising tide that is AI.
But yeah, there's so many low-hanging fruits everywhere in terms of where software can like help automate a thing or digitize a thing. In the legal system, I mean, that's what Doge settings. Yeah, I got to hang out with a bunch of Doge folks, and government is like so it's like begging for the modernization of software, of organizing the data, all the things. I mean, in that case, it's by design. Bureaucracy creates, protects such power, and so on. But software breaks down those barriers, so it hurts. Those are power can ultimately benefits humanity. So there's a bunch of domains of that kind. One thing we talked about before. So first of all, congrats. You released a new model.
Yeah.
Tulu.
I'll explain what a Tulu is. A Tulu is a hybrid camel with breed in dromedary with a Korean camel. Back in the early days after ChatGPT, there was a big wave of models coming out like alpaca, vicuna, etc. that were all named after various mammalian species. So Tulu the brand is multiple years old, which comes from that. And we've been playing at the frontiers of post-training with open source code. And this first part of this release was in the fall, where we built on Llama's open models, weight models, and then we add fully open code or fully open data. There's a popular benchmark that is Arena, and that's generated metric by which cat models are evaluated. It's humans compare random models to organizations. And if you look at the leaderboard in November, December, among the top 60 models from 10 to 20 organizations, none of them had open code or data for just post-training. Among that, even fewer or none have pre-training data available, but post-training is much more accessible at the time. So it's cheap if you do it. And the thing is, how high can we push this number where people have access to all the code and data? Those kind of motivational projects are on Llama, NVIDIA had a Dematron model where the recipe for their post-training was fairly open with some data, and a paper is putting all these together to try to create a recipe that people can fine-tune models like GPT-4 to their domain.
So to be clear, in the case of Tulu, so you can talk about all of them too, but in the case of Tulu, you're taking Llama 3, 4, 5B.
Tulu has been a series of recipes for post-training. We've done multiple models over the years.
And so you're open sourcing it.
Yeah, if you you start with an open weight based model, so like the whole model technically is an open source, and you don't know what model goes into it, which is why you have a separate thing that we'll get to. But it's just getting parts of the pipeline where people can zoom in and customize. I know your startup businesses that are like, okay, like I can take this post training and try to apply it to my domain. We talk about verifiers a lot. We use this idea of just reinforcement learning and verifiable domain rewards, RLVR, kind of similar to RLHF, and we applied it to maps. And so the model today, which is we applied it to the Lambda 405B base model from last year, and we have our other stuff. We have our instruction tuning and preference tuning, but the math thing is interesting, which is like it's easier to improve this math section. So the benchmark MATH math, all capital, tough name, and the benchmark name is the area they're evaluating for research. Red thread. And this is something that the DeepSeek paper talks about as well. It's like this bigger model, it's easier to elicit powerful capabilities with this RM training, and then they distill it down to something called and this model we released today, we saw the same thing. Is if we're at ASU, we don't have a ton of compute, we can't train 405B model. Well, we just did a few runs and they kind of work, and it shows that there's a lot of room for people to play in these things, and they crush Llama actually. The way that yeah, so our eval numbers, I mean, have extra months in this, so our eval numbers are much better than the Llama extract models they released.
And we also said that like
yeah, on our eval benchmark. So most DeepSeek V3 is really similar. We have a safety benchmark to understand if it will say harmful things and things like that, and that's what draws down most of the way. It's like an amalgamation of multiple benchmarks. Yeah, so we have a 10 evaluation. This is standard practice in Swiss training. You choose your evaluation paradigm. In academics and smaller labs, you'll have fewer evaluations. In companies, you'll have really one domain you care about. In frontier labs, you'll have 10s, 20s, maybe even like 100 evaluations of specific things. So we choose a representative suite of things that look like chat, precise instruction following, just like respond only in emojis, like model follow, weird things like that.
Yes.
Math, code, and you create a suite like this. So safety would be one of 10 in that type of suite. What does the broader community of AI care about? And for example, in comparison to DeepSeek, it would be something like our average eval for our model would be 80, including safety, and similar without. DeepSeek would be like 79% average score without safety, and their safety score would bring it down. Oh, so you beat them even in going through. Yeah, so this is something that internally, it's like I don't want to win only by like how you treat the eval. So if there's something that people may or may not care about safety as a model, safety can come downstream. Safety can be when you post a model for an API. Like safety is addressed in the spectrum of applications of AI applications. So it's like if you want to say that you have the best recipe, you can't just gate it on these things that some people might not have. And this is just it's like the time of progress. We benefit if we release a model later, we have more time to learn new techniques like this RL technique. We started this in the fall. It's not really popular with reasoning models. The next thing to do for open source post training is to scale up verifiers, to scale up data that replicates in DeepSeek results. It's awesome that we have a paper to draw on that makes it a lot easier. And that's the type of things that is going on among academic and closed frontier research in the AI.
Since you're pushing open source, what is the future of it? I think DeepSeek actually changes things. It's this open source, an open way of pushing the open source movement into the open direction.
This goes very back to the license discussion. So DeepSeek R1 with a friendly license is a major reset. So it's the first time that we've had a really clear frontier model that's open weight and with a commercially friendly license with no restrictions against use cases, that data distillation, whatever. This has never been the case at all in the history of AI in the last few years. There have been models that are off the frontier or models with weird licenses that you can't really use. So isn't Meta's license that's pretty much from this whole except for 5 companies? And there's also, so this goes to what open source AI is, which is there's also use case restrictions in the Llama license, which says you can't use it for specific things. So if you come from an open source software background, you would say that that is not an open source license. What kind of things are that? At this point, I can't pull it off the top of my head. But it'll be like competitors, military use, they would use that for scale. It'll be like CSAM, child abuse material, or like that's the type of thing that is forbidden there, but that's enough from an open source background to say it's not open source license. And also the Llama license has this horrible thing where you have to the Llama model, so it's like a branding thing. So if the company uses Llama, technically the license says that they built the Llama for the application. And from like a marketing perspective, that was like I sent it out to the researcher on it says Llama dash on all of our materials for this release. But this is why we need truly open models, which is we don't have to keep our own data. So you're saying I can't make a copy of Llama and try to do this with yeah. That's what I'm saying. And that's why it's like these want this whole open language model thing, the HOMO thing, to try to keep the model where everything is open with the data as close to the record. So we're compute constrained. We're right now constrained. We rely on getting insights from people. Someone tells us the URL on output. We can make these big jumps, but it just takes a long time to push the criteria open source. Fundamentally, I would say that that's because open source AI does not have the same feedback loop as open source software. Talk about software for security. Also, it's just because you build something once and you can reuse it. If you go to a new company, there's so many benefits. But if you open source a language model, you have this data sitting around, you have this training code. It's not like that easy for someone to come and build on your fruit. So until there are feedback loops of open source AI, it seems like mostly an ideological ambition. People like Mark Zuckerberg, like America needs this. And I agree with them, but at the same time, the motivation ideologically is fine. You capitalize and build an ecosystem around what benefits do you get from seeing. Can you hear me? And there's not a lot about that. We're going to try to launch a demo soon. Look at a HOMO model and a query and see what data they say. It's legally risky and complicated, but what does it need to see the data that's trained on? It's hard to parse. Terabytes of files. I don't know what I'm going to find in there. But that's what we need to do as an ecosystem if people want open source AI to be financially useful.
We didn't really talk about Target. I'd love to get your opinion on like what the new administration, the Trump administration, everything that's doing, that's being done from the American side is supporting AI infrastructure and the efforts of the different AI companies. What do you think about Stargate? What are we supposed to think about Stargate?
Yeah, so I think Stargate is a perfect thing. It's definitely doesn't have as in it have 100. Just $500 number. Larry Ellison, Sam Altman, and Trump said it. They thanked Trump and the Trump did use executive actions that like do significantly improve the ability for these people faster. One of the executive actions he did is on federal land you can basically go get some power. I had a late night last night, pretty much like that. And then the conservative so one of the again like I had a schizo take earlier, another schizo take. You ever been to Presidio in San Francisco? Beautiful area. You can go out from your data center there. Thank you, baby. Because it is federal land. I'm going to obviously just a good bit. Anyways, Trump has made it much easier to do this, right? Generally, Texas has the only unregulated grid in the nation as well.
Let's go Texas.
And so, therefore, like ERCOT enables people to build faster as well. In addition, the federal regulations are coming down. And so, Stargate is predicated. That's why that whole show happened. Now, how they came up with a $500 billion number is beyond. How they came up with a $100 billion number makes sense to some extent. There's actually a good table that I would like to show in that piece that I had. It's the most recent one, yeah. So anyways, Stargate, it's basically right. Like there is, it's a table about cost. There, you passed it already. It's that one. So this table is kind of explaining what happened. So Stargate is in Abilene, Texas, the first $100 billion project. That site is 2.2 gigawatts of power in, about 1.8 gigawatts of power consumed, right? Per GPU, they have like roughly, Oracle is already building the first part of this course building exhibit. Clearly they've been building for a year, they tried to rent it to Elon with that, right? But Elon was like, it's too slow, I need it faster, and he went to the business. And so OpenAI was able to get it with this like weird joint venture called Stargate. They initially signed a deal with just Oracle for the first section of the sector, right? The this first section of this cluster, right, is roughly $5 billion to $6 billion of server stack, right? And then there's another billion or so of data center stack. But and then likewise, like if you fill out that entire 1.8 gigawatts with the next two generations of NVIDIA's chips, GB200, GB300, BR200, and you fill it out completely, that ends up being roughly $50 billion of server costs, right? Plus there's data center costs, plus maintenance costs, plus operation costs, plus all these things. And that's where OpenAI gets to their $100 billion announcement that they had, right? They talked about $100 billion in phase one. That's just heavily texted, right? $100 billion of total cost of ownership, right? So if that happens, it's not investment, it's $100 billion of total cost of ownership. And then there will be future phases. They're looking at other sites that are even bigger than these 2.2 gigawatts, by the way, in Texas and elsewhere. And so they're not, really ignoring that, but the number of $100 billion that they say is one, which I do think will happen. They don't even have the money for that. Furthermore, it's not $100 billion, $50 billion of spend, right? And then like $50 billion of operational cost, power, et cetera, rental pricing, et cetera. So they're renting it. OpenAI is renting the GPUs from the Stargate joint venture, right? What money do they actually have? SoftBank is going to invest, or who's going to invest? OpenAI is on the line for $19 billion. Everyone knows they only got $6 billion in their last round, $4 billion in that. So, but there's like new SoftBank maybe investing $25 billion in those, right? So that's part of it, right? So $19 billion can come from there. OpenAI does not have the money on it, right? To be clear, ink is not dried up anything. OpenAI has $0 for this $50 billion. They're legally obligated to put $19 billion of CapEx into the joint venture, and then the rest they're going to pay via renting the GPUs from the joint venture. And then there's Oracle. Oracle has a lot of money. They're building the first section completely. They were spending for it themselves, right? $6 billion of CapEx, $10 billion of TCO. But they were going to do that first. They're paying for it, right? As far as the rest of the section, I don't know how much Larry wants to spend, right? At any point, he can pull out, right? Like this is again, like completely voluntary. But at any point, there's no signed ink on it, right? But he potentially could contribute tens of billions, right? But he's got the money. And then there's like MGX, which is the UAE fund, which technically has $1.5 trillion invested in AI. Again, like, I don't know how real that money is, and like there is no ink signed for this. SoftBank does not have $25 billion of cash. They have to sell down their stake in ARM, which is the leader in CPUs, and they IPO'd it. This is obviously what they've always wanted to do. They just didn't know where they were going to deploy the capital. Selling down the stake in ARM makes a ton of sense. So they can sell that down and invest in this if they want to, and invest in AI if they want to. As far as like money secured, the first 100,000 GB200 cluster is like money. Everything else after that is up in the air. Money's coming. I believe the money will come. I personally do.
It's a belief.
Okay. It's a belief that they are going to release better models and be able to read. Yeah. Right. But like the actual reality is that Elon's right. There is the money.
What is the U.S. government? What is Trump? He's just a hype man.
Trump is reducing the regulations so they can go faster, right? And he's allowing them to do it, right? So any investment of this size is going to involve an investment, right? So obviously he's going to allow them to do it. He's going to enable the regulations to actually allow it to be built. I don't believe there's any U.S. government dollars.
Yeah, so I think he's also just creating a general vibe that this is regulation will go down and this is the era of building. So if you're a builder, you want to create stuff, you want to launch stuff, this is how to do it.
And so like we've had this 1.8 gigawatt data center in our data for over a year now. We've been like sort of sending it to all of our clients, including many of these companies that are building the multi-gigawatts. But that is like at a level that's not quite maybe executives like saying $500 billion, $100 billion, and then everyone's asking them like, so it could spur like another like even faster arms, right? Because there's already an arms race, but like this like $100 million, $500 billion number, Trump talking about it on TV, like it could spur the arm race to be even faster, and more investors to flood in. So I think you're right. Is that in that sense that OpenAI Trump is sort of like championing people are going to build more, and his actions are going to let them do it.
What are you excited about these several years that are upcoming in terms of cluster build out terms of breakthroughs in AI, like best possible future you can imagine in the next couple of years, 2 years, what does that look like? Just it could be very technical things like breakthrough post training, or it could be just size, big,
Yeah, I mean, it's
impressive.
I really enjoy tracking it. It's what? I really do. It's really fun to see the numbers, the cost, who's building what capacity, helping them figure out how much capacity to build, when deals, strategic stuff. That's really cool. I think technologically, there's a lot around the networking side that really excites me. With optics and electronics, right? Like kind of getting closer and closer with co-packaged optics or some sort of like switching.
This is internal to a cluster.
Yeah. Also, multi-data center training, right? Like there's people putting so much fiber between these data centers and lighting it up with so many, with so much bandwidth that there's a lot of interesting stuff happening on that end. Right? Telecom has been really boring since 5G, and now it's like really exciting again.
Can you educate me a little bit about the speed of things? So the speed of memory versus the speed of interconnect versus the speed of fiber between data centers. Are these orders of magnitude different? Can we at some point converge towards a place where it all just feels like one computer?
I don't think that's possible. It's only gonna get harder to program, not easier.
Okay.
It's only gonna get more difficult, complicated, and more layers, right? The general image that people like to have is like this hierarchy of memory. So on chip is really close, localized within the chip, right? You have registers, right? Those are shared between some compute elements, and then you'll have caches, which are shared between more compute elements. Then you have like memory, right? Like HBM or DRAM, like DDR memory, whatever it is, and that's shared between the whole chip. And then you can have, pools of memory that are shared between many chips, right? And storage, and it keeps zoning out, right? The access latency across data centers, within the data center, within the chip, is different. So like you're always going to have different programming paradigms for this. It's not going to be easy. Programming this stuff's going to be hard to do, right? With programming this, but the way to think about it is that like there's sort of like the more elements you add to a task, you don't get shrunk in, right? If I double the number of chips, I don't get 2 extra, right? This is just like a reality of computing because there's inefficiencies. And there's a lot of interesting work being done to make it not, to make it more linear, whether it's making the chips more networked together more tightly or, cool programming models or cool algorithmic things that you can do on the model side, right? DeepSeek did some of these really cool innovations. You can really on interconnect, so they can parallelize, right? Like also, everyone's always doing stuff, Google's got a bunch of work, and everyone's got a bunch of work about this. That stuff is super exciting on the model and workload and innovation side, right? Hardware, solid state transformers are interesting, right? For the power side, there's stuff on batteries. There's all sorts of stuff on, I think when you look at every layer of the compute stack, right, whether it goes from lithography and etch all the way to like fabrication to like optics to networking to power to transformers to cooling to and networking, and you go on up and up and up and up the stack. Even air conditioners for data centers are like innovative, right? Like it's like there's like copper cables are with thinking with copper cables, and there's some innovations happening there with like the density of how you can pack them. Like it's like all of these layers of the stack, all the way up to the models. Human progress is at a pace that's never been seen before.
I'm just imagining sitting back in a layer of schools that were just monitoring the supply chain where all these clusters and all these meshed together. I mean,
There's a big team. There's a big team.
You do quite incredible work with someone else. And you just keeping the things on the pulse of humans and those in the digital world. Pretty cool. Like just to watch, feel that. Feel all of us like doing epic shit. I mean, from meme to like reality. Is there like breakthroughs that you're like looking forward to potentially?
It's a while to think about this. I look at it's beautiful. I knew this was coming. And it's like, realistically, training models is very fun because there's so much looking. And the thing that makes my job entertaining, like train models, I write analysis about what's happening with models. And it's obviously so much more progress to be had. And the real motivation why I do this, like, where I can share things, is that I don't trust people that are like, trust me, bro, we're going to make it happen. But we're the ones that it's like, we're going to do it, and you
trust us. We're just going to have all the AI. And it's just like, I would just like a future where more people have a say in what AI is and can understand it. And it's a little bit less fun. That it's not a like positive thing. I think this is all really fun. Creating models is fun. Bringing people in is fun, but it's really like AI is going to be the most powerful technology of my lifetime. We need to have a lot of people involved in making that, and making it
Helps with that. As successful as possible, as open as possible, yeah.
And then my read of the last few years is that more openness would help the AI ecosystem in terms of having more people understand what's going on, whether that's researchers from non-AI fields, governments, everything. It doesn't mean that openness will always be the answer, but then it will reassess of like what is the biggest problem facing AI and tack on the different angles of the wild ride that we're on.
And for me, just from even the user experience, anytime you have like Rabbi said, the aha moments, like the magic, like seeing the reasoning change thought, it's like there's something really just fundamentally beautiful about that. It's putting in the air for ourselves and seeing like, oh shit, it is solving intelligence as the cliche like goal of these companies is. You get to understand why we humans are special. The intelligence in us is special. And for now also why we're special in terms of we cease to be conscious and they ask for now aren't we get to solve it. We get to explore that mystery. So that it's just really cool to get to explore these questions that I would have never imagined would be possible. Back when just watching with excitement Deep Blue Big Kasparov, like I wouldn't have ever thought this kind of AI would possibly not like that. Just like this is that's incredible.
I started with AI learning to fly. It's really a quadrant. Like learning to fly, and it's just like it learned to fly up to the ceiling and stop and catch it. It's like, okay, that was really stupid compared to what's going on.
And now you could probably, in natural language, tell it to learn to fly and go to center and control algorithm to do that.
There's low level blockers. Weird stuff to that. But you can. You have
Back to our robotics conversation, yeah. When you have to interact with actually with the world, what gives you hope for the future, the human civilization? Looking into the next 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, all you can do. People got 1,000 years.
humans will definitely be around in thousands of years. There's ways that very bad things. Humans are very good at surviving. There's been a lot of things that is true. I don't think they're going to be one for risk, but when the risk becomes immediate, we tend to figure things out. And for that reason, there's physical constraints to things like AGI, like recursive improvement to show us all type stuff. For some physical reasons, and for humans to figure things out before, I'm not too worried about it. AI take over. There are other international things that are worrying, but there's just fundamental human goodness and trying to amplify that. We're on that tenuous time. And I mean, if you look at humanity as a whole, there's been times where things go backwards, there's times when things don't happen at all, and we're on what should be very positive trajectory right now.
Yeah, this is big progress, but just like with powers, just spikes human suffering. We're going to try to minimize the amount of spikes.
Generally, humanity is going to suffer a lot less, but I'm very optimistic about that. I do worry of like techno-fascism type stuff arising as AI becomes more and more prevalent and powerful, and those who control it do more and more. Maybe it doesn't kill us all, but at some point, every very powerful human is going to want a brain-computer interface so they can interact with the AGI and all of its advantages in any more way and merge its mind and sort of like in its capabilities. I think that person's capabilities can leverage those much better than anyone else, and therefore be, it won't be one person rule them all, but it will be, the thing I worry about is like few people, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, maybe millions of people rule whoever's left, right? And the economy around it, right? And I think that's like the thing that's probably more worrisome is like human-machine amalgamation. This enables an individual human to have more impact on the world, and that impact can be both positive and negative, right? Generally, humans have positive impact on the
AGI, at least as I think the last device, is not a runaway sentient thing, but rather just something that can do a lot of tasks really efficiently, amplifies the capabilities of someone causing extreme damage. But for the most part, I think it'll be used for causing stimulants, which will then increase the abundance and supply of things, and therefore reduce suffering. Right?
That's the goal.
Scrolling and timeline. Just dropping
Scrolling
it. No
spaces. Scrolling holds the status quo of the world. That is a positive outcome. Right?
Yeah.
Like, it's like if I have tubes, like I'm scrolling, and I'm happy that it's positive.
well, expanding out. Well, this is a fun time to be alive. And thank you for pushing the forefront of what is possible in humans and in the internet. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Tell and Nathan. And now, let me leave you some words of Richard. For in successful technology, reality must take precedence over population. For nature cannot be free. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time.
I mean, look, we're adding $1 trillion. Yeah, it's now passing the size of the federal public budget, and it's compounding. And pretty soon it's going to be adding $1 trillion every 90 days, and then it's going to be adding $1 trillion every 80 days, and then it's going to be $1 trillion every 80 days. And then if this doesn't, at some point we enter a hyperinflationary spiral in Argentina and Brazil.
The following conversation with Mark and Teresa. The second time in the podcast. Mark is a visionary tech lead and investor who fundamentally development of the tech industry in general over the past 30 years. He's the co-creator of Mosaic, the first web browser, co-founder of Netscape, co-founder of the legendary Silicon Valley venture capital firm, Teresa Forward, and one of the most influential voices in the tech world, including the intersection of technology and politics. This is a Let's People podcast. For this, please check out our sponsor in the description. Now, dear friends, this is Mark and Lisa. All right, let's start with optimism. If you were to imagine the best possible 1 to 2 years, 2025, 26, for tech, for big tech, or small tech, for people, lay out your mission for the best possible scenario trajectory for the roaring 20s.
I mean, look, it is remarkable over the last several years with all of the issues, including everything, not just everything about also COVID and everything like that. It's really amazing. The United States just kept growing. You just look at economic growth charts, and it just kept growing. And very significantly, many other countries stopped growing. So Canada stopped growing, the UK stopped growing, Germany stopped growing, and some of those countries may be actually going backwards at this point. And there's a very long discussion to be had about what's wrong with those countries. And there's, of course, plenty of different wrong with countries, but the U.S. is just flat out trying to grow. And I think that's a consequence of many factors. Some of which are lucky, some of which are hard work. So the lucky part is just, number one, we just have like incredible music situations on the continent. We have incredible natural resources. Right? There's this funny joke now that whenever it looks like we run out of something, there's some farmer goes to go to like it's over and they looks like a $2 trillion deposit. Right? I mean, it's just like the last, the natural resources. Energy, we can be energy independent anytime we want. This last administration decided they didn't want to be turn off red energy. This new administration has declared that they can hold it on dramatic way. There's no question with the energy independent. We can be a giant energy independent. It's purely a question of choice. And so, and then say two other things. One is, we are the beneficiaries, and your example of this, we're a beneficiary. We're the beneficiary of 50, 100, 200 years of like the most aggressive, driven, smartest people in the world, most capable people in the U.S. And so we just have, by far the most activist, or by far the most active population, most aggressive. We're the most aggressive set of characters, and it certainly makes what you did in Western countries, and have been so much time during that day. And then finally, I would just say, look, we are overwhelming with the advanced technology here. We have issues, and there's a particular issue in manufacturing to talk about, but for anything software or anything, all these advanced technologies that we're again, part as many of the best cycles. And so we have all of those preconditions for just a cost. So like this economic growth going way up, this growth going way up, rate of technology adoption going way up, and then we can do a couple of two or three lines, but like basically all of our competitors have like profound issues, and these guys are people want, but the competitive landscape it's remarkable how much better these so about the humans themselves. So philosophical question. I travel across the world. There's something about the American way, the entrepreneurs, that's uniquely intense in America. I don't know what that is. I talked to Sandra, claims Scots Irish, like everyone's the history of America. What is it you at the heart of someone? Is there something in the water? Why is there something in the spirit? Yeah. So is this a family show or am I allowed to swear? You say whatever the fuck you want. Okay. So the great TV show Succession. The show, of course, that was intended to be for Succession 2. Yes, the best line in Succession was the final episode of the first season when the whole family's over in Logan Roy's ancestral homeland in Scotland at this castle or somewhere. And Logan is just like a completely miserable as they have, he's been in there for 50 years. He told me miserable day back in Scotland. Because it's not hard to miss somebody. So he says finally just says, like, God, I cannot wait to get out of here and go back to America where we can fuck without condoms. Is that a metaphor? Or? It's exactly everybody watching that. I think there's like ethnographic way of it. There's a bunch of books on my call that you said discuss every like all the different derivations of all the different ethnics that have come to us over the course of the last 400 years. Right? But what we have is this sort of a combination of like Yankees, super tough, hardcore. Scots Irish, super aggressive. You've got the Southerners, the Texans. That sort of whole club blended. Kind of Anglo-Hispanic thing. Super incredibly tough, strong, driven, capable characters. The Texas Rangers. We've got California. We've got the wild, incredibly inventive hippies, but we also have the hardcore engineers. We've got rocket scientists in the world. We've got the artists in the world. Creative professionals in kind of movies. So there is, say all of our problems that we think are basically, in my view, attempts to basically stand on and off everything basically for it. But there is something in the national spirit basically that's on its back. And basically what we discovered over time is we basically just want people to stand up at a certain point and say, it's time to get it's time to grow, it's time to do things. So there's something in the spirit. And I've seen it before. I saw this in the 70s were like horribly depressing, right? So they were amazing. They had many fronts. And in a lot of ways, the last decade has been just a lot of the 70s. Just seeing layers of misery. And just this self-defeating, negative attitude. Everybody's upset about everything. By the way, like energy crisis, hostage crisis, and foreign wars, just the moralization, right? The low point for in the 70s was Jimmy Carter, who just passed away. The speech goes this Malay speech, and it's like the weakest possible trying to rouse people back to a sense of passion. Completely failed, and then we have the hostages that were in for 440 days, and every night of the night it was lies around the clock, energy crisis, depression, inflation, and then Reagan came in, and Reagan was a very controversial character at the time, because he was like, nope, it's morning in America, and we're the shining city of the New York. We did it, and we did it, and the national spirit came back. Worked really hard for the decade. And I think that's exactly what I think, most people I just did a Super One podcast on recent Jennifer Burns, who's an incredible professor at Stanford, and he was part of the radio. There's a bunch of components to that, one of which is economics. Yeah. And one of which, maybe you can put a word on it, I suppose, not the romantic freedom, individual freedom, economic
freedom, political freedom, and just in general Judaism.
Yeah, America has incredible. The individuals in America probably decide to roughly call it the Civil War, but probably still in 1831 or something. And there was this like incredible rise in that period. That period is the second industrial revolution. And it's with the United States that took over technological and economic leadership from England. And then, that led to, ultimately then therefore being able to, not only industrialize the world, but also win World War II and Cold War. There's a massive industrial, massive individualistic street. By the way, those pretty much still full cities are all later every bit as compelling and inspiring as they were then. Some of those were many of those. I never did them, but it was that's Denver. I never met him, but I know a lot of people. He was a singular figure, but all of his lessons, were brought out and available. But I would also say it's not just individualism. This is one of the big things that's like playing out in a lot of our culture and political fights right now, which is it's basically this feeling certainly that I have and I share with a lot of people, which is it's not enough for America to just be an economic zone. And it's not enough for us to just be individuals, and it's not enough to just have money go up, and it's not enough to just have economic success. There are deeper questions at play, and also, there's more to a country than just that. And quite frankly, a lot of it is intangible. A lot of it is Wall Street. Like I said, we have more of it than anybody else. But we have to see the way I look at it is like all of our problems. Decline is a choice. All of our problems are basically demoralization campaigns. Basically, people telling us what positions of authority, telling us that we should stand out, we shouldn't be adventurous, we shouldn't be exciting, work towards, we shouldn't, this, that, and the other thing, we should do everything that we do. And I think we've through a decade right now, I said honestly, that's what's November. I think we're done with it.
It's a very cool tangent of a tangent. Since we're talking about individualism, and that's not all that it takes. You've mentioned in the past the book The Ancient City by a long past named French historian. That was amazing. Yeah, right. From the 19th century. Anyway, you said it's an important book to understand who we are and where we come from.
So what that book does, it's actually quite a striking book. So that book is written by this guy. It's a pronunciations before the pronunciations today. He was a professor of classics at the Sorbonne in Paris, the University. And he actually made these things. So actually, the Civil War, and he was his boss at a particular time, which is, and you can see this in the book, is had apparently read and sort of absorbed and memorized every possible scrap of Greek Roman literature. And this was like a walking lecture. So everything we know about Greek Roman culture. And that's significant. The reason this matters is because basically none of that changed, right? So he had access to exact same materials. So we've learned nothing. And specifically what he did is he talked about the Greeks and Romans, but specifically what he did is he went back further. He reconstructed the people who came before the Greeks and the Romans and what their life and society was like. And these were the people who were now known as the Indo-Europeans. And these were bigger, you may have heard of these are the people who came down from the steppes. And so they came out of what's now like Eastern Europe, around sort of the outskirts of what's now Russia. And then they sort of swept through Europe, so also took over Europe, by the way, almost many of the Eastern Americas that following regarding the European. So they were this basically warrior, basically class that came down, swept through it, and essentially populating much of the world. And there's a whole interesting saga there. But what he does, and then they from there came basically so what he reconstructs is sort of what life is like. What life was like, at least in the West, for people in their kind of original social state. And the significance of that is the original social state is this living in a state of the absolute imperatives of survival with absolutely no technology. Right? Like no modern system, no nothing, right? You've got clothes on your back, you've got you've got whatever you've built with your bare hands, right? So it predates basically all concepts of technology today. And so these are people under like maximum levels of physical survival pressure. And so what social patterns do they do that? And the social pattern basically was as follows. So it's a three-part social structure: family, tribe, and state, and still has some individual rights. And essentially, so people were not equally with family, and then you
see a set of families that aggregate into a tribe, and then a set of tribes that aggregate into the city. And then morality was completely, as Nietzsche talks about, is that the morality was entirely natural morality. So their morality, anything that was strong was good, and anything that was weak was bad. And it's very clear why that is, right? It's because strong equals good equals survive, weak equals bad equals die. And that led to what became later as the master slave dialectics, which is it more important for you to live in your thief as a master, even if you die, or are you going to live as a slave in your needs in order to not die? And this is sort of the derivation of that moral framework. Christianity later inverted that moral framework, but the original circumstances for many years. No concept of individualism. The head of the family had total life and death control over the family, product, same thing, head of the city, same thing, and then you were morally obligated to kill members of the other city. Like, you were morally required to do for that person. And then the form of the society was basically maximum fascism combined with maximum communism, right? And so it was maximum fascism in the form of this like absolute top-down control, where the head of the family tribe proceeds to kill other members of the community at any time, no repercussions at all. This was maximum hierarchy, but combined with maximum communism, which is no market economy, and so everything gets shared, right? And then sort of the point being that one of these collectives is that it's a collective, and so sharing. Of course, that limited how big they could get, because the problem is scale, right? It works at the level of a family, it works at the level of maximum possible. Maximum fascism, maximum communism. And then it was all intricately tied to their religion, and their religion was two parts. It was veneration of ancestors, and it was veneration of nature. And the veneration of ancestors is extremely important because it basically the ancestors are the people who got you a words, and the ancestors are the people who had to teach you, right? And then veneration of nature is, of course, nature is the same as the and then you had your ancestor, every family, the tribe or city had their ancestors. Okay, so fast forward to today, like we live in a world which is like radically different, but in the book takes you through kind of what happened this afternoon. And so it's very helpful to kind of think in these terms, because the conventional view of progress through time is that we are, the cliche is the arc of the versus justice, right? So the so-called root history, which is the arc of progress is positive, right? And so we hear all the time when you talk to school and everything. That's every year that goes by, we get better and better, and more pure, and better versions of ourselves. Our your ancestors would say, oh no, like we'll have like quality shit. Like you people took all of the principles of basically your civilization and you have diluted them down to the point where they barely even matter. And you're having children with restaurant and you regularly encounter people in other cities and try to kill them, like how crazy is that? And they would basically consider us to be living like an incredibly diluted version of this highly religious, highly cult-like, right, highly organized, highly fascist society. I can't resist noting that as a consequence of basically going through all the transitions we've been through, going all the way through Christianity, coming out the other end of Christianity, which is very not bad. We're in a secular society, that still has edges of Christianity, but largely prides itself on also being religious in that way. We being the sort of most fully evolved modern secular, expert scientists and so forth, have basically re-evolved or fallen back on the exact religious structure that the Indo-Europeans had, specifically ancestor worship, which is identity politics, and nature worship, which is environmentalism. And so we have actually worked our way all the way back to their culture, just generalizing it. And it just goes to show that, in some ways we have fallen far from the family tree, but it's exactly the same.
You kind of described progressive wokeism and so on as worshiping ancestors.
Identity politics is worshiping ancestors, right? It's tagging newborn infants with either benefits or responsibilities or legacy foundation based on their the Indo-Europeans would have recognized all that stuff. We somehow think it's like super socially progressive.
Yeah, and so
I don't know. Let's get nuanced. But it's the idea that you can completely reinvent society in a generation and have no regard whatsoever for what came before you. That seems like a really bad thing. Right? That's like the Cambodians with the material and the whole pot. Death follows. Obviously, the Soviets tried that. The utopian fantasists who think that they can just rip up everything that came before and create something new in the condition of society have a very bad history of causing enormous destruction. So, on the one hand, it's like, okay, there is like a deeply important role for tradition. And the way I think about that is the process right? Which is what tradition wants to be, is to distill wisdom of all the opinions. So it should be distilled wisdom of things, right? All those important lessons learned. And that's why I think it's faster to go back and study how these people live. It's just that's part of the history and part of the learning strategy today. Having said that, there are many cultures around the world that are mired in tradition like progress. And in fact, you might even say globally that's default human condition, which is a lot of people are in societies in which there's like absolute security by age. Kids are completely, like in the U.S., like for some reason we decided kids are in charge of everything, right? They're like they're trendsetters and they're allowed to like set all the agendas, and set all the politics, and set all the culture, and that's a little bit crazy. But like in a lot of other cultures, kids have no influence at all, because it's still people who are in charge of everything. They're gerontocracies, and it's all a bunch of 80-year-olds running everything, which, by the way, we have a little bit of that too, right? And so I would say it's like there's a downside, but there's a real downside. Whole traditionalism is, it's ethnic particularism, it's ethnic chauvinism, it's incredibly other differences change. That's it just doesn't get good, right? It may be good and fine at the level of the individual tribe, but it's a society living in a modern world that you can't evolve, you can't advance, you can't participate in all the good things that happen. And so I think probably this is one of those things where extremism on your side is probably a bad idea. But this needs to be approached in a sophisticated way.
So the beautiful picture you painted of the roaring 20s, how can the Trump administration play a part in making that future happen?
Yeah, so look, a big part of this is getting the government off the back of the American economy, the technology industry. And then again, this is a replay of what happened in the 60s and 70s, which is, for what started out looking like, I'm sure for church purposes, we ended up looking at it now with this, what I describe as sort of a form of soft authoritarianism. The good news is it's not like a military dictatorship. It's not like it's thrown beyond the, for the most part, that's kind of important. That can be dragged off yourself. So it's not hard authoritarianism, but it's soft authoritarianism. So it's incredible suppressive repetition, rules, concepts of autocracy, right? What's required to get it done? You need to get 40 people to sign off on anything, and one of them veto it. So, a lot of power, that's how the system works. And then, just this general idea of progress is bad, and technology is bad, and capitalism is bad, and it's bad, and success is bad, and Paul Poppy syndrome. It's basically just gets their head up, so it's going to get a jump off, they put wrong benefits in this forever. Just this very kind of blame-based, and then coupled with specific government actions, such as censorship regimes, right, and things, right, and draconian, deliberately kneecapping critical American industries, and then congratulating yourself on that for doing it, or having horrible social policies like let's let all criminals out of jail and see what happens, right? And so like we've just been through this period. I call it a conversation. Like we've just been through this period where whether it started that way or not, it ended up basically being this comprehensive message that's fuck you. And the Biden administration reached kind of a full cycle around it, and they have moved out of many fronts at the same time. And so just like we needed that, and getting kind of back to reasonably, kind of optimistic, constructive, pro-growth frame of mind. There's so much pent-up energy in the American system that will cause growth and spirit to take off. And then there's a lot of things proactively that there's a lot of things proactively.
So how do you believe that? What degree has he described ideologically permeated government and permeated the country?
Disclaimer first, which is I don't want to predict anything on any of this stuff because I've learned the hard way that I can't predict politics in Washington at all. But I would just say that the plans and intentions are clear and the staff supports it. And all the conversations are consistent with the administration and that they plan to take very rapid action on these fronts very quickly. They're going to do as much as they can through executive orders, and then they're going to do legislation and regulatory changes to the rest. And so they're going to move legislatively on the money. You can already feel like things are taking action, right? Or at least I feel it for sure. And so like it we just saw a great example of this with what Mark Zuckerberg is doing. Obviously I'm involved with this company, but we just saw kind of the public scope of the speed of the changes, are reflective of sort of this of a lot of these shifts. But I would say that same conversation, those same kinds of things are happening throughout the industry. Right? So the tech industry itself, whether people were it sounds like there's just like a giant like shift that's like hit them already. And then I was with a group of Hollywood people about 2 weeks ago, and they were still, people that at least spoke like we're still very good. I said, it didn't change since November 6th, and they immediately said, oh, it's different. It feels like the Axis thought, woke us over. They said that all kinds of projects are going to be able to get made now that couldn't before. That Hollywood's going to start making comedies again. They were just like it's just like an incredible immediate environmental change. And as I talk to people kind of throughout, certainly throughout the time, people who are businesses like that all the time, just this last 10 years. I mean, the one that I'm watching is really funny. Facebook's getting a lot of attention, but the other funny one is BlackRock, which I'm not really checking on. I don't know because I've watched for a long time. And so, Larry Fink is the CEO of BlackRock, was like first as a major investment CEO on like every dumb social trend that rule set, like every retarded thing you can imagine, every ESG and every possible satellite company, every aspect of just this crazy ideological positions that he's coming in. Literally, it's like aggregated together trillions of dollars of shareholdings that he did not, that were his customers' rights, and seized their voting control of their shares and using the foreclosed control of this like crazy ideological stuff. He was like very hyper stuff. He in the last year has been like that stuff like that's impossible. And I saw just an example last week. He pulled out of the whatever the corporate net zero alliance. He pulled out of the crazy energy stuff, and so like he's backing away as fast as he can. He's doing. Remember that Richard Pryor backward walk? Richard Pryor had this way where he could back out of the room, like he's fucking forward. And so even they're doing that. And just the whole thing. I mean, I saw the corpus. The NASDAQ had this crazy reporting record composition rules. One of the funniest moments in my life is when my friend Kyo and I were running the meta board, and these NASDAQ rules came down, mandated diversity of corporate boards. And so we sat around the table and figured out how much was kind of diverse. Very professional attorneys that Meta explained with a 100% complete straight face that the repeal counts as diverse. But I'm not sure if they know. And this is a guy who literally wrote a book called Diversity. And he literally looked like he swallowed a black fish. And this was imposed, and it was just like so incredibly offensive to him that like it just absolutely calling him a terrible for him. It was very funny. It was imposed by NASDAQ, your stock exchange, imposing this stuff on you, and then the court, whatever the court of appeals just moved that. It's like these things basically are being like ripped down one by one, and what's on the other side of it. Being able to get back to everything that everybody always wanted to do, which is like run the companies, have great products, have the customers, succeed, achieve, outperform, and something like that's impressed and not be manipulated about it. And I think that's happened in many areas of American society.
It's good to hear that you're fundamentally really different.
Well, so it was very, there was a moment. So Peter, of course, but there are other men on the board, right? And we're sitting there, and we're all looking at it, and we're like, all right, like, okay, LGBT, and we keep coming back to me, right? And it's like, it's like, all right, I'm willing to do a lot for this company, but
it's all about sacrifice for diversity.
well, yeah. Then it's like, okay, like, is it a best?
Yeah, exactly. You prove it.
The questions are going to ask.
What are you willing to do?
And I become very good at asking lawyers answer questions with a totally straight face.
And do they answer with a straight face?
Sometimes. I think in fairness, they have trouble telling it.
So you mentioned the Hollywood folks, maybe people say about that, and vibe shifts. Maybe you can speak to preference qualification. What do they actually believe? How many of them actually Trump? So what percent of them are feeling this vibe shift and are interested in creating more employees? Maybe describe this.
So first, we should maybe talk about population. So there's like all of Silicon Valley. The way to just measure that, and what that does is Silicon Valley, at least historically, my entire time there has been overwhelmingly majority just straight up Democrat. The other way to look at that is political donation records. Again, the political And so, we'll try to say that, like, we'll see what happens with the voting and this going forward. We can maybe talk about the fire later, but I can tell you there is a very big question of what's happening in Los Angeles right now. The fire, but like it's catastrophic. And, there was already a rightward shift in big cities in California, and I think a lot of people in LA are really thinking about things right now as they're trying to save their houses and save their families. But even in San Francisco, there was a big big shift to the right in voting. In 24. So we'll see where that goes. But the part that I'm more focused on is I don't know how to exactly describe this. It's like top 1,000, top 10,000 people, right? I don't have a list, but like it's all the top funders, top CEOs, top executives, top engineers, top VCs, kind of get into the ranks of the people who kind of run companies. And they're right there. I don't have numbers, but I have a much more accurate feel for what's happening. So I have now come to believe that the idea that people have beliefs is mostly wrong. I think that most people just go along. And I think even most high status people just go along, and I think maybe the most high status people are the most companies go along because they're the most focused on status. And the way I would describe that is, one of the great forbidden philosophers of our time is Obama, Ted Kaczynski, and amidst his madness, he had this extremely interesting articulation. He was an insane lunatic murderer, but he was also a super genius. But he's a very bright guy, and he did this whole thing where he talked about basically he's very, very big on budgets and law. And he had this great concept of just fucking which is he had this concept he's called over socialization. And so, most people are socialized. Most people are socialized. Most people are live in society. Most people learn how to be part of society. They give some government in society. There's something about modern Western kids where they're over socialized. And they're just like really oriented towards what other people like themselves think and believe. And you can get a real sense of that if you have a little bit of an outside perspective, which I just do. I think as a consequence of where I grew up. Like even before I had to use that half the day, there was just this weird thing where it's like, why does every dinner party have the exact same conversation? Why does everybody agree with every single issue? Why is that agreement precisely what was the New York Times today? Why are these positions not the same as they were 5 years ago? Right. But why does everybody snap into agreement every step of the way? And that was true when I came to Silicon Valley, and it was true today 30 years later. And so I think most people are just literally taking their teach from some combination of press, the universities, the big foundations. So basically, it's like the New York Times, Harvard, the Ford Foundation, and I don't know, a few CEOs, a few public figures, and maybe the president, if your party's power, and whatever that is, everybody who's sort of good and proper and elite and good standing and in charge of things has a sort of correct number of what's called a coastal American society. Everybody just believes those things. And then, the two interesting things about that is number one, there's no divergence among the organs of power, right? So the Harvard and Yale do the exact same thing. The New York Times and Washington Post do the exact same thing. The Ford Foundation and the Rothschild Foundation do the exact same thing. Google and Microsoft do the exact same thing. But those things change over time. But there's never conflict in them, right? And so, the New York Times and the Washington Post agreed on exactly everything in 1970, 1990, 2000, 2010, 2020, despite the fact that the specifics changed radically. The lockstep was. And so I think basically we're on the tail end of that. It's like Hollywood is the tail end of that. It's like New York is the tail end of that. The same way the media is on the tail end of that. It's like some sort of collective timeline. And I just go through that to say, I don't think most people in my orbit, or say the top 10,000 people in the Valley, or the top 10,000 people in LA, I don't think they're sitting there thinking, basically, I have lots. I mean, they probably think they have Rothschild beliefs, but they don't actually have some core Rothschild beliefs, and then they kind of watch reality change around them and try to figure out how to keep their beliefs correct. I don't think that's what happens. I think what happens is they conform to the belief system around them. And I think most of the time they're not even aware of the basic.
It's possible that the surface chatter of dinner parties, underneath that, there is a turmoil of ideas and thoughts and beliefs that's going on, but you're just talking to some of the close people or in your own mind. The social socialization happened at the part. You draw outside the inner circle, 1, 2, 3, 4 people who you trust, then you start to walk inside the mind, there is an action or a struggle, a tension in your minds over the but the listener, there's a slow smile that on Teresa's face.
So, yeah, let's tell you what I think, which is at the dinner parties and at conferences, no, there's not. And what there is that all of the heretical conversations have anything that balances the status quo, any heretical ideas, any new ideas, any deviation. If people discuss a one-on-one face-to-face, it's like a network. It's like a real social network. There's a secret. It's like, okay, you meet somebody and you like this or a little bit, but like not well, and you both try to figure out, talk to the person later what he's actually like before this conversation.
But yeah,
somebody starts to joke, right? Somebody starts to joke. If the other person laughs, you have a good one.
Yeah.
If the other person doesn't laugh, that's really yeah, I just think it's bias. Right? And by the way, it doesn't have to be like a super offensive joke. It just has to be a joke just up against the edge of one of the one of the shit ones. It has to be up against one of the things one of the things that you're absolutely required to do the different parties. And then at that point, what happens is just network, right? You have a global one-to-one connection with somebody, and then you look at the talk about it. And then you have your network of interest, you have your network of fuckers, and then they have their network of fuckers, and then this like delicate baby dance to let you bring fuckers together, right?
And the dance fundamental mechanism of the dance.
Yeah, it's like it's right. Well, for me,
yeah.
Well, for two reasons. Number one, humor is a way to have the night know it's great. Humor is a way to discuss things without having the night know it's on sorry joke, right? So that's part of it, which is one of the reasons why we get away with saying things, but they can't. They can always fall back on this. But the other key thing about humor, right, is the laughter is development, right? Like you need to laugh, and it's not like a conscious decision whether you're going to laugh. And everybody can tell when they say laughter, right? And this every social media business, right? The laughter is the people. Like people don't laugh at like they laugh because like you're feeling something that they either have not been allowed to think about or have not been allowed to talk about, right? Or it's off limits, and all of a sudden it's like the ice breaks, and it's like, oh yeah, that's the thing, and it's funny, and like I laugh. And then this is why for Black Comedy is so powerful, because you all at the same time, so you start to save numbers. And so the comedians have like it's no surprise to me, like for example, Joe's been successful with cast because they have this hack that the rest of us but you're in person. Yeah, and then you got the question of whether you can sort of join the network together, and then you probably done for this is then at some point there's like a difference, there's like both in the fucking everybody and just and those are like the happiest moments, at least in the last decade, those are like the happiest moments in their lives because they're just like everybody's just ecstatic. They're like, I don't have to worry about it. No, that's shit. Like for every third sentence that comes out of my mouth, and just talk about cooking. So that's the library of it, and then of course the other side. Right, and it makes you the same thing played out, until you unlock that, and you'll put that off. Online. The same dynamic played out online, which is you have absolute control against it. Like literally enforced by the social network themselves through censorship, and then also through cancellation campaigns and mobbing, but then you have group chats grew up to be equivalent of some of them, right? Anybody who grew up in the 70s, they have the hardware of this, right? It's like how who you talk to and how you use information. Like, again, that was the hard authoritarian version of this, and then we've been looking through this soft authoritarian version, but with some of the sometimes.
And WhatsApp allows you to scale and make it more efficient and what to build on these groups of heretical ideas bonded by humor.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and this is the thing, and then this is kind of the running joke about the running kind of thing about group chat. Like every group chat, we've done this, it's like every principal group chat ends up being about memes and humor, and the goal of the game of group chat is to get as close to the line and being actually objectionable as you can get without actually starting. Right? And like literally every group chat that I have been in the last decade, even if it starts in another direction, what ends up happening is it becomes this absolute comedy fest where it's walking if they want to break the lines. And they're constantly testing. Every once in a while something will trip the line, people freak out, and it's like, oh, too soon, okay, like that. they walk to that. And so it's that same thing. And yeah, and then group chats is a technological phenomenon. It was amazing to see because basically it was, number one, it was obviously the rise of smartphones. Then it was the rise of the messaging services. Then it was the rise specifically of, I would say, a combination of WhatsApp and Signal. And the reason for that is those were the two big systems that the full so you actually have phone safe. And then the real breakthrough, I think, was the secure messages, which hit Signal probably 4 or 5 years ago, and hit WhatsApp 3 or 4 years ago. And then the combination of encryption and secure messages, I think, really initiative. Well, then there's the fight. Then there's the fight over the length of the secure messages, right? And so it's like, I often get behind my thing, so I set the 7-day secure messages, and my friends who are like, that's way too much risk. Yeah, it's got to be a day. And then every once in a while, somebody will start to 5 minutes before they send something like particularly consequential.
100%. Well, one of the things that bothers me about WhatsApp, choice between 24 hours and 7 days, 1 day, and that has to have an existential crisis of this side of it. Whether it can last 7 days or what I'm about to say.
Now, of course, what's happening right now is the big question, right? And so what's happening on the other side of the election is, Elon on Twitter 2 years ago, and now Mark with Facebook and Instagram, and by the way, we're continuing to build Substack and with other platforms that are emerging. I think it may be, I don't know that everything just shifts back to the public, but also a tremendous amount of the remote conversations can now shift back into the public view. And quite frankly, this is one of those things. Quite frankly, even if I was opposed to what people are saying, and I'm sure I am in some cases, I would argue still net better for society if those things happen public instead of private. Just want to know. And so it's just I think clearly much healthier living society in which people are not really scared of what you're saying.
Push back to the idea that you're talking about. I do believe that people have beliefs and thoughts that are theoretical, like a lot of people. I wonder what fractions of people have that. Because to me, the preference classification is really interesting. What is the landscape of ideas that human civilization has private as compared to what's out in public? Just like that, the dynamical system that is the difference is fascinating. Because throughout history, the fall of communism and multiple regimes throughout Europe was really interesting. Because everybody was following, the line until not. But for sure, privately, there's a huge number of wars and conversation happening. Or the bureaucracy of communism, the corruption of communism, all of that is really bothering people more. And all of a sudden, there's a trigger that allows the flagship to happen. To me, the interesting question here is, what is the landscape of private thought and ideas and conversations that are happening under the surface of the map? Especially, that question is how much dormant energy is there. What people are like, normal bullshit. Let's get shit done.
So let's go through the theory of falsification.
Yes, there's names, the books, and this fascinating.
Yeah. So this is one of the alternative books. Right, but it's about 20 to 30 year old book, but it's completely modern current what it talks about, as well as historical reform. So it's called Private Truths, Public Lies. It's written by the social science professor named Rothschild. And it's definitive work on this. And so he has this concept he calls preference falsification. So preference falsification is 2 things. Preference falsification, and you get it from the title of the book, Private Truths, Public Lies. So preference falsification is when you believe something and you can't say it. Or, this is very important, you don't believe something and it's not right? And the commonality there is in both cases for time. You believe something internally and so the thing, there's sort of two classes of forms of it. There's the, for example, there's the I believe communism is rotten, right? That's version of it. But then there's also the famous parable of a real life example, but the thing that Pablo talks about in another book on this topic, which is the power of Carlos. Who's a family communist who's a spider who built the potential his podcast is all on the wall. But he wrote this book and he describes the other side of this, which is what physical world tonight. Right, and so he describes it, he calls the parable of the greengrocer, which is your greengrocer and crystal clear that the world is like, like all the things that could happen in the world that is not going to happen. Economy's been at that for 70 years, it is not happening. But that slogan better be in your window every morning, because if it's not in your window every morning, you are not even talking. These are plays are going to come up. Yes. And so the first thing you do when you get to the store is you take that slogan and make sure that it's so because the thing is, every single person, the greengrocer he knows every single person that's walking past the store knows that the greengrocer is only putting it up there because he has to let it public. And the greengrocer has to go through this humiliation of knowing that everybody knows that he's caving into the system and lying public. And so it turns into moralization campaign. It's not just ideological enforcement. In fact, it's not ideological enforcement anymore because everybody knows it's fake. The authorities know it's fake. Everybody knows it's fake. It's not that they're enforcing the actual ideology in the world working for it's that they are enforcing compliance. Right? Compliance with the regime. Fuck you, you will comply. Right? And so anyway, that's the other side of that. And of course, we have lived in the last decade through a lot of both of things. I think anybody listening to this could name a series of slogans that we've all been forced to chant for the last decade that everybody knows at this point. They're just like something else. I'll let the audience speculate on those on their own group chats.
Send Mark your memes online as well, please.
Yes, exactly. But, okay. So anyway, so it's the two sides of that, right? So it's private peer plus. So then what preference falsification does is it talks about extending back to the idea of the individual experience and the idea of the entire society. Right? And this gets to your percentages question. It's like, okay, what happens in society when people are forced to understand? What happens, number one, is that individuals are that. The second thing that happens is they no longer have an accurate data at all or any way to estimate how many. And this is how you, and again, this literally is like how you get something like this kind of system. It's like, okay, you end up in a situation in which 80 or 90 or 99% of society can actually all be thinking individually, I really don't buy this anymore. And if anybody would just stand up and say it, I would be able to get along with it, but I'm not going to be the person who's going to have a shot in the block. But you have no, because of suppression, censorship, you have no way of knowing how many people agree with you. And if the people who agree with you are 10% of the population, you become part of the movement, you're going to get killed. If 90% of people agree with you, you're going to win the revolution. Right? And so the question of like what the percentage actually is like a really critical question. And then basically in any sort of authoritarian system, you can't look on a survey, right? So you actually can't know until you put it in test. And then what you describe in the book is it's always put it in test in the same way. This is exactly what's happening in the last 2 years. 100% exactly what's happening. It's like straight out of the book, which is somebody, Elon, sticks his hand up and says the workers of the world are not going to unite. Right? Or the emperor is actually going to go close, right? You know that famous thing, right? So one person stands up and says it. And literally that person by themselves, everybody else in the audience is like, I wonder what's going to happen with that person. Right? But again, nobody knows. Elon doesn't know, the first guy doesn't know, and people don't know, like, which way is this going to go? And it may be that that's the minority position, and that's the way to get yourself killed. Or it may be that that's the majority position, and that then you are now the taker of the revolution. And then basically, of course, what happens is, okay, the first guy does that, doesn't get killed. The second guy does a lot of times, right? But when the guy doesn't get killed, then the second guy pops his head up and says the same thing. All right, now you've got 2 leads to 4, but 8 leads to 16, and then as we saw with the fall from the wall, this is what happened with Eastern Europe in '89. When it goes, it can go. And then what happens here, very, very quickly, if it turns out that you have a large percentage of the population actually, it turns out all of a sudden everybody has this giant epiphany that says, "Oh, I'm actually part of this story." And at that point, like, you are on the freight train of revolution, right? Like, it is rolling. Right now, the other part of this is the distinction between the role of the elites and the masses. Here's the best book. It's called The Truth of Ignorance, which is a very popular book. And so the nuance you have to put on this is that the elites play a giant role in this because the elites like the information and communication. But the elites, by definition, are a small minority, and so there's also this giant role played by the masses. The masses are not necessarily thinking these things through the same intellectualized formal way that are, but they are for sure experiencing these things in their lives. They for sure have got these very strong perspectives of them. And so when you really get to revolution, it's when you get the elites or a new currently changing from a new set of elites, a new set of counter elites, basically come along and say, no, there's actually a different, better way to live. And then the people basically decide to follow that, to follow the counter elites. So that's the dimension to it. And of course, that part is also happening right now. And again, case study number one of that would be Elon. It just turns out truly has a problem.
And we have done that over and over in different industries. Not just same crazy shit online, but same crazy shit in the realm of space, in the realm of autonomous driving, AI, over and over. Turns out saying crazy shit is one of the ways to do revolution is actually make progress.
Yeah, and it's like, well, and then it's just crazy shit or it's true, right? And this is where many very specific things about Elon's genius, but one of the really core ones is to have to pay attention to the truth. And so when Elon says something, it sounds like crazy shit, but it might be true. Now, is he always right? No. Sometimes the rock is correct. Like, sometimes he's broken. Yeah, he's human. He's like anybody else. It's not like all the time. But at least my through line with him, both in what he says in public and what he says in private, is by the way, exactly the same. He does not do this. He doesn't lie in public about what he thinks in private. At least he doesn't do it anymore. Like, he's 100% consistent in my experience. So, by the way, there's two guys who are 100% consistent. Elon Musk. Yeah. Whatever you think of them, what they say in private is 100% identical to what they say in public. Like, they're completely transparent, they're completely honest in that way, right? Which is like, again, it's not like they're perfect people, but they're honest in that way. And it makes them potentially both, because they have been very powerful leaders in the movement, because they're both doing them to say the things that, if it's true, it turns out to be the thing in many cases that many or most or almost everyone else actually believed, and nobody was actually going to say out loud. And so they can actually catalyze the shift. I think this framework is exactly what Trump did with the parties. I think Trump stood up there on stage with all these other conventional Republicans, and he started saying things out loud that it turned out the base really was. They were either already believing that they were pro-Israel, and he was the only one who was saying them. And so the mix, again, elite masses, he was the elite, the voters were the masses, and the voters decided, no, more pushes, like we're going to go to the trends. That's the mechanism of the bullshit described as like the happiness of social change. It is fascinating to me that we have never been through exactly this. We've never been through everything exactly what Tim Brown described. Everything is also not described. Like squares and Instagram, like the whole thing, right? All of it. And we've been living through the truly for these masses, thing with this set of like basically incredibly corrupt elites wondering why they don't promote these masses anymore instead of elites that are running away with things. And so, like, we're living through this like incredible like of these ideas, and if there's a moral of the story, it is I think fairly obvious, which is a really bad idea for a society to wedge itself in a position in which most people don't believe the fundamental precepts of what they're told they have to do, and to be good people like that. That is just not exactly sticking to it.
So one of the ways to avoid that in the future maybe is to keep the delta between what's said in private and what's in public small.
Yeah, it's like, well, this is sort of the silence on censorship is because people say things. And, by the way, that may work for a while, right? It's like, again, the hard part is owning a mimeograph, free photocopiers, those mimeograph machines that we used to get on the job, right? Just the nexus between written communication of theoretical ideas. Ownership of a mimeograph machine is ownership like that. Right, so that's the hard piece, right? The soft version is somebody puts a button and watches it and right? It's like, good news is still alive, bad news is no shame about not being able to get a job. Too bad your family now, if you can talk to you, but whatever. And so like, does that work? It works for a while. It works for a while. In its way, especially when it's coupled with official power. But when it unwinds, it unwinds with like incredible speed and ferocity. Because your point is probably not going to. Now, your question was like, what are the percentages? That's what I break down. So my rough guess, just based on what I've seen in my world, is something like 20, 60, 20. It's like you've got 20% like true believers in whatever it is, great things. You get 20% of people who are just like, whatever they get, whatever's in your Times, Harvard professors, and maybe it's 10, it's 5, but let's say it's 20. So 20% kind of full on representatives. And then you've got, let's call it 20% on the other side that are like, no, I'm not working with this. This is crazy. I'm not for this. But they care for themselves as they're in a small minority. And in fact, they start out in a small minority because what happens is the 60%. You've got this large middle of people, and it's not that there's anything like, it's not that people in the middle are not smart or anything like that. It's that they just have like normal lives, and they're just trying to get by, and they're just trying to go to work each day, do a good job, and be a good person, and raise their kids, and have a little bit of time to watch the game, and they're just not engaged in the cut and thrust of political activism or any of this stuff. It's just not their thing. But that's where the over socialization comes in. It's just like, okay, by default, the 60% will go along with 20% of the radical revolutionaries, at least for a while. And then the counter elite is in this other 20%. And over time, they build up a theory and network and ability to resist. And a new set of representatives and a new set of ideas. And then at some point, there's a contest. And then the question is, what happens? What happens to 60%? And it's together. It's not even really just a 60% change in police, as much as it's like, okay, what is the thing that 60% now decides to do business on? And I think that 60% in the valley, that 60% for the last decade decided to work. And I would say on edge on a lot of things. And that's 60%.
I would love to see that because there's internal battles happening now, right?
So this is the other thing. Okay, so there's two forms of internal, there's two forms of things that Humor is actually talking about this. So the one is he said this is the kind of unwind where what you're going to have is you're not going to have to go in that direction. You're going to have people who claim that they supported Trump all along, who actually right. So it's going to swing together. And by the way, Trump's not the only part of this, but but whatever it is, you'll have people who will say, well, I never supported this, right? Or I never thought we should have cast this person, right? Whereas, of course, they were full on a part of the monopolized, kind of at that moment. And so anyway, so you'll have preference falsification happening. His prediction, I think, basically is looking enough with the problem on the side. Now, will that happen here? I don't know. How far it's decided this but like there is some question there. And then the other part of it is, okay, now you have this, elite that is used to be in power for the last decade. And by the way, many of those people are still in power and they're in very important positions. The New York Times is still the New York Times, and Harvard is still Harvard, and like those people haven't changed, like at all, right? And they still, they're president governments and senior Democratic, politicians and so forth, and they're sitting there, right now feeling like smack in the face because they lost elections badly. But they're not going into specifically the Democratic Party is going into civil war, right? And that part of the civil war is completely predictable. That's exactly what's happening, which is we need to go back to the center. We need to de-radicalize because we've lost the people. We've lost the people in the middle, and so we need to go back to the middle in order to be able to get 50% plus one in an election, right? And then the other half of them are saying, no, we were true to our principles. We were too weak. We were too soft. We must become more revolutionary. We must double down. We must, celebrate, murders in the street of selfishness and and that right now is something real funny.
I can tell you a little personal story that breaks my heart. There's this professor, historian, I won't say who, but I admire deeply. He loves his work. He's kind of a hermetic thinker. And we were talking about having a podcast, and he actually said that, at this time, given your guest list, I just don't want the headache of being in faculty meetings in my particular institution. And I asked who are the particular figures in this guest list. He said Trump. And the second one, he said that you are now very interested in Trump. So I just don't want the headache. Now, I fully believe he's surprised a lot of people because of who it is. But, this is a person who's not bothered by the guest list. And I should also say that 80+% of the guest list is left wing. Okay. Nevertheless, he just doesn't want the headache, and that speaks to the thing that you've kind of mentioned, that you just don't want the headache. You just want to just have a pleasant morning, coffee, talk to fellow professors, and I think a lot of people are feeling that in universities and in other contexts in tech companies. And I wonder if that shifts, how quickly that shifts. And there, the percentages you mentioned, 26 and 20 matters. And the contents of the private group matters. The dynamics of how that shifts matters. It's very possible nothing really changes in the universities and major tech companies. There's a kind of excitement right now for potential revolution and these new ideas, these new vibes to reverberate to these companies and universities. It's possible the wall will fold.
For years, ultimate indictment of the corruption and the rot of the hard system, at the hard universities. And it's, by the way, it's like all the top universities. It's like the siren song for what it's been for 70 years, whatever, the tenure system, peer review system, tenure system, which is like, yeah, you worked your butt off as an academic to get a professorship and then you continue because then you can say what you actually think, right? And then you can do your work and your research and your speaking and your teaching without fear of being fired, right? Without fear of being canceled. Like academic freedom. I mean, you can think of the term academic freedom and then think of what these people have done to it. Like, it's gone. Like, that entire thing was fake and is completely rotten. And these people are completely giving up the entire moral foundation of the system to go for it, which, by the way, is paid for virtually 100% by taxpayer money.
What's the ultimate hope in this? Like, what this particular person and others who hear this, what can give them strength, inspiration, and courage?
That the population at large is going to realize the corruption in their industry is going to withdraw the funding.
It's a desperation.
No. I don't know what happens next. Okay, so let's go through. So the universities are the big one is the federal student loan program, which is in the many billions of dollars at this point, and it'll be spiral way faster than inflation. That's number one. Number two is federal research funding, which is also very large. And you probably know that when a scientist at university gets a research grant, the university makes as much as 70% of the money for several uses. Number three is tax exemption of the operating level, which is based on the idea that these are nonprofit institutions as opposed to, let's say, political institutions. And number four is tax exemptions at the endowment level, which is the financial buffer that these places have. Anybody who's been close to the university budget will basically see that what would happen if you go through those sources of federal taxpayer money, and then for the state schools, the state money, they almost completely bankrupt. And then you can rebuild. Because the problem right now, like the folks at the University of Boston are really mounting a very valiant effort, and I hope they succeed. I'm sure for them. But the problem is you're now inserting. Suppose you and I want to start a university, and we want to hire all the professors because this is all this. Practically speaking, we can't do it because we can't get access. Even the most direct reason we can't get access to money, we can't get access to federal student funding. Do you know how universities are accredited for the purpose of getting access to federal student funding, federal student loans? They're accredited by the government, but not directly indirectly. They're not accredited by the Department of Education. Instead, what happens is the Department of Education credits accreditation bureaus that are nonprofits that do the accreditation. Guess what the composition of the accreditation bureaus is? The existing universities. They are in complete control. The incumbents are in complete control as to who gets access to those student money. Guess how enthusiastic they are about accrediting the university. Right, and so we have a government-funded personnel that has gone. I think it's just obvious now. It's just gone like sideways in basically any possible way to go sideways, including literally is students getting beaten up on campus for being the wrong religion. But it's just they're just wrong in every possible way. And it's all in the federal taxpayer. And there is no way. My opinion, there's no way to and then there's no way to replace them. And by the way, it's like everything else in life. I mean, in a sense, this is like the most obvious conclusion of all time, which is what happens in the business world when a company does a bad job is they go bankrupt and another company takes its place. And that's how you get progress. And of course, below that is what happens is this is the process of evolution. Very much. But does anything ever get better? Because things are tested and tried, and then the things that can survive. And so these places cut themselves off. They've been allowed to cut themselves off for both evolution at the institutional level and evolution at the individual level. They've shown that the just widespread abuse of tenure. And so you just stall out. You built an ossified system, an ossified centralized corrupt system where you're supplied by the results. They are not visible in different form.
I disagree with you on that. Maybe stick on and hope that I believe you can step forward in because I do believe Stanford and MIT are important.
Oh, but that logic doesn't follow at all. That's underpants no logic.
Underpants no logic.
Underpants no logic. So I just started watching a key touchstone of American culture of my 9-year-old, which of course is South Park.
Yes.
And there's
wow.
Which by the way is a little aggressive.
Very aggressive.
So he's learning all kinds of new words.
Yeah, all kinds of new ideas. Yeah.
I told him, I said, you're going to hear words on here. And I said, you know how we have an agreement that we never lie about it? I said, not using a word that you learned in here. No, that does not count as lying. Keep that in mind.
Oh, well, you know, we get the definition of lying, but yes,
And of course, in the very opening episode, in the first 30 seconds, one of the kids calls the other kid build up. We're off to the races.
Yeah.
Daddy was.
Yep.
So famous episode of South Park. So the underpants stuff. So there's this rat. All the kids basically realize that their underpants are going missing from their grocery store. Someone's stealing the underpants. It's just like, well, who on earth would steal the underpants? So it turns out it's the underpants gnomes. And it turns out the underpants gnomes have come to town. They got this little underground war of tunnels and storage places for all the underpants. And so they got to eventually steal the underpants. And then kids discover that, the underpants gnomes do it. Like, well, that's the point of this. And so the underpants gnomes present their master plan, which is step one, collect underpants. Step three, profit. Step two, question mark.
Yeah.
So you just propose the underpants gnome.
Yeah.
Which is very common in politics. So the form of this in politics is we must do something. This is something. Therefore, we must do this. But there's no causal logic chain in there at all to expect that it's actually going to succeed. Because there's no reason to believe this. Yeah, but it's the same thing. But this is what I hear all the time. But I hear this all the time. I have friends who are on these forums, right? They're very involved in these places. I hear this all the time. Like, oh, these are very important. We must fix them. And so therefore they are fixable. There's no logic here.
There's that pressure that you described in terms of cutting funding. Then you have the leverage to follow out the administration, align the vision that things really need to change the universities. And they put students and faculty primary by a lot of the administration and realign and reinvigorate this idea of freedom of thought, intellectual freedom. Because there is already a framework of great institutions that's there. And the way they talk about what it means to be a great institution is aligned with this very idea that you're talking about. It's this meaning of intellectual freedom, the idea of tenure, right? On the surface, it's a lie. Underneath, it's become corrupted.
If we say free speech and freedom often enough, sooner or later, these tenured professors will get right.
We think that the university is fundamental. Okay, so how do you fix it? How do you have institutions for educating 20-year-olds and institutions that host researchers and have the freedom to do epic shit, like research type shit that's outside the scope of R&D departments and inside companies? So how do you create an institution like that?
How do you create a good restaurant when the street sucks?
Right. That's a opinion.
You open a good restaurant. Yeah. Like, how often in your life have you experienced a restaurant that's just absolutely horrible and it's poisoning all its customers, the food tastes terrible, and then 2 years later you go back and it's fantastic? Charlie Munger actually had the best comment on the great investor. Charlie Munger had a good comment here as well. He says, it's like, General Electric is my for all these challenges. He was asking me, he said, how would you fix the culture of General Electric? He said, fix the culture of General Electric. He said, I couldn't even fix the culture of the restaurant. Like, it's insane. Like, obviously. There's nobody in business. Like, it's impossible. Like, it's not. Now, look, having said all that, I should also express this because I have a lot of friends who work in places and are involved in race. I hope that I'm wrong. I would love to be wrong. I would love for the underpants notes to do something clear and straightforward. But they can figure out how to do it. I would love to fix it. I'd love to see them come back to their spoken principles. I think that'd be great. I'd love to see the professors in tenure do great. I would love to see. I mean, it would be fantastic. My partner and I have done like a lot of public space topic that's been intended to not just be harsh, but also be okay. Like these challenges have to be directly. By the way, let me also say, especially there are a bunch of very smart people who are major donors that were members of these institutions that want growth. Who are really helping and trying to, I think legitimately trying to fix these places. I have a friend on the executive committee of one of the top universities who's working overtime to try to do that. Man, but the counterpoint would just be like you see it actually happening in the same one of these places.
I'm a person that believes in leadership. If you have the right leadership, the whole system.
So here's a question for you, Frank, too. Places, not just for business university.
I think I think runs it. Whoever the fuck says they run it. That's what great leadership is. The president has that power. The president of the university has the leverage. Like you want. They can fire them through being vocal publicly. Yes, fire the professor. What are you talking about? I know they cannot fire the professor.
Then we know who runs the university.
Yeah,
Professor. The professors and students. Professors and girls. Then there are, of course, radicalization feedback cycle driving instead of fails. Yeah, the girls. What happens when you put in charge of your bureaucracy where the thing that the bureaucracy knows is technology? The thing that the tenured professors of all these places know is it doesn't matter who the president is because they cannot last long. Because they cannot get fired. By the way, it's the same thing that bureaucrats in the government know. It's the same thing that the bureaucrats in the Department of Education, they know the exact same thing. They cannot last. It's the whole thing that resistance. Like they can be in resistance. They can just sit there and resist. Which is what they do. They're not fireable.
That's definitely a crisis that's solved. And I also don't like that I'm afraid of the game. I agree with you. The situation is dire, and but I just think that institutions are important. And I should also add, we're using restaurants as an analogy. And earlier offline, this conversation was said the Dairy Queen is a great restaurant. So let's let the listener take.
I'd say Dairy Queen is the best restaurant.
The best restaurant. There you go. So everything Mark has recently said today.
I don't want to. You should go to Herb Blizzard. One day you should walk down there and go to the Blizzard.
Yeah.
They can get like 4,000 calories in a cup.
They can.
It's a delicious taste. Don't put anything in there.
All right.
Okay, so but anyway, let me just close by saying, look, my friend's university system, I just say, look, this is the challenge. Like I would just pose this as the challenge. Like to me, like this is having had a lot of these conversations. Like this is the bar. In my view, this is the conversation that actually has to happen. This is the bar that actually has to be. Like this problem can be confronted. Because I think there's way too much. I'm actually worried about here. There's too much time to talk to these conversations. I think the taxpayers do not understand this level of crisis, and I think if the taxpayers come to understand it, the funding of that rises. And so I think the fuse is going through. No fault of any of ours, but like the fuse is going. There's some window of time here to fix this and address it and justify the money because just normal taxpayers sitting in normal towns, normal jobs, are not going to tolerate this for that much longer.
You mentioned censorship a few times. Let us, if we can, go deep into the darkness of the past and how censorship mechanism was used. So you are a good person to speak about the history of this because you were there on the ground floor in 2013-ish. Facebook, I heard that you were there when they invented or maybe developed the term hate speech in the context of censorship on social media. So take me through that history, the use of censorship.
So I was there on the ground floor in 1993.
There's multiple students.
There are. Yeah. So I got the first ask which was in the web browser.
That's fascinating.
Yeah. Actually, 1982. I was asked to implement a nudity filter.
Did you have to first speak up back then?
I did not have any problem speaking up back then. I was making $6.45 an hour. No, I was asked at the time, and look, in some sense, a legitimate request, which is supporting a federal research project actually funded by the federal government and public university. So my boss was like, online, but it was like, yeah, this web browser thing is great, but like, just make sure to not have any photos of people that show up. But if you think about this for a second as a technologist, right, you have an issue, which is this was like pre-image net, right? And so I had a brief period where I tried to imagine an algorithm that I referred to as the breast protection algorithm. But that was going to have to design. And then apparently a variety of other body parts people are also sensitive about.
Yeah.
And then I applied it to clients to do this.
Or just the technical.
Well, number one, I actually didn't know how to do it. But number two, it's just I'm just not building this censorship. And in those days, it was, it was actually interesting. Sort of pre-93 internet was such a specific niche community. Like it was like the million kind of highest IQ nerds in the world, and so it actually like didn't really have a lot of issues issues. People were like super interested in talking about astrophysics and not very interested in even politics at that time. So there really was not an issue there. But yeah, I didn't want to start the process. So I think the way to think about this. So first of all, so I was involved with this Facebook ever since. By the way, I've been involved with Facebook ever since. Like I joined the board there in 2007, so I saw basically everything the last almost 20 years, every step of the way. But also I've been involved in most of the other companies over time. So I was an angel investor in Twitter and did that really well. We were the founder investor in Substack and part of the Elon takeover of Twitter, X. I was an angel. So I've been in these. We were the funder of Pinterest, one of the main investors there. Reddit as well, and I was having these conversations with all these guys. So as much talk specifically about Facebook, but I can just tell you like the general pattern for quite a while. It was kind of all the same across these companies. Yeah, so basically the way to think about this, the true kind of nuanced view of this is that there is, practically speaking, no internet service that can capture censorship. And by the way, that also mirrors there is no country that actually has unlimited free speech either. The U.S. First Amendment actually has 12 or 13 formal carve-outs from the Supreme Court over time. So incitement to violence and terrorist recruitment, and child abuse, and so child pornography and so forth. They're not covered by the First Amendment. And just practically speaking, if you and I are going to start an internet company and have a service, we can't have that stuff there because it's illegal or it will just destroy the whole thing. So you're always going to have the censorship, but it's not actually the browser, but like you're going to have it for sure. But then what happens is now you have a machine, right? Now you have a system where you can put in rules saying we allow this, we don't allow that. You have enforcement, consequences. Right? And once that system is in place, like it becomes the ring of power, right? Which is like, okay, now anybody in that company or anybody who wants to pressure the company just start to say, okay, you should use that machine for more than just your child pornography. You should use it for X, Y, Z. And basically that transition happened, call it 2012, 2013, is when there was this like very, very kind of rapid pivot. I think the kickoff to it for some reason was the beginning of the second drama term. I think it also coincided with the sort of arrival of the first kind of super woke kids in these schools. The kind of, it's the kids that were in school between for the Iraq War, the global financial crisis, and super radicalized in these companies that immediately started mounting the social crusades to ban and censor lots of things. And then, quite frankly, we never had a party to get this out. And we figured out that these companies were very subject to being controlled. The executive teams and boards of directors were almost all Democrats, and with tremendous circulation. A lot of Obama people from the first term actually came to work in these companies. A lot of FBI people and law enforcement intelligence people came to work. They were all Democrats. For that set. And so they just, the ring of power was lying on the table. It had been built, and they, they put it on, and then they just ran. And the original discussions were basically always on two topics. It was hate speech and misinformation. Hate speech was the original one. And the hate speech conversation started exactly what you expect, which is we can't have the N-word. And which the answer is fair enough. Let's not have the N-word. Okay. Now we set a precedent. Right, and then Jordan Peterson talked about this. The definition of hate speech ended up being things that make people uncomfortable. Right, so we can't have things that make people uncomfortable. Why, of course, people like me that are disagreeable raise their hands and say, "Well, that idea right there makes me uncomfortable." But of course, that doesn't count as hate speech, right? So, the ring of power is on one hand, and then basically that began to slide where it ended up being that. Disappointing Marcus been making recently. They completely added that comments that are completely legitimate on television or on the Senate floor of all of a sudden. These things can't be said online. So that, the ring of power was filled in mostly irresponsible ways when you talk about all the stuff that happened there. And then the other one is disinformation. And that wasn't just there's a little bit of that early on, but of course that was so the hate speech stuff we did by like 3 or 4 years. The misinformation stuff was basically a little bit later, and it was a consequence of Russian influence. And then that was, a ring of power that was even more powerful, right? Because, hate speech is like, okay, at some point, be something offensive or not, like at least you can have a question as to whether that's the case. But the problem with misinformation is like, is it the truth or not? What do we know for 800 years or whatever Western civilization is that, there's only a few entities that can determine the truth on every topic. There's God. There's the king, and there's more, and the rest necessarily perfectly flawed. And so the idea that any group of experts is going to sit around the table and decide the truth is, deeply anti-Western and deeply authoritarian. And somehow the misinformation kind of crusade went from the Russian agents into just full-blown, we're going to use that weapon for whatever we want. And then of course, then the culminating moment on that really was the struggle for people's backwards. We're going to censor all theories that the COVID virus might have been manufactured oil as misinformation. And inside these companies, like that was the point where people for the first time, this is like what, 3 years ago, for the first time they were like, and that was when it's like, it's like this is fun. That's how we got it. And then basically that spell lasted, that complex existed and got expanded basically from 2013 to 2023. I think basically two things broke it. One is Substack. And so I'm super proud of those guys because they started from scratch and declared right up front that they were going to be a free speech platform. And they came under intense pressure, including for the press, and they tried to keep them to the ground and kill them. Intense pressure, by the way, from say certain platform companies, basically threatening them. And they stood up to it. And sitting here today, they have the widest spectrum of speech and conversation of anywhere on planet Earth. They did a great job, and it's worked. It's great. And then obviously, but that was the hammer blow. And then the third one that was with Marcus with Facebook.
And there's also like singular moments, I think we've spoken about this, which when Jon Stewart going on Stephen Colbert and talking about the lab theory, it's just a certain moment that just kind of shake everybody up. The right person, the right time, just a wake up call.
So that there, and I will tell you what, that's sort of tactic. But I would say I was a long run fan of Jon Stewart. I watched both of the show that he was on for probably 20 years. But he did a very important public service, and it was that of Harrison Corporation. And I don't know how broadly this, at the time it was in the news briefly, but I don't know how people remember this, but I will tell you, in the rooms where people discussed what is misinformation, these policies, that was a very big moment. That was probably actually the key to that lesson. And I think he exhibited, I would say, conspicuous bravery and had a big impact on that. And yeah, what people don't recall, what he did, it was just a full-blown, absolutely must lock down for 2 years, absolutely must keep closed, you absolutely must have everyone home, you absolutely must wear a mask, like the whole thing. Right? And one of those was absolutely must believe that COVID is completely natural. You must believe that, and not believing that means you're a fascist Nazi Trump supporter, mega evil QAnon person, right? And that was like uniform, and that was enforced by the social media. And like I said, that was the peak. And Jon Stewart went on the Colbert Show. I don't know if they planned it or not, because Colbert looked shocked. I don't know how much it was a bit, but he went on there. He just had one of these, like, the emperor's wearing no clothes things where he said it's just not plausible that you have the COVID super virus appear 300 yards down the street from the Wuhan Institute of lethal coronaviruses. It's just not plausible that certainly you could just pull that out. And then there was another key moment, actually, the more serious version was, I think, Dr. Nicholson Baker wrote a piece for New York Magazine. Nicholson Baker is one of our great novelist writers of our time, and he wrote the piece, and he did the complete undressing of it. And that was the first, I think that was the first shift. There had been renegade, there had been, people running around saying this, getting censored all over the place. That was the first one, it was like extreme press, where he talked to all the heretics, and he just laid the whole thing out. And that was a moment. And I remember, let's say, a board meeting with these companies after that, where basically, everybody looked up to it and was like, all right, I guess we don't need to censor that anymore. And then of course what immediately follows from that is, well, wait a minute, why were we censoring that in the first place? And okay, and then the downstream, not that day, but the downstream conversations were like, okay, if we made such a giant, in retrospect, if we all made such a giant collective mistake censoring that, then what does that say about the Western regime? I think that was the thread in the sweater that started to run.
I should say it again. I do think that the Jon Stewart appearance and the statement he made was a courageous act.
Yeah, I agree.
I think we need to have more of that in the world. And like you said, you are whatever you think that's it's a series of courageous acts. And I think what Mark Zuckerberg did on Rogan a few years ago was a courageous act. Can you just speak through that?
He's become a standing communicator, right? And he's somebody who came into a lot of criticism early in his career on that front, and I think he's one these guys can sit down and talk for 3 hours and make it make sense. And you know, as you do with all of your episodes, like when somebody sits and talks for 3 hours, like you really get a sense of somebody because it's really hard to be efficient for that long. And you gotta have feel like he's really good at it. And look, again, I would maybe put him in the third category now with certainly hypotheticals. I would say I would put him up there now with kind of the Donald Trump in the sense of the public and the private events. Like I said, like he said on that show what he really believes. He said all the same things that he says in private. Like I don't think there's really any discrepancy anymore. I would say he has always taken upon himself a level of obligation and responsibility to running a company the size of Meta and to running services that are that large. And I think his conception of what he's doing, which I think is correct, is he's running services that are bigger than the country, right? So over 3 billion people use those services. And so, and then the company has many tens of thousands of employees and investors, and it's a public company, and he takes very deeply and seriously about his responsibilities. And so, he has not felt like he has had, let's just say, complete flexibility that Elon has had. And people could argue that one way or the other, but he's he talked about a lot. He's evolved a lot. A lot of it was he learned a lot. And by the way, I'm going to put myself right back up there. Like I'm not claiming any huge foresight or heroism on any of this. Like I've also learned a lot. Like my views on things are very different than they were 10 years ago on lots of topics. And so, I've been on a learning journey. He's not on a learning journey. He is a really good learner. He assimilates information, as good as or better than anybody else can know. The other thing I guess I would just say is he talked on that show about something very important, which is when you're in a role where you're running a company like that, there are a set of decisions that you get to make and deserve to be criticized for those decisions and so forth. It's valid. But you are under tremendous pressure as well. And by the way, you're under tremendous internal pressure. You've got your employees coming at you. You've got your executives in some cases coming at you. You've got your board in some cases coming at you. You've got your shareholders coming at you. So you've got your internal pressures, but you also have the press coming at you. You've got academia coming at you. You've got the entire nonprofit complex or the activist complex coming at you. And then really critically, he talked about Rogan, and these companies all went through this in this last, especially 5 years, you have the government coming at you. And that's the really sneaking into the pool where the government was, in my view, really exerting just a flagrant violation of the First Amendment and federal laws on speech and coercion and conspiracy, forcing these companies to do a lot of and again, in some cases they made a lot of and the level of pressure. Like I said, I've known every CEO on Twitter. They've all had the exact same experience, which when they were in the job, it just it's just getting punched in the face every single day, constantly. And Mark is very good at getting physically punched in the face. He does that on another day, and he is, and he, and he's very good at taking punches and taking many punches. So I would encourage people to have a level of sympathy for these are not kings. These are people who operate with, I would say, extraordinary levels of external pressure. I think if I had been in his job for the last decade, I would be a little probably before. So it says, I think, a lot about him. And by the way, I should also say the cynicism of course is immediately out, it's legitimate thing to say, but it's like, oh, you're looking at this because of Trump, or whatever. It's like, no, he has been thinking about and working on these things and trying to figure them out for a very long time. And so I think what we saw are legitimate, deeply helpful things, not some, sort of just in the moment thing that can change anytime.
So what do you think it's like to be him and other leaders of companies to be you and withstand internal pressure and external pressure? What's that life like? Is it deeply lonely?
That's a good question. So leaders are moving and this is one of those things where nobody feels sorry for this, right? It's not a thing, right? And again, legitimately so. He has to pay a lot of the whole thing. There's a lot of great things about him, so it's not like they should be out there asking for a lot of sympathy. But it is the case that they are and it is the case that it is a lonely job. And the reason it's a lonely job is because your words carry tremendous weight. And you are dealing with extremely complicated issues, and you're under a tremendous amount of emotional, personal stress. And you often end up not being able to sleep well, and you end up not being able to keep up exercise routine and all those things. And you come under family stress because you're working all the time. My partner Ben, was the CEO of our last company before we started the ventures. He said, the problem he had with his family life was even when he was home at night, he wasn't home. because he was in his head trying to solve all the business problems. And so he was like supposed to be able to hit with his kids. He was physically there, but he wasn't mentally there. So, you kind of get that a lot. But the key thing is like you can't talk to people. Right? So you can't. I mean, you can talk to your spouse and your kids, but like they don't understand. They're not working in your company. They don't understand that context to really help you. If you talk to your executives, they all have agendas, right? And so they're all good. They can't resist. Like it's just human nature. And so you can't necessarily rely on what they say. It's very hard in most companies to talk to your board because they can fire you. Right? Now Mark has the situation because he has control. It actually turns out he can't talk to his board, and Mark talks to us about many things that he doesn't, that most CEOs won't talk to the boards about because we can't fire him. But the general CEO, including all the CEOs of Twitter, none of them have control, so they go over fire. So you can't talk to board members that can fire you. You can't talk to shareholders because they'll just think of your stock. Right, like okay, so who's that? So every once in a while we find it's basically the best case scenario they have is they can talk to other CEOs when there's these little organizations where they can pair up and do that, and so they make a little bit of that. But even that's probably barrel because can you really talk about confidential information if there's insider trading risk? And so it's just a very low thing to start with. And then on top of that, you want pressure. Right, that's where it's cool. And then maybe I'll just spend a moment on this internal external pressure thing. My general experience with companies is that they can withstand most forms of external pressure as long as they retain internal programs. Right? So as long as the internal team is really bonded together and supporting each other, most forms of external pressure can withstand. And by that I mean investors dump your stock, reduce your biggest customers, whatever negative article, negative headline, you can withstand all that. In fact, many of those forms of pressure can be bonding. What you 100% cannot withstand is and what I always look for in high pressure corporate situations now is the moment when the internal team cracks. Because I know the minute that happens, we're in a different regime. Like it's like the solid is turning to liquid. Like we're in a different regime, and it's like the whole thing going around. Because then people kind of. I mean, this is what's happening in Los Angeles right now. The mayor and the fair chief turning each other, and that's it. That government is dysfunctional. It's never going to get back together again. It is over. It's not going to work ever again. And that's what happens in some companies. And so somebody like Mark is under like profound internal pressure and external pressure at the same time. Now, he's been very good at the coherence of his executive team, but he has had over the years a lot of employees, as a lot of these companies have had. So that's been continuous pressure. And then the final thing I'd say is I said that companies can withstand most forms of external pressure, but not all. The special, though not all, want is government pressure. Because when the government comes for you, like, any CEO who thinks that they're bigger than the government has that. There should be none of that in short order.
Can you just know that it is maybe educating and deeply disturbing. You've spoken about it before, but we're speaking about again this government pressure. So you think they've crossed the line into essentially criminal levels of pressure,
Flagrant criminality, felonies, like obvious felonies. I actually cite the laws. But yes, absolutely.
do you think how those possible to happen, but maybe a hopeful though, how we can avoid that happening again?
So to start with, there's a lot of this now is in the public record, which is good because it needs to be in the public record. And so there's three forms of things that are in the public record that people can look at. So one is the Twitter files, right, which Elon put out with the Senate for House over. And I will just tell you, the Twitter files are 100% representative of what I've seen in the government. And so you can just see what happened in Twitter, and you can just assume that happened with these companies, for the most part, certainly in terms of the kind of pressure that they got. So that's number one. That stuff that you should be covered. The second is Mark references the Rogan podcast. There's Congressman Jim Jordan who has a committee, kind of congressional committee called the Organization Committee, and they in the last 3 years have done a full-scale investigation of this. And Facebook produced a lot of documents into that investigation, and many of those have now been made public, and you can download those reports. And there's like 2,000 pages worth of material on that. And that's essentially the Facebook version of Twitter files, just to provide that with a different mechanism. And then third is Mark himself talking about this on Rogan. So yeah, basically what those three forms of information show you is basically the government way prices citizens just don't like. And they just decided that they could just arbitrarily pressure, just like literally arbitrarily call up companies and threaten them, bully, and yell and scream and threaten repercussions and force people to force them to censor. And there's this whole thing of like, well, the First Amendment only applies to the government, doesn't apply to companies. It's like, well, there's actually a little bit of nuance to that. First of all, it definitely applies to the government. 100% the First Amendment applies to the government. By the way, so does the Fourth Amendment and the Fifth Amendment, including the right to due process, also applies to the government. There was no due process at all to any of the censorship regime that was put in place. There was no due process put in place, by the way, for debanking either. Those are just as serious violations as the violations. So this is just like flagrant unconstitutional behavior. And then there are specific federal statutes. There's 241 and 242. And one of them applies to federal employees, government employees, and the other one applies to private actors around what's called deprivation of rights, and conspiracy to deprive rights. And it is not legal, according to the National Criminal Code, for government employees or in a conspiracy private entities to take away constitutional rights. And interestingly, some of those constitutional rights are enumerated, for example, in the First Amendment of freedom of speech, and then some of those rights actually do not need to be enumerated. If the government takes away rights that you have, they don't need to be specifically enumerated rights in the Constitution in order to still be felony. The Constitution does not, very specifically, does not say you only have the rights that it gives you. It says you have all the rights that have not been previously defined. Right, and so banking qualifies as a right. The right to access the financial system is every bit something that's under these laws as free speech. And so, this has happened. And then I'll just add one final thing, which is we talked about two parties so far, but the government employees, and then we talked about the government employees for sure. The companies, there's a very interesting question there as to whether they are victims or perpetrators or both. They will defend it, they will argue, and I believe they have a good case that they are victims or perpetrators, right? They are downstream subjects of pressure, not because of pressure. But there's a big swath of people who are in the middle, specifically the ones that are funded by the government, that I think are in possibly getting in trouble. And that's all of these third-party censorship bureaus. The one that is sort of most obvious is the so-called Stanford Internet Observatory that got put up there over the last several years, and they basically were funded by the federal government to be third-party censorship operations. And they're private sector actors, but acting with federal funding. And so it puts them in this very interesting spot where there could be a very obvious theory under which they're basically acting as agents of the government. And so I think they're also very exposed on this, and I think behave just flagrantly within this.
But fundamentally, government should not do any kind of pressure, even soft pressure, on companies to censor.
Can't. Not allowed.
It really is disturbing. They probably started soft, lightly, slowly, and then this escalates as the old will to power will instruct them to do. You get that's why there's protection. Because you can't put a check on power for government. Right?
There are so many ways that they can hit you. Like there are so many ways that they can hit you. And the thing you're thinking about is a lot of times we're looking at government action about legislation. Because you look yourself. When I was a kid, we got trained on how does government work. There was this famous animated short thing we got to show, which is the cartoon of how a bill becomes a law. And stuff. It's a bill, it's law. This is just a bill. Exactly. Like it's like, all right, number one, that's not how it works. Like that doesn't actually happen. Talk about that. But even beyond that, mostly what we're dealing with is not legislation. When we talk about government power these days, mostly it's not legislation. Mostly it's regulation, which is basically the equivalent of legislation, but having not gone through the legislative process, which is a very big open legal issue. One of the things that the Doge is very focused on. But most government rules are not legislated and regulated. And there's tons and tons of regulations in this company. But this is another cliche of it. So private companies can do whatever they want. It's like, even though they can't, they're subject to tens of thousands of regulations that they have to comply with. And the hammer that comes down when you don't comply with regulations is like they completely wreck your company with no ability to do about it. So regulation is a big part of what power is exercised. And then there's what's called just flat out administrative power. Administrative power is just literally the government telling you what to do. Here's an example of how this works. So Facebook, they had this whole program a few years back to do a global cryptocurrency for payments called Libra. And they built the entire system, and it was this high-scale cryptocurrency. They built it in every product. 3 billion people could transact with Libra. A bunch of the government, a bunch of the all these different trying to figure out how to make it so it's fully compliant with anti-money laundering, all these controls and everything. They had a whole thing ready to go. Two senators wrote letters to the big banks saying, we're not telling you that you can't work with Facebook on this, but if you do, you should know that every aspect of your business is going to come under greatly increased level of regulatory scrutiny, which is, of course, the exact equivalent of it sure is a nice corner restaurant you have there in exchange of things and that cost you all time cocktail. And so that letter, like, what is that letter? It's not a law. It's not even a regulation. It's just like straight direct. And then it culminates in literally calls from the White House, where they're just like flat out telling you what to do, which is of course what King used to do, but not what it was supposed to do. And so anyway, so what these companies experienced was they experienced the full panoply of this, but the level of intensity was in that order. It was actually legislation is the least important part. Regulation is more important. Administrative power is more important. And just like flat out demands, flat out threats were ultimately the most important. How do you fix it? Well, first of all, like you have to find people who can't do it. So, like as with all these things, ultimately involve and so you have to decide. I have no idea what part of this recent election after the censorship regime. I know a lot of people on the right got very angry about the censorship, and I think it probably at least helped with enthusiasm on that side. Maybe some people on the left will now not want their Democratic nominees to be sort of censorship. So the voters definitely, get a vote. Number one. Number two, I think you need transparency. You need to know what happened. We know some of what happened. Peter Thiel has written in the FT just now saying we just need after what we've been through the last decade, we need broad-based truth and reconciliation efforts to really get to the root of things. So maybe that's part of it. We need investigations for sure. Ultimately, we need prosecutions. Like we need ultimately people to go to jail. So you need to set off their buses and say that you don't do this. And on those last two, I would say that those are both up to the administration. I don't want to speak for them, and I don't want to predict what they're going to do, but they for sure have the ability to do both of those things. And, we'll see where they take it.
Yeah, it's really disturbing. I don't think anybody else is kind of overreaching power of the government, including perhaps people that are participating. It's like this dark momentum of power. You just get caught up in it. That's the reason there's that kind of protection.
So I use the metaphor of the ring of power.
Yeah.
People don't catch the reference as Lord of the Rings. And the thing with the ring of power of Lord of the Rings is the ring the elf has the beginning, and it turns you invisible, and it turns out it unlocks all this crystal powers and this powerful people. Is key to everything. And basically the moral lesson of Lord of the Rings, which was, written by a guy who thought very deeply about these things, is the ring of power is inherently corrupting. The characters at one point are like, hey, look, just put on the ring, fix this. Right, and he's like, he will not put the ring on, even to end the war, because he knows that it will corrupt him. And then, the character, as far as the character of Gollum is the result of, a normal character who ultimately becomes, this incredibly corrupt and deranged version of himself. And so, I think you said something actually quite profound, which is the ring of power is infinitely tempting. The censorship machine is infinitely tempting. If you have it, you are going to use it. It's overwhelmingly tempting because it's so powerful, and that it will corrupt you. And yeah, I don't know whether any of these people feel any of this today. They should. I don't know if they do. But yeah, you go out 5 or 10 years later, you would hope that you would realize that your soul was corroded. And you probably started out thinking that you were a patriot, and then you were trying to defend democracy, and you ended up being, extremely authoritarian and democratic in Western.
Can I ask you a tough question? Staying on the ring of power, it's becoming the most powerful human beings.
I'm not sure about that.
You don't think he is.
Well, he doesn't have nukes, so.
Yeah, there's different definitions and perspectives on power, right? How can he or Donald Trump avoid the corrupting aspects of his power?
I think the nature of the power, which is flat out there. I would say with Elon, I would say with Elon, and I would say, by the way, with a lot of things, I would say so far so good. I'm extremely thrilled that he's done almost every front for the last 30 years. But including all the stuff recently, I think he's done a really good. But look, I would say, I guess the sort of case that he has for this level of power is some combination of the money and the proximity of the president. And obviously both of those are sources of power. And the counter to that is, I do think a lot of how Elon is causing change in the world right now. I mean, there's companies he's running right where I think he's doing very well. And we're investors in multiple of them. They're doing very well. But I think like a lot of the stuff that gets people mad at him is like it's the social political stuff. And it's it's his statements and it's the downstream effects of his statements. So like for example, it's for the last couple of weeks it's been him kind of weighing in on this rape gang scandal. This rape organized child rape thing in the UK. And it's actually it's a preface cascade. It's one of these things where people knew there was a problem, they weren't really talk about it. It kind of got suppressed, and then Elon brought it up, and all of a sudden there's now in the UK this massive explosion of basically open conversation about it for the first time. It's like this catalyzing. All of a sudden everybody's kind of looking at oh god, this is really bad, and it'll be now pretty sure pretty clearly big changes really bad. So, and Elon was he played the role of employees. But here's the thing. Here's my point. Like he said it about something, right? So had he said it about something that was false, he would get the credit for it. He would deserve the credit for it. If he said something that was true. And by the way, everybody over there used to be like, oh yeah, right. Like nobody seriously said. They just started to use it. So number one, it's like okay, he says true things. And so it's like okay, how far? Look at it this way. Like how worried are we about somebody becoming corrupt by virtue of their power being that they can just truth. And I guess I would say, especially in the last decade of what we've been through, where everybody's been lying all the time about everything, I'd say I think we should run this experiment as hard as we can to get people to tell the truth. And so I don't feel that bad about that. And then the money side, this rapidly gets into the money and politics question. And the money and politics question is a very interesting question because it seems like if there's a clear-cut case that the more money in politics, the worse things are, the more corrupted the system is. That was a very popular topic of public conversation up until 2016, when Hillary outspent Trump 3-1 and lost. You'll notice that money in politics has almost vanished as a topic in the last 8 years. And once again, Trump spent far less. Kamala Harris spent $1.5 billion on top of what Biden spent. So they were at I don't know something like $3 billion total, and Trump I think spent again like a third or a fourth of that. And so the money in politics kind of topic has kind of vanished from the popular conversation in the last 8 years. It has come back a little bit now that but again, like it's like okay, the data would seem to indicate in at least the last 8 years that money doesn't win political battles. It's actually like the voters actually have a voice and they exercise it, and they don't just listen to ads. And so again, there I would say like clearly there's some power there, but I don't know if it's I don't know if it's some weapon that you can just like turn on and use it in a better way.
Yeah, I don't know if there's parallels there, but I can also say just on a human level, he has a good heart. And I interact with a lot of powerful people, but that's not always the case. So that's a good thing that I think we can talk to the Hobbit or whatever. We just to put on living.
Frodo,
yeah.
Maybe one of the lessons of Lord of the Rings, right? Is even further with it, even further with corrupted, right? But nevertheless, that's something you could do at the time. The thing that I find just so amazing about the Elon phenomenon is, the one thing that everybody in our society is universally agrees on because of our sort of our Christian egalitarian. So we live in sort of this post-secularized Christian context in the West now, and it's we consider Christianity kind of backwards, but we still believe essentially all the same things. We just dress them up in sort of fake science. So the one thing that we're all told, we're all taught is that the best people in the world are people who care about all of humanity, right? We venerate, all of our figures are people who care about all of humanity. Jesus cared about all of humanity. Gandhi cared about all of humanity. Martin Luther King cared about all of humanity. Like it's the person who cares the most about humanity. And with Elon, you have a guy who literally like this. He's literally he talks about this constantly. He talks about exactly the same private. He's operating on behalf of all of humanity to try and get us those people to multiply various civilizations, survive and spread their own practice, spread the light of human consciousness into the world, and the universe and having persist. The thing, and like literally the critique is, what do you care about all humanity?
All the surface turmoil, critics who just do that.
I think that's a good point.
So the roles of the
So this comes from an Italian political philosopher. Maybe I'll let you pronounce the Italian. Michelle's, from Michael's, and then it was, I read about it through a famous book on politics, probably the best book on politics written in the 20th century, called The Machiavellians by this guy James Burnham, who's had a big impact on me. But in Machiavellians, he resurrects what he calls the sort of Italian political philosophy from the 10s and 20s. And these were people, to be clear, this was not like a discriminating thing. These were people who were trying to understand the actual mechanics of how politics actually works. And so to get to the actual sort of mechanical substance of like how the political machine operates. And this guy Michel said this concept he ended up with called the iron law of oligarchy. So what the iron law of oligarchy, and then you can take a step back and say, so basically in classic political theory, there's basically three forms of government at core. There's democracy, which is rule of many. There's oligarchy, which is rule of few. And there's monarchy, which is rule of one. And you can just use that as a general framework of any government you're going to do. Those just mechanical observation, without even saying this wasn't bad, structural observation. And so the question that Michelle's asked was like, is there such a thing as democracy? Like, is there actually such a thing as democracy? Is there ever actually like direct government? And what he did was he mounted this sort of incredible historical exploration of whether democracies had ever existed in the world. And the answer basically is almost never. We can talk about that. But the other thing he did was he sought out the most democratic private organization in the world he could find at that point, which he concluded was some of the basically communist German monarchies. It was like wholly devoted to the workers of the world. And that was a conflict. And he went in there and he's like, okay, this is the organization of all organizations of planet Earth that must be operating as a place for democracy. It's like, nope, there's a leadership class. You know, it's like 6 guys at the top, and they control everything. And they beat the rest of them. Which is, of course, the story of every unit. The story of every unit is always the story of, there's off in there. We just saw that with the doctor. Right? There's a guy. And he's in charge. By the way, the number 2 is his son. Right? Like, that's not like a good accident, right? So the iron law of oligarchy basically says democracy is fake. There's always a way to collapse. There's always a structural thing. So the reason for that is because masses can't organize. What's the fundamental problem? Whether the masses, 25,000 people in the union or 250 million people in the country, the masses can't organize. The majority cannot organize. Only a minority can organize. And to be effective in politics, you must organize. And therefore, every political structure in history has been some form of a small organized elite ruling large in this majority. Every single one. The Greeks and the Florentines had brief experiments in direct democracy and total disasters. In Florence, I forget the name of it, it was called like the Workers' Revolt or something like that. It was like a 2-year period where they basically experimented with direct democracy during the Renaissance, and it was a complete disaster. And they never tried it again. In the state of California, we have our own experiment on this, which is the proposition system, which is an overlay on top of the legislature. And anybody who looks at it for 2 seconds concludes it's been a complete disaster. It's just a catastrophe. It's caused enormous damage to the state. And so basically, the presumption that we are in a democracy is just for the definition of fake. Now, good news for the U.S., it turns out the founders understood this. And so, of course, they didn't give us a direct democracy, they gave us a representative democracy. Right? So they built the oligarchy into the system of Congress and the executive branch and the judicial branch. But so anyway, so as a consequence, democracy has always been more fake. There is always rule. And basically, the lesson in Machiavellians is you can deny that if you want to for yourself. The way to actually think about how to make the system work and maintain any sort of shred of freedom, just to actually understand what that is actually what's happening.
And lucky for us, God saw this and figured out a way to, given that there's going to be a need, how to create a balance of power among that influence.
Yes.
So it doesn't get out of hand.
It's very clever, right? And, some of this was based on earlier experiments. Some of this, by the way, these were very, very smart people, right? And so they knew tremendous amounts of like economic history, they knew Renaissance history. They fed those papers. They argued this great, like you can read it all. They ran like one of the best seminars in world history trying to figure this out. And they went through all this, and and so they thought through it very carefully. But just like to give you an example, which continues to be a hot topic. So, one way they did it is through the 3 branches of government, right? Executive, legislative, and judicial. To balance the powers. But the other way they did it was they sort of echoing what had been done earlier, I think, in the UK Parliament. They created the 2 different bodies of the legislature, right? So the House and the Senate. And as you know, the House is apportioned on the basis of population, and the Senate is not. Right? Small states have just as many senators as States. And then they made the deliberate decision to have the House get reelected every 2 years to make it very responsive to the will of the people. And they made the decision to have the Senate get reelected every 6 years so they'd have more buffer from the passions of the moment. But what's interesting is they didn't choose one or the other, right? Both. And then to get legislation passed, you have to get both. So they built it like a second layer of check and balances. And then there's 1,000 observations you can make about like how well the system is working today, and like how much does it live up to the ideal, and how much are we actually complying with the Constitution. And there's lots of open questions there. But this system has survived for coming on 250 years with a country that has been spectacularly successful. That I don't think, at least I don't think any of us would trade the system for any other one. And so it's one of the great all-time achievements.
Yeah, it's incredible. I should say they were all pretty young to your parents, fellow teachers.
Many in their 20s. And like super genius, because this is one of those things where it's just like, all right, something happened, and there was a group of people where nobody ever tested their ideas, but like these are Einstein's in politics. Yeah, amazing. But anyway, I go through all that, which is they were very convinced of the actual America's democracy, not fixated on what was desirable. They were incredibly focused on what would actually work, which is, I think, the way to think about these things.
Engineers are sort of not the fuzzy humanities.
They were shit rotators, not word cells.
Remember that? Wow, that meme came and went. I think you were sensitive to them. You're sensitive to a lot of memes. You're being dealing and being fucked up.
That meme I guess credit for the current legislature. I don't know that I invented either one, but
take credit. I think it's just linked on them like abilities. It's study of power and power dynamics, like you mentioned, looking at the actual reality of the machinery of power. From everything you've seen now, government, but also companies, what are some interesting things you can continue to say about the dynamics of power, which also is the power that happens inside these institutions?
Yeah, so a lot of it, we've already talked about this a bit with universities, which is you can apply a Machiavellian style lens. It's why I posed the question to you that I did, which is, okay, who runs the university? The trustees, the administration, the students, and the faculty. And the true answer is some combination of the three, or the four, plus the donors. By the way, plus the government, plus the press, etc. Right? And so there's a mechanical interpretation of that. I mean, companies operate under the exact same set of questions. Who runs a company? The CEO, but like the CEO runs the company basically up to the day of the shareholders are going to. If the shareholders revolt, it's very hard for the CEO to stay in the seat. If the management team revolts, it's very hard for the CEO to stay in the seat. By the way, if the employees revolt, it's also hard. By the way, if the New York Times comes at you, it's also very hard to stay in the seat. If the Senate comes at you, it's very hard to stay in the seat. So, like a reductionist version of this that I think is shorthand is fired. So who has more power? The newspaper columnist who makes $200,000 a year, or the CEO who makes $200 million a year. And it's like, well, I know for sure the columnist and the CEO better than that. I have yet to see a CEO get a columnist fired.
Did anyone ever get fired from Bill Ackman assault on journalism? So Bill really showed the bullshit that happened to journalism.
No, because what happens is they were, and I would say to their credit, they were as good as honor, and then to their shame, they were as good as honor, right? Which is, if they're doing the right thing, then they are justifiably fighting intelligence and pressure. But it also means that they can't respond to legitimate criticism. They're obviously terrible at that. As I recall, he went straight to the CEO of Asher Springer, the Homes Insider, and I happen to know the CEO, and he's quite a good CEO. But what is a good example is the CEO of Asher Springer run his own company, right? Like, well, there's a fascinating thing playing out right now. Well, it's fighters, but it's a kid. You see, pressure reveals things, right? And so at least watch what's happened to the LA Times recently. So this guy, biotech entrepreneur, buys the LA Times, like whatever 8 years ago. It is just like the most radical social revolutionary thing you could possibly imagine. It endorses every crazy left-wing radical you can imagine. It endorses Karen Bass, it endorses capitalism. Just like a litany of all the people who are currently running the city. It's just like endorsed every single white person, every step of the way. He's on it the entire time. He put down right before, for the first time, I think, that it's put down right before the election, said we're not getting, he said we're going to get out of this thing. We're just always endorse Democrat. He said we're not endorsing. He said we're not endorsing for the presidency, and like the paper flipped a billionaire backer. He's kind of, I don't know what he spends, but like he must be burning $50 or $100 million a year out of his pocket to keep this thing moving. He paid $500 million for it. He's back when people still bought these things for businesses. And then he's probably burned another $500 million over the last decade keeping it running. And he burns probably another $50 million a year to do this. And the journalists at the LA Times hate him with the fury of 1,000 suns. Like they just like absolutely freaking despise him. And they have been like attacking him, and the ones that can get jobs elsewhere couldn't do it. The rest just stay unstable. There's horrible things about him, and I'm constantly these stories attacking him. And so he has had this reaction that a lot of people in LA are having right now to this fire into this just like incredibly vivid collapse of leadership, and all these people that he had this paper had was just disastrous. And he's on this tour. He's basically he's decided to be the boy who says for us as well. He's doing it to his own newspaper. Very smart guy. Press jury is basically saying, yeah, we did all that. First those people, it was a huge mistake, and we're going to change. And his paper is, in a complete internal revolt. But I go through it, which is okay. Now we have a very interesting question to see what's going on. Because for the last 8 years, it hasn't been him. It's been reports. Now, for the first time, the owner is showing up saying, "Oh no, I'm actually in charge," and the reporters are saying, "No, you're not." And like it is freaking wrong. And so again, the Machiavelli's mindset on this is like, okay, how is power actually exercised here? Can a guy who's like even super rich, super powerful, who even owns his own newspaper, can he stand up to a full-scale assault, not only by his own reporters, but by every other journalist who also now thinks he's the Antichrist?
And he is trying to exercise power that is and so that's the kind of power there.
And fire people. And he has removed people. He has set new rules. I mean, he is now, I think, he's now at long last actually exercising power in business. Decide on the policies that's happening in the business. There are certain other owners of these publications that are doing similar things right now. He's the one I don't know, so he's the one I can talk about. But there are others that are going to do the same thing right now. And I think it's a really interesting open question. Like, in a fight between the employees and the employer, like it's not crystal clear that the employer was that one.
And just to stay in journalism for something I mentioned the Rabbi, I just want to say put him in the category you mentioned before of person. I think I've never seen it be so furious and going after, following what he said publicly. That's courage. That several things he's done publicly would be raised by just being courageous.
What do you think is like the most impressive example?
What he wanted to have for his whole incentive is to it's like sticking your kicking the behind, but you know what's gonna follow. And to do that, that's why it's difficult to challenge journalist organizations because they're going through, there's just so many mechanisms they use, like writing articles that get sent by Wikipedia, they'll drive the narrative, get you fired, all this kind of stuff. Bill Ackman, like a bad effort, just tweets these essays and just goes after them legally and also in the public eye and just I don't know. That was truly inspiring. There's not many people like that in public, and hopefully that inspires not just me but many others to be courageous themselves.
Did you know of him before he started doing this?
I knew him from there because his wife was a brilliant researcher and scientist, and so I look up to her, and she's amazing.
Well, the reason I asked if you knew about Bill is because a lot of people had not heard of him before, especially like before October 7th, before some of the campaigns he's been running since in public, but in Harvard and so forth. But he was very well known in investment work before that. So he was a famous so-called activist investor, very, very successful and very widely respected for probably 30 years before now. And I bring that up because it turns out they weren't for the most part battles happening in kind of full political international stories, but in the business and investing world, the activist investor is it's like in the movie making, it's a very specific set of skills. How to like take control of situations and how to write for people who you're going up against. And there's lots of been controversy over the years about this topic. Too much detail to go into, but the defensive activist investing, which now is, these are the guys who basically go in and take stakes in companies that they manage to is, at least the theory is, that means the existing management has become entrenched and there's lazy, mediocre, whatever, not responding to the needs of the shareholders, often not responding to customers. And the activists basically go in with a minority position and then they wrap employee support from other investors who are not activists, and then they basically show the first change. But they are the aggressive version of this. And I've been involved in companies that have been the same entities, where it is amazing how much somebody like that can exert pressure on situations even when they don't have full control. So it's it would be another chess piece over the camp board of kind of how conversations are. So basically what happens is the effective analysts in large amount of the time they end up taking over control of companies even though they never really know really understand. And so anyway, so it turns out that Bill's been such a fascinating case because he has that like complete skill set. And he has now decided to bring it to bear in areas that are not just companies. And two interesting things for that. One is, some of these places, some of these battles are still ongoing. But number one, like a lot of people who run universities or newspapers are not used to being up against somebody like this. And by the way, I also know that the two pockets and lots of experience in corporate go with that. But the other is, through example, he is teaching a lot of the rest of us the activist playbook, like in real time. And so the Liam Neeson skill set is getting more broadly infused just by being able to watch him. So I think he's having I would put him up there with Elon in terms of somebody who's really affecting how all this is playing out.
But he was skill set aside, just courage.
Yeah. Including, by the way, courage to go outside of his own zone.
Yeah.
Right? Because like he has, I give you an example, like my firm, for example, we have LPs. There are things that I feel like I can't do or say because I feel like I would be bringing embarrassment or other consequences to our LPs. He has investors also where he worries about that. And so a couple of things. One is his willingness to go out a bit and risk his relationship with his investors. But I will tell you the other thing, which is his investors, I noticed for a fact, his investors have been remarkably supportive of him doing that. Just as it turns out, a lot of them actually agree with him. And so it's the same thing he does in his activism campaigns. He is able to be the tip of the spear on something that actually a lot of people agree with.
Yeah, it turns out if you have trees behind you, it helps.
And just again, how I started this, a lot of people are just kind of.
You've been spending a bunch of time in Mar-a-Lago and Palm Beach, helping the administration in many ways, including interviewing people who might join. So, what's the general sense about the talent, about the people who are coming in and joining the administration?
So I should start by saying I'm not a member of the administration. I'm not in the room. I'm not like in the room when a lot of people get selected.
I believe you said unpaid intern.
I'm an unpaid intern. So I'm a volunteer and a bit helpful, but I'm not making decisions, nor am I in a position to speak to the administration. So I don't want to say anything that would cost me money. It's a very unusual situation, right, where you had an incumbent president and then you had a 4-year gap where he's out of office and then he kept coming back, right? And as you'll recall, there was a fair amount of controversy over the end of the first term.
Yeah.
The specific concern was, the first Trump administration. They will all say this. It's like they did come in with a team, right? So they did come in with a team, and most of the sort of institutional base of the Republican Party were Bush Republicans, and many of them had become their Trumpers, and so they had a hard time putting a team together. And then, by the way, they had a hard time getting confirmed. So if you talk to people who were there in the first term, it took them 2 to 3 years to kind of even get the government in place, and then they basically only had the government in place for basically like 18 months, and then COVID hit. And then sort of the aftermath and everything, and all the drama and headlines and everything. So the concern, including from some very smart people in the last 2 years, is, boy, Trump is a second term. Is he going to be able to get the business he last time or two? It's actually not as good because maybe people got burned out. Oh, maybe they're more cynical now. Maybe they're not willing to go through the drama. By the way, a lot of people aren't in the first term. They're all bitter and legal assaults. So they're in prison. A lot of stuff happened. Lots of investigations, lots of legal fees, lots of bank press, lots of debanking, by the way. A lot of the officials in the first term got debanked, including President's wife and son.
Yeah, I just thought that story. It's insane. That was just insane.
In the wake of the first term, yes, we now take out spouses and children with our power. And so there's like this legitimate question as to like whether, okay, what will the second term look like? And at least what I've seen, what they've seen as witnesses, it looks much, much better. First of all, it just looks better than the first term, and not because the people in the first term were not necessarily good, but just you just have this like influx of like incredibly capable people that are showing up to be part of this, and you just didn't have that the first time. And so they're just drawing on a much deeper, richer talent pool than they had the first time. And they're drawing on people who know what the game is. Like they're drawing on people now who know what is going to happen, and they're still going to do it. And so they're going to get, I think, some of the best people from the first term, but they're bringing in a lot of people who couldn't get the first time around. And then second is there's a bunch of people, including people in the first term, who are just 10 years older. And so they went through the first term and they just learned how it works. Where there are young people who just had a different point of view, and now they're 10 years older and they're ready to go through the government. And so there's a generational shift happening. And actually, one of the interesting things about the team that's forming up is it's remarkably young. Some of the cabinet members and many of the second and third level people are like in their 30s and 40s, which is a big change from the gerontocracy that for the last 30 years. And so I think the caliber has been outstanding. We consider there's tons of people, but people who are running, it's everything from the people running all the different departments of HHS. It's the people running, the number two at the Pentagon is Steve Feinberg, which is like an incredible legend of private equity, incredible capable guy. We've got two of my partners are running. Both I think they're amazing. Yeah, like many parts of the government people are like really impressive.
Well, I think one of the concerns is actually that given the human being of Donald Trump, that there would be more tendency to, let's say, favoritism versus meritocracy. That there's kind of circles of sycophants that form, and if you feel to be loyal and never called to just be basically stuck up to the president, even get a position. So that's one of the concerns. And depending here in the position to speak to the degree that's happening versus the case of merit and just getting great teams.
Yeah, so look, just start by saying any leader at that level, by the way, any CEO, there's always some risk of that. So there's always some, it's just like a natural reality works around powerful leaders. And so there's always some risk of that. Of course, the good powerful leaders are very aware of that. Trump, at this point in his life, I think, is highly aware of that. At least my impressions with him, he definitely seems very aware of that. So that's one thing. I would just say that I think the way to look at that, I mean, like I said, I don't want to predict this whole thing is folding, but I would just say that, again, the caliber of the people that are showing up in these jobs, and the fact that these are some of the most accomplished people in this world, in the medical field, I just, Jay Bhattacharya, so I was actually I was part of the team for a lot of HHS stuff.
Jay's amazing. Oh, so happy to see that.
So I only got, I got the transition office for one of the days, and HHS interviews, and I was on one of the interviews, and they gave us, I didn't know the candidates were, and they gave us the sheet at the beginning, put on the sheet, and I saw Jay's name, and I almost physically fell out of my chair. And I was just like, and I have to know Jay, and I respect him enormously, and he proved himself under his, talk about a guy who proved himself under extraordinary pressure over the last 5 years.
And they go radical under the pressure. He maintained balance and thoughtfulness and depth.
Very serious, very analytical, very applied, and yes, 100% tested under pressure. Came out like the more people look back at what he said and did, and he's not, none of us are perfect, but overwhelmingly insightful throughout that whole period. We would all be much better off today had he been in charge of the response. And so just like an incredibly capable guy, and look, and then he learned. So yeah, you have somebody like that to be head of NIH as compared to it's just like breathtakingly. It's just a gigantic upgrade. And then Murray Macri coming in to run FDA, exact same thing. That guy coming to run CDC, exact same thing. I mean, I've been spending time with Dr. Rothschild, and I'm not on these teams, I'm not in the room, but like I've been spending enough time trying to help that like his level of intelligence is just like astounding when it comes from being a guy who's been like in the middle of the whole thing and then talking to people about this stuff and working on it and serving as a doctor himself in medical systems for his entire life. And he's just like he's like a walking encyclopedia on these things. So very dynamic, very charismatic, very smart, organized, effective. So they have something like that from there. And so anyway, I have like 30 of these stories across all these different positions. So I just quite honestly, even comparing and contrast the last 4 years, not even these people are not the same ballpark. They're just like wildly better. And so pound for pound is going to be the best team in the White House since I don't know, maybe the 90s, maybe the in the 30s, maybe the 50s, maybe Eisenhower has it or something, but there's a lot of really good people in there now.
Yeah, the potential for change is extremely high. What can you speak of Doge? What's the most wildly successful next 2 years for Doge? Can you imagine maybe also can you think about the trajectory that's the most likely and what kind of challenges will it be facing?
Yeah, so I'll start by saying again, I'm not on Doge. I'm not on Doge.
We should say there's about 10 lawyers in the room that stay on that.
Both the angels and the devils on my shoulder.
Okay,
So so I'm not speaking for Doge. I'm not in charge of Doge. Those guys are good. But I am, again, I'm volunteering to help as much as I can. I'm 100% supportive. So look, I think the way to think of it, I mean, the basic outlines are in public, right? Which is it's a time limited, basic commission. It's not a formal government agency. It's a time limited 18 months. It would, in terms of implementation, it will advise the executive branch, right? And so the implementation will happen through the White House. The president has full language what he wants to implement. And then the way I think about it is three kind of streams, kind of target sets. And they're related but different. So money, people, and regulations. And so, the headline number, what is the $2 trillion number, and there's disputes over that, whatever. There's a whole question there. But then there's the people thing. And the people thing is interesting because you get into these very kind of fascinating questions. And I've been doing this, I've worked in this for years, a pop quiz, but I do this for government as a pop quiz, and I get stuff every time, which is, hey, how many federal agencies are there? And the answer is somewhere 55, everybody's pretty sure. And then the other is how many people work for the federal government. And the answer is, something on the order, I forget, but like 4 million full-time employees and maybe up to 20 million contractors, and nobody's quite sure. And so there's a large people component to this. And then, by the way, there's a related component to that, which is how many of them are actually in the office. And the answer is not many. Most of the federal buildings are still empty, right? So then there's questions of like, are people, working from home or actually working from home? Then there's the people dimension. And of course, the money and the people are connected. And then there's the third, which is the regulation thing, right? And I described earlier how basically our system of government is much more now based on regulations than legislation, right? Most of the rules that we all live under are not from a bill that went through Congress. They're from an agency that created a regulation. That turns out to be very, very important. So one is Elon wrote described the Doge wants to be broad-based regulatory relief. Trump has talked about this. Basically, get the government off his backs and liberate the American people to be able to do things he did. So that's part of it. But there's also something else that's happened that's very interesting, which was there were a set of Supreme Court decisions about 2 years ago that went directly after the idea that the executive branch can create regulatory agencies, issue regulations, and enforce those regulations without corresponding congressional legislation. And most of the federal government that exists today, including most of the departments and most of the rules and most of the money and most of the people, most of it is not enforcing laws that Congress passed. Most of it is regulation. And the Supreme Court basically said large parts, large to maybe all of that regulation that do not directly result from a bill that went through Congress the way current it should, that may not actually be legal. Now, the previous White House, of course, was super in favor of the government. They had no desire to have, they did not favor this. They didn't, pour it back in. But the new regime, if they choose to, could say, look, the thing that we're doing here is not, challenging the laws. We're actually complying with the Supreme Court decision that basically says we have to unwind a lot of this, and we have to unwind the regulations, which are no longer legal, constitutional. We have to unwind the span people. And that's how you get from basically connect the thread from the regulation part back to the part. They have work going on all three of these threads. They have, I would say, incredibly creative ideas on how to deal with this. I know lots of former government people who 100% of the worst are cynical on this topic, and they're like, this is impossible, this would never possibly work. And I'm like, well, I can't tell you what the secret plans are, but like blow my mind. Like, and all three of those, they have ideas that are like really quite amazing, as you'd expect from people involved. And so over the course of the next few months, that'll start to become visible. And then the final thing I would say is this is going to be very different than there have been other programs like this in the past. The Clinton Gore administration had one, and there were others before that. Reagan had one. The difference is this time there's a and so there has never been. It's interesting. One of the reasons people in Washington are so cynical is because they know all the bullshit. Like they know all the bad spending and all the bad rules and all the I mean, look, we're adding $1 trillion to the national debt right now, and it's compounding, and it's passable size of the defense funding budget, and it's compounding. And pretty soon it's going to be adding $1 trillion every 90 days, and then it's going to be adding $1 trillion every 80 days, and then it's going to be $1 trillion every 70 days, and then if this doesn't get fixed, at some point we enter a hyperinflationary spiral, and we become Argentina or Brazil, and look, right? And so like everybody in DC knows that. And everybody in DC knows for a fact that it's impossible to do. Right? They know all the problems, and they also know the sheer impossibility of fixing it. But I think what they're not taking into account, what the critics are not taking into account, is these guys can't do this in full right away. And they can do it on social media. They can completely bypass the press. They can completely bypass the cynicism. They can any element of constitutional or silly government spending. They can run victory laps every single day of what they're doing. They can bring the people into the process. And again, if you think about it, this goes back to our Machiavellian structure, which is, if you think about it, again, you've got democracy, oligarchy, monarchy, rule of many, rule of a few, rule of one. You can think about what's happening here as a bit of a sandwich, right? Which is, we don't have a monarch, but we have a president, rule of one, some power. And then we have the people who can't organize, but they can be informed and they can be aware and they can express themselves through voting and polling. Right, and so there's a sandwich happening right now. It's a way to think about it, which is you've got basically monarchy, rule of one combined with rule of many. Right, and rule of many is you get to vote. You get to vote, basically. And then essentially Congress has a sort of permanent bureaucratic class in Washington that has the oligarchy. And so the White House plus the people, I think, have the power to do all kinds of things here. And I think that would be the way I would watch it.
The transparency. I mean, Elon just by who he is, he's incentivized to be transparent and show the bullshit in the system and to celebrate the victories. It's going to be so exciting. I mean, honestly, it just makes government more exciting, which is a win for everybody.
These people are spending our money.
Yeah.
These people have enormous contempt for the taxpayer. Okay, here's the thing you hear in Washington. Here's one of the things. So the first thing you hear is this is impossible. They'll be able to do nothing. And then looking through this, and they start to dawn on them. This is a big thing. But then they're like, well, it doesn't matter because all the money is in entitlements and debt and the military. And so, you've got this silly fake whatever, NPR funding or whatever, and it just gets around here and it doesn't matter. And you look it up in the budget, it's whatever, $500 million or $5 billion. Or it's the charging stations. It's the $40 billion in charging stations and the building charging stations. Or it's the broadband internet plan that delivered broadband internet, right? And it costs you $30 billion. So it's boondoggles. And what everybody in Washington says is that $30 billion is around here for the question. It doesn't matter. Who cares if they really? And of course, any taxpayer is like, what? $30 billion. Right? And the experts are like, and the press is in on this too. The experts are like, well, it doesn't matter because it's around here. No, it's $30 billion. And if you're this cavalier about $30 billion, and how cavalier you are about $3 trillion, okay, then there's $30 billion. Is $30 billion a lot of federal budget percentage? No, it's not. But $30 billion divided by, do the math, $30 billion divided by, let's say, 300 million taxpayers. Right? What's that? That's per $100. $100 per taxpayer per year. Okay, so $100 to an ordinary person working hard every day to make money and provide for their kids. $100 is a meal out. It's a trip to the amusement park. It's the ability to buy additional education materials. It's the ability to have a babysitter, to be able to have a romantic relationship with your wife. There's 100 things that person can do $1 million that they're not doing. This is going to some bullshit program that is being basically where the money is being rooted out in the form of just ridiculousness and craft. And so the idea that $30 billion program is something that is a very important thing to go after is just the level of contempt for the taxpayer. It's just off the charts. And then that's just one of those programs. There's 100 of those programs. And they're all just like that. It's not like any of the stuff is running well. The one thing we know is none of the stuff is running well. We know that for sure. Right? And we know these people aren't showing up to work. And we know that all this crazy stuff isn't thing, right? You remember Elon's story of You remember Elon's story of what got the Amish to turn up to Pennsylvania? Oh, okay, so like Pennsylvania is like a wonderful state, great history. It has these cities like Philadelphia that represented like other cities that are just like complete chaos, violence, madness, and death, right? And the federal government is just like one of these incredibly violent places. And so the Biden administration decided that the big pressing law enforcement thing they needed to do in Pennsylvania was that they needed to start raiding Amish farms to prevent people from selling rock with armed raids. Right? And it turns out it's not the Amish. And it turns out they weren't willing to drive to the polling places because they don't have cars. But if you came and got them, they would go and they would vote. And that's one of the reasons why Trump won. Anyway, so like the law enforcement agencies are off with crazy things. Like the system's not working. And so you add up like $130 billion programs. Right now, okay, you got to pay $110,000. Okay, $10,000 per taxpayer per year.
And but it's also not just about money. That's really obviously money is a huge important thing, but it's the caveat attitude that then in sort of in the ripple effect of that, it makes it so nobody wants to work in government and be productive. It makes it so that corruption it breeds corruption, it breeds laziness, it breeds secrecy because you don't want to be transparent about having done nothing in a year. All this kind of stuff. You want to reverse that and be excited when you work in government. Because the amazing thing to steal that government is you can do shit at scale. You have money, you can directly impact people's lives in a positive sense at scale. That's super exciting. As long as there's no bureaucracy that slows you down, or not huge amounts of bureaucracy that slows you down.
So here's one of my once you open the helm up looking at the federal budget, you learn how to do. So there is a term of art in government called empowerment. Mm-hmm. And so if you're like me, you learn this the hard way when you're part of empowerment. The government meaning of empowerment, the federal budget meaning is a different thing. Empowerment is as follows. The Constitution requires Congress to authorize money to be spent by the executive branch. Right? So the executive branch goes to Congress, says we need money X. Congress does their thing. They come back and they say, okay, I want money. The money is appropriated from Congress. The executive branch spends it on the military, whatever they spend it on, roads to nowhere, institutions to nowhere, whatever. And what's in the Constitution is the Congress appropriates the money. Over the last 60 years, there has been an additional interpretation of appropriations applied by the courts, by the system, which is the executive branch not only needs Congress to appropriate X amount of money, the executive branch is not allowed to underspend.
I'm aware of this.
And so there's this thing that happens in Washington at the end of every fiscal year, which is September 30th, and it's the great budget flush. And any remaining money that's in the system that they don't know how to productively spend, they never really spend it up. To the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars. A president that doesn't want to spend the money. Like, okay, that's not what's in the Constitution. There's actually quite a good Wikipedia page that goes through the great debate on this. It's played out in the legal world over the last 60 years. And like, basically, if you look at this with anything resembling nothing going on, you're like, all right, this is how much Congress spent. And then number two, again, we go back to this. Like, can you imagine showing up and running? You don't run like that if they didn't do the right thing. They're not running at 90 years old. Right? It's just like, I actually think you sort of hit a really good point, because it's even unfair to people who have to execute this. Right? It makes them bad people. They didn't start out like bad people. And so there is stuff like this, like, everywhere. And so we'll see how far these guys get. I'm extremely encouraged what I've seen so far.
It seems like a lot of people try to slow them down right now.
For sure.
To get far. Another different topic, immigration. What's your take on the, let's say, heated H-1B visa debate that's going on online? Legal immigration in general.
Yeah, just to start by saying I am not involved in any aspect of government policy on this. I'm not planning to be. This is not an issue that I'm working on or that I'm going to work on. This is not part of the agenda of what the firm is doing. So my firm is doing. So like I'm not getting this in the administration of the government. I'm not planning to be. So purely just personal opinion. So I would describe it as a complex or hopefully nuanced view on this issue. This may be a little bit different than what a lot of my peers have. And I think, and I kind of thought about this. Yeah, I didn't say anything about it all the way through the debate realized is that I just have a very different perspective on some of these things, and the reason is because of a combination of where I came from and where I ended up. And so, let's start with this. Where I ended up, Silicon Valley. So, and I have made the pro skilled high school administrator many times, many times. In past lives, I've been at DC many times, arguing with private administration contests, always on the side of trying to get more expertise and trying to get more high school immigration. And I think that argument is very strong and very solid and very, has paid off for the U.S. in some ways. And we can go through it, but I think it's the argument everybody would use. Like it's a stock. You take any Silicon Valley person, press the button, great thing. Right. So everybody kind of gets that argument.
So it's basically just to summarize, it's a mechanism by which you get from the rest of the world, import them in, keep them to increase the productivity of the U.S.
Yeah, and then it's not just good for them, and it's not just good for Silicon Valley. The tech industry is good for the country because they then create the companies and create the technologies, create the industries that then create many more jobs for Americans, many more Americans than what previously existed. So you've got it's a positive self-flywheel thing where everybody wins. Like everybody wins. There are the trade-offs. It's all absolutely glorious in all directions. There cannot possibly be a moral framework against the circumstances. Anybody who argues against it is obviously doing some position of racism. He's probably a fascist and Nazi, right? Right. I mean, that's the thing. And like I said, I've made that argument. During a couple of argument, and then I'd also say, look, I would say number one, I believe a lot of it. I'm talking about the parts I don't believe, but I believe a lot of it. And then the other part is, look, I benefit every day. I would describe it as like working in the United Nations. Like my own firm and our founders and our companies and the industry. And my friends, are just this fucking amazing, complete cornucopia of people all over the world. I don't just go with people from, it's got to be, 80 countries or something. And hopefully over time, I'll be know the rest as well. And, it's been amazing. They've done many of the most important things in the industry, and it's been really remarkable. So that's all good. And then, there's just the practical version of it, which is we are the main place these people get educated anyway, right? The best and the brightest tend to come here to get educated. So, this is the old kind of Romney staple green card to every, at least, maybe not every university degree, but every technical degree. Maybe the sociologists would get quibble about, the roboticists for sure, we can all agree.
At least that one you over.
Well, no, I'm exaggerating for that. So,
and I lost you. I had you.
I haven't gotten to the other side of everything.
Okay.
So surely we can all agree that we stay with the roller coasters. The roller coaster rationing slowly up. So so surely we can all agree that. So again, there's a lot of good about this thing. Robotics. What's step one to being a world leader in robotics? Is have all the great robotics people, right? Unlike the other countries, it's a very all right, that's all well. All right, but it gets a little bit more complicated because there is a kind of argument that's sort of right underneath that you also hear from these same people, and I have been starting to hear myself many times, which is we need to do this because we don't have enough people in the U.S. who can do this. We have all these great jobs, we've got all these companies that exist, we don't have enough good founders, engineers, scientists, or then the next version of that is our education system is not good enough to generate those people. Which is a weird argument, by the way. It's like our education system is good enough for foreigners to be able to come here preferentially, and a very large number of cases, but somehow not good enough to educate our foreign people. So there's these little cracks in the matrix that you can kind of stick your finger in into and kind of wonder about. We'll get back to that one. But at least, yes, our education system is, and then underneath that is the argument that we've made, which is cultural rot in the country, and many more people in the country don't work hard enough. And TikTok, spend the time studying differential equations. And again, it's like, all right, there's a fair amount to that. There's a lot of American culture. There's a lot of frivolity. There's a lot of, we have well-documented social issues on many fronts. Many things that cut against having a culture just straightforward high achievement and effort and striving. But anyway, those are the basic arguments. But then I have this kind of other side of my, kind of personality and thought process, which is, I grew up in a small farming town in Wisconsin, rural Midwest, and it's interesting. There's not a lot of people who make it from rural Wisconsin to high tech, and so it's like, all right, why is that exactly? Right, and then I know I'm an aberration. I'm the only one from anybody I ever knew that did this, right? I know what an aberration I am. I know exactly how that aberration happens. Or those set of steps. Including many that were just luck. But like, there is in no sense a talent flow from rural Wisconsin into high tech, like not at all. There is also, like, in no sense a talent flow from the rest of the Midwest into high tech. There is no talent flow from the South into high tech. There is no flow from the Sun Belt into high tech. There's no flow from, the Deep South into high tech. Like, it just, like, literally, it's like the blanks. But there's this whole section of the country that just where the people just, like, for some reason don't end up with tech. Now, that's a little bit strange because these are the people who put a man in the These are the people who built the World War II war machine. These are the people, at least their ancestors, like the people who built the Second Industrial Revolution, and built the railroads, and built the telephone network, and built, logistics and transportation. The auto industry was built in Cleveland and Detroit. And so at least these people's parents and grandparents and great-grandparents somehow had the wherewithal to like build all of this like amazing things and invent all these things. And then there's many, 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 many stories in the history of American invention and innovation and capitalism where you had people who grew up in the middle of nowhere, Tyler Farnsworth invented the television, just like tons and tons of others, endless stories like this. Now you kind of like look out for a puzzle, right? And another one, which is like, okay, like what is happening on the blank spot of the map? And then of course you also can't help noticing the blank spot on the map, the Midwest and South, also just a blank Trump country. The Trump voter base, right? It's like, oh, well, that's interesting. Like, how did that happen? Right? And so either you really have to believe the very, very strong version of like the Vivek thesis or something, where you have to believe that like that basically culture, the whole sort of civilization in the middle of the country and the south of the country is so like deeply flawed, either inherently flawed or culturally flawed, such that for whatever reason they are not able to do the things that their parents or grandparents were able to do, and that their peers were able to do, or something else is happening. Would you care to guess on what else is happening?
What, affirmative action?
This is very entertaining. Right? What are the three things we know about affirmative action? It is absolutely 100% necessary. However, it cannot explain the success of any one individual. Right? Nor does it have any makers at all.
And it can explain maybe disproportionately, but it surely doesn't explain why you're probably the only person in the Silicon Valley from Wisconsin.
What education institution in the last 60 years has won a conference?
But what institution rejected from Wisconsin?
All of them.
All of them, of course.
Okay, so we know this. The reason we know this is because of the Harvard University Supreme Court cases. And so this was like 3 years ago. These were big court cases. And, because the idea of affirmative action has been litigated for many, many, many years and through many court cases. And the Supreme Court repeatedly in the past upheld that it was a completely legitimate thing to do. And a lot of these, there's basically two categories of affirmative action. Right? The one is the admissions of the educational institutions, and then the other is jobs, right? Getting hired. Like, those are the two biggest terms. The education one is like super potent. It's been a super potent political issue for a very long time for all, people have written and talked about this for many decades. I don't need to go through it. There's many arguments for why it's important. There's many arguments as to how it can backfire. It's been this thing. But the Supreme Court upheld it for a very long time. The most recent ruling, I'm not a lawyer, I don't know exactly what's in my head, but there was a case in 2003 that said that Senator Day O'Connor famously wrote that although it had been 30 years of affirmative action, and although it was not working remotely as it had been intended, she said that well, basically we need to try it for another 25 years. But she said basically as a message to future Supreme Court justices, if it hasn't resolved basically the issues it's intended to resolve within 25 years, then we should probably call it off. By the way, we're coming up on the 25 years. The Supreme Court just had these cases. The Harvard case, and I think the University of North Carolina case. And what's interesting about these cases is the lawyers in those cases put a tremendous amount of evidence into the record of how the admissions decisions actually happen at Harvard and happen at UNC. And it is like every bit as cartoonishly garish and racist as you could possibly imagine. Because it's a the power. And if you're an admissions officer at a private university, you're an administrator, you have unlimited power to do what you want, and you can justify any of it under any of these religious systems. And up until these cases, it had been a black box. You didn't have to explain yourself and show your work. What the Harvard University cases did is they were part of showing the work. So and there was like all kinds of like phenomenal detail. I mean, number one is there were text messages that will just curl your hair. Students being spoken of in their just like through racial stereotypes that just make you want to jump out the window. It's horrible stuff. But also, there was some statistical information. Of course, the big statistical kicker of the whole thing is that at top institutions, it's common for different ethnic groups to have different cutoffs for SAT that are as wide as 400 points. Right, so different groups. So Asians need to perform at 400 SAT points higher than the other ethnicities in order to actually get it. I mean, it's just not even about white people are part of this, but like Asians are very much part of this. And actually, the Harvard case was actually brought by an activist on behalf of actually the Asian students who are being turned away. And it's basically, I mean, it's the cliche now in the Valley of the middle community, which is like if you want a super genius, you hire Asian from Harvard because they are guaranteed to be freaking Einstein. Because if they weren't, they were never going to get it. Right? Almost all Asians were turned away. So they've been running this very, very explicit, very, very clear program. This, of course, has been a third rail of things that people are not supposed to discuss or any circumstances. The thing that has really changed the tenor on this is, I think, two things. Number one, those Supreme Court cases, the Supreme Court ruled that they can no longer do that. I will tell you, I don't believe there's a single education institution in America that is conforming with the Supreme Court ruling. I think they're all flagrantly ignoring it. We could talk about that once. They are trying to make the world a better place. They are trying to solve all these social problems. They are trying to have diversity populations. They are trying to live up to the expectations of their donors. They are trying to make their faculty happy. They are trying to have their friends and family think that they're good people. They're trying to have the press write nice things about them. It's nearly impossible for them. And to be clear, like nobody has been fired from the admissions office for 25 years prior. What we know, the Supreme Court now is ruled to be illegality. And so they're all the same people under the exact same pressures. The numbers are moving up a little bit, but I don't know anybody in the system. Like, who's in charge? In the rank ordering of who rules who, the universities rule the Supreme Court way more than the Supreme Court rules the universities. Right. Well, another example of that is I think it's every sitting member of the Supreme Court right now working at Harvard or Yale. Right. Like the level of incestuousness here is and so there's that. And so this has been running for a very long time. So one is the Harvard and USC cases haven't even been number one. Or at least showed what the mechanism was. And then number two, the other thing is obviously that they haven't got number seven, right? And at least what was happening with Jewish applicants, and what was happening at all applicants was they were being managed down. They were being actively managed down as a percentage of the base. But I've heard reports of like extremely explicit basically plans to manage the Jewish admissions down to their representative percentage of the U.S. population, which is 2%. And there's a whole backstory here, which is that years ago Jews were not admitted into a lot of these institutions, and then there was a big campaign to get them in. Once they could get in, they immediately became 30% institutions because it's so much hard to count the Jews. So it went from 0% to 30%, and then the most recent generation was down to 2%. And a lot of Jewish people, at least a lot of Jewish people I know, sort of they kind of knew this was happening, but they discovered it the hard way after October 7th. So all of a sudden, so basically, the Supreme Court case meant that you could address this in terms of the Asian victims. The October 7th meant you could address it in terms of victims. And for sure, both of those groups are being systematically excluded, right? And then, of course, there's the thing that you basically can't talk about, which is all the way people are being excluded. And then it turns out it's also happening to Black people. And this is the thing that blew my freaking mind when I found out about it. So I just assumed that this was great news for American Blacks, because obviously if whites, Asians, and Jews are being excluded, then the whole point of this began was to get the black population up, and so this must be great for American Blacks. So then I discovered this New York Times article from 2004 called "Blacks are being admitted into top schools at greater numbers, but which ones?" I mean, by the way, this is in the New York Times. This is not in whatever National Review. It's New York Times. 2004. The two authorities that were quoted in the story are Henry Lewis Gates. He's the dean of the African American Studies, community of the United States. Super brilliant guy, and Lonnie Lanier, who was she was a potential Supreme Court appointee under, I think, she was close friend of Hillary Clinton, and there was for a long time she was on the short list for the Supreme Court. So one of the top, jurists. Both black. So legendarily successful in their academic awards and black. And they are quoted as the authorities in this. story. The story that they tell is actually very amazing. And by the way, it's happening today in education institutions, and it's happening in companies, and you can see it all over the place. Which is, at least at that time, the number was half of the black admits into a place like Harvard were not very blacks. They were former blacks. Specifically, Northern African, generally Nigerian, or West Indian. Right. And by the way, many Nigerians and Northern Africans have come to the U.S. and been very successful. Nigerian Americans as a group, like, way outperformed. They're super smart, clever people. And then West Indian blacks in the U.S. are incredibly successful. Most recently, by the way, Kamala Harris, as well as Colin Powell, right? Gives two sort of reasons. And so basically, what Henry Louis Gates and Lonnie Greer said in the story is Harvard is basically struggling to either, whatever it was, identify, recruit, make successful, whatever it was, American-born native blacks. And so therefore, they were using high school immigration as a state value to go get blacks in other countries. And then this was 2004. When you could discuss such things. Obviously, that is a topic that nobody has discussed since. It has sailed on. All of the DEI programs in the last 20 years have had this exact characteristic. There's large numbers of black people in America who are fully aware of this and are like, it's obviously not us that are getting these slots. We're literally competing with people who are being imported. And if you believe in the basis of affirmative action, you are trying to make up for historical injustice of American black slavery. And so the idea that you import somebody from, Nigeria that never experienced that, is like tremendously insulting to black Americans. But anyway, so you can see where it's heading with this. We have been in a 60-year social engineering experiment to exclude native-born people from the educational slots and jobs that high school immigration has been falling for us into. Right. And so it turns out it's not a thing. It's like 100% victims, because why? If there's only so many, for sure there's only so many education slots, and for sure there's only so many jobs. Right? People only hire so many, only so many years. Right. And so that's the other side of it, right? And so you're a farm boy in Wisconsin, right? Or a black American whose ancestors arrived here, on a slave ship 300 years ago in Louisiana, or a Cambodian immigrant in Bronx, and you're a kid or a Jewish immigrant, or from a very successful Jewish family, and your entire for 3 generations, you and your parents and grandparents went to Harvard, and what all of those groups know is the system that has been created is not specific for them. Right? It's designed specifically to exclude them, and then what happens is all of these techniques, and it's pretty performance. Right. And so anyway, so the short version of it is you can't anymore, I don't think, just have the high school immigration conversation for either education or work, or for employment, without also having the DEI conversation. And then underneath, and the DEI is just another word for affirmative action. So it's the affirmative action conversation, and you need to actually deal with this in substance and to see what's actually happening. You need to explain these topics. And I think it is much harder to make the role play for high school immigration given the extent to which DEI took over both the education process and the hiring process.
Okay, so first of all, that was brilliant laid out and nuanced it. So just to understand, it's not so much criticism of H-1B, high school immigration, it's that there needs to be more people saying, yay, we need more American-born hires.
So I spent the entire Christmas holiday reading every message on this, and I was saying, when I was, which you know me well enough to know that's a serious moment.
Yeah, that's very sad.
No, it wasn't. There was tremendous rage on the other side of it, but so I was waiting for the dog to hit the park, right? And the dog to hit the park was I did not, and you tell me if you saw one, I did not see a single example of somebody on the table for more high school immigration who was also on the table to go get more smart kids from around here into these educational institutions and into these jobs. I didn't see a single one.
That's true. I think I agree with that. There really was a divide.
But it was like literally, it was like once a month. And again, this was me for I mean, I kind of took myself by surprise in this because I was on, I had the much simpler version of this story for a very, like I said, I've been in Washington many times. Your past presidents, a lot of this, by the way, never made any progress. Like it never actually worked. I've been on the other side of this one, but I was literally sitting there being like, all right, which of these like super geniuses, who many of whom by the way are very successful in parents or children of high school parents. Which of these super geniuses are going to say, actually, we have this incredible talent source here in the country, which again, to be clear, I'm not talking about white people, I'm talking about Native Americans, whites, Asians, Jews, blacks, for sure, those programs.
But also,
Yeah.
white
And also white people.
people that make a case for American-born pilots are usually not also supporting H1. There's an extreme divide, and most people who make that case are often not making it in a way that's making it in quite a radical way.
Yeah. But you have this interesting thing, you have a split between the sides that I've noticed, which is one side has homo attachments. Right? And I'm using script for people listening audio, I'm making quotes in the air with my fingers to the other side I can. Yeah. One side has all the certified experts. The other side just has a bunch of people that they know something's wrong. They don't quite know about it. And what's so unusual about the Harvard UNC cases, by the way, in the Supreme Court, is they actually had sophisticated lawyers for the first time in a long time actually put on said that together and actually put it in the public record. They actually had experts, but it's just really rare. Generally, what you get is because if you don't have experts, what do you have? You know something is wrong. You have primarily you feel it. But can you put it, can you put it into words and tables and charts, that are certified expert? And no, you can't. That's not who you are. That doesn't mean you're wrong, and it also doesn't mean that you have less control things. And so it's just all right. Now, by the way, look, I think there are ways to square the circle, and there's a way to have our thinking too. I think there'd be many ways to resolve this. I think the way to do it is to look at these issues combined. Look at DEI combined with the high school immigration. It so happens the DEI is under much more scrutiny today than it has been for about 20 years. Affirmative action is. The Supreme Court did just rule that it is not legal for universities to do that. They are still doing it, but they should stop. And then there are more and more, you've seen more companies now also petition for DEI programs. In part, that's happening for a bunch of reasons, but it's happening in part because a lot of corporate voters will tell you that the Supreme Court rules in education either already apply to businesses or it just is a clear foreshadowing the Supreme Court will rule on the cases that will be on businesses. And so there is a moment here to be able to look at this on both sides. Let me add one more nuance to it.
Yeah.
So the cliche is we're going to bring workers, right? You've heard that? We're going to take all the smart people from all over the world, we're going to bring them here, we're going to educate them, we're going to keep them, and they're going to raise their families here, create businesses here, create jobs here, right?
And the cliche that's super positive.
Yeah. Okay. So what happens to the rest of the world?
They lose.
No. How fungible are people? How many highly ambitious, highly conscientious, highly energetic, high achieving, high IQ super geniuses are there in the world? And if there's a lot, that's great. If there just aren't that many, they all come here. And they all aren't where they would be otherwise. What happens to all those other places? So it's almost impossible for us here to have that conversation, in part because we become incredibly uncomfortable as a society talking about the fact that people are just simply all the same. It's a whole thing to talk about, but also we are purely the beneficiaries. We are bringing everything around. There's only four. So if you look at the flow of high school immigration over time, there's only four permanent sinks of high school immigration places people will go. It's the U.S., Canada, the UK, and Australia. It's four of the five countries. It's the major English-speaking countries. And so for those countries, this seems like a no repetition. It's all the other countries that basically what we four countries are doing is very much. It's actually much easier for people in Europe to talk about this, I've discovered, because the Eurozone is whatever 28 countries, and within the Eurozone, the high school people over time migrating to originally the UK, but also specifically, I think it's the Netherlands, Germany, and France. But specifically, they've been migrating out of peripheral Eurozone countries. And the one where this really hit the fan is in Greece, right? So, Greece falls into chaos, disaster, and then you're running the government of Greece and you're trying to figure out how to put an economic development plan together. All of your smart kids have left. What are you going to do? Right. By the way, this is a potential, I care a lot about Ukraine. This is a potential crisis for Ukraine. Not because, in part because it is, because we enthusiastically recruit Ukrainians, of course, and so we've been brain draining Ukraine for a long time. But also, of course, war does typically cause people to So, when it comes time for Ukraine to rebuild as a peaceful country, is it going to have the talent base even that it had 5 years ago? It's like a very big question. By the way, Russia, like we have brain drain a lot of those people in Russia, a lot of them are here, but over the last 30 years. And so there's this thing. It's actually really funny to think about it. Like the one thing that we know to be the height of absolute evil that the West ever did was colonization and resource extraction, right? So we know the height of absolute evil was when the Portuguese and English and everybody else went and had these colonies and then went and took all the oil and took all the diamonds and took all the whatever, lithium or whatever it is, right? Well, for some reason we realize that that's a deeply evil thing to do when it's a physical resource, when it's a non-conscious physical matter. For some reason we think it's morally acceptable to do it in a temple. In fact, we think it's glorious and beautiful and wonderful, and the great flowering of peace and harmony and moral justice of our time to do it. And we don't think for 1 second what we're doing to the countries that we're pulling all these people out of. Yeah, this is one of these things. Like I don't know. Like maybe we're just going to live in this delusional state forever, and we'll just keep doing it and keep benefiting us, and we just won't care what happens. But like I think there may come. This is like one of these submarines that are 10 feet under the water line. Like, I think it's just a matter of time until people suddenly realize, oh my God, because like we need the rest of the world to succeed too, right? Like we need these other countries to like flourish. Like we don't want to be the only successful country in the middle of just like with chaos and disaster, and we just extract and extract and extract. We don't think much about it.
This is so profound, actually. So what is the cost of religion, quote unquote, if these countries are drained in terms of human capital on the level of geopolitics? What does that lead to? And if we talk about wars and conflict and all of this, we actually want them to be strong in the way we understand strong, not just in every way, so that cooperation and competition can build a better world for all men. It's interesting. I mean, this is one of those truths where you just speak and it resonates and you think about it. Exactly. But this is what you were saying when you were taking off. It's boiling over. So all that said, there's still to use some good to the H1B.
Okay, so then you get this other.
Come all the way up.
There's another nuance. So there's another nuance, which is mostly in the valley we don't use it. Mostly we use old ones. So there's a separate class of these. The O1 is like this. It turns out the O1 is this. So the O1 is basically our founder. Like we have somebody from anywhere in the world and they've like invented a breakthrough new technology and they want to come to the US and start a company. They come in through O1 reason. And they're actually it's a fairly high bar. There's a high acceptance rate, and it's like a pretty high bar, and they do a lot of work, and there's like you have to put real work into it for like your case. Mostly what's happened with the H-1B visa program is that it has gone to basically two categories of employers. One is basically a small set of big tech companies that hire in public, which is exactly the companies that you would think. And then the other is it goes to these, what they call kind of the mills, the consulting firms, right? And so there's these setup companies with names, I don't know if they're not companies, but names like Cognizant that hire, basically have their business model is primarily Indians in large numbers, and they often have offices next to company-owned housing, and they'll have organizations that are organizations that are like thousands of Indians working in the U.S. and they do basically nuclear IT consulting. So these folks are making good wages, but they're making $60,000 or $1,000 a year, not the $300,000 that you make in the valley. And so, like in practice, the startups, basically like little tech, as we call it, in the startup world, mainly doesn't use it for these point, and mainly can't, because the system is kind of breaking up a bit, really can't. And then again, you get to the sort of underlying morality here, which is it's like, well, Amazon's, I love Amazon, but like they're a big, powerful company. They've got more money than God, they've got resources, they've got long-term planning horizon, they do big, profound things over decades at a time. They could, or any of these other companies could launch massively effective programs to go with investor providers from all throughout the country. And, you'll notice they don't do that. They bring in, 10,000, 20,000 from these here. So you've got a question. And then these mills, like, there's lots of questions around that, whether they should, whether that's even ethical. I don't want to say they're unethical, but there's questions around, like, exactly what the trade-offs are there. And this is like a play devil's advocate on all this in terms of like national immigration issues. None of this is like a top issue just because the numbers are small. Right? So I don't think the administration has said that this is not like a priority of theirs right now. But I guess what I would say is like there is actually a lot of influence here. I have a lot of friends, like I said, I have a lot of friends and colleagues who are, who came over from the Israel ones, green cards, and are now citizens. And, every single one of them was, not every single one, a lot of them were enthusiastic to, defending honor over the past period. And they said to me, it's like, well, Mark, how can we work to really express, the importance of fiscal immigration in the U.S.? And I was like, I think you can do it by advocating for also developing our need talent. And you could, like, do you want to inflame the issue or do you want to diffuse the issue? Right? And I think the answer is diffuse the issue. Let me give you one more positive scenario. Also, do you know about the National Merit Scholarship System? So there's a system that was created during the Cold War called the National Merit Scholars, and it is basically was created by the teachers when it was when people in government actually wanted to identify the best and brightest. As heretical as that sounds today. And so it's basically a national talent search for basically IQ. Its goal is to identify the top 25% of the IQ in the country. By the way, completely regardless of characteristics. So there's no race, gender, or any other aspect to it. It's just going for straight intelligence. It uses the PSAT, which is the preparatory SAT that you take, and then the SAT. So it uses those scores. That is the scoring. It's a straight PSAT scoring system. So they use the SAT as a proxy for IQ. It is. They run this every year. They identify. It's like they get down to like 1% of the population of the kids, the 18-year-olds in a given year who score highest on PSAT, and then they get down to further qualify down to the 0.5% that also replicate on the SAT. And then it's like the scholarship amount is like $25,000. Right? So it's a lot of money 50 years ago. Not as much today, but it's a national system being run literally to finance the place. How many of our great powerful universities use this scouting system? Like our universities all have sports teams. They all have national scouting. Full-time scouts who go out and they go to every high school and try to find all the great basketball players and bring them into the NCAA, into all these leagues. How many of our great powerful and enlightened universities use the national merit system to go into a talent search for the smartest kids and bring them in?
We guess very few. As you say it, that's brilliant. There should be that same level of scouting and talent internally.
Go get the smartest ones. I'll give you one more kicker on this topic if you're not, if I have to make it stuff. The SAT has changed. So the SAT used to be a highly active proxy for IQ. That caused a bunch of problems. People really don't like the whole idea of IQ. And so the SAT has been actively managed over the last 50 years by the College Board that runs it, and it has been essentially, like everything else, has been dumbed down. And so in two ways. Number one is been dumbed down, where an 800 for 40 years ago is not 800 today. And 800 40 years ago, it was almost impossible to get 800. Today there's so many 800s that you can stop the entire right? And so it's been literally dumbed down. And then two is they have tried to pull out a lot of what's called the G thing. So they tried to catch it from an IQ proxy, because IQ is such an inflammatory concept. And the consequence of that is, and this is sort of reverse, they've made it more coachable. Right? So the SAT 40 years ago, coaching didn't really work. And more recently, it has really started to work. And one of the things you see is that the Asian spike, you see this like giant leap upward in Asian performance over the last decade. And I think of looking at the data, I think a lot of that is because it's more coachable now. And the Asians are the most coaching. So there's a bunch of issues. So the coaching thing is really difficult. The coaching thing is a subsidy back to kids whose parents can afford coaching. Right? And I don't know about you, but right now there's no SAT coaching. So there's like an issue there. I didn't even know what the SAT was until the day I took it, much less if there was coaching, much less that it didn't work. So much less we can afford it. So number one, there's issues there. But the other issue there is think about what's happening when they're done now. 800 no longer captures health score. 800 is too crude of a test. It's like the AFS. It's the same problem having AFS. 800 is too low of a test. There are too many kids scoring. Because what you want is whatever. If it's going to be 100,000 kids, I don't know what it is. So 50,000 kids a year scoring 800. You also then want kids to be able to score 900, 1,000, 1,100, 1,200. And you want resolution of the test is going to be used so that the actual is going to do it. And again, as I would say, this is like part of the generalized corruption that's taking place throughout this entire system, where we have been heading in the reverse direction from wanting to actually go get the best and brightest and actually put them into places where they should be. And then just the final comment would be the great thing about standardized testing and the national merit system is it's, like I said, it's completely race blind, it's gender blind, it's blind on every other characteristic, it's only done on test scores. But, and then you can make an argument about whether that's good or bad, but it is, for sure, it's the closest thing that they had to merit. It was the thing that they did when they thought they needed to do the Cold War. And of course, we could choose to do that if we want. And I just say, I find it like incredibly striking and an enormous moral indictment of the current system that there are no universities that do this today. So back to the immigration thing, just real quick. It's like, okay, we aren't even trying to get smart kids and even if they think that they can get in these places, they can do it now. And the same thing for the smart Asians, and the same thing for the smart Jews, the same thing for the smart black people. And like, it's just like, I don't know how. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know.
As you said about the 800, so I took that SAT many times. I've always gotten perfect on that 800. It's just, and I'm not special. Like, it doesn't identify genius. I think you want to search for genius, and you want to create measures that find genius of all different kinds to get diversity. And I guess we should reiterate and say over and over and over, defend immigrants, yes, but say we should hire more than before.
You asked me in the beginning, like, what's the most optimistic forecast, right? That we could have the most optimistic forecast. Oh my God, what if we did both?
So that's the reasonable, the rational, the smart thing to say here. In fact, we don't have to have a war.
Well, it would diffuse the entire issue.
Yeah.
If everybody in the center and the south of the country, and every Jewish family, Asian family, like, I don't think they were going to negotiate, like, it would diffuse the issue. Like, how about diffusing the issue? Like, what a crazy radical. I don't really get out of my space here, but
I think your profile on that states it's time to build. It feels like 2025 is a good year to build. So I wanted to ask your advice, and maybe for advice for anybody who's trying to build, who's trying to build something useful on the world. Maybe launch a startup, or maybe just launch apps, services, whatever, ship software products. So maybe by way of advice, how do you actually get shipping?
so, I mean, big part of the answer, I think, is we're in the middle of a legit revolution. And I know you've been talking about this on your show, but like AI coding. I mean, this is the biggest earthquake in software in my life. Maybe since the invention of software. And I'm sure we're involved in various these companies, but these tools, from a variety of companies are just like absolutely revolutionary. And they're getting better with these tools. And even if you honest, but like the thing with coding, like there's like open questions of whether AI can get better, like, I don't know, understanding philosophy or whatever, creative writing, whatever, but like for sure we can make it much better at coding, right? Because you can validate the results of coding. And so, there's all these methods of, synthetic data, self-training, and reinforcement learning that for sure you can do with coding. So everybody I know who works in the field says that coding is going to get phenomenally good. And it stands all over it. And anybody wants to see this, just go on YouTube and look at AI coding demos. Little kids making apps in 10 minutes with an AI coding system. And so I think it's the golden age. I mean, I think this is an area that's clearly the golden age. The tool set is extraordinary. In a day, as a coder, for sure, in a day, you can retrain yourself. These things get a huge boost in productivity. As a non-coder, you can learn much more quickly than you could before.
That's actually a tricky one in terms of learning as a non-coder. Those stuff still, I feel like you still need to learn how to code. It becomes a superpower. It helps you be much more productive. Like you can legitimately be a one-person company and get quite far.
I agree with that. That's your point. So I think for sure for quite a long time, the people who are good at coding are going to be the best at actually having AIs code things because they're going to understand what they're basic. They're going to understand right. And they're going to be able to value its work. They're going to be able to literally like manage AIs better. Like even if they're not literally handling the code, they're just going to have a much better sense of what's going on. So I definitely think like 100% my 9-year-old is like doing all these coding classes and we'll see after that. And so, like, for sure that's the case. But having said that, one of the things that we do with AI is they teach me how to code, right? And so, and there's a whole bunch of, there's a whole bunch of content builders work with their content editing for free. And we have this company, Rothschild, which is originally specifically built for kids for coding. It's as AI programs, it's just that's extraordinary now. And then there's a variety of other systems like this. The AI is going to be a piece of code. The AI, by the way, is, as you know, spectacularly good at explaining code, right? The tools have these features now where you can talk to the code base, and so you can literally ask the code base questions about itself. And you can also just do the simple form, which is you can copy and paste code into just ask it to explain it, what's going on, and write it, prove it, make recommendations. And so there's dozens of ways to do this. By the way, you can also, you can more broadly do code, like, okay, you want to make a video game. Okay, now you can do AI art generation, sound generation, dialogue generation, voice generation, right? It's all of a sudden, like, you don't need designers, you don't need voice actors. So there's just one thing. And then, I think it's a big part of looking at the whole glue, it's interfacing with other systems. So it's interfacing with Stripe to take payments or something like that. And AI is fantastic at writing new code. So really, really good at making sure you can plug everything together, really good at helping you figure out how to deploy. Write a business plan. So it's just this, it's like everything happening with AI right now. It's like this latent superpower, and there's this incredible spectrum of people who have really figured out massive performance increases, productivity increases with it already. There's other people who aren't even aware it's happening. And then there's some gearing to whether you're a coder or not, but I think there are lots of non-coders that are off the races, and I think there are lots of professional coders who are still like, wise this, we're not necessarily in favor of our business. It is a look at the future is here. It's just not going to be distributed yet. And this is maybe the most potent version of that I've ever seen.
Yeah, there's the old meme, the people are both extremes saying AI code is the future. But it's very common for programmers to say, no, if you're any good at programming, you're not going to be using it. But it's just not true. I consider myself reasonably good programmer, and my productivity has been just skyrocketed. The joy of programming skyrocketed. Every aspect of programming is more efficient, more productive, more fun, all that kind of stuff.
I would also say code has anything in like industrial society. Code is the highest POS density, which is to say the easier it is to make it, the more it gets made. But I think effectively as a it's like there's always some other idea for a thing that you can do, a feature that you can add, or a thing that you can optimize. And so like overwhelmingly, the amount of code that exists in the world is a fraction of anything that gets made up today, and then we don't do this all the time. And so I think that, like, I was lately these early days when sort of automated coding systems started to come out, and expert systems, big deal in those days, and there was a famous book called The Decline and Fall of the American Programmer. Predicted that these new coding systems were going to be with their programmers in the future. Of course, the number of programming jobs exploded by like a factor of 100. But my guess is we'll have more coding jobs probably by like over 10 years. It'll be different. It'll be different jobs. They'll all work for a different time. But there will be creating so much more software that the whole industry will explode in size.
Are you seeing the size of companies decrease in terms of startups? What was the landscape of little tech?
All we're seeing right now is AI hiring boom all the time.
All from the big tech.
People and say little time companies that everybody's trying to hire as many engineers as they can to build AI systems. It's just it's 100%. There's a handful of companies. There's a little bit of customer service. We have some companies, others. I just think it's finally publicizing a lot of this in Europe, where their jobs can be optimized and jobs that can be automated. But like for engineering jobs, like this is explosion hiring. But at least so far, there's no trace of experimentation effect. Now, having said that, I am looking forward to the day. I am waiting for the first company to walk in and say, yes, the more radical form of it. But so basically, the companies that we see are basically one of the types. We see the companies that are basically weak form, strong form. So the weak form companies companies I sometimes use it during it's called the sixth bullet point. AI is the sixth bullet point of whatever you're doing. Sure, right? It's on the slide, right? So they got the whatever, and then AI has the sixth thing. The reason AI has the sixth thing is because they had already previously written the slide before the AI started. So they just got the sixth bullet point on the slide, which is how you're getting all these products that have like the AI button up in the corner, right? The little sparkly button, yeah, right? And all of a sudden, the email is offering to summarize your email, which I'm like, I don't need that. Like, I need to answer my email and summarize it. Okay, so we see those, and that's fine. That's like what you should replicate or something. But then we see the strong form, which is the companies that are building from scratch for AI, right? And they're building, I actually just met with a company that's building literally an AI email system as an example. So it's probably nice. Right. I can't wait. Yeah. So very obvious idea, very smart team. It's gonna be great. And then Notion just not one of our companies, but just came out with a product. And so now companies are going to basically come through and sweep through, and they're going to do basically AI first versions of basically everything. And those are like companies built AI is the first bullet point, strong form of the argument. And Cursor is an example that they basically said, okay, we're going to rebuild the thing with AI says, what if we do from scratch? And again, this is part of the bullet point act for startups and VCs is just like if a technology transformation is sufficiently powerful, then you actually need to start the product development process over from scratch because you need to reconceptualize the product, and usually what that means is you need a new company because most companies just won't do that. And so that's underway across many categories. What I'm waiting for is the company where it's like, our org chart is redesigned as a result of that, right? So I'm looking at waiting for the company where it's like, no, we're going to have and the cliche, here's a thought experiment, right? The cliche would be we're going to have the executive team, and then we're going to have the AI workers, right? So we'll have a few engineers supervising 100 instances of coding agents, right? Okay, maybe. Right, by the way, or maybe maybe engineering should be the AI. Maybe supervise team coders or supervise AIs, right? Because one of the things that AI should be pretty good at is management. Because it's not, it's like a process driven. It's the kind of thing that AI should be good at, right? Performance evaluation coaching. And so we should be an AI executive team. And then, of course, that's the question, which is AI CBO, right? And then there's maybe the most futuristic version of it would be an actual AI agent that actually goes full autonomous. Yeah, what if you really set one of these systems and let it get some focus on business? And so I will say, we're not yet seeing those, and I think there's a little bit of the systems aren't quite ready for that yet. And then it's a little bit of the duty at that point, like a founder who's really going to break all the rules and really going to take this way. And I don't think it exists, so I'm sure we'll see that. Some of it's, as you know, those startups is the execution, the idea that you have an AI first email client seems like an obvious idea, but actually creating one, executing it, and then taking on Gmail is really difficult. I mean, Gmail, it's fascinating to see Google can't do it because why? Because the momentum is hard to engineer the entirety of the system. Feels like Google's perfectly positioned to do it. So same with your Perplexity, which I love, and Google could technically take on Perplexity and do it much better, but they haven't, not yet. So it's fascinating why that is for large companies. I mean, that is an advantage for little tech. They can be agile. That's right. They can move fast. Yeah. Little companies can break glass, and big companies can. This is sort of the big breakthrough that Christian had to do, which is sometimes when big companies don't do things just because they're not sure they have this. But a lot of times they don't do things because of breaking glass. Specifically, it would interfere with their existing customers and existing businesses, and they just do that. And by the way, responsibly, they should do that. Right? And so they just get. This is like Christian's big thing is they often don't adapt because they're well run, not because they're well run. But they're optimizing machines. They're optimizing ecosystems and as kind of just said, this is like a permanent state of affairs for large organizations. Like every once in a while, one breaks the pattern and actually does it, but for the most part, this is very different. It's fundamentally is why service exists. It feels like 2025 is when we're basically done using AI for the US. So there's a big year. So who do you think wins the race? OpenAI, Meta, Google, XAI? Who do you think wins the AI race? I'd say I'm not going to predict. I'd say there's questions all over the place. We have this category question of literally depending on how it's answered, people make lose $1 trillion. And I think there's like, I don't know, $5 or $6 trillion questions right now that are hanging out there, which is a hugely large number. And I just, I'll just get a few of them and talk about them. So one is big models versus small models. Another is open models versus closed models. Another is whether you can use synthetic data or not. Another is chain of thought, how far can you push that, and reinforcement learning. And then another one is political $1 trillion questions, policy questions, which the U.S. and the EU have both been talking dramatically. The U.S. hopefully is about to really succeed at. There's probably another questions like that. And so these are all just like, you can say this is an industry that's in flux in a way that I even more dramatic than the ones I've seen before. And look, the most obvious example of flux is sitting here less than 3 years ago, sitting here in December of 22, we would have said that OpenAI is just running away with everything. And sitting here today, it's like, there's at least 6 world-class model companies and teams that are, by the way, generating remarkably similar results. That's actually been one of the most shocking things to me. Is like it turns out that once you know that it's possible to build one incredibly smart Turing test passing large language model, which was a complete shock and surprise to the world, it turns out within a year you have 5 more. There's also a money component into it, which is to get the money to scale on these things into billions of dollars. There's basically right now only 2 sources of money that will do that for you. One is the hyperscalers giving you money, which you turn around and run with after them, or foreign sovereigns, other countries' sovereign wealth funds, which can be difficult in some cases for countries to access. So there's maybe another $1 trillion question. Is the financing question. Here's one. So Sam Altman has been public about the fact that he wants to transition over to the way that is legally done is that there is a way to do it. There's a way in U.S. law to do it. The IRS and other legal entities, government entities scrutinizes very carefully because the U.S. takes foundation nonprofit law very seriously because of the tax exemption. And so historically the way that you do it is you start with for-profit and then you raise money with the for-profit to buy the assets of the nonprofit at fair market value. And the last thing I saw of OpenAI was $50 billion. And so logically, if the flip is going to happen, the for-profit has to go raise $150 billion out of the chute to buy the assets. Raising $150 billion is a challenge. So is that even possible? If that is possible, then maybe it's not for races as a for-profit company. If not, I don't know. Obviously, the Elon lawsuit. So just because they're the market leader today, there's big important questions there. Microsoft has this kind of working relationship with them. Where does that go? Apple's, lagging badly behind, but they're very good at catching up. Amazon, is primarily hyperscaler, but they have their models.
And then there's the other questions that you laid out briefly in the open versus closed, big versus small models. Synthetic data is a huge, huge question. And then the desktop compute with James Broad and all of that. That's just fascinating. These are, I think it's fair to say, $1 trillion questions.
Here's a $1 trillion question. It's kind of competitive. So if you are trying to use these tools creatively, you're thrilled because they can draw new images and they can make new music and they can do all this incredible stuff, right? You're creative. The flip side of that is you need it to be correct. They can't be creative. That's the hallucination. And these things do hallucinate. And there have been court cases already where lawyers have submitted briefs that contain made up court citations, case citations. The judge is like, wait a minute, this doesn't exist. The very next question is, did you write this yourself? The lawyer goes,
that's why with Rod,
yes.
Looking for truth. That's an open technical question. How close can you get to truth with all of this?
Yeah, that's right. And my sense, this is a very contentious topic in chemistry. My sense is, if to the extent that there is a domain in which there is a definitive and checkable answer, and you might say math satisfies that, coding satisfies that, and maybe some other fields, then you should be able to generate synthetic data. You should be able to do chain of thought reasoning. You should be able to do reinforcement learning, and you should be able to ultimately, eliminate hallucinations. By the way, that's a really good question. But then there's a question about the example of working. But so, for example, one possibility is these things are going to get truly superhuman at both math and coding, but at discussing philosophy, they're basically as smart as they're ever going to be. And they're going to be kind of, say, with Benjamin And the theory there would just be they're already up training. Like they literally, check these people. Literally the big models, the big models are like within a factor 2x all the training data to the point that some of these big companies are literally hiring people like Dr. Blair to sit and write the training data by hand. And so does this mean that like you have to, if you want your model to better philosophy, you have to go hire like 1,000 philosophers and have them write the content? Then is anybody going to do that? And so maybe these things are topping out in certain ways. And so anyway, so we just don't, it's just, I don't, anybody tells you these things, because, this whole, all of these abstract generalized intelligence AGI stuff, like it, maybe it's the engineering, but like, no, like that's not Bitcoin. That's too abstract. Like it's got to actually work. And then, by the way, it has to actually work. I mean, this is the problem right now with big models. Big models are they're quite slow. Another $1 trillion question: future chips. Which I know you talked a lot about. Another $1 trillion question. Yeah, I mean, it's all global issue. Oh, another $1 trillion question: censorship. Right, like, and all the feedback training process. Exactly what are you training these things to do? What are they allowed to talk about? How long do they give you these? How often do they give these incredibly freaking long answers? Here's a $1 trillion question. How many other countries want their country to run its education system, healthcare system, news system, political system on the basis of an AI that's been trained according to the most extreme, like the California colleges? Right, because that's kind of what they have on offer right now. And I think the answer to that is not very many. So there's like massive open questions there about like what, and by the way, like what morality these things are trained on.
And that one we're cracking wide open with what's been happening over the past few months. Censorship on every level of these companies, and just the very idea of what truth means and what it means to expand the window of LLMs, or the window of human discourse.
So what I experienced here, what I experienced was social media censorship regime debanking, right, at like a large scale, and then the war on the crypto industry, trying to kill it, and then basically declared intent to do the same thing with AI, and to put AI under the same kind of censorship or control regime as social media banks. And I think this election tipped in America. I think this election tipped us from a timeline in which things were going to get really bad on that front to a timeline in which I think things are going to be quite good. But look, those same questions also apply outside the U.S. And the EU is doing their thing. They're being extremely draconian. They're trying to lock in a political censorship regime on AI right now. It's so harsh that even American AI companies are not even willing to launch their products in the EU right now. Like that's not going to last. But like what happens there? Right, and what are the trade-offs? What levels of censorship are American companies going to have to sign up for if they want to operate in the EU? Or is the EU still capable of generating its own entities, or have we brain drained them so that they can't? So, big questions.
Quick questions. So you're very active on X, a very unique character, flamboyant, exciting, bold. You post a lot. I think there's a meme, I don't remember exactly, but Elon posted something like inside Elon are two groups. One is please be kind or more positive, and the other one is looking to do take a big step back and punch yourself in the face. Guy, how many wolves are inside your mind and your feet?
To be clear, a reference from the Catholic classic,
Tropic, yeah.
Yes. Andy Zimmer's listening to this, I haven't seen it.
Yeah, there's nothing offensive about it.
Nothing offensive about it. Yeah, no, look, just start by saying, like, I'm not. So, yes. So,
So how do you approach that? Like, how do you approach what to keep?
I mean, I know. So it's a I know well enough. It's mostly an exercise of frustration. Look, there's a glory to it, and there's an issue with it. And the glory of it is like it's instantaneous global communication. X in particular is like the town square on all these social issues, political issues, everything else, current events. it is still politically sensitive. And the entire continent. I stayed up all night that night as I became front page headline and tweeting television news in each time zone in India for a single tweet. So like the single tweet out of context is very interesting. Obviously, X now has the middle ground that they now have a longer form essays. Probably the most productive thing I can do is just longer form. These longer form things.
You're not going to do it the right.
You I do. I mean, myself, that I mentioned. And then look, I'm obviously X is great. Like I said, the stack, has become the center for a lot of the, I think the best kind of deeply thought through, certainly intellectual content. Tons of current events stuff there as well. So and then there's a bunch of other, machine systems that are very exciting. So I think one of the things I'm looking forward to is when there's just like massive reintegration as a consequence of the changes that are happening right now. I'm very excited to see what's going to happen with that. And then it's happening on next, but it's not going to happen on next. And then the other is participate come right back to life. And actually, that's very exciting. Actually, that's worth noting is that's another $1 trillion question of AI, which is in a world of pervasive AI, especially in a world of AI agents, imagine a world with billions or trillions of AI agents running around, they need an economy. And crypto, in our view, happens to be the ideal system for that, right? Because it's a programmable money, it's a very easy way to plug it in and do that. And there's a transaction processing system that can do that. So I think the crypto AI intersection is potentially very, very, very good. So that was going to be impossible in the prior regime. I think that regime
Almost for fun, let me ask a friend of yours, Jan, what are your top 10 favorite things about him? I think he's a funny guy. I think he's important to the world. I think you guys disagree on a lot of things. But I personally like his disagree. I personally like his tags. I like to watch the gladiators go at it.
He's a super genius. I mean, look, I've been super close to casual friends. I've worked with him at Meta. He's the chief scientist at Meta for a long time. Still, works with us. And as I said, obviously he's a legendary figure of the people responsible for that. My serious observation is the thing I've talked to him about for a long time, and I keep trying to read and follow everything he does. Is I think if you agree with this, he is the smartest and most credible critic of LLMs for AI. He's not, there's certain, I would say, troll-like characters who just like crap everything, but like he has like very deeply thought through, basically, theories as to why LLMs are an evolutionary domain. And I actually I try to do this thing where I try to model, I try to have a model like serious argument. So I try to internalize arguments as I can, which is difficult because we're investing in behind LLMs as aggressively as we can. So if he's right, that can be a big problem, but we should also know that. And then I sort of use his ideas to challenge all the bullish people, to really kind of test their level of knowledge. So I like to kind of grill people. I'm not, I was again this year, 35 years ago, so I'm not deep in the technology, but to the extent I can understand Johnny's points, I can use them to, to really surface a lot of the questions for people who are more bullish. It's been very productive. It's very striking that you have somebody who is that central in the space who is actually full on thing. And again, this could go different ways. He could end up being very wrong. He could end up being totally right, or it could be that he will provoke the evolution of these systems to be much better than they would have.
Yeah, he can be both right and wrong. And then, first of all, I do agree with that. He's one of the most legitimate there's some deep critics of the LLM path to AGI. The basic notion is that AI needs to have some physical understanding of the physical world, and that great implication. And that is a really good way to challenge the limitations of LLM. So he's also been a vocal and huge proponent of open source. It's a whole other history of it as well, which is very useful. Yeah. And that's what's just fascinating to watch.
And anti-human.
Yeah, he's very he embodies. He also has
He does.
It's really fun to watch.
The other two, here's my other post coming out. The other two of the three guys, obviously, are radicals. it's actually super helpful, super helpful when I'm young as a counterpoint to those two.
Another fun question. Our mutual friend, Andrew Huberman, so first, maybe what do you love most about Andrew? And second, what score on a scale of 1 to 10 do you think you on your approach to health?
Oh,
3. You score that high, huh? Okay. That's good.
exactly. Also, he can miss things that bring me up.
Successful.
Well, it was like my favorite, other than my family, it was my favorite thing in the world. And so it was a major reduction. Like having like a glass of scotch at night was like a major, like it was like the thing I would do to relax. And so he just profoundly negatively impacted my emotional health. I blame him for making me much less happy as a person, but much happier. So that I credit him on that. But then his sleep stuff, like I'm not going into that. Yeah, I have no interest in this shit. Like, this whole light, natural light. We're not that's too hardcore. I don't see the natural light here. It's all horrible. And I'm very happy. I would be very happy with this stuff.
The darkness. It's a metaphor for something.
It's a test book. It's a test of manhood as to whether you can have a blue screen in your face for 3 hours and go to sleep. Like, I don't understand why you should want to take shortcuts.
I now understand what they mean by toxic masculinity. Alright. So, let's see. You're exceptionally successful by most measures. But what to you is the definition of success?
I would probably say it's a combination of two things. It is contribution. So have you done something that mattered ultimately? And specifically mattered to people. And the other thing is, I think happiness is very overrated or and in fact, interesting topic represents not being happiness the way that we understand it. Like you said, pursuit of happiness and declaration of independence. You mentioned more of the Greek meaning, which is closer to satisfaction or fulfillment. So I think happiness is. So I think about happiness as the first ice cream cone makes you super happy, and the first mile of the walk in the park during sunset makes you super happy. The first kiss makes you super happy. The 1,000th ice cream cone, not so much. The 1,000th mile of the walk in the park. Just a 1,000th kiss, maybe just not right in a row. Right, and so happiness is this very concept. And people that have happiness seem to go off the rails pretty often. Sort of the deep sense of having been useful.
So that's a good place to wrap up.
Yeah. I mean, like, can you say, who was it who said that all this source of all the ills in the world of man sitting by yourself with nothing? But like, if you're sitting here by yourself and you're like, all right, you're 4 in the morning, it's like, all right, have I lived up to my expectation of myself? Like, if you have, people I know who feel that way are pretty centered. Generally seem very, I don't know how to put it, pleased, but, proud, calm, at peace. People who are, sensation seekers. Some of the sensations that might be substance, there's certain entrepreneurs, for example, who are like into every form of extreme sport. They get huge satisfaction out of that. Or they're sensation seeking in sort of useful, productive ways. Larry Ellison was always like that. And then there's a lot of entrepreneurs who end up doing drugs. Like sexual escapades that seem like they'll be fun at first and then backfire.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, if you're able to be at peace by yourself or alone before you, I wouldn't say happy, but I know, I understand. I was joking something you needed to write. But maybe I need it. But I'd be happy about myself before I have to do a blue screen.
That's good. Exactly.
Staring at the cursor. As a small function, a quick shout out to the music that you do very well. It's just a kind of general. Otherwise, I thought that Press, she has a podcast called Honestly. Otherwise, she's great. You should go listen. You were asked, what do you got? What are the joys? So you were talking about happiness. One of these that makes me happy is making me more uncomfortable.
Yep.
So this question is designed for many of the questions today. Designed for
not searching for wisdom in me. I guess I put it this way: there's a lot to just understand about people. And I feel like I'm only starting to understand. And that's certainly a simpler concept than God. So, that's been a lot of the last 50 years to figure out. I feel like I spent my first, 30 years figuring out machines, and then I spent 30 years figuring out computers, which is quite a bit more complicated. And I maybe God's the last 30 years or something. And then, look, I mean, just, like Elon is just okay, the known universe is, very, complicated and mystifying. I mean, every time I, pull up an astronomy, get some print astronomy, it's like, Daddy, how many galaxies are there in the universe? How many galaxies are there in the universe? Okay, how?
Yeah.
Like, how is that possible? What? It's just, it's such a staggering concept, right?
I actually wanted to show you a tweet that blew my mind a while back. He said that, said his friend called it, this is the ultimate skill tree. This is a wall of galaxies. And building just across. These are all galaxies.
Yeah. What the? How? How the hell? I can read this book and this and that, and whatever, 8 billion years of the Big Bang and the whole thing. And then it's just all right, wow. And then it's all right, the Big Bang, all right, what was before the Big Bang?
People who ever colonize the galaxy, maybe go beyond.
Sure. I mean, yeah.
Do you have that kind of opportunity? Have that kind of that extends across
In
thousands?
the fullest of time, I mean, probably all the challenges with it, right? But why not? I mean, getting the fullest of time, it'll take a long time.
You don't think we'll destroy things?
I doubt it. Unfortunately, we're going to be on. Giving us the benefit. So I don't know. I grew up in Roman Western, just conventionally kind of Protestant Christian. It never made that much sense to me. Get trained as an engineer, scientist, and that definitely doesn't make sense. I know I'll spend my life as critical. How much wants to figure everything out, and then again, you walk up against these things. You walk up against these things, and you're just like, all right, okay, I guess there's a scientific explanation for this, but wow. And then there's all right, where did that come from? Right, and then how far back can you go when it goes evolution? And then even just so yeah, I guess I just think kind of radically at peace with the fact that I'll probably never know. The other thing though that's happened, and maybe the more practical answer to the question is, I think I have a much better understanding now of the role that religion plays in society than I did have when I was younger. And my partner Ben has a great, he quotes his father on this. It's like, if man does not have a real religion, he makes it a fake one. And the fake ones go very, very badly. And so there's this class, yes, I'm an atheist, but it's very important that people believe in something. Right? And Marx had a negative view on that, which is religion's trophy to the masses, but there's a lot of right-wing intellectuals who are themselves pretty atheist or agnostic that are it's deeply important that the people be Christian or something like that. And on the one hand, it's wow, that's arrogant, presumptive, but on the other hand, maybe it's right. Because, what have we learned in the last 100 years is in the absence of religion, people won't make them fake ones. There's this Brainerd, who's this political philosopher, who's super interesting on this, Eric Vogelin, and he wrote it in sort of the mid part of the century, mid part of the 20th century. He's born, I think, died in 1985, so he saw the complete run of communism and Nazism. Well, he himself, fled. His sort of conclusion was basically that both communism and Nazism and fascism were basically religions. But in the deep way of religions, they were, we call it political religions, but they were actual religions, and they were what Nietzsche forecasted when he said, God is dead, we killed him, and we won't wash the blood off our hands for 1,000 years, right? Is we won't come up with religions that won't just cause this mass murder right now. And you can read this stuff now, yep, that happened, right? And then of course, as fully, the moderns, of course, there's a possibility of this right now, but of course we are. And I would argue that Eric Vogelin for sure would argue that the last 10 years, we've been in a religious frenzy. The world has been a scale release frenzy. Has had all of the characteristics of a religion, including everything from patron saints to holy texts to, sin. It's what is this at every aspect of what is this at every single aspect of a actual religion other than the actual, which is maybe like the that's the one where they put forgiveness. Right. So I think if we're going real live, I think he would have zero rating on that when I said that. We just sailed right off. And I mentioned earlier, we somehow rediscovered the religions of the Indo-Europeans were all into identity politics and environmentalism. I don't think that's an accident. So anyway, there's something very deep going on that is not dismissible and needs to be taken seriously, even if one struggles with the specifics of it.
I think I speak for a lot of people. That's a real joy for me, an honor to get to watch you seek to understand the human psyche, as you described, in that very part of your life. And it's been an honor to talk with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that it? That's only how long is that?
4 hours with Mark. It's like 40 hours of actual content. So
I'll accept it.
for the listener, Mark looks like he's ready to go for 20 more hours.
Thank you, Lex.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Mark Andrews, the Sports Podcast. Check out our sponsors in the description. Now, let me leave you with some words from Thomas Sowell. It takes considerable knowledge just to realize the extent of your own ignorance. Thank you for listening, and I'll see you next time. The following is a conversation with Jennifer Burns, a historian of ideas, including the evolution of economic, political, and social ideas in the United States in the 20th century to today. He wrote 2 biographies, one on Milton Friedman and the other on Ayn Rand, both of which I highly recommend. This was a super technical and super fascinating conversation. At the end, I'll make a few comments about my previous conversation with President Zelensky, for those of you who may be interested. This is a live streaming podcast. And now, dear friends, here's Jennifer Burns. You've written 2 biographies, one on Milton Friedman and one on Ayn Rand. So, if we can, we'll focus on each one separately. But first, let's talk about the ideas that 2 of them have in common: the value of individual freedom, the skepticism of collectivism, and the ethics of capitalism. Can you talk about the big picture ideas that converge on?
Yeah, so Milton Friedman and Ayn Rand, in the biggest picture, they're both individualists and they're skeptical of collectivities and collectivism. So their unit of analysis is the individual, what's good for the individual, what works for the individual, and their understanding of society kind of flows from it. They also both use a focus on individualism to justify and to support capitalism as a social and economic system. So when we put them in a similar category, we can call them individualists, we can call them libertarians of a sort. They're also really different in how they approach capitalism, how they approach thinking. Ayn Rand developed her own moral and philosophical system to justify individualism and to connect the individual to capitalism and to support capitalism as a social and economic system. Friedman struggles a bit more with how to justify capitalism, and he'll ultimately come down to freedom as his core value. He's God, as he says, and so freedom does connect back to the individual, but he's not justifying capitalism for his own sake. He's justifying it for his ability to underwrite freedom in a social sense and also in an individual sense.
At a high level, are there interesting differences between them? You already mentioned a few, maybe in terms of who they are personally, maybe in terms of how they approach the justification for capitalism, maybe other ways.
Yeah, for sure. So beyond this idea that Milton Friedman takes a while to come to his justification of capitalism, whereas Ayn Rand kind of has it from the start. She really focuses on the core quality of rationalism and rationality. Rationality is the defining feature of human beings. And so she works from there, whereas Milton Friedman eventually converges on this idea of freedom. So that's one part of it. The other is their intellectual styles are really, really different. Their interpersonal styles are really different. So Friedman has big ideas, big principles that guide him, but he's also deeply empirical. He spends most of his career doing historical research, economic research, pulling data from how people actually make economic decisions and live in the world, and using them to test and refine his theories. Where Rand, to some degree, we could say she's empirical in that she thinks the Russian Revolution, takes a very big lesson from that, but her style of thinking is really first principles, an axiomatic approach, going from the basic idea of rationality and then playing it out in different spheres. And so those are just very different intellectual approaches, and then they lead in some ways to really different ways of thinking about how you get things done in the world. Ayn Rand is a purist. She wants to start with the pure belief. She doesn't want it to be diluted. One of her favorite sayings was, it's earlier than you think. In other words, we're still moving towards a place where we can really hold and express these ideals purely. Friedman, although he didn't use this terminology, was much more half a loaf guy. Like, I'll take what I can get, and then I'll try to move to where I really want to be. But he is able to compromise, especially when he moves from being an economist into being more of a political thinker. And so that's a really different intellectual style, and then it also plays out in their lives in that Ayn Rand is incredibly schismatic. I mean, she wants her friends to believe what she believes and support what she supports. And she's willing to break a relationship if it doesn't match. Milton Friedman, he also does tend to have friends who agree with him, yet he's always willing to debate his opponents, and he's willing to do so with a smile on his face. He's a happy warrior, and he actually will win a lot of debates simply by his emotional affect and his cheerfulness and his confidence. Where Rand will lose debates because he gets so angry in the face of disagreement. So, yeah, they have a lot of similarities and a lot of differences, and it's been really fascinating to kind of dive deep into both of them.
I just re-listened to Ayn Rand's, I think, last lecture, or at least it's called that, and just the confrontational nature of how she answers questions, or how she addresses critics and so on. There is a kind of charisma to that. So I think both of them are very effective at winning over sort of popular support, but they're very different styles. It seems like Ayn Rand is very cranky, but it's the most charismatic, cranky person I've ever listened to.
Yeah, I mean, people talked about meeting her, and coming to believe in her ideas in a similar way as they did with Marxism, in that suddenly everything made sense. And that when they came to believe in objectivism, they felt they had this engine for understanding the entire world. Now, after a while, for most people, that became confining. But yeah, that certainty. And Friedman had some of that as well. He clothed it differently. He clothed it in happiness, or Rand kind of clothed it, as you said, in crankiness or anger. I mean, there's also an arc to Rand. She gets kind of angrier, crankier, and crankier over the course of her life.
Yeah.
What I enjoyed about my research is I was able to get into this early moment when she was different and a little more open, and then I kind of watched her close and her harden over time.
Would it be fair to say that Milton Friedman had a bit more intellectual humility, where he would be able to sort of evolve over time and be convinced by the reality of the world to change sort of the nuances of policy, the nuances of how he thought about economics or about the world?
Yeah, absolutely. Friedman believed in being able to say I was wrong. And there are some things he said he was wrong about. We'll delve more into monetarism and monetary policy, but he was able to talk about the ways his ideas had mapped onto the world the way he thought they would. He does a really interesting interview at the end of his life where he's beginning to voice some doubts about globalization, which was, he was sort of a prophet of globalization, a cheerleader of globalization. He really thought it would be better will in all respects. And toward the end of his life, it's about 2 years before he dies, there's a note of doubt about how globalization unfolded and what it would mean, particularly for the American worker. And so you can see him still thinking, and that to me, I had sort of assumed he became crankier and crankier and more persistent ways. And of course, there's a phase where he does become that way, especially since he's in the public eye and there's not room for nuance. But to find in the last years of his life him being so reflective, that was absolutely not something Rand would do.
I think there's a thread throughout this conversation where we should actually also say that you're kind of a historian of ideas.
I am a historian of ideas, yes.
And so we're talking about today part about two people who kind of fought for ideas, for an idea like freedom, for capitalism, in very different ways. And it's so interesting to see sort of the impact they both had and how their elucidation, explanation of those ideas like reverberated throughout society, and how we together as a society figure out what works, but the degree to which they have influence on the public, the degree to which they have influence on individual administrations like the Reagan administration, Nixon, and so on, and how it might return and fade away and then come back a lot of times.
Yeah.
And it's so interesting. You just see this whole world as a game of ideas where we're like pushing and pulling and trying to figure stuff out. A bunch of people got really excited over 100 years ago about communism, to try stuff out, and then the implementation broke down, and we keep playing with ideas. So these are the two greats of playing with ideas. I think that's a thread that just runs through this.
Yeah, and a kind of pushing back against that movement towards communism, social democracy. But for one difference I really should emphasize, Rand is a writer of fiction. She's a philosopher, but she's also a writer of fiction. So she is working almost in a mythic register, much more in a psychological register. She's creating characters that people identify with, people relate to experiences they've had. And that's one of the reasons she hits so deep. And she's also offering people, I read all the fan letters where people would say things like, I read The Fountainhead and now I'm getting divorced. Having just these incredible realizations.
Milton Friedman did get such a
Milton Friedman gets us things. Or, I'll meet someone and they'll say to me, Ayn Rand is the reason I went to medical school. Like a couple of women said this to me a few years back. It never even occurred to me that I could be a doctor until I read Ayn Rand. And I said, I'm going to go to medical school. And so she has a really intense impact on people. So she thought of herself as rational. She thought of rationality as kind of what she was doing, but she was actually doing a kind of mytho-poetic psychological work as well. Whereas Friedman, on the one hand, is much more rational. There's a whole set of economic thinking, and he provides a rational framework for understanding the world. And it's the framework of neoclassical economics. At the same time, he does pull on mythologies, of the idea of America in the Gilded Age, the frontier mythology, the individual immigrant, the settler mythology. He pulls on these, but he doesn't create them, and he's more kind of playing a tune he already has. Whereas I think Rand really does something a little bit deeper in her ability to reach into people's psyche and then take that emotional, psychological experience and use it to an intellectual world and a political world. And that's really what makes her so powerful. And so I think she comes back in to relevancy in a different way than Friedman does, because I think in some way she's tapped into a kind of more universal human longing for independence and autonomy and kind of self-creation and self-discovery.
Nevertheless, there's still pragmatic ideas that are still important today for Milton Friedman, even just on the economics level. So let's dig in. Let me try to take some notes. Let me try to summarize Milton Friedman as correctly. Okay, so he's widely considered to be one of the greatest and most influential economists in history, not just the 20th century, ever. He was an advocate of economic freedom, like we said, and just individual freedom in general. He strongly advocated for free market capitalism. capitalism and limit government intervention in the economy. Though you do give, I listen to basically everything. He gives more depth and nuance on his views on this in the books. He led the famed Chicago School of Economics, and he won the Nobel Prize in Economics in 1976. He greatly influenced economic policies during the Reagan administration and other administrations. He was an influential public intellectual, highly influential, not just among economists. He lived 1912 to 2006, so that means he lived and worked through some major world events where his ideas were really good. The Great Depression with the New Deal, World War II with the post-war construction, the rise and fall of the Red Coalition military system. They talk about the Cold War and all the conflicts involved in that, so the tensions around conflicts and so on. So the fall of the Soviet Union, and also he has some interesting relationships with China's economic transformation since the 1970s, the stagflation in the 1970s, and I'm sure there's a lot more. So, can you maybe continue this thread and give a big picture of the ideas he's known for?
Yeah, sure. That's a great summary. You learned fast. So let me start with the economics, and then I'll kind of transition to how to use those economic ideas to become a real voice in the American conservative movement, the American political realm. So I'll kind of highlight four ideas or contributions or episodes. One was his work with Anna Schwartz in revising our understanding of the Great Depression. And that's tightly related to the second, which is the School of Monetarism that he and Schwartz really become founders of. Then there is the prediction of stagflation and the explanation of that in the 1970s, which really is one of these sort of career-making predictions. And we can dig into that. And then in terms of technical economics, he's known for the permanent income hypothesis, which he develops with a group of female collaborators that we can talk about. So those are kind of four technical pieces end up being really brought together what becomes the Chicago School of Economics. He's undoubtedly the head and leader of the Chicago School of Economics. There's an earlier generation that he learns from. There's his generation. There's also the Chicago School of Law and Economics that's really profoundly influential. And then there'll be kind of a third generation that he's somewhat distinct from, but that goes on to really shape economics. But let me go back to these kind of four pieces, and let me start with Great Depression. So Milton Friedman actually lives through the Great Depression. He's in college when it hits, and he's in college, it's 1928 to 1932. And he's aware of the Depression, and he's deciding, should I study mathematics or should I study economics? And he's had some good economics teachers, but it's really the context. It's looking around at the slow, dissolving of academic prosperity. So he decides to go to Chicago. He decides to study economics. And what's really interesting is that the Great Depression is so unexpected, it's unpredicted, it's unprecedented, and economists are really struggling to know how to respond to it. And so he's going to arrive at the University of Chicago when the field is struggling to know what to do. So he's in this kind of really open space where the institutional economics of the 1920s has failed to predict, which was focused on business cycles. This is the irony. Their big thing was charting and understanding business cycles. And then we have the biggest business cycle of all time, and they haven't seen it coming, and they don't have a good explanation for it. And what he will get at Chicago is the remnants of a monetary understanding of the economy. And so his teachers, they don't know exactly what's going on, but they look first to the banking crisis. They look first to the 1933's bank runs, failures of maybe a third of American banks, thousands of banks were failing per week. So they're focused on that. So that's the first kind of imprint he will have. The Great Depression has something to do with the banking system. The second imprint he will have is that all of his professors are profoundly concerned about the social crisis. They want relief programs. They want them now. They want bank regulation and financial reform. They're very active. This is not laissez-faire by any stretch of the imagination. So Friedman has that imprinting. And then he gets there in 32, 36, 37, the ideas of John Maynard Keynes from Britain, which has a different explanation. Keynes has a different explanation of the Great Depression, will kind of make landfall in American economics and be very profoundly influential on most American economists, but Friedman it's too late for Friedman. He already has a different perspective. So Keynesianism unfolds. I can say more about that, but it basically leads to more active federal government participation in the economy. And what underlies a lot of that, its adaptation in America particularly, is the idea that capitalism has failed. Capitalism has revealed itself to have a profound flaw in that its cycles of boom and bust create social instability, chaos. It needs to be tamed. It needs to be regulated. And so that becomes the kind of baseline of politics in the United States, the understanding of the New Deal, the understanding of the Democratic Party, even to some extent the understanding of the Republican Party. And Friedman never quite sure about that. He has a hunch that there's something else going on. He does not buy that capitalism has sort of ground to a halt, or the other idea is that capitalism has gone through some sort of phased transition. And it worked great maybe while we had a frontier. This is a very serious argument, and people make it. The United States used to have the frontier, a place where Europeans hadn't fully settled. Of course, they're pushing out native tribes. That's another story. But that this frontier is an engine of economic growth, and the frontier is now over, it's closed, and we're going to stagnate. There's a theory of secular stagnation. And so to deal with secular stagnation, we're just going to have a more active state. So Friedman is suspicious of all of these assumptions. And he has this idea that it's something to do with money. Money is somehow important. And so he joins together with Ronna Schwartz, who is an economist. She doesn't at this time hold a PhD. She's working for the National Bureau of Economic Research. And they come together to do the study of money in the U.S. economy. And it takes them 12 years to write the book. And they're releasing their ideas and they're arguing, and Friedman is writing papers, giving talks, saying money's really important. And nobody's really believing him. He's a crank. He's at Chicago. He's out Chicago's a well-known university, but he's sort of considered a crank. And then in 63, he and Ronna Schwartz publishes a book, and it's 800 pages. It's a reinterpretation of the history of the United States through money. Like the central character is money, whether it's specie, greenback, or the U.S. currency. And they have a whole chapter on the Great Depression. And what they've literally done, Schwartz has done most of this. Schwartz has gone to banks and said, show me your books. And then she's added up column by column. How much money is in your vault? How much money is on deposit? How much money is circulating? And so they literally have graphs. You can see them in the book of how much money has been circulating in the U.S. at various different points in time. And when they get to the Great Depression, they find the quantity of money available in the economy goes down by a third. And in some ways, this is completely obvious because so many banks have failed, and we don't have any type of bank insurance at that point. So if your bank goes under, your savings are there, the money essentially ends. And it's fractional reserve banking, right? So you put in, they can loan up to 90% on their deposits. And so Friedman and Schwartz present this argument that what really made the Great Depression so bad was this drop in the amount of money, the 30% drop in the money. They call it the Great Contraction. And then they go further and they say, well, how did this happen and why? And they pinpoint the Federal Reserve, which is a fairly new institution at that time. And they say, what did the Federal Reserve do? The lender of last resort. What did it do in the face of what they're depicting as a massive, unprecedented liquidity crisis? And they find it's not really doing much. And they really dig into the details, and they find that the Federal Reserve has gone through sort of personnel change, and some of the key leaders in the 1920s, Benjamin Strong is one of them. He's now deceased. And the dominance of the New York Federal Reserve, which in their telling, it's global, it's interconnected, seeing a lot of financial things come and go, and they believe that the New York Fed had the understanding to recognize crisis, we should be very generous. We should support all the banks. Their influence has diminished for the kind of banks that are more, they don't say like the Rubes and the Hicks, but it basically is. It's like people in charge don't know what they're doing. And so the Fed pursues this kind of policy of masterly inactivity. They don't see it as their problem. They don't do much. There's an enormous liquidity crisis. And that's their version of what the Great Depression is all about. That it's a financial system meltdown, it's a liquidity crisis, and that in some ways, well, in many ways, they argue very strong counterfactual argument. The Federal Reserve could have prevented it, and it didn't. And so it becomes then an institutional failure and a political failure, not a failure of capitalism as a system. And so this book comes out, it's a blockbuster, and even those economists who've been like, Friedman is a crank, I don't buy it, are like, Friedman and Schwartz are onto something. Milton Friedman and Schwartz are onto something. And so that really changes the game. And this is also one of his most influential contributions, because Friedman and Schwartz becomes the playbook for the Federal Reserve. And we have lived through this, right? In the financial crisis, the Federal Reserve is ready to fund. COVID, the Federal Reserve is all kinds of new things, because no Federal Reserve chair wants to be in Friedman and Schwartz 2.0 that somebody writes, they're the bad guy who let the economy melt down. So, the specifics of what they say to do have obviously evolved as the system has changed, but this is the playbook for how to deal with economic crisis. It's Friedman and Schwartz. And so it's absolutely fundamental, and that is really going to be the place he makes his mark.
There's a lot of things to say here. So first, the book we're talking about is a monetary history of the United States, in part for which the Friedman won the Nobel Prize. You've also mentioned the influence of the Great Depression, which is rewind to that.
Yes.
So he went to, college in Rutgers.
That's right.
And he was, mathematical proclivities. So he was kind of wanted to be a mathematician. And so it's kind of a full crossroads. It's interesting how the right time, the right person arrives, right? So you described this really well, that he had the choice to be a mathematician or an economist. An economist is the University of Chicago, mathematician is Brown University of Chicago. And then this is also the beginnings, as you've described, of mathematical economics. So he fits in nicely into this. I think it's the number of equations that are going up
Yes.
per paper, which is a really nice way to put it. So really, the right person at the right time tried to solve this puzzle of the economy melting down. It's so interesting. It's one human. It's just from just zooming in on a single human making a decision about life, and it's hard to know when you're in it that the world is melting down from an economics perspective, and that I could do something about this to figure out what it is. And also, I'm going to project the mainstream narrative about why this happened.
Yeah, so the other piece of the puzzle, when he goes to Rutgers, he thinks he'll be an actuary. So Milton Friedman's family, his parents are immigrants, Jewish immigrants from Eastern Europe. They're pretty atypical in that they don't stay in New York, and they move to Rahway, New Jersey. They put together a fairly middle-class life as kind of, they have a shop, some wholesale buying and selling, and then his father dies when he's 16. His life becomes more precarious, but it's never as precarious as he makes it out to be. He's got 3 older sisters, they earn a good living. Incidentally, they all have better grades in high school than he does, but he's the one that goes to college. And it's actually really important that he loses his father figure, because he's then looking for other father figures, and he meets 2 at Rutgers. One is Arthur Burns, who will go on to have a huge influence in his career. No relation to me, by the way. But Arthur Burns is like him, a fellow Jewish immigrant boy on the Maine. He's older, and he's making a career as an economist. And then there's Homer Jones, who has gone to the University of Chicago and is studying with Frank Knight in Chicago and says you have to go to Chicago. So he has these 2 mentors, and Burns in particular suggests, I could be an economist, that could be my career path. The idea to be an actuary for an insurance company, I'm not sure where he got that idea, but he just thought that was And then I think it's really key that again he doesn't get an explanation that he buys for the Great Depression, so that he's looking for it. And the math part is a really interesting aspect of his career. Now he actually comes to Chicago to study with the mathematical economist Henry Schultz. He gets there, and he thinks Schultz is kind of dumb. He really does. He's incredibly arrogant, and he just thinks this guy's not that smart. And it seems that, I mean, Schultz did some really important work in the early stages of mathematical economics, but a lot of the oral histories about him, like, yeah, he was not right. So Friedman's maybe not as smart. So he falls into the set of students who are really enthralled with his other professor, Frank Knight. And Frank Knight is against math and economics. Frank Knight is like, a neoclassical economist, but not a mathematical economist. He's an old school liberal. He's really concerned about liberal democracy, economic liberalism. And Friedman is very deeply influenced by Knight. And he continues to pursue mathematical economics. He'll go, for part of his graduate career, he goes to Columbia University, where he actually gets his PhD from, and he works with a mathematical economist there. And so he comes out trained in what will eventually be econometrics, statistics, and economics. His early publications are in statistics, but it's not really where his intellectual heart and soul are. And eventually he will turn very profoundly against mathematics and economics and become a sort of heterodox strain throughout 20th century economics that says simple models are better. We need to work off empirical data, not construct elegant models. And it becomes really sort of countercultural within economics.
And the test of a good model is it should actually predict stuff that happens.
It should predict stuff that happens. It should tie back to what's going on.
I'm wondering which direction to go. So first, actually, if we could zoom out on different schools of economics.
Yeah.
Just the basics. You mentioned neoclassical. We mentioned Keynesian economics. We mentioned what else did we mention? Well, the Chicago School of Economics.
Right.
Where does Austrian economics fit into that pile? Marxian economics. We just wonder, trying to redefine Keynesian economics and Chicago School of Economics, neoclassical economics, Austrian economics, because there's some overlap.
For sure. Okay, so schools of economics. So we could start with classical economics. Classical economics, you can think of Adam Smith, your classical economist, the founder of the discipline. Classical economics does not really use math. It's very close to political economy. It's concerned with, as Smith puts it, the wealth of nations. It's concerned to some degree with distribution. It's concerned to some degree with what makes a good political system. And what tends to really define classical economics when you're looking from a great distance is what's called the labor theory of value. So where does value come from in classical economics? It comes from the labor that a person puts into it. So maybe this in some ways it comes from Locke's notion of property, that you kind of mingle your labor with the natural world. We can say labor theory of value. So classical economics concerned with, Smith is arguing against mercantilism, trade, often goes by the name of political economy. So it's more capacious. It's thinking of politics and economics. You can still read these books today. The sentences are long, the words are different, but you can still follow along. So the real big transition from classical economics and political economy to economics, as it's understood today, comes with the marginal revolution. And the marginal revolution is a scientific revolution that happens in a couple different places simultaneously, right? This is one of these things that you see in the history of science. Like, there'll be some breakthrough, like Darwin has a breakthrough, but like somebody else has the same breakthrough at the same time, totally, differently. So there's a version of marginalism that's continental. There's a version of the German-speaking lands and the French-speaking lands and in Britain, and they all kind of come together. And the shift is in the theory of value. So the theory of value in marginalism is on the margin. So say you have one apple and you want a second one. How much is getting going from 1 apple to 2 apples for free? Probably quite a bit. If you had 10 apples, maybe going to 11 apples doesn't matter that much. The marginal value is less. So what marginalism does, though, most importantly, is it opens the door to math and economics, because it means you can graph this. Now, you can depict this relationship graphically. And there's some really interesting work in the history of economics that shows a lot of the people who developed marginalism were looking to physics as a model. Physics, the queen of the sciences. And so they were thinking, they imported terms from the natural world to describe the social world through the lens of economics. Terms like equilibrium. So the idea being that if you looked at a market would reach equilibrium when everybody is bought and sold all that they want, or the price will settle at an equilibrium price when it's really the demand and supply are matching.
Some of these ideas are things we would pick up in a microeconomics class.
Oh yes, this is still out there. This is sort of the basic foundation of microeconomics, marginal analysis. And so in the German-speaking intellectual tradition, this is the root of Austrian economics. And people picking up the marginal revolution in the German-speaking lands are opposed to the historicists, who are thinking in a more evolutionary way about how societies kind of grow, change, and they have a vision of economic ideas as applying the different types of social arrangements. Where the marginalists, remember, are inspired by physics, and this is a set of natural laws that applies anywhere to any sort of human society. So that's his first really big fissure that we'll see again and again. Are you historically minded? Do certain traits of economic life adhere, and become expressed in certain types of societies, or are there universal economic laws that flow through any kind of society? So that's kind of a juncture of break. And so marginalism, first people start using geometry to kind of graph things, but marginalism is also opening up the possibility of calculus and the possibility of creating models. But at that point in time, late 19th century, a model is something like a physicist does. Like, think of like an inclined plane and how fast does the ball roll from one to the other. It's a physical representation of the world. And eventually economists will start to create mathematical representations of the world. But we're not quite there yet. So we're late 19th century, we have this fissure, we have this introduction of marginal analysis that marks the juncture from classical economics to economics. So let's say now we can read economics, but we still have this fissure between historical thinking and let's call it natural law thinking. That's not quite right, but physical laws versus contingency. And then in the United States, this ends up mapping onto debates about capitalism. And so more historically minded economists tend to be interested in the progressive movement, which is invested in taming and regulating industrial capitalism and changing its excesses. Factory safety laws, wage laws, working conditions laws. Yet in general, American economists all use analysis just in different ways. The ones who are more drawn to marginal analysis become known as neoclassical economists. They're neoclassical. The neo is because they're using marginal analysis. The classical is because they don't think we need to change the way the economy operates or the government operates. They're not progressive. Whereas the progressives are saying things like we need to use social control. The state and the people collectively and democratically need to control the way economics unfolds and make sure things are fair. So that school of thought becomes known as institutional economics in the United States by the 20th century. So it's part of the progressive movement, late 19th century, into the 20th century, really becomes institutional economics. And it's quite dominant, and the neoclassical economists are still there, but they're very much a minority. And Frank Knight, Milton Friedman's teacher, is one of the minority neoclassical economists. And the institutionalists are much more progressive still.
Is it fair to say that the neoclassical folks, even the classical folks, versus the institutional economics folks. It's they have disagreement about how much government intervention there should be in the economy. So neoclassical is less intervention, and then the institutional economists, the progressive folks, there's more intervention.
Yes, exactly right. So this is the situation in the 1920s, but the other piece I should mention is the first generation of progressive economists were very radical. They were closely allied with the socialist movement, labor radicalism, and many of them lost their jobs at universities. This kind of connects to the dawn of academic freedom. This is before academic freedom. And they were chastened, became much more mainstream. By the time we get to the 1920s, we don't really have radical critiques of society coming from economists. Much smaller profession, much less important than it is today, and fairly peaceful, because the 1920s are a fairly peaceful decade in the United States. So this is a situation when the Great Depression hits. And as I mentioned before, the kind of most important institutional economist was Mitchell. And he's written a whole book on business cycles. He doesn't see this business cycle coming, and it hits, and he doesn't have a good explanation for it. Now, perhaps the preeminent neoclassical economist was Irving Fisher. Now, Irving Fisher is big into the stock market, and Irving Fisher says sometime in late summer 1929, stocks are going ever higher and will continue to go ever higher forever. And so he loses his reputation after the stock market crash. So Milton Friedman is stepping into a field in which the greats have been discredited, and there's an enormous economic crisis all around.
And everybody's struggling to figure out why the crisis happened.
Yes, and the other thing he's stepping into is a world where in the United States, there's a great deal of anger at capitalism, the system, unemployed people on the street. In Europe, there's rising fascist movements. In Asia, there's rising fascist movements. And so everyone's very concerned about this. And Friedman is seeing a lot of this through the lens of Frank Knight, who feels like we are maybe reaching the end of what he calls liberalism. He calls himself an old-fashioned liberalist. We're reaching the end of representative democratic government, because representative democratic government cannot solve these social problems. And capitalism, as it has developed, Knight is very pro-capitalist, but he says it's generating inequality and it's putting too many strains on the system. So Knight will become one of the people who helps Friedman think, how do I develop a new theory of capitalism that works in an era of mass democracy, where people can vote and people can express at the ballot box their unhappiness with what's happening economically. So this larger movement will generate, of which Hayek is a part, Friedman is a part, and it becomes the very early stirrings of trying to think about the new sort of liberalism, which will eventually be called neoliberalism.
Okay, so if we can just linger on the definitions of things. So we mentioned what neoclassical is and the institutional economics is. What's Keynesian economics? And the Chicago School of Economics, I guess, is a branch of neoclassical that's a little bit more empirical versus model-based. And Keynesian is very model-heavy, more intervention with government.
Yes.
And so the real battle is Keynesian versus everybody else.
That is what eventually comes to pass in the United States and in the kind of overall developed profession of economics. The other piece of the puzzle here is the introduction of mathematics. And it's been around the edges, but it will pick up speed in the 1930s, like the econometric society is founded, they start publishing. People start using more statistical and mathematical tools to think about economics, and they're given a boost for inadvertently by the rise of Keynesian economics. So Keynes is trained in the neoclassical tradition. He's an absolutely fascinating figure. He's been there in peace negotiations at Versailles. He basically calls World War II. He's like, hey, we're going to have another war here caused by Germany because this peace treaty has been done in such a vindictive way. And people have made such bad decisions. He's there. He sees it happening. And so when the Great Depression unfolds, he basically comes up with a new theory for explaining what's going on. And The previous neoclassical understanding is sort of things go up and things go down. And when they go down, there's a natural mechanism to bring them back up. So when the economy is going down, prices are going down, wages are going down, everybody's losing money, but eventually firms are going to realize, hey, I can hire people cheap. Hey, I can buy stuff cheap. I don't have a lot of competition, maybe I should get in the game here. And then others will start to get in, and then you regenerate prosperity in that way. And so Keynes says, sure, that's one theory, but something different is happening right now. Part of why it's happening is because we have the working class is more empowered now. They're not simply going to just take low wages and ride them down to the floor. You might not hit the floor. But also, he says, people might become too anxious to spend. They might not want to invest. And Keynes has these discussions of animal spirits, right? He's still enough of a political economist to think not just in terms of human rationality, but what are some other things going on in human beings? And people might decide to sit on their money. They might not invest it. And so what happens then is you could get stuck in a bad equilibrium. So in the neoclassical model, equilibrium kind of restarts and resets itself. And he says, no, we could get stuck here. We could get stuck in the depression. And in that case, what has to happen, he says, the government stimulates investment and the government itself invests. And then he argues that, a student of his, Richard Kahn, says, as the government invests $1, it has like a multiplier effect. The dollar spent by the government kind of ramifies out of the economy. So it takes the government and puts it in the center, as opposed to, say, the banking system or the financial system, which would be the more Friedman analysis. And for many economists of Friedman's generation, he's a weird generation. The generation that becomes dominant is just like 4 years older than men who become Keynesian economics, but that 4 years is really important because they come in to grad school in economics and they get exposed to the new ideas of John Maynard Keynes, and they, I think it's Paul Samuelson calls it it's like a South Sea virus that that attacked all of the young economists immediately succumbed, and like no one under 50 ever got the disease, right? Because their thinking's already set. And so Keynesianism, Keynes himself is very suspicious of math and economics. And he and Friedman are fascinated. One of the first books by Jan Tingerman, a Dutch economist, to use math and economics is huge volumes. Volume 1, Keynes canceled. Volume 2, Friedman canceled. So they're in the same page, but what happens is as Keynesianism arrives in the United States, Franklin Roosevelt is not really a Keynesian. He's kind of an accidental or experimental Keynesian. And there's a bunch of different ideas in the United States that are very similar to Keynesianism. They're not theories, but they're similar ideas that the government has to do. So this all comes together, and American economists realize that you can construct models in the Keynesian perspective, and if you can use numbers in these models, you can go to Washington, D.C. with numbers. And you seem like you have a lot more authority. And so math becomes really twin into Keynesian economics.
So numbers are used as a kind of a symbol of expertise. We really know what the hell's going on because we have some numbers.
Right, and we can create a model, and so we can say, okay, in the model, the interest rate is here and taxes are here, so let's play with government spending. Let's make it up, let's make it down, and then we can get an estimation that'll spit out, here's projected GDP. So the other piece of the Keynesian revolution is it really gets people thinking kind of holistically about the economy as one conceptual unit. And you then have what Paul Samuelson will end up calling the neoclassical synthesis, and this is still in economics today. If you take micro, you're going to get supply and demand, scarcity, marginal analysis. If you take macro, you're going to get a very different approach, and that's more Keynesian based. And so the idea is that, and this makes sense, I mean, you can think of this from statistics, right? The way things act individually versus when they're all added together, it can be very different. So there's this kind of uneasy piece where economists are using kind of neoclassical tools to analyze individual behavior and individual market behavior, and they're shifting to a different paradigm when they think about the economy as a whole. And this paradigm of the economy as a whole, the federal budget, the taxing and spending power of the federal government become paramount. And that is called the fiscal revolution. And that's really the essence of Keynesianism. But the key thing to remember is that Keynesianism and Keynes are different. And there's this famous episode where John Maynard Keynes comes to DC and he goes to dinner. And he comes back and he says to one of his friends in London, "So yeah, it was really interesting. I was the only non-Keynesian there."
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Keynesianism is more government intervention, fiscal policy. So put the government at the center of influencing the economy, and then the different flavors of whether it's Austrian economics or Chicago School of Economics is saying now we have to put less government intervention and trust the market more. And the formulation of that from Milton Friedman is trust the money more than, not trust, but the money supply is the thing that should be focused on.
Yes. So the Austrians and the Chicago schools see economic prosperity and growth comes from individual initiative, individual entrepreneurship, kind of private sources. The private market is what drives economic growth, not the public sector. And so for Friedman, then the question is, what is a government's role? And because he's lived through the Great Depression, he's not laissez-faire, and he won't ever be laissez-faire. Now, interestingly, Hayek, living through the Great Depression, at first is laissez-faire. And he's like, sure, like, let it rip. And things get so bad that Hayek's like, okay, that's not going to work.
Can we actually define laissez-faire? So what do we mean? Like, what's the free market? What's laissez-faire? What's the extreme version here?
So yeah, laissez-faire means liberty in France. It's more often used as an insult than as an actual. Very few people are completely and totally laissez-faire. That would be like the pure laissez-faire would be a sort of maybe pure anarchist position, like the state does nothing or the state isn't even there. But it tends to, if I could maybe make it more precise, it would be focused on freedom of contract would be essential. And that means like the buyer of labor and the seller of labor must have absolute freedom to contract. So that means no minimum wage law, no working hours law, no employment law, things like that. That was, and this is all pre-progressive movement. A lot of things are that, right? You know, imagine you're in 19th century America, you have a farm, and you hire someone to help you on the farm. You offer the money, and they take it. If they fall off a ladder and break their back, maybe you help them out, maybe, right? But there's not a whole apparatus of legal liability and safety, things like that. So that would be one piece. Another piece of laissez-faire would be free trade amongst nations. So no regulation of who can invest in a nation or who can take money out of a nation. So Nippon Steel could come and invest in U.S. Steel, and there would be no grounds in which to reject that. Or you could, as a billionaire in the United States, relocate you and all your money to another country, and the United States couldn't try to keep you, and nobody else could stop you from having it. And then in the context of economic crisis, laissez-faire would not encompass centrally provided relief, because in the pure theory, again, very seldom applied purely, but in the pure theory, wages need to come down far enough, and people need to be desperate enough to start taking work and to start the machine again. So the theory would be, if you give people relief, they might not go back to work. Now, almost nobody says that in the Great Depression, because the situation is so bad, and it's people are starving on the street. For humanitarian ethical reasons, it's not okay to say that. The Austrians, though, at first, Hayek and Lionel Robbins, are like, this is a business cycle, and it needs to run its course, and it will be detrimental if we intervene. And then pretty soon, Hayek has to change his tune.
So the Austrians are the most hardcore in terms of laissez-faire.
Absolutely. And so Hayek will make the turn towards accepting more of a state, and then he'll come to talk about how the state needs to support what he calls a competitive order. But his mentor, Ludwig von Mises, still remains very hardcore and is not really open to things like unemployment insurance or other state-based interventions.
What does one used to say about like human suffering that's witnessed in the Great Depression, for example? Like, what are we supposed to, as economists, as humans that define policy, what are we supposed to see when people are like suffering and scared?
Yeah, I wish I knew an answer to that question. I don't know enough about von Mises and his reaction in the Great Depression. I think I would hazard that he would look more to the down the road and say, well, if you start here, you're going to go places that are bad. But I don't factually know what he said in response. I do know that Hayek's position doesn't last very long. It's not a position you can hold. Maybe you can hold to it in other cycles. The other thing that was interesting is I found very few Americans saying this. Most who were kind of small town electeds, or the most famous is Andrew Mellon, quoted by Herbert Hoover. So not directly, we don't have it on record saying this, but apparently Hoover reports in his memoirs that Mellon said something like, liquidate real estate, liquidate stocks, purge the rottenness out of the system, people will live a healthier life. And certainly they were members of the Federal Reserve who felt like it would create, they didn't say moral hazard, but it would create what we now call moral hazard, bad habits. Were we to intervene and to save failing banks? Because failing banks need to be taught a lesson, they need to be taught discipline. And so a lot of people, I think, saw it in the context of discipline. This is discipline. And if you lose the discipline, you'll be taking away something fundamental.
So Milton Friedman never quite went all the way to laissez-faire.
No, he didn't see that. And what's really interesting is the number of incredibly radical proposals that he and his teachers were floating. So I mentioned Frank Knight. Another really important influence on Friedman was Henry Simons, who was a junior professor at Chicago. And Simons had this idea for what he called 100% money, which would be a law that says banks have to hold 100% of the deposits they receive. They can't loan them out on the margin. This would completely and totally have overhauled the U.S. banking system. And he would have said, there's a category of things called banks where you get deposits, and then there's going to be a category of sort of, you can say investment banks, but investment vehicles that will invest. So similar to what did happen in some ways in the banking reforms, in that in the 1930s, the investment banks were split from the deposit banks, and the banks that took deposits were much more highly regulated, and they were supported by the FDIC. But the point being, the Chicago School had these very radical proposals for reform. Go off the gold standard, restrict the currency, change the banks, immediately release payments now. What is important to note, though, is that they thought of all of those as emergency measures to get through the emergency, not as permanent alterations in the state of what had to be, and not permanent alterations between state and market. Where the Keynesian assumption is things have changed, times have changed, we're in a new dispensation, and we need a new relationship. So Milton Friedman is very open to doing things differently in a state of emergency. People have different ideas during World War II than any other time, and that's why I argue I think he would have been supportive of at least the first rounds of coronavirus relief, because I think he would have put his emergency thinking hat on. So in that way, he was definitely more flexible.
You mentioned Hayek. Who's this guy? What's his relationship to Milton Friedman and his basic ideas, and in the context of the Great Depression? Can we talk about that a little bit?
Sure. So F.A. Hayek is an Austrian economist who takes up a posting in London, and he's a mentor, a mentee rather, of Ludwig von Mises. He's writing about business cycles, Austrian capital theory, and the Depression hits, and he's one of the few economists who in the beginning really is not calling for much intervention. Although, as he realizes how politically unpalatable that is, he will develop a more softened version of Austrian economics that has room for a whole range of social services. What's significant about Hayek is that he is also watching what's happening in Austria, what's happening in Germany, and he's really worried the same thing is is going to happen to the Western democracies. And he sees the root cause of this is socialism, the shift towards an expanded role for government. He's been talking about is happening in the United States, it's also happening in Britain. And so he writes this book that becomes incredibly famous, The Road to Serfdom, basically saying, taking these steps towards a planned economy, or an economy that's a modified form of capitalism, is going to, he's very clear that this is not an inevitability, but if the same steps are taken and people follow the same line of thinking, we may end up in a sort of coercive, totalitarian state. So this becomes enormously popular in the United States. First of all, he's in good touch with Friedman's teachers, even before this book comes out. They see them as kindred spirits. Frank Knight is in touch with them, Henry Simons is in touch with them. They all see themselves as liberals. They call themselves old-fashioned, unreconstructed liberals. And so even before he becomes famous, Hayek will be trying to kind of organize thinkers and intellectuals who he believes shares his values, what we would call today classical liberalism, and to kind of create a counter-consensus to the one that's gathering. Now, Hayek also chooses not to argue against Keynes, and he feels that this is a huge missed opportunity, that he should have staked out the case against Keynes, and that because he did not, people come to believe there is no case against Keynes. Keynes is literally unanswered. So Hayek will have this great regret. He will channel some of his regrets into community building, specifically developing the Montpellier Society. And it will fall to Friedman to really make that case against Keynes. But Hayek will end up at Chicago, and Hayek really influences Friedman to think about what Hayek calls the competitive order, and how the state can and must maintain the competitive order. That is, the system of laws, of norms and practices that makes it possible for markets to function. And this is one of these key differentiators between the older philosophy of laissez-faire and the newer reconceptualization of liberalism, which says, yes, we need a state. We need a state that's not intervening in markets under social democratic auspices, but is structuring and supporting markets so that they can function with maximum freedom, keeping in mind that if there aren't basic social supports needed, the market is apt to generate a type of either inequality or social instability that will call the whole system in question. So Hayek is really key in promoting modified liberalism. But from being a very prominent economist in the 1920s and 1930s, as mathematics becomes the language of economics, Hayek is completely left out in the cold. Now, Friedman to some degree is left out in the cold, but Friedman at least has proved the mathematical economists that he knows what they're up to, and he's rejecting it from a position of expertise and knowledge. And he literally drives the mathematical economists out of Chicago. They're clustered in a group called the Coles Commission, and he makes their life hell. They flee the Friedman onslaught. But then when Hayek arrives at the University of Chicago, he would like to be considered for a position in the economics department, and Milton Friedman says, no way. You're not really an economist because you're not empirical, because you just developed these theories. So he has an appreciation for Hayek as a social thinker, but not as an economist. So what Friedman decides to do, his answer to Keynes will be deeply empirical, but it will also be theoretical, and it will create an alternative intellectual world approach for economists who aren't satisfied with Keynesianism. And almost single-handedly, Friedman will introduce political and ideological diversity into the field of economics, because from his beachhead in Chicago, he will develop the theory of monetarism. So what is monetarism? The easy way to summarize it is the famous dictum of Milton Friedman's: inflation is always and everywhere a monetary phenomenon. And it's fascinating that he becomes an expert in inflation, because the first research and the first major research product of monetarism is that theory of the Great Depression in a monetary history of the United States. And that is the theory of a deflation, all prices going down. And he will go back to an idea that Irving Fisher had popularized popularized a very old idea, almost a truism, the quantity theory of money, which says the level of the price level is related to the amount of money circulating in an economy. If you have more money, prices go up. If you have less money, prices go down. Now, this seems like very basic, almost too basic to bear repeating, but Friedman is saying this very basic relationship holds true even in an advanced industrial economy. And that is what people have started to doubt. And if you think about money, you think about banks, you don't think necessarily about the federal budget and taxation. And what you see happens in American economics, the textbooks previous to the Keynesian revolution, they spent a lot of time on money, spent a lot of time on interest rates. You can do word counts. Other scholars have done the word counts. And then word count for money after World War II just plummets. And you start seeing things like taxation, budget, those things go up. So what happens is the economics profession shifts its attention. It just looks away from money to other things. And Friedman is one of the few who say, no, money still matters, money still counts. And it's a very counterintuitive argument to make. It's a very historical argument to make. And this is absolutely fascinating to me. With Anna Schwartz, he develops this 150-year time frame. He also has students working on episodes of hyperinflation in different periods of time. He's also looking back to like ancient history, inflationary episodes there. And he's saying this is a law of economics. This is something that recurs throughout time. It's not historical, right? It's not contingent. It's a law of economics. And, his Keynesian counterpoints are saying, no, that's not relevant any longer. Maybe once it was relevant, but it's not relevant today. Now, in some ways, they have a point because in order to pay for World War II, the federal government sells a lot of bonds, issues a lot of debt, and it wants to pay this debt back at a low interest rate, and it wants people to keep buying it. It wants the low interest rate to be competitive with other interest rates. So it wants, in general, low interest rates throughout the economy. And the Federal Reserve has been so discredited by the Great Depression that the Treasury basically runs the Federal Reserve and says, keep interest rates low. And so that's what it's doing. And so the Federal Reserve has stopped being an independent entity. It's just a sort of department of the Treasury. But in 1951, they negotiate what's called the Treasury Fed Accord. And the Federal Reserve gets its independence, but it doesn't really use it. But statutorily, it now has it. And so most economists are just observing a regime in which the Federal Reserve has no power, a regime in which there is really little inflation. The inflation that's seen is post-little burst of inflation in the Korean War. And they're saying inflation is not really important. It's not really relevant, and money's not really relevant anymore. And so to break through and to make the argument, that's why Friedman and Schwartz go to history, and they're able to make that argument for history. So then Friedman is coming out with a variety of papers that are saying, when I look at economic fluctuations, he maps them side by side of fluctuations in the money supply and says, look, they fit. And other economists, remember, they're building complicated mathematical models, and Friedman's doing extremely simple stuff. And they just think it's dumb, it's not interesting, it's not true. They don't buy it at all. And so, but after a monetary history of the United States, they have to pay attention. So it's really in those years, Friedman is hammering this idea of monetarism, and it starts to become something respectable, bordering on respectable for other economists to look to and think about. And that's really the beginning of a kind of Keynesian monetary split, where if you start to give Friedman any credence, you're heading towards a monetary position. Now, at the same time, Friedman comes out very publicly in 1964 as a supporter of Barry Goldwater. And Keynesian economics has found a home in the Democratic Party. It's probably the brightest moment in the sun is the administration of John F. Kennedy, who brings in a lot of Harvard and Yale professors, the Council of Economic Advisors, who poses a series of spending programs that are really guided by the Keynesian philosophy. And the Barry Goldwater is tremendously controversial, hard for his votes against civil rights, which Friedman really supports, hard because he's a hardcore libertarian. And I mean, he's just tremendously unpopular, particularly in all the educated precincts where Friedman lives. So Friedman is like an outcast and a pariah for his support of Goldwater. And so that actually really affects monitoring because people feel that this is now becoming a package deal. And so there's a great reluctance to embrace Friedman's ideas because it seems like you would then have to embrace his politics.
So it's associated with conservatism.
So this is the years when conservatism, there is a movement that calls itself conservatism. And Friedman is very tightly allied with this movement from the beginning, partly through his friendship with William F. Buckley. And a lot of people say to me, yeah, but Friedman's not conservative. This is like a bigger, we have a whole separate podcast on this. But for now, I'll just say that conservative in the United States becomes a political brand that contains elements of conservatism that are recognizable across time and space, the embrace of tradition, or comfort with hierarchy, etc. And it also has something new and different, which is Friedman's ideas about Milton Friedman's advocacy of more free markets, less government regulation, and the benefits of capitalism and the benefits of freedom. And that gets folded into American conservatism, in part because Milton Friedman is such a powerful intellectual figure. And after his advocacy, Goldwater, media realizes this guy's really smart. He has really interesting things to say. He makes great copy. He makes a great guest. And he starts writing a column for Newsweek magazine, which is a very big deal in a much more consolidated media environment. And he's quoted in all the newspapers. And so his public profile really starts to rise right as he's pushing monetarism as an alternative to the Keynesian synthesis.
Can we just what is monetarism?
Yes.
What again? So like what? Okay, the money supply.
Yes.
So money is this thing that live in a notion where people buy and sell stuff. And it's a fascinating, complex, dynamical system of people contracting with each other in a meaningful way. There's so many pothead questions I'm going to ask about the nature of money. I mean, money is fascinating in that way. And I think for Milton Friedman, trusting the flow of money is really important.
Yeah.
And the signals that pricing and money in general provides is important.
So yeah, and some of this, I could take some of this back again to Frank Knight. So one thing Frank Knight said to all his students was the market is the best allocation mechanism we have. The market is what allocates resources in a situation of scarcity. The market allocates them the best. And then Hayek will add to that by saying prices are information signals, and a price sends information to buyers and sellers about how they should act. And these are the two of the strongest arguments for why the government should not intervene in the price system, because it will blur information or because it will allocate less efficiently than market allocation will. And so what Friedman is really going to add to that is maybe going up a level and thinking in the macro about the whole economy and how money circulates through that economy as a whole. And so what he and Anna Schwartz do is they construct what are called monetary aggregates. This is adding together, say, all the money that's on deposit in banks and all the money that's believed to be circulating in people's wallets. And you also have to really go back in time. You know, we don't have credit cards. There is a stock market, but it's tiny in terms of the number of people who invest. There aren't mutual funds. Like when travelers' checks are introduced, this is like a big deal. So we have a very simple monetary system. And so Schwartz and Milton Friedman start measuring what they call the monetary aggregates. They focus on M1 and M2, and their favorite aggregate is M2, which I believe is encompassing deposits and circulating medium. The other thing to recall is there's some fine distinctions between money in savings accounts and money in checkings accounts. And money in savings accounts can earn interest and is generally believed not to circulate, where money in checking accounts is not at that time bear interest and cannot legally bear interest, and so is thought of as circulating. And then there's different institutional architectures, postal savings banks, credit unions. So, but Friedman is one, taking a focus to these aggregate amounts of money and saying, these really have a lot to do with economic booms and busts. When we have an expansion in the amount of available money, we see an expansion in economic activity. When we have a contraction in available money, we have a contraction. And so he says, at this stage, the government, through the mechanism of the Federal Reserve and its influence on interest rates, can either make money more cheaply available, more freely available in the economy, or can make money more expensive and slow things down. But the central core idea of monetarism is this is potentially very bad if the government can hit the gas and then hit the brake and hit the gas and hit the brake based on, say, what a politician wants or what somebody at the Federal Reserve wants. You have a lot of instability in the system. And so one of the core policy proposals of monetarism is let's grow the money supply at a steady rate. And in the beginning, Friedman just says K%. He doesn't even put a number on it because he says the number doesn't matter. What matters is the steadiness in the growth rate. Because if it's a steady growth rate, it will fade away. And then people will make economic decisions based on the fundamentals, not based on what they think is going to happen, not based on hedging against inflation or hedging against deflation. They'll just be able to function. So this is sort of the paradox of monetary policy. When it's happening right, you don't see it, you don't notice it. When it's happening wrong, Friedman argues, we can just fundamentally destabilize everything. It can cause the Great Depression. It can cause an artificial boom. And so he's taking monetary policy at a time when most economists think it's completely irrelevant and saying this is the central game of the economy. Now, we live in a world where we believe this, and the Federal Reserve chair can't open their mouth without headlines being generated. But Friedman is saying this at a time when the Federal Reserve is like a mysterious and secretive organization. It's not well known, it's not deeply appreciated. Some of the only people who appreciate the Fed's power are like hardcore rural populace who have constituents, who think the banks and money power are the problem for throwback opportunities. So Friedman in the beginning has no constituency for this policy. He has no constituency for this analysis. And so just going back to summarize monetarism, it's using the quantity theory of money to analyze the macroeconomy. It's proposing a policy of slow and steady growth in the money supply. And then it is arguing that inflationary episodes, when they emerge, are profoundly driven by changes in the money supply, not by anything else.
I mean, and going even up a level as we started, how epic is it to develop this idea, to hold this idea, and to convince the United States of this idea that money matters, that today we believe is mostly correct for now.
Yeah.
And so there's this idea that goes against the experts that eventually wins out and drives so much of the economy, the most powerful economy in the world. So fascinating.
Yeah, so that's a fascinating story. And so what happens is Friedman has advanced all these ideas. He's roiled the economic profession. He's built a political profile. And then he becomes the head of the American Economic Association. And he is asked in that role to give a presidential address. And so he gives his presidential address December 1967. And he says, I'm going to talk about inflation, and I'm going to talk about the trade-off between inflation and unemployment. And this is what's generally known as the Phillips curve. And the Phillips curve in its original form is derived from post-World War II data. So it's derived over about 12 years of data. And it shows that when inflation goes up, unemployment goes down. And the idea, would make sense that as the economy is heating up and lots of things are happening, more and more people are getting hired. And so this relationship has led policymakers to think that sometimes inflation is good. And if you want to lower unemployment, you could let inflation kind of go a little bit. And in the crude forms, it becomes to seem like the menu. Like you could take your model and you could plug in, I want this much unemployment, and it would say, well, great, this is how much inflation we should do. So then you would target that inflation rate. So Friedman gets up and he says, this is wrong. This might work in the short term, but it's not going to work in the long term, because in the long term, inflation has, first of all, it has a momentum of its own. Once it gets going, it tends to build on itself. The acceleration is thesis. It accelerates. And once inflation gets going, and the reason it gets going is because, workers go to the store and they see the price level has gone up. Things have cost more. They ask for the wages to go up. Then, people eventually, the wages go up too high and they will no longer be hireable, or companies will decide that these high wages, I can't hire as many workers, I better lay off. So if inflation keeps going, eventually over the long term, it will result in high unemployment. So he says, theoretically, you could end up in a situation where you have high inflation and high unemployment. This hasn't been seen, but he says theoretically this could happen. And then he goes and he says, and the government has started expanding the money supply. In 1966. So we're going to get a bunch of inflation, and then we're going to get a bunch of unemployment. And he estimates about how long it will take. And then he says, once this all happens, it will take about 20 years to get back to normal. And
It takes the stagflation of the 1970s.
Stagflation of the 1970s.
Against yourself and again, against the mainstream belief represented by the folks.
Yeah, and what really makes it happen is that many of the economists who most deeply dislike Friedman and most deeply dislike his politics in the 1970s, as they're running their models, they start to say Friedman's right. They start to see in the data that he's right. And a very parallel process happens in Britain. Britain's going through a very similar burst of spending, burst of inflation. And so Friedman is vindicated in a very profound way, in the way that he himself said would be the ultimate vindication, which is my theory should predict. So that prediction of stagflation is really the sort of final breakthrough of his ideas, and also their importance to policy, and to thinking about how we should intervene or not in the economy, and what the role of the Federal Reserve is, because he's saying the Federal Reserve is incredibly powerful, and finally people start to believe it.
And I don't know if you said, but to make clear, stagflation means high unemployment and high inflation, which is a thing, like you mentioned, was not seen before, and he predicted accurately. And it also disproves sort of the relationship, the inverse relationship between unemployment and inflation.
Yeah, no, I should say the Phillips curve is still out there. It's been expectations augmented, and it is relevant in the short term, but Friedman's warning is still very much apt that if you get too focused on unemployment, you can let inflation out of the bag. And so until very recently, the Federal Reserve's tradition has been focusing on inflation, believing that's fundamental, and that will keep unemployment low, rather than trying to lower unemployment as a cost of raising inflation.
Can we go back to Frank Knight and the big picture thing we started with, which is the justification of capitalism?
Yes.
So as you mentioned, there's a frequent search for a moral justification of capitalism. Frank Knight was a big influence on Milton Friedman, and including on this topic of understanding the moral justification of capitalism. I think you spoke about Knight's case for capitalism was grounded in the idea that the ability to act in the face of uncertainty creates profit, and it should, because taking risks should be rewarded. So like this idea that taking risks in the face of uncertainty should create profit, and that becomes a justification that the ethics of capitalism. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, so Knight is talking about where does profit come from? And to his mind, it comes from the entrepreneurial function and the risk-taking function. And so he kind of weaves that into why capitalism works the works best and why it's the most effective allocation machine and why it assigns responsibility in a way he believes that the socialist system never could. Now, Knight, though, is not a booster of capitalism, in part because he's just a darkly pessimistic, depressive guy, and so he's afraid that capitalism is going to collapse and socialism or fascism is going to take over communism. And so he kind of descends into darkness there. Friedman, as the more optimist, believes with Hayek that you can develop a different approach to capitalism and preserve the price system, preserve allocation, but build in social supports, build in social income, things like this. But there's a moment in his career where he's struggling to figure out, like, how do I make this case for capitalism? And basically, the whole sort of conservative movement, or people who later call it conservative movement, are struggling to make this case. And he starts thinking about what makes capitalism work is that if you put forth effort, you get a reward. So then you could say, well, people get what they deserve for their capitalism. Then he kind of stops and he says, that's not really true because we're born with such different endowments and there's a huge quotient of luck, right? So some people are just in the right position and some people aren't. So if I say capitalism is moral because people get what they deserve, that's not really true. And he also kind of has like an ethical reaction, which he ends up calling like an aesthetic reaction. He's kind of like, it just doesn't feel right to say that. And so he struggles for a while with like, what do I say? And then he basically says, capitalism, it can't be the core. Discipline of the market can't be the core to your ethics. It has to be something else. So that's when he will decide it's freedom. It's individual freedom. That's really the ethical core. And capitalism makes individual freedom possible because capitalism is dedicated to maximizing that. And so the defense of capitalism comes through freedom. And at his stage in history, he's able to set aside Knight's worry about inequality and say, when I look at the data, and this is true for the macro data mid-century, incomes are actually converging, right? And it also, if you look historically, if the country goes from, say, a more feudal agrarian society to a more market-based society, incomes will converge. Now, then they might start to diverge, but Friedman's in the moment when he's seeing the convergence. And so that's what he's really focused on. So he believes he can justify capitalism through the ethic of freedom, and he also believes that inequality is a problem that can be addressed through specific policies, and it's not a fundamental feature of capitalism. In other words, he doesn't see capitalism as an engine of inequality the way that Friedman did, and the way that maybe some critics on the left.
How did he conceive of freedom? So, individual freedom, economic freedom, political freedom, civil freedom. What was the tension, dynamic between those different freedoms?
So he really begins focusing on economic freedom, and he says it's really important to focus on economic freedom because in the United States we don't value it. So by economic freedom, he means the ability to keep what you've earned, the ability to make decisions about your business, the ability to make decisions about the work that you do. So this will translate into things like there shouldn't be a minimum wage. He believes the minimum wage has bad social effects, but he also believes you should be free to accept a job at a wage that you yourself have determined is acceptable to you. And there should be very minimal regulation, questions around safety and other things, because the market will ultimately, if you create an unsafe product, it won't sell, and that's what is acceptable. So he really centers economic freedom because he thinks, especially, and he's really speaking from his vantage point in the universities and speaking to the kind of liberal consensus of the 50s and 60s. He thinks economic freedom has been undervalued in the American context, so he really wants to push that forward. He's really kind of taking political freedom for granted. Now, later in his career, when he becomes famous, he's traveling the world, he spends time in Chile, and this country is now being ruled by a dictator, Augusto Pinochet, who starts introducing economic freedom, but there's no political freedom. And Milton Friedman believes eventually these two things are going to go together. Tells Pinochet, you've got economic freedom, and eventually it's going to mean political freedom. Pinochet's like, okay, fine, I'm really interested in that. I want to know what I should do about inflation. But then when Milton Friedman leaves Chile, he's attacked and vilified for having been a supporter. He's interpreted that he's a supporter of the regime, which he's not, but he realizes he has talked too much about economic freedom and he hasn't talked enough about political freedom. He's kind of assumed political freedom because he's coming from the American context. So then he starts recalibrating this and saying, you know what, if you don't have political freedom, you're never going to be able to hold on to economic freedom. So he sees that they need to go together and they don't naturally go together. And so he starts to become more clear in talking about political freedom. Now let's fast forward to the end of his life and he's witnessing the emergence of what's called the Asian tiger. So capitalist economies that are doing very well, but they don't have political freedom. But then he observes they don't have political freedom in that you can't vote in a free and fair election, but they also don't have a Stasi, they don't have an HB, they're not, calling people off for their wrong opinions. So then he says they have something called civic freedom. And so he kind of defines this third sphere, civic freedom, debate, discussion, interpersonal relations, but you can't be political. So this is a late in life addition. I don't think it's fully theorized. I think what it shows is that during the Cold War, he very much believed economic and political freedom, capitalism, freedom, democracy, the United States, capitalism, this all went together. And he starts to see at the end of his life the emergence of different social systems that are using market trading and allocation, but aren't giving people similar freedoms. And he's kind of puzzling over that. And he always believes that China will democratize. And he thinks China's on the path to democratization, in part because Chile does democratize. And eventually Pinochet is voted out, and it's become a democratic, capitalist, and very prosperous country. And he thinks that's exactly what's happening in China. He sees Tiananmen, and he doesn't live long enough to get to where we are now, in which it doesn't look like political or civic freedom is coming to China anytime soon.
And he did oppose the dual track system of China, meaning like the market is bottom up, going, China's top down, and you can't have both.
He thought you couldn't have both.
Yeah.
He thought eventually the market would triumph.
But it's a really powerful idea to say, okay, maybe there's not political freedom, just hold on to the economic freedom, and eventually that's going to give political freedom. Is that correct to say, like, start to work on the economic freedom, and the political freedom piece will take care of itself?
That's what he believed. Yeah, I think it's more complicated than that, right? The people who gain out of a system of economic freedom could decide to collude in a system where there isn't political freedom. That's certainly a scenario. So, but that was, again, that's that core idea of freedom, right? And that core belief that people want freedom, and that people are drawn to freedom.
Just to go back to Frank Knight a little bit, you wrote an essay called The Ethics of Competition, with the metaphor that the economic life is a game, and maybe that extends to society as a whole, like the entirety of it is a competitive game. And Milton Friedman, I think, adapted some of this, appreciated some of this. Can you speak to this metaphor?
Yeah, I think what the metaphor of the game does is it asks you, okay, well, what are the rules then? And let's focus on the rules that keep the game going. So he didn't use the concept of an infinite game, but I think that's an interesting one. A game that all the players are in and keep going again and again and again. And so that helped Knight, along with Hayek, shift from the allocation question, who's getting what, are things allocated fairly, to the more structural question of like, what are the rules of the game that we need to keep this system going? And so for a while that led to the discussion of monopoly, where we need rules against concentration, or we need the rule of law. Everyone needs to be treated equally. People need to know what they're up against. And then going back to monetarism, the core of monetarism is a rule. Friedman called it a monetary growth rule. And so again, what keeps the economic game going is a rule about how much the money grows that everybody knows. Nobody's guessing. Nobody's changing the rules to help their side or to help, the people they're friendly with. We all know it's there, it's clear, it's easy. And so that emphasis on rules, I think, really has a through line. It goes into Hayek's competitive order, and then it goes into the monetary growth rule. And then, today, monetary policy makes use of monetary policy rules. We have not abandoned discretion, but rules are used as a heuristic or a check, and those come out of Friedman's thinking. And so, it's something, it's really profound, and it was always counterposed to discretion, which Friedman worried would be subject to capture or political corruption. If you had discretion in policymaking, or if you had discretion in these very big areas, then people would stop competing against each other in a market, and they would turn their attention to getting control of the rules or the rulemakers.
So if there's clear, transparent rules, then you're free to play the game.
Yes, exactly.
But then depending on the rules, the game can turn out the equilibrium that it provides. That might be different. So that speaks to the mechanism design, the design of the rules.
Yeah, and that was, again, to go back to the idea of separating new liberalism or neoliberalism from classical liberalism. It's more of a focus on what are the rules that are needed, what is the competitive order that we want to set out, how do we design in social safeguards, how do we think about it. And so that shift towards monetary policy and focusing on stable monetary growth, that becomes really important in the post-70s era, is one of the basic rules of how a capitalist economy should function. And it becomes really important because it's see the example of, say, countries, most notably in Latin America, where monetary rules weren't followed and different governments played politics with their currencies. And that created huge upheaval and huge social loss, economic loss, just economic disaster.
So my friend, the poker player, philosopher, so it's a great human being. She has a podcast called Win-Win that everybody should listen to. And the whole purpose of the podcast and our whole way of being in spirit is to find win-win solutions. So do you think of economic life as having such win-win solutions? So being able to find rules where everybody wins, or is it always going to be zero-sum?
I definitely believe in win-win, but with a big asterisk. Like, you can have win-win, but it can feel like win-lose, which is, it's not just are people getting more. It has a lot to do with, do people feel they're getting more, and do people feel they're getting what's fair and equal. So you could have a situation, for instance, if you look at the history of, back to Chile, it has steady growth, steady income growth, steady diminution of inequality, and a high level of discontent within the society, and a high level of belief that the society is corrupt and unfair. And that's what matters. How people feel about it, how people perceive it, matters. And you can't, we saw this recently, you can't just come out with a bunch of statistics that tell people you're winning in this game if they feel like they're losing. So that goes to all the non-rational factors and all the comparative factors that people have when they think about where they are vis-a-vis other people in society. So we're just incredibly social creatures. We're incredibly attuned to our status, to rising and falling, to where we sit vis-a-vis others. And so that absolutely has to be attended to. It can't just be an economic analysis.
It's so interesting that the experience of the economy is different than the reality of the economy. On the topic of corruption, I think the reality of corruption versus the perception of corruption is really important in a lot of these nations. Take Ukraine, for example. The perception of corruption has a big impact on the economy. You don't want to invest. You're very cautious as a business person. The reality of corruption is way different than the actual perception. But if narratives take hold, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. It has a big effect on the psychology of the people involved. It's interesting.
Yeah, this goes back to Keynes's analysis of the Great Depression, right? If people won't invest, if they're spooked, if the investing classes are spooked, you could be in real trouble. And in some ways, the simple analysis of the problem and proposal of a solution was enough to restore eventually the path to economic prosperity, right? That's Franklin Roosevelt. Nothing to fear but fear itself. The sense of we know we have a future, we have optimism, then you believe in it. And to go back to thinking about money, right? Money works because we all believe in it. It's a form of social trust, and it's a form of belief and faith in our society and in the other people in it. And when that breaks down, the money system will break down as well.
Is there something Milton Friedman said and thought about, how to control the psychology of human scale?
No, I mean, what's interesting is he does talk, especially in his later work, he says we have fiat currency and this is an experiment, and we don't know how it's going to turn out. And it's turning out okay right now, but we've always had a commodity-based or backed currency of some form or another. And this is the first time. And so who really knows? So far, so good. And he also was very attuned. It's interesting in his later writings, he was thinking about this too. Sure, I could design a monetary system that would be different, but when I look at history, I see that monetary systems have always, incorporated the role of the state because it's so important to people. And so, therefore, my theoretical designs really have to be tempered by what I've actually seen happen in history.
So maybe you could speak to this tension between how much government intervention is okay and not okay. So he was against minimum wage, but he was for guaranteed minimum income. Can you explain actually the difference between the two?
Yeah, so this was one of the discoveries I made in my research. I found a paper from 1938 he wrote advocating what we would call today universal basic income, a minimum income. And he basically sees this as part of the effort to create a new liberalism, right? And he basically says we have advanced societies, we have prosperous societies. We have decided, in keeping with our morals and our ethics, that people should not be starving in an advanced society like this. The question is, how are we going to make that happen? And he ended up believing the best thing to do is to put a floor under everybody. And he said, you get that based on your income. If you have a lot of income, you don't get it. If you have a little income, you might get a little bit of it. If you have no income, you get enough of it. And he believed in the beginning you should base that on, what was required to buy food, right? That would be kind of an objective, you could objectively determine the nutrition and the price of food. And so that for him, it's important. He says it's keeping with a liberal polity because it's not intervening in the price system. It's not intervening in economic relations. And it does not, in his view, require a bureaucracy to administer. It is not, in his view, require that you qualify for it by virtue of being in a protected class. That you just get it as kind of part of your membership in this general citizenship body. And so that to him was really different than a minimum wage because it did not interfere with the work bargain. His belief about minimum wages was specifically that it priced out unskilled labor. That what an unskilled laborer had to offer was a willingness to work for a very low wage. And if you set the minimum wage too high, businesses, instead of hiring that higher priced labor, would not hire. Or like you can think of today, right? They put an electronic checkout, or something like this where you don't actually need the labor. So he really believed that minimum wage had that perverse incentive. Now this is a live debate on what minimum wages do, and there seems to be a level at which you can set them that they can not have that perverse effect, and in fact can kind of create people with more spending money that then powers the economy. So he had a very sort of clinical analysis of that rather than an empirical one or a really abstract analysis. But the minimum income is fascinating because it seems very leftist to us. But what it is it's purely individualistic. And it never really happened because it was so purely individualistic, because American social policy typically identifies like this group of people is deserving and we'll give them benefits. So the classic example is soldiers, veterans. Another example is the mothers raising children and children. These people deserve money. The rest of you better go out and work. And so Friedman's proposal, it really caught on in the 60s. It ultimately went nowhere, but it was no litmus test, no income analysis, just we're going to give you this much. Everyone's going to get this much. And he decided once mass taxation had come in, you could do it through taxes. And you could just rebate people who didn't pay income taxes, got a rebate. That actually came to pass. It's the earned income tax credit. And it's considered extremely successful, by policy analysts. It does what it's supposed to do. It's not that expensive. And so I see that as a kind of paradigm of his thinking in that instead of creating a bureaucracy that does some form of redistribution, or instead of trying to intervene in the market for labor or the market for something else, the market for housing, you provide a cash grant that people spend for themselves so, interestingly, that's what happened in the emergency situation of COVID, right? That's exactly what people did. They followed that model. We just get money out quick. And there's a lot of discussion still about UBIs and something that should be done. And I think it's always going to be hard to pull off because I think Americans and their elected representatives don't want to provide a universal benefit. They want to provide a targeted benefit because they believe there's like a moral component here. And Friedman advanced a policy that's really abstract and really just, kind of, it was devoid of judgment. It was like pure and beautiful in that way, but like utterly impractical.
And they're really focused on not interfering with the market and the signals that the market provides. Like it's really against price controls.
Yeah.
Kind of reason.
Yeah, exactly. But you could say, okay, but how does this not interfere with the market, right? You provide people with a minimum income, will that change their incentives to work, etc. I mean, there's a big body of research on this. Most of it seems to show one is way better than the current benefits cliff, where you have to not work to get your benefits, and any incentive impact on working seems to be much lower than would be expected. But I'll let the economists and social science to spend time on that and figure it out empirically. Hopefully, we should be able to.
Yeah, there's been a bunch of studies. It's interesting, even just how you conduct studies like this, how you do these kinds of experiments, especially if you're empirically minded. Because a lot of the studies I saw are pretty small.
Right.
So how do you make big conclusions about how to run the world, how to run economies from such small studies? It's all a fascinating experiment of ideas, and it's also inspiring to see individuals and maybe small groups of individuals, like the Chicago School of Economics, to sort of shake up what we believe and how we run the world.
Yeah.
Inspiring.
Yeah.
You called Milton Friedman the last great conservative. Maybe to be a little bit controversial and make bold statements to get everybody excited. But what do you mean by that? And what makes it great?
So I was really thinking of that in terms of kind of American political identities, and particularly the 20th century conservative movement, which people always saying this isn't conservatism. Yes, in America, conservatism is different. It looks different. It feels different. Conservatism in America builds in a big component of what we could call libertarianism, capitalism, anti-government ideas, and critics will say that conservatism is about conserving institutions and practices, and it has a role for the state and organic community. But in the United States, it's always had since the 20th century this anti-statist. Let's let the market rip. Let's not worry about what the market does to establish traditions. The market is our tradition. Capitalism is our tradition. So that was really synthesized. Many people were there, but Friedman and the importance of his books, Free to Choose, Capitalism and Freedom, the television series he did, all of these were like the core components of this American conservative business as it evolved. And I really see that as having broken down. It is scattered into different pieces. We don't know where they're going to come back together again. But, Friedman's push for open global markets, better free trade, that's getting pushback on both the left and the right. That I think is just a major sign that both parties have turned away from this vision. I don't know what they've turned to, but the way that Friedman brought these pieces together, I think that political moment has passed. So that's what I was trying to talk about with the book title. There's another way, though, in which I think of him also as a conservative, which is that within the field of economics, he went back to this older idea of the quantity theory of money and said, this still has value. This can be applied in the modern day. It's something to teach us. And he, pushed back against this trend towards mathematization. So he kept writing books. You can still pick up a Friedman book and read it. There's lots of economics articles and outputs and unreadable unless you're in the field. And so I think in that way, he was trying to conserve methodologically and intellectually the traditions of the field. The work that he and particularly Anna Schwartz did, that they were counting of things and deep analysis of data from the field, that was completely unfashionable in his time. Now we've sort of gone back to it, big data, computers, but he helped bring that forward and preserve that tradition. So I think of him kind of intellectually as a conservative. I think the mode of his thought. And so, I mean, what makes a great conservative is one who takes those older ideas and makes them fresh for a new time period. I think that's exactly what he did.
You've also spoken about the times when he was involved in public. There was more of an open battle of ideas of conservatism. Often had, with Beth Buckley, you had a more vibrant, deep debate over ideas, where it seems less deep now.
I mean, that is the thing that it's hard, especially like for the students I teach today, to be like, there were arguments about ideas, and conservatives won a bunch of them, and that happened in the 70s, late 1960s, 1970s, when they, one set of arguments was about economics, like, okay, this idea of stimulating the economy by spending more, it has a downside. The downside's called inflation, and the downside's called too much regulation, and you've gone too far in kind of bottling up the actual sources of economic growth and dynamism. We have to let those free. In social policy, there was also a critique. The Great Society had all these ways, ideas of ending poverty, and people came and analyzed them and said, the programs aren't helping. In some ways, you've actually created engines to trap people in poverty because you've given them a benefit and said if they actually start to work, they lose the benefit. You created all these perverse incentives, and these ideas were fought out. They were empirical, they were controversial, and they were based on really deep research and really deep argumentation. And so it seems that era has passed. It seems like we're driven much more quickly by moods rather than thought through ideas. Right now, it seems like the ideas come after they follow the political mood and try to put together the underpinning of it, where it really was the opposite for much of the 20th century.
It does seem like we lead with emotional turmoil,
right?
And the ideas follow versus the ideas, and we sort of lead the emotion of the masses respond.
Right, exactly. So if we think of the evolution of conservatism, it was a whole set of ideas that was crafted for thought, 1950s, 1960s, 1970s, that have really found their emotional standard bearer, translator, salesperson in Ronald Reagan, who incidentally had been following these ideas as they developed and honing his ability to express them and apply them politically. It's very opposite if you look at Trump. It's the political designer of the era. There's a set of ideas, but it was more attitudes, impulses, vibes, and the ideas are coming after that, trying to figure out how they patch on. So it's interesting to watch, to see that difference, and I hazard that a lot of it just has to do with the immediacy of the media environment we're in, and the just power of the media messages to get out so fast.
What do you think Milton Friedman will say about Donald Trump, about him winning in 2024, and just in general this political moment?
I think he would love Doge. I mean, that's it goes without saying. I think he would focus on that part because I think he would really love it. He would be very alarmed by the idea of tariffs and very alarmed by the return to protectionism. I mean, I think he believed that part of what made the world peaceful in the second half of the 20th century, as opposed to during World War II, was the world was knit together more by trade, and that was the great hope, that people traded with each other, they wouldn't fight. He's also, a proponent of the free movement of capital. He absolutely opposed this idea that Nippon Steel wasn't allowed to invest in the United States. I think he would struggle, and he wholeheartedly embraced Reagan, and he worked to minimize the parts of the Reagan legacy he didn't like. I think he would find it harder to embrace Trump because he's not of that style. He just had a different style, but I'm guessing he would have come around through Vietnam. I think he would just say, okay, we have a chance to reduce the size of government. At the same time, those spending plans of the Trump administration are not fiscally conservative in any way. And that was his concern. It's not so much with debt, but with the feeling that there's no mechanism to stop the growth of government, that it just grows and grows and grows. And so he ended up believing like even deficits aren't so bad because they make politicians cautious about continuing to spend. But I have to believe he would be concerned about potential threats to the U.S. currency's position as the world's reserve currency with increased levels of debt and spending. He was concerned about low interest rates. He died, I think it's 2000 or 2006, but it was in the beginning. He didn't see the zero low bound, but he saw low interest rates. He said, this isn't necessarily good. Everyone's talking about low interest rates as if they're good, but there should be a price on capital. There should be a price on this. It shouldn't be so low. And so, he had some of still the kind of macro insights with him.
You wrote a Wall Street Journal essay titled How Inflation Ended Neoliberalism and Re-elected Trump. So can we weave that into this discussion in terms of inflation and Trump? What's the main idea of the essay?
So the main idea is kind of looking back and saying, so today we have been living in a world where people have been, focused on monetary policy, steady monetary policy, free trade, reducing regulations. It's all called the neoliberal era. And my argument was a lot of that was driven by inflation. So we have Milton Friedman predict inflation in 1967. It starts breaking out in the 1970s, right in the United States. And every institution was designed around stable prices. And once inflation broke out, prices were no longer stable. So, for example, tax rates weren't inflation adjusted. So, if your income went up because of inflation, you might bump from a low tax rate to an extremely high tax rate, but you don't actually have more money. On paper, you have more money, but everything costs more, so you don't actually have more money, and your taxes have gone up. That kicks off the taxpayer revolt. There's a whole shift of American corporations towards focusing on financial investments because the tax breaks they used to get for depreciation for building factories are not inflation adjusted, so they no longer pay off in an inflationary environment. And then when Paul Volcker comes in 1980s, the early 1980s, and starts fighting inflation, really pushes up interest rates to break down inflation, and that completely reorders the banking sector because banks had statutory legal limits on the interest they could charge. And once general market interest rates exceeded that, this proliferation of new financial reforms to take advantage of that. So my point was the era we live in was ushered in by inflation. And then everyone turned against all the formulations we had and said, well, these have hollowed out our industrial base. These have got too much immigration. We've got too much economic openness. We need to reshore. We need to focus. We need to turn against all these things. We need to spend more. We've disinvested. And the net result of that turning away, I argue, is people forgot about inflation. They really forgot it could ever exist. And you had a whole set of theories on the left, modern monetary theory, that basically said we don't really need to worry about inflation. We can spend what we want. And lo and behold, inflation came back. And so my argument is that it's now opened the door to the presidency of Donald Trump, which is potentially a deeply transformative moment that will change the size and shape of government, that will change our foreign policy profoundly, that will change our immigration policy, change the demographics of our country. All of that, and my thesis is that it's all been made possible by inflation. And so the great mistake of the past years was to forget how fundamental inflation was to the rise of the last political order and to profoundly underestimate how much inflation would change the current political order. So I just think it's one of these things. This is why I think you should study history, because I think if you had studied history, you would be aware of this. And it's so easy for people to forget just like the banks forgot that interest rates could ever go up. They got so used to it. And it's only a 10, 15-year thing, but to them that seems like forever. So I really do believe what history teaches you to do is just have a much vaster scope or vision, and then take into account the possibilities of so many things happening that are different than what's happening today. And so I just hope we don't forget about inflation entirely. But here's the thing, there's quite a strong chance that Trump's policies will initiate even worse inflation, and then they will prove to be his undoing. So the ironies of inflation could be continued.
Like you said, Milton Friedman would be a big fan of Doge. So if you were still here today and rolled Elon Musk from the back, what advice would you give? What do you think you would focus on in terms of where to cut, how to think about cutting?
You know, his signature policy, when I talk about this, is taking the price mechanism and trying to make that into the policy. And that seems sort of obvious to us today, but in the era that he came in, so there would be rent controls, statewide rent controls that let housing prices set themselves, or he was very against national parks. I actually think the national parks are good, so I hope the Jewish people don't take this up. But that if rather than an allocation to fund the national parks, they should be funded by the government. And so I think he was always looking to let's let prices make the decision here. So I think that would be one of the key pieces. The other thing I think you'd really be thinking about, you wrote about this a lot, about occupational licensure and barriers to entry. And he felt like one of the worst things that government does, and sometimes it's private entities that do this, is create barriers to entry to protect industries and markets. So he talked about this in the case of the medical profession, which I think is actually not a good example, because I think we all have a collective investment in having medical doctors be highly trained. But so, for instance, you could look at, nail technicians or haircutting. There's often these licensing requirements. There's a sort of big kerfuffle. I think it's the DC passed a law that to run a child care center, you have to have a college degree. Well, what does that do? I mean, it disenfranchises a whole bunch of would-be entrepreneurs who don't have to have a college degree, but probably could be really good at this particular business. So I think he would be saying, look out for where private interests have used the state to protect themselves, and clear away those types of barriers and let competition through prices guide outcomes.
Yeah, so open up for more competition and allow for more signals from your market to drive decisions.
Yes, yes.
Which would actually naturally lead to cutting a lot of bureaucracy and government.
I think the other thing you would probably be arguing for is, again, go back to the design of the minimum income or the negative income tax, that there's a way, right, and ultimately decided to run it through the tax system, right? The government's already collecting this data. They already have your information, and they can just send the money out through the system, rather than having a social bureaucracy where you have to come in person, you have to fill out forms, you have to document, do you own a car, what's your income, who lives in the household. So I think he would say, and his analysis of that was who that really benefited was the bureaucracy that processed that paper, that implemented those norms, and that if you could pull that away, you could get help out where it's needed much quicker without having this drag of people doing this unproductive work of administering these systems. So I think trying to cut administrative overhead, and what he didn't have then, which we have now, is the technology that we have and the ability, to set benefits out via smartphone, or just to move so much faster and to handle information on a mass scale so much faster.
It's painful, but I think one of the big things you can do is just that, which is digitalize, and it doesn't work. You just convert everything to where the speed of signal can be instantaneous. So there's no paperwork. It goes immediately. And that means that the pricing signals and all these kinds of things are just immediately available to people.
That seems to be the low-hanging fruit. Government, IT systems could be vastly improved upon.
But that would result again with a lot of people getting fired. And I think something submitted a question for me saying like, what are your thoughts as a person who cares about compassion? What are your thoughts about government employees, which there's a lot of that are going to be hurt by Doge? It's always a really difficult question. A lot of people get fired to make room for a new system that's going to lead to a lot of pain.
There is going to be a lot of pain. I don't know what the solution is. I think that's also part of why Friedman favored the minimum income. He talked about it being sort of counter-cyclical. In other words, when things were really bad, the spending level on it would naturally go up. This is what economists today call an automatic stabilizer. And then when it's not needed, the cost of it goes down. I mean, maybe there's a way to make it sweeten it with honey and have people take buyouts or things like that. That would certainly be a way better way to go.
I did a podcast with Javier Milei. He has consistently praised Milton Friedman and cited him as one of his inspirations. So, what do you think Milton Friedman is saying about what's going on in Argentina and what Javier Milei is trying to do in Argentina?
Yeah, I think he would appreciate it. I mean, I think Milei is much more of an Austrian-inspired thinker, but I think he definitely appreciates Friedman. And on the macro level, Friedman always understood it's really painful to treat inflation, but the more you put it off, the harder it is. So I think he would be trying to get him, as he's doing, to this message that short-term pain, long-term gain. I think he'd be very supportive. I think he'd be thrilled to see. Also, very good at explaining his abstract ideas and putting his policies in the framework of the bigger picture. That was really meaningful to Friedman. I don't know how persuasive it is overall. Milei's very intense. He doesn't have the same sort of gifts of salesmanship and setting people at ease that say someone like Ronald Reagan had. But it seems to be that's what this country was calling for right now. So
he's more chainsaw less more blanket.
Yeah.
Javier recollects this line from him. If you strive for equality or for freedom, you often get neither. If you strive for freedom, you often get both. I think there's truth to this.
I think on the big picture, definitely. I mean, we've seen focusing too much on equality can be, because equality is such an alluring word, it can lead you to downgrade all kinds of other things that are really important. But I really think it depends on how you're defining freedom. I mean, the statement is too big and too broad, right? So, if you're talking about freedom, if by freedom you mean not having to pay taxes if you're successful, I think that can have all kinds of knock-on effects, right? The idea that people are able to prosper when they're educated. Where is education going to come from? How is that going to be paid for and supported? And again, to go back to Knight, if you're generating too much inequality, or people are feeling that you're generating too much inequality, sometimes they value that more than they value freedom. And so I think the balance, I think there has to be more of a balance. And it's hard to make such global statements, and we have to break them down into what actually can mean. But again, Malay's from a very different context, a very different country that has seen so much upheaval, so much government urgence, so much inflation, so much political turmoil. He's probably thinking about it differently than Friedman is thinking about it.
Yeah, but there probably still is a real threat of hyperinflation. There seems to be a very high level of corruption or the capacity for corruption. So it's a really messy situation. So Javier Milei likes to recall this great line from Milton Friedman that if you strive for equality or for freedom, you often get neither. But if you strive for freedom, you often get both. Do you think there's truth to this?
Yeah, I think in the macro, for sure. I mean, we've seen if you really put equality as your goal, it's such a seductive ideal, and people believe in it so much that they can carry out horrible crimes in the name of equality. But then focusing on freedom, these words are too big. They're so hard to define. And so I think you have to ask, like, what is the freedom you're talking about, right? If you're talking about the freedom of ordinary people to be entrepreneurial, to make their own way, start new things, to continue what they're doing, what they've learned for sure. That can increase the equality overall. If you're talking about lower taxes, if freedom is just a code for lower taxes, there has to be, I mean, lower taxes in general, great, but if you're one of the top generators of wealth, there has to be some way to ensure that, say, education, right? People prosper when they're well educated. That's when the economies do better. Education is generally state funded, and you need some way to support that and provide for those institutions that structure society that make competition possible. So I think it's just a really broad statement. Again, Rene is coming from a really different context. He's coming from South American context, such upheaval, such economic devastation, in pursuit of the goal of equality that I think trying to rebalance with that emphasis on freedom, we definitely see where it's coming from.
Okay, pivot a little bit. We'll talk about Reagan. What are some interesting stories about how Milton Friedman navigated the Reagan and maybe even the Nixon administrations, how he was able to gain influence?
Well, the Nixon administration is an interesting case because, so I've been talking about inflation and the different consequences it had. One consequence it had is that it began to undermine the Bretton Woods currency system that was established in the wake of World War II. Now, Bretton Woods, what it did basically, it ended up inadvertently putting the US dollar at the center of the world economic system. But under Bretton Woods, countries of the industrialized West agreed to trade their currency in set ratios that government set. So a franc was worth so many dollars, or a German mark was worth so many francs. And then also under this system, countries could come to the United States and they could trade the dollars that they held for gold, because the U.S. was on sort of modified gold standard. There was a ratio of gold to paper money. And so the system was set up, and very quickly, most countries were, the dollar was at the heart of it, and that the converting into and out of dollars was really the mechanism of trade for many of these countries. So Friedman said, what we should have is floating exchange rates. This is an idea, again, of instead of having a top-down design of policy, an administered policy will have policy set by prices. And you should be able to trade currencies on an open market. They should trade and they should fluctuate, and that would be fine. Totally outlandish idea. But he was pinpointing the fact that Bretton Woods had instability, and that instability began to emerge in a time of inflation. So you have more and more dollars being printed. They're worth less and less. If European nations keep trading their currency for dollars, they're going to be importing inflation into their own economies. So they say, we don't want these dollars, we'd like some gold instead. And they have the right to go to the treasury, send in an order, and get gold out. And so they start doing this more and more, and it becomes called the gold drain, and the United States starts running out of gold. They're aware this is happening through the 60s. They're trying various things to fix it. And when Nixon comes into office in 68, Friedman sends him a memo, and it says, this is going to be a real problem. He says something like, this is a running sword, and you have to lance it right away. Some very graphic metaphor. Otherwise, it's going to explode. And Nixon just files the memo. Nixon loved people to think. He was influenced by and following the wisdom of Milton Friedman, but he didn't actually want to do that. He just wanted the political benefit that came from it. So then comes the moment where the U.S. Treasury Department realizes we're going to run out of gold. What should we do? And everybody decamps to Camp David, and Nixon decides we're just going to stop reading currency for gold. It's called slamming the gold window shut. Done. And he also at that same meeting decides to institute price controls. He does a whole bunch of stuff. It's an emergency. He calls it the new economic plan, which is an unconscious echo of the sort of new economic plans. And a problematic name, a problematic policy, and Friedman is livid at the price controls, but he's like, actually, it's great that you closed the old window. Let's go all the way to floating exchange rates. And this idea was heresy within the Treasury Department. Everyone's very committed to the idea of gold standard, convertibility, possibility of the United States at the core of the financial system, kind of hand in hand. But at this point, Friedman has a very close relationship with George Shultz. And George Shultz is a high-level appointee who will eventually, over the course of the Nixon administration, become the Treasury Secretary. And so Friedman is feeding Shultz all his ideas about how we should move to floating exchange rates, how we shouldn't try to reconstruct Bretton Woods. And the people at Treasury, it's funny because I've read some of their accounts that actually Paul Volcker is in the Treasury Department at this time. You kind of sense that Friedman is in here somewhere, like feeding his boss as ideas. He doesn't quite know. And, in the oral history, Schultz talks about this quite a bit. So at any rate, Friedman exerts this behind-the-scenes influence, and what Schultz does is just kind of lets Bretton Woods fade away. He doesn't make grand pronouncements. It just slowly, the world shifts to a regime for a while it was like a regime of steady prices, and they call it a steady regime of changing prices, or whatever. The language changes, the reality changes, and you kind of end up where they are. So that's a real measure of Friedman's influence. If there had been another economist in Schultz's ear that said, no, catastrophe is imminent, we have to go back to Bretton Woods, he probably would have worked harder. The U.S. government would have worked harder. And so that becomes one of these pieces of globalization. And what people don't realize is there used to be, in addition to these floating set capital ratios, you couldn't bring capital in and out of different countries. So you had to register, you couldn't invest. For all these rules and strictures, and the falling of Bretton Woods really blows that out open. It's a precursor to globalization. So Friedman is right there. Now, he's very ambivalent about Nixon. I mean, he sees that Nixon is not an honest person. He thinks he's very intelligent. And Nixon's dream is to create a new centrist majority. So he does many things to go back on his supposed economic principles and ideas. Friedman is not like this. He doesn't like the price controls. He's in communication with his old mentor, Arthur Burns, who's now the chair of the Federal Reserve. And Burns is basically doing everything wrong in monetary policy. And I describe this in the book in some detail, these anguished letters back and forth. Basically, as I see it, Burns doesn't have a solid theory of inflation, and the more Friedman pushes him, it's almost like Burns is willfully ignoring Friedman and kind of doing the opposite of what Friedman said. So Burns is running a very loose monetary policy. Inflation is quite considerable over the 70s. I mean, we were all spooked by what it could get to 6%, something like that, recently for a very short time. This is inflation going up 10%, hovering 8% for basically the whole decade of the 70s, going up and down, extremely elevated rates. And so Carter presidency largely falls, foreign policy is part of it, the failure to tame inflation is part of it, and then Reagan comes in. And now Reagan loves Friedman, and Friedman loves Reagan. Very mutual feeling. The Reagan administration creates like an advisory economic board. Friedman's on it. He's retired now. He's entering his kind of golden years. And he really has Reagan's ear. And here what he does is he convinces Reagan of his theory of inflation, which is inflation has been caused. It's a monetary phenomenon that has been caused by bad monetary policy. Inflation has an accelerating dynamic. The only way to end inflation is by really showing and signaling that government policy has changed. And when you do that, it's very painful for a short amount of time. People will suffer, but then you will come out on the other side into stable prices, and this is what you need for economic prosperity. So the man who implements this policy, Paul Volcker, is definitely influenced by Friedman. Buys the big picture of Friedman. He even buys Friedman's specific technique of the monetary growth rule and of the focus on monetary aggregates, which Friedman has said, right, money matters, aggregates matter, that's what money is. Pretty quickly, Volcker finds that because of inflation and the financial deregulation in response to it, the aggregates don't work the way Friedman said they would. And so the specific policy Friedman recommends, Volcker tries it for a year, so it doesn't work super well. But what does work is letting interest rates go high, go above inflation to a point where both the general citizenry and the financial markets believe like, oh, they're actually serious about inflation. And because we've had a decade of inflation with all these presidents saying, forward, we're going to whip inflation now, the monetary policy has lost credibility. This is why people focus so much on credibility today, because once it's lost, it's really hard to get it back. And one way Volcker gets it back is interest rates over 20%, unemployment very high as 25% in construction sectors. And as this is happening, Milton Friedman is whispering in Reagan's ear, this is the right thing. Stay the course, this is going to work. Now, interestingly, he hates Volcker, Volcker hates him, and Friedman will never give Volcker credit for his policy, but he will give Reagan credit for his policy. And he owes credit himself for keeping Reagan from wobbling on his policy and just pushing it through. And he also tells Reagan very pragmatically, you better do this now. You've got a 4-year term. Do this in the first 2 years of your term. Things will have turned around by 1984 when you run for re-election, and you'll benefit from it. And that's absolutely what happens.
If we could take a small tangent,
Yeah.
there's a question I have to ask about so much about noise and maybe gold standard, but it's just have a general discussion about this whole space of ideas. There's a lot of people today that care about cryptocurrency.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think that Milton Friedman would say about cryptocurrency and what role crypto might play in the economy? Whether he would be for this idea, against this idea, and if you could look at it today and also just 10, 100 years from now.
There's a clip, I think it's in 1992, where people saying, oh, Friedman predicted cryptocurrencies, because he's talking about how payments will eventually be electronic. So in some ways, he definitely, as he's looking at computer money, these would come together in some way. I think he probably would see a use case for crypto. He definitely would not buy the stronger forms, I think, of crypto ideology in which we could be heading towards a future in which there's many different currencies that compete, whether they're distributed or there's a stateless currency. And he addresses it very, very clearly because Hayek's denationalization of money is a paper in the late 70s. Hayek argues for this kind of competing currency model or regime. And so he's responding to that, and he's responding to people writing about free banking. And he basically says, look, even if you developed a variety of competing currencies, eventually society would converge on one. And that's because people just want one currency that they know. They don't want a bunch of different options. Even in places where there have been options to do that, they can use very minimally. And then he says, secondly, the state always steps in. He says, technically, theoretically, it doesn't have to. I could draw you a model. I could tell you about how it could work without the state. But in actual reality, all human societies, through time and space, the state eventually becomes involved in the provision of money because it has so many knock-on effects to so many people. So, sure, I think he would, again, find a use case for crypto, think it's interesting, but I don't think he would see it as this is going to displace state money and we're going to have a variety of distributed currencies. The other thing he really stresses is that a change in the monetary system only happens amid great crisis. So again, you see in countries where the state is not controlling the money well, right? That's when people are more turning to crypto. But he says because money is so fundamental, there's going to be so much political pressure on any country that gets the currency profoundly wrong that the government will fall in another one to replace it, right? So if you look at episodes of hyperinflation, they don't go on very long because they're so upsetting.
If we could go back in time, we've talked about it a bunch, but it's still a fascinating time. The Great Depression, the University of Chicago, there's these folks like Jacob Viner, Frank Knight, Henry Simons, all of these. There's this Room 7 situation at the University of Chicago. Just going back there, even just speaking almost philosophically, what does it take to explore ideas together, sort of like deliberate, argue in that space? Maybe there might be interesting stories about that time. It would just be interesting to understand how somebody like Milton Friedman seed is planted, a flower blooms.
Yeah, yeah. So he gets to University of Chicago. He makes fast friends, and in his third and fourth year, they become what I call them the Room 7 gang. So Room 7 is they find an old storeroom in the basement, they take it over, and that's where they have their jam sessions. And what made this world come together was Frank Knight. There was a charismatic leader, and there were a bunch of acolytes who clustered around him. That, I think, was a key piece of ingredient. And then there was a sense that they were onto something that the rest of the economics field had forgotten or was rejecting. So there was like that sense of mission. So that seems to have been, there was a formal education piece, and then there was a parallel education piece rooted in admiration for a thinker, a shared admiration. And then what that led Friedman to do, what I found syllabi, that he had from non-economics courses, lists of books, and he'd written a price list of different ones he wanted to read. So he had John Stuart Mill and Liberty, like 50 cents written in the margin. So he began to educate himself. He gave himself a parallel curriculum alongside this very formal economics curriculum. He started reading, the traditions of political liberalism, and then talking them through with friends, and then developing like a shared sense of mission. And that, the incredible thing is, of those friends in the group, they scattered for like 10 years, and then they all came back together. George Stigler, his great friend, was hired at Chicago. Aaron Director, who was his wife's brother, was at Chicago. So many of these people continued to become Frank Knight's colleagues. So that was the base. That was what really grew him. That really profound peer group. Now, the other piece I talk about a lot is Friedman was a collaborator, an open-minded collaborator, and he had incredible connections with economists who were women. And he basically found, first in the figure of Anna Schwartz, later in the figure of this group of women who were his wife's friends, this kind of untapped pool of talent. And so he immersed himself in this whole other world of consumption economics. And it resulted in this more technical work on the theory of the consumption function, which is the theory of permanent income. So for Friedman, intellectual work and intellectual production was always done in this very social context, in a context that blended like friendship and intellectual partnership. And he only had a handful of friends who were not also economists, interested in the same questions he was. So he just lived and breathed ideas all day long.
Can you speak to the jam sessions? Like, what do we know about the jam sessions? What are we talking about? You're sitting in a room. Are they analyzing? Are they reading papers to discuss the papers, or are they arguing more like over beers?
Yeah, more arguing over beers. And in this case, there's several people who say it was all about Frank Knight. What did he say? What did he mean when he said it? Is he right? And so Knight was he would say one thing and then say another. If you read him, it's very hard to follow what he's actually saying because he's full of qualifications and ironies and blends. And so he would throw out these pieces, and then the students would kind of clutch at them, and then they would come back together and try to assemble this sort of worldview. And then Frank Knight fell into this terrible depression, and to cheer him up, they planned a big party. And they went back through all of his previous writings, and they assembled them into a book that was published. This is The Ethics of Competition. Read the introduction, written in part by Milton Friedman. So not only were they talking about Knight, what he said, but then they started poring over his work. And one of them described it as like a general equilibrium system, where you had to know all the parts, and then all of a sudden it all fit together in a whole. So if we step back, what they were doing was getting inside the mind of a great thinker and understanding the ways it all fit together, and then kind of testing their ideas against Knight's. And what's fascinating is one of the first papers that Friedman publishes in Statistics is a rebuttal of Frank Knight. He publishes a rebuttal of Frank Knight's ideas about risk and uncertainty. And Frank Knight kind of took a black swan argument. He said, risk, you can calculate. Uncertainty, you can't, existentially, philosophically, you can't get your hands around it. It is the black swan. And Friedman publishes this statistical paper, and he says, I can put uncertainty on a graph. And so there's that sort of Freudian killing of the father element when he comes back, and he will, in some ways turn his back on Knight's approach and Knight's pessimism, even while it's like a foundation for thinking.
there something you can say about the thinking process that Milton Friedman followed, like how he developed his ideas? You mentioned there's a strong collaborative component, but there's another story I saw about that I think his son recalled about the argument number system you
Yes.
mentioned.
Yes.
Which, by the way, if you can explain that as a tangent, it's really awesome. I think it's like number one if the other person is right.
Number two means you were right and I was wrong. And the number system involved in some ways to be quick and efficient, but in other ways they also were really clear about it. So, something like there's kind of like three reasons behind it. First is if you use a number, it reminds the listener that it's really hard to say the words, I was wrong. So you're kind of calling on their sympathy by using a number, reminding them that you're doing a hard thing. And then it's also reminding them that you're in this family with this code. And so you're signaling your membership and your closeness and your love, really. And so it's supposed to be an easy way to disagree without like breaking a relationship.
Yeah, so admitting you're wrong now comes with this more closeness.
Yeah.
And that's really, that's so powerful. I think so much of the friction of human interaction boil down to just not being able to admit you're wrong. Efficiently, quickly, and regularly, just often. And to be able to do that, that's really powerful.
Yeah, I think it's a really neat aspect of their family life for sure.
Sorry, that's a fun story where like you generalize to how he engaged in collaboration, how he developed his ideas, like a thinking process.
So he taught at the University of Chicago, and he tended to teach for 6 months and then have 6 months off. And he spent the summers in New Hampshire or Vermont. He had to go right near that border. They had 2 different houses, and that to him was a deep thinking time. And so when he's at Chicago, he's teaching, he's arguing. Some people love his teaching style, very much in charge, very much keeping students on their toes, confrontational. Others found it too much, overwhelming, kind of shut them down intellectually. They couldn't cope with it. And so I think it was kind of go time when he was teaching. In that case, that was a lot of social time, interacting, talking, other professors, going out and giving papers, arguing with people at Yale and Harvard. Then he would go and do these very deep dives over the summer. He would also regularly do these trips to New York to see Anna Schwartz. So it was a 12-year collaborator. They didn't have phone calls were really expensive. They did have quite extensive correspondence, but then they would do these meetings. So he would basically come in at the beginning of the summer, going to Broadway, stop in New York, see Schwartz, and then again on the way back to Chicago. So we have these deep check-ins at that point. The other thing that happened is people would come visit him in New Hampshire. And so he had a studio separate from the house. He would go and he would work. And then at night, his friends would come. His friends were all economists. There's a whole cluster of economists. They all clustered within driving distance of the Harvard Library so that they could get their hands on books. And so they would come over and then they would argue and talk into the night. So I think he did need that deep focus time, but it was not like he also lived a very engaged, very embedded social life.
Part of which is marriage. Is there something to say about love, about marriage, about relationship that made that whole thing work? It was vibrant and they wrote a biography together.
They did. I mean, they were very complementary. They were kind of the yin and the yang. She was very introverted, somewhat suspicious of others, skeptical. And he was extremely extroverted, optimistic, high energy. And they also were at a time when it was really clear, like, the broader society, these are the roles of a man, these are the roles of a woman. And they pretty much adopted them. So, Rose Friedman did some very important economic work. It was part of the early stages of the theory of the consumption function. She didn't complete her degree because she really knew there wasn't, if she wanted to be married and have children in the world she lived in, there wasn't a real pathway to also being an economist. I do think that a lot of that, it's not that it feels very gendered, like he's the man out in the world and she's in private. It's interesting because her brother, Aaron Director, was the same way. He's a very private man, very shy, very introverted. He exerted this quiet intellectualism on all of his friends. So I think that was just kind of a family trait of being more quiet, preferring to be behind the scenes. It wouldn't have worked any other way. Friedman was so out there, so so extroverted. And there's a bit of a sad thing. She said, when I married Milton, I lost half of my conversations. When David came along, I lost another half. So it's a household that was just dominated by male voices, in which she didn't have a lot of room. What was tricky for me in my research is she didn't leave much of a trace. She put together Milton's archive and she took herself out of it. So I really had trouble finding her actual voice in the historical documents. She didn't want to leave them behind. So it was an absolute essential piece of his success because she's the one who pushed him to do a Newsweek column, to do Free to Choose, and she really wrote Capitalism and Freedom. She took all his random notes and she put them together into a book. And that became this kind of testimony of his ideas, but she shared many of his ideas, and she, was out. When you think of Friedman, if you take away Anna Schwartz, if you take away Rose Friedman, if you take away the other woman who collaborated with him, you have a much thinner resume than the one he actually had.
Yeah, it's always sad. It always makes me wonder about the private secret conversations between partners.
Yeah.
Because they might not show up in the record, but they probably influence the person more than almost anything else. Those quiet little conversations. If we can switch our path to another great mind of the 20th century, Ayn Rand. We talked about some of the similarities here, about them being fighters for freedom, fighters for capitalism. What is Ayn Rand's philosophy? Big and talks about summary of objectivism.
Yes, so she called it objectivism. She used to do this thing like I can stand on one foot and say it. So it goes something like epistemology, reason, ethics, selfishness, politics, capitalism. That was kind of how she summarized it. So what she did, there's a couple things she did with objectivism. First of all, she says the key defining element of humanity is the rational faculty. So that's what defines what the humanity is. Therefore, there is an objective reality that we can access and know with our reason. That's the objective epistemology. And the one social and economic system that lets rationality flower is based upon rationality is capitalism. And then rationality only works, in her view, as an individual capacity, and that rationality teaches that what you should do is pursue your interests. And so she ends up calling that selfishness. Now, it's tricky because selfishness has so many strong and negative connotations. And she meant, I think, something closer to like self-actualization, because she really tried to create this idea and express the idea that to be truly selfish did not mean trampling on others. It meant just being motivated by your own kind of internal measures and metrics. And so in her fiction, she tries to show this by showing the false selfishness of Peter Keating, who's an architect who kind of steps over everybody to advance his career. And she says that's not true selfishness, because true selfishness would recognize it's false to take others' work and pass it on as your own. Now, the other big piece of objectivism is a very approach that's really inspired and related to Friedrich Nietzsche's idea of revaluing values, or genealogy of norms. And so she says, what's happened here is Western culture has converged on this idea of altruism as good. Being selfless and altruistic is good. And this has led us to communism. It has led us to devalue the individual in favor of the collective. What we need is a new moral code which elevates selfishness, which elevates the individual, and which takes all the things that we have been told are bad and actually says they're values. This is what she's trying to do with objectivism. I mean, it is about as ambitious of an intellectual project as there can be. And that's what really draws people in. Yet at the same time, she's flying in the face of the way human morals and ethics and societies have evolved. And she's not able to single-handedly recreate them the way she wants them to be.
Yeah, I mean, she's not doing herself any favors by taking all the words and trying to rebrand them completely. Like, right, in the virtue of selfishness, it's like, we just call it self-actualization.
Yeah.
There's a negative connotation to selfishness and a positive connotation to altruism. So she sometimes, it seems, takes on the hardest possible form of argument.
Yeah, I mean, she had a student kind of, who ended up being very close to her, Nathaniel Brandon, who was sort of an advisor, and he said, can we please not use